and see which of the men in his class could read it. He scribbled down the German characters for the phrase, "a fair day's wage for a fair day's work." This was one of the many concepts he was trying to instill in the working man and nobility alike. He truly believed people should be paid the worth of their labor. After writing down the sentence, he looked upon the crowd and gave them another contest. Whoever can raise their hand first and read the sentence correctly will get another pint. The men all quickly got to work looking over their alphabet sheets and deciphering the sentence. Eventually, a thin young man covered in soot from the furnaces raised his hand before anyone else, and once called upon, answered the question correctly. Berenger called out to one of the women working in the tavern, "Bar wench, get this man a pint of beer." Soon enough, an attractive young girl came over and poured the man a pint of beer, in which he was happy to accept and quickly drank from the mug. Afterward, Berenger asked a question to the class to see if they understood what the phrase meant. Now, this sentence is fairly important to every one of you. I believe that a man should be paid an appropriate amount to the worth his labor. Berengar began to stride around the tavern, picked up a liter of beer, and began to drink from it as he continued his lecture of economic philosophy during a rudimentary language lesson. As men under my employment, you are afforded payment for your labor. I also believe that the harder a man works and the better results he gets, the more he should be paid. After saying so, he pointed at a man in the crowd and asked him a question in front of everyone. "You, sir, what is your name, and many hours a week do you work, if you don't mind me asking?" The man looked around before noticing he was called upon and answered respectfully to Berenger. "I am known as Reingard, and I work 50 hours a week, my lord." Berenger then quickly pointed to another man and asked him the same question. "And you? What is your name, and how many hours do you work a week?" The man cleared his throat before speaking in an embarrassed tone. "I am Bruno, and I work 40, my lord." Berenger noticed the anxious expression on the man's face and smiled gently as he comforted the man for his choices. There is nothing wrong with working 40 hours a week. In fact, it gives you plenty of time to spend with your family or following your passions. Both are important factors to the quality of a man's work and society as a whole. After saying this, the man began to smile confidently, even after Berenger said the next piece of his impassioned speech. However, because Reingard works 10 hours a week more than you do, he is paid more than you and is more likely to be considered for a raise or a promotion in the future. We all make choices in life. We all have our own priorities. It is up to you to choose the course that would make you most happy. Each man in the room carefully contemplated Berenger's words of wisdom as if they were a creed to live by. Ultimately, Berengar concluded his lecture with a bit of humor. "If you do manage to find the perfect balance in life, please let me know how you managed it, as I am dreadfully lacking in balancing my affairs at the moment." With this being said, the slightly inebriated crowd of workers began to laugh at Berenger's self-deprecating sense of humor. They could not imagine a man such as Berenger lacking a balanced life. The young man perfectly scheduled every moment of his time and was teaching them because of this. After the workingmen made a few good-natured jabs, Berenger began to chuckle and ended his class for the day. "All right, guys, get out of here and go back to your families. We all need to be up for work tomorrow morning, and missing sleep is detrimental to your health." After saying this, every man in the class came up to thank Berenger for the free lecture, booze, and feed. After a while, they all managed to return home, and Berenger had done the same. He still had much work to do on this night before he could get to sleep. His humorous statement was not a joke. Now that he held near absolute authority in the barony, he was swamped with work and could barely manage the time to check in on his family, who was currently grieving over Lambert's crime and sentence. Though the boy had lived, he would never return as a member of their family. Berenger did not have time to worry about such things. Tomorrow the Inquisition would arrive, and he would have to entertain the emissaries of the church. Hopefully, he could resolve this issue peacefully now that Lambert had been dealt with. Chapter 58. 57. You will tell him that, yes? Berenger sat upon his father's seat of power as he tapped his armies thrice with his left hand and drank from a chalice of wine in his right. Standing before him was a group of priests garbed in scarlet robes with a golden cross hanging around their neck. These were the men of the Inquisition, a group of zealous and sadistic priests who rooted out, tortured, and executed heretics. The number of innocent people they had put to death was immeasurable, as they truly did not care about whether or not someone was guilty of the so-called crime of heresy, merely the thrill that came with torturing another human being. The men refused to bow to Berenger was currently acting as the regent of Kufstein and was essentially barren in all aspects but name. Instead, they stood before Berenger, who took a sip from his golden chalice as he listened to the Inquisition as they introduced themselves. Their leader was a short fat man with an obviously balding set of gray hair and a matching mustache. If the sex crimes of the Catholic Church from Berenger's previous life were to exist in this timeline, then just by first glance, one could assume this man was engaged in such activity. Luckily for Berenger, neither Henrietta nor Adela were present, or else he would not be able to contain his wrath at the stubby fat priest's lecherous gaze. Thinking of such a possibility, Berenger instinctively sneered in disgust at the man as he introduced himself to Berenger in a way that lacked the proper respect afforded to a man of his position. The man spoke with a heavy Spanish accent, immediately telling he was not a German speaker by birth. I am Father Alphonse, and these two are my associates, Fathers Antonio and Gillis. We have come at the behest of the local priest and one Lambert von Kufstein to investigate claims of heresy. I was told that the Baron of Kufstein was a middle-aged man. Who might you be? Berenger could not help but curse to himself inwardly. Fucking Christ, a Spaniard, a Southern Italian, and Frenchman, of course. There would not be a German in their little tribunal. It seems I won't be able to play the fellow countryman card. After having such thoughts, Berenger took a sip from his glass as he proclaimed his authority in front of the unwanted priests who had barged into his home. I am Berenger von Kufstein, son of Sighard von Kufstein, and acting regent of the barony of Kufstein while my father has secluded himself in penance. All authority to deal with this matter has been invested in me by my father Baron Sighard von Kufstein in accordance to the laws of men. Berenger made sure to emphasize that last part, as he was making it abundantly clear to the Inquisition that they had no authority here in his domain. Father Alphonse immediately frowned when he heard this news. This was the worst possible outcome. If what Berenger said was true, investigating the claims and finding the young lord guilty may prove to be difficult. Nevertheless, Father Alphonse proceeded with his task. Tell me, where is Lambert von Kufstein? I wish to discuss with him the concerns which he brought to our attention. Berenger glared at the Inquisition leader with a smug expression as he boldly declared Lambert's fate. Lambert has been convicted of assassination, attempted fratricide, and treason against the barony of Kufstein. He has been disowned, stripped of his name and titles, and sent to the Teutonic Order, where he will spend the rest of his days redeeming himself in the eyes of the Lord. The fat and balding priest was stunned by this news. It had only been a matter of weeks since they had become aware of the situation, yet the man in which the Bishop of Innsbruck insisted on backing to maintain the Church's power in Kufstein was already removed from the equation. How did this happen? Father Alphonse now understood why Berenger was calmly sitting on his throne sneering at him with disgust and disdain. With his key witness convicted and disgraced as a traitor and murderer, his chances of ousting this young man from power was slim. Unless he could find something in a legitimate investigation to prove he was a heretic. Now that was the Church's only hope. Either that, or they could just frame Berenger for the crimes he was accused of. As such, the man put on a smile and began to command Berenger as if he were a mere servant. Before his departure, Lambert had made several bold accusations of heresy within the region. As such, I will require your full cooperation in my investigation. The fat priest began to smile wickedly as he waited for Berenger's answer. All they needed to do was plant some evidence in their investigation and get the local church and its parish to side with them. The Inquisition would have enough justification to convict Berenger of heresy and remove him from power. Whoever took over this minor barony after his death was not of the Church's concern so long as they abided by the whims of the Vatican. However, the response Berenger gave Father Alphonse was completely out of his expectation. Berenger took a sip from his chalice and placed it down on his armrest before shifting in his seat of power so that he was peering down at the priests below him with a gaze of intimidation. Under whose authority do you dare to investigate such accusations in my realm? All three of the priests were shocked as they stared at Berenger with contempt. Father Alphonse could no longer hold back his tongue. He had never witnessed such an impudent young lord before. As such, he began to flex his backing to Berenger, attempting to intimidate him into allowing his improper investigation. Under the authority of the Holy Father himself. As such, the priest pulled out a large scroll signed by the Pope. In it were the orders to investigate and purge Kufstein of any heretical thoughts and their believers. However, Berenger was unfazed by these remarks and merely continued to gaze down upon the men with domineering and overbearing pressure. The last time I checked, these lands were ruled over with absolute authority by the Baron of Kufstein, my father who in his absence has appointed me regent in his stead, to act with all the authority of the Baron himself. As far as I'm concerned, neither the Pope nor the Vatican has any judicial authority in my family's lands, and you would best return from whence you came before I deem your stay no longer welcome. The words he spoke were chilling to the bone, and the other two members of the Inquisition began to tremble in Berenger's presence. Only now the priests of the Inquisition noticed the ranks of men equipped in half-plate armor and armed with what appeared to be a weird mixture of a hand cannon and spears staring at them with indifferent gazes. Berenger had called the most loyal and elite of his men here, the Grenadiers, especially for this meeting. Men who had already fought and killed for Berenger at the Battle of Mining Town. Men who would willingly lay down their lives for their lord and commander who had brought them and their families up from servitude and into the well-paying jobs of industry. Outraged by the outright blasphemy in which Berenger spoke, or at least as far as he was concerned, Father Alfonso no longer acted politely to Berenger and blatantly threatened him. Blasphemy! I am warning you, if you do not submit to our investigation, then we will deem you guilty by default, and we will return with a holy order to raze this land of heathens to the ground. This threat against not only Berenger, but the land and people under his dominion was the last straw. He was no longer willing to politely negotiate. Instead, he stood up from his chair and stared down at the priests below as he gave his command to Eckhard, who was currently leading the unit of grenadiers which acted as Berenger's personal guard at this moment. Vice Commander Eckhard, arrest these men for conspiracy to usurp the barony of Kufstein. There was no hesitation in Eckhard's voice as he motioned for his men to follow the regent's orders. Yes, my lord, I will do as you command. Quickly, the grenadiers surrounded the priests and lowered their bayonets to aim at the inquisitors' chests. Father Gillis began to protest immediately as the bayonets were mere inches away from piercing his heart. I am an emissary of the Holy Father. You cannot do this. Berenger began to step down the stone steps in front of his throne and approach the three men in front of him. Father Alphonse, Father Gillis, by the power invested in me as regent of Kufstein, afforded to me by my father, Baron Sieghard von Kufstein, I hereby convict you of espionage, sabotage, and usurpation. Henceforth you shall be sentenced to death by firing squad. Men, take these would-be usurpers out into the courtyard, line them against a wall and shoot them. Immediately his troops responded in unison without a hint of disobedience in their collective voices, yes, my lord. Afterward, the priests of the Inquisition were dragged out of the great hall and brought into the courtyard, where the men lined up into a proper firing squad. Berenger dragged Father Antonio over to the window to watch from above as his comrades were executed. The terrified priest begged Berenger to rethink his actions and spare the inquisitors' lives. "Lord Berenger, if you do this, you will be excommunicated and branded a heretic. The Church will consider you an enemy for eternity." Berenger merely looked over at Father Antonio with a look of indifference and raised his hand, signaling the troops to fire their shots. The thunder of gunfire and the smell of smoke filled the air as the priests' bodies were shredded apart by a dozen musket balls, their blood splattering the stone walls of the castle courtyard like a painting of death. Antonio looked in horror as his brothers were gunned down by the mighty hand cannons. He was only awoken from his shock when the iron grip of Berenger grabbed a hold of his shoulder. The young and princely man stared into the eyes of the priest with the ice-cold gaze of a born killer and responded to his earlier words. "When you return to the Vatican, inform the Holy Father that he may have the power to excommunicate me and to brand me a heretic, but ultimately when I finally perish from this world it is under the judgment of God, not the Pope, that will determine whether or not I enter the kingdom of heaven. You will tell him that, yes?" Antonio began to tremble in fear as if he had been touched by the cold hands of death and stared into the eyes of the Grim Reaper himself. After struggling to find his voice, he eventually said nothing and merely nodded at Berenger's request. From this day forth, Berenger had made a powerful enemy, one who would never forgive him for his actions here on this day. The divide would only grow further as Berenger refused to bend the knee to a corrupt and bloated church and the Supreme Pontiff who presided over it. Chapter 59-58. A stern warning. With the death of the Inquisition, a gloomy atmosphere had fallen over the castle of Kufstein. His family was not immediately aware of the fact that Berenger had just slapped the church in its face and denied its authority in his family's lands. Adela was the first to find out about such a thing. Having heard the gunshots from outside, she rushed to the Great Hall, where she checked to see if Berenger was uninjured. When she arrived, she witnessed the scene of Berenger grasping onto Father Antonio's shoulder and staring at the priest with a cold and murderous gaze. Adela was unaccustomed with the ruthless expression on Berenger's face, for she had never before witnessed his wrath. This was not the gentle smile and loving eyes he showed to his loved ones. Rather, it was the callous gaze of a vengeful tyrant who took pleasure in punishing his enemies. She had never seen such a side of Berenger before, and as a deeply devout Catholic, Adela was concerned that Berenger had done something unforgivable. However, she never would have guessed that Berenger had executed 2 priests in his courtyard. When she looked out the window to see what had transpired, she was horrified by the bloody mess that remained from the scene of the Inquisitor's execution. She could not contain her terror and shrieked as she gazed upon the merciless display of Berenger's authority. When Berenger heard the screams of his fiancée, he looked over to her in shock and wondered why was Adela there at this particular moment. This was not something he intended for the young girl to witness. In her dismay, Adela quickly ran over to Berenger and Father Antonio and inquired why such a horrific scene occurred. "Berenger, what have you done?" Berenger was well aware of Adela's extremely religious nature and had never actually talked to her about his views on the subject. After all, he was afraid she would react poorly to his thoughts about the church. However, he could not lie his way out of this one. He had just executed 2 emissaries of the Vatican in his own courtyard. As such, he put on a stern expression and scolded the little girl for recklessly making assumptions. "The church conspired against me and aided my brother in his attempts to usurp my birthright. These men came here as part of my brother's final ploy to have me convicted as a heretic and executed. They even threatened to raze my family's lands to the ground when I refused to recognize the legitimacy of their so-called investigation. As such, I had them executed. Isn't that right, Father Antonio?" Berenger gave the Inquisitor an oppressive gaze, implying that if the priest did not admit to his crimes, Berenger would have him suffer the same fate as the shredded corpses in the courtyard below. The truth was, despite being an excellent torturer, Antonio was a cowardly man who deeply feared death. As such, the Inquisitor quickly crumbled and admitted to Adela the crimes of the Church. What Berenger says is correct. Lambert, while sponsored by your local priest, petitioned the Bishop of Innsbruck to request an investigation from the Inquisition into accusations about Berenger's heretical views. We knew the charges were false, but were afraid that Berenger would not follow the will of the Church. Thus, we planned to frame and convict him anyway, which we would have done if he had allowed us to investigate the charges against him. Adela was shocked to hear this news. All her life, she looked up to the Church as a beacon of hope and viewed them as the arbiters of truth. Yet these men had conspired against Berenger to install a puppet onto the seat of power in Kufstein. It was as if the image she had in her mind about a flawless church came crumbling down around her as she listened to the wicked priest confess to the crimes he had committed. She could tell the man was speaking the truth, even if it was under duress. Berenger noticed the stunned expression on the girl's face and could tell that she was in the middle of an existential crisis, and as such, he walked over to his little fiancée and hugged her while patting her head and whispered his utopian propaganda into her fine ears. My sweet Adela, I know you are faithful, and I respect that, but men rule the Church, and no man is above corruption. As long as you have faith in Christ and follow his teachings, you will be a good Christian woman. Father Antonio could not help but mutter the word blasphemy under his breath. However, the moment he did so, Berenger stared fiercely at him, and the man instantly shut his trap. After hearing Berenger's words, Adela wanted to know more of his view of Christianity. However, she realized that he was currently dreadfully busy and decided to contemplate his words while praying to the Lord about which path to follow. After thinking it over for a few moments, she looked up at Berenger with her shining sapphire eyes and thanked him for his comfort. Thank you, Berenger. I do not know what I would do without you. Afterward, the girl released herself from his embrace and returned to her room. She had many things to think about and prepare for. She knew Berenger's actions would invoke the ire of the Church, and as such, she wanted to protect him to the best of her abilities. Thus she began to write a letter to her father, who was currently in his castle in Graz, and inform him about the recent events within Kufstein. She would remind him to honor the terms of their alliance with the von Kufstein family if such actions were needed. Berenger remained with Father Antonio and continued to exude his authority while in the priest's presence. If I see you or any other members of your wicked order entering the confines of my family's lands, I will have you and your ilk shot on sight. Is that understood? Father Antonio had nearly soiled himself in fear at this point. He had witnessed the power of the muskets as their volley fire mangled the bodies of his fellow members of the Inquisition. He had no intentions of ever returning to this godless land and would make sure to warn the other members of his order to avoid Kufstein at all costs. With his departure, Berenger had seized absolute authority over this barony comprised of roughly 20,000 people and now reigned supreme. Chapter 60, 59. Render unto Caesar. After Father Antonio's departure, word quickly spread around Kufstein of the Church's actions and plots to usurp the barony and install a puppet on the seat of power. Mostly thanks to Berenger's intricate spy network. Gisela, who had turned to God during her recent crisis, immediately confronted Berenger about his rash actions. She could not believe that he would so cruelly execute ordained priests of the Church. As such, she scolded her eldest son as if he were a small child caught with his hands in the cookie jar. How could you do such a thing? Do you not fear the wrath of God? Berenger merely laughed at her comments with a smug grin on his face. If God truly cared about what mankind does on this great earth, he would not allow his so-called church to be ruled by murderers, rapists, and thieves. The way Berenger spoke about God was indeed blasphemous from the eyes of a God-fearing woman like herself. Gisela could not believe Berenger viewed the church in such a manner. She further emphasized the seriousness of the situation to her eldest son. "You will be excommunicated for this, maybe even damned as a heretic." Berenger looked at his mother with a look of pity as he began making her question her beliefs like the serpent he was. "Mother, have you ever actually read the Bible?" Gisela looked at her son like he was an idiot before proclaiming, "Of course not. It is up to the clergy to decipher God's word." "You should know this, Berenger." Berenger merely shook his head as he pulled a large leather-bound book out of his desk and placed it on the table. It was an accurately translated Bible in the German language. He pushed the Bible in the direction of his mother, encouraging her to take a look for herself. "Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's." Matthew 22 verse 21. And Gisela looked at Berenger with a confused expression, but his meaning could not be clearer. He flipped to the page which contained the verse he had quoted, showing his mother the full context. Afterward, he pointed at himself and explained the verse with an indifferent expression on his immaculate face. "I am the Caesar of this land. According to the words of Christ, I hold all authority in this earthly domain we call the barony of Kufstein." The church should focus their efforts on spirituality and leave the politics of this world to the men of this world. Gisela could hardly believe her ears as she heard Berenger quote scripture and use it in a way to legitimize his ideas of the separation of church and state. Berenger's views were extremely contradictory to the common belief of the Catholic Church, which maintained a large degree of political control over the European kingdoms. Nevertheless, the words he spoke were true, and Gisela had no response to them. Seeing that his mother was conflicted, Berenger stood up from his desk and approached his mother, and wrapped his arms around her, showing her the same degree of comfort he showed Adela not too long ago. "Mother, I know you're worried about me and my safety. I also know you are deeply concerned about my soul after what happened with Lambert. However, I promise you all I am doing is in the best interests of our family and the people of Kufstein." Gisela accepted her son's loving embrace, and as she looked into his warm expression, her worries about him following the path of Satan began to vanish. He was still the gentle and kind boy she had doted on all of these years. Though his actions may seem extreme, he did them with the safety and security of his family and the people in his mind. Berenger knew that his mother was shaken up by Lambert's true nature and was suspecting him to be equally as despicable deep down inside, and as such, he had to play the part of the loving son. Unlike Lambert, Berenger deeply cared for his family in both his past life and his current one. He spared Lambert because he could not imagine the suffering his family would go through if he had executed the little scoundrel. If Lambert had never conspired against Berenger, then he never would have stolen his fiancé and forced him out of the family. However, what Gisela did not know is that Berenger truly did have a wicked and ruthless nature. However, he reserved it entirely for his enemies, and at this point, the Catholic Church had become his enemy. By conspiring against him, Berenger viewed them as a threat to his existence and would not rest until their stranglehold over the German people and the lands they inhabited was fully liberated. He was willing to do great evil to achieve these goals. If one could describe Berenger's personality, it was practically split in two. He was loving, kind, gentle, and caring for his loved ones. Yet, he was brutal, ruthless, sadistic, and cruel to his enemies. The reason why the people who loved him were so worried about his recent actions was that it was entirely out of the character he had always shown them. However, after hearing Berenger's explanation, Gisela chose to believe in his actions and supported him in his endeavors. After all, the rest of the family was currently still processing their grief about Lambert's removal. Both Henrietta and Sieghard had shut themselves in their rooms, hiding from the world at large. Right now, the only person Gisela could speak to about her feelings was her son and her priest. Though now that she knew the priest had conspired against her son, she would not be going to church any time soon. Instead, The mature beauty grabbed a hold of the Bible Berenger had given her and decided to spend some time educating herself about the Word of God from the source directly. Gisela thanked Berenger for understanding her position and comforting her before leaving the room. "Thank you, Berenger. You have always been and will always be my beloved son." With those words said, she departed the room and returned to her quarters to look after her husband, who was currently intoxicated and depressed. Berenger, on the other hand, stayed in his quarters and continued to fulfill his obligations as regent. It would be a matter of hours before he could have a break and continue to educate the common folk of Kufstein. Chapter 61-60 Combating Misinformation. After consulting with his mother about his previous actions, Berenger arrived at Ludwig's workshop, where he greeted his old friend with a quick hug. Both men had been swamped with work recently and could immediately feel each other's growing exhaustion. "Ludwig, my old friend, tell me you have some good news?" Ludwig chuckled lightly as he heard Berenger's remarks. He indeed did have good news. "Well, my lord, you picked the most opportune time to pick a fight with the church. After all, the printing press machines you invented have long since been implemented and are currently working at full capacity. You just have to say the word, and we will change their production output to help you fight the misinformation the church is bound to present about you." Berenger slapped Ludwig on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "Ludwig, you are a genius." The old man smiled at the compliment and brought Berenger into the factory, which had been constructed explicitly for paper manufacture and printing materials. Water-powered paper mills were set throughout the large factory. Once processed, they were placed on the printing presses to make the various reading materials Berenger introduced for public education. However, right now, he had a dire need to spread the word of the church's sins, and as such, he needed a lot of pamphlets. Berenger currently stood in front of all the workers who had gathered before him. By now, they were well aware of the ploys against him by the church, and as such, he did not need to explain the whole situation. Berenger took out a prototype pamphlet he had designed and sent it to the foreman of the factory. "I need these made in the thousands so that we can ship them across the German-speaking regions. It is my hope that every literate man may read of the church's misdeeds." "Can this be done?" The foreman of the press was a middle-aged man with short gray hair and a mustache. He was dressed in the new Renaissance-style peasant attire Berenger had introduced to his population through his textile factories. His hair was also slicked back with pomade much like Berengar's, and his mustache was properly waxed with the material. The man had an ecstatic expression on his face. He was always excited to help the regent of Kufstein. After all, without the young man's innovations, he would still be breaking his back tending to a farm somewhere while gaining nothing but the scraps. Now, this man was part of the growing middle class and was quite wealthy among the common population. He owed his success in life to Berenger and would never forgive the bastards in the church for trying to frame him. As such, he quickly nodded his head and gave Berenger a satisfactory answer. "Of course, my lord, I promise you, by the time the church hears about what you have done to those damned inquisitors, all of Tyrol and most of Austria will be aware of those bastards' misdeeds." Berenger smiled and shook the man's hand with excitement. It was good to have capable people working for him. If this man pulled this off, he might actually have to give the whole factory a raise. However, he made sure to give the man and his crew a fair warning before doing so. "Overtime is completely voluntary. I do not want you guys working so much that you neglect your family and your health. Just know that I will be offering proper compensation if you choose to work extra hours. If not, that is entirely up to you, and I respect your choices." To Berenger, the people under his rule were part of the people he showed his more gentle side to. These were men, women, and children under his protection as sovereign, and he would not mistreat them if he could avoid it. He genuinely cared for the happiness and well-being of his people, as he too had once been a commoner in his previous life. With that said, He bade farewell to the factory workers and returned to his family's castles, where Linda quickly greeted him. By the look on her face, she had good news, and as such, Berenger dragged her to his study. He sat down on his desk and offered his pregnant lover a seat before asking her about the reason for her excited appearance. "Do you want to tell me why you are smiling from ear to ear?" Linda was smiling fervently and could not wait to inform the father of her child of the good news she had. "I have successfully established another cell in Innsbruck and Trent. Soon enough, the entire counties of Tyrol and Trent will be under our surveillance." Berenger was delighted by the news and rushed out from his desk and kissed the heavenly beauty passionately after hearing the information she provided. It was too early in the day for the couple to fool around, but he could not help himself from doing so after he heard the good news. Eventually, he managed to contain his growing lust and instead sat next to his lover. He wanted to know more about the details of her operations. Linda carefully explained how she had contacted trustworthy people and informed them that she wanted to form a spy network, though she did not explain who it was that she was working for when regarding her contact in Trent. Over time, the cells were fully established and were operating independently as per usual. As of right now, Berenger's ability to disseminate propaganda had greatly expanded beyond his own borders. Pretty soon, the commoners of other regions would see him as an ideal candidate for leadership. By the time he began to make his move for his political aspirations, few among the common population would believe the church's lies. After spending some quality time with Linda, Berenger dismissed her before returning to the village, where he oversaw another day of instruction of basic education for the commoners in his realm. He began to wish for the day he did not have to instruct these people himself. Hopefully, he could find some competent teachers soon. Chapter 62-61 Papal Response. The Supreme Pontiff was an elderly man in his early 60s who was of Italian descent. Currently, the man sat upon the throne as he listened to grave news regarding the arrest and execution of a duo of the Church's inquisitors within the barony of Kufstein. In his hand was a letter written by Berenger during the time it took for Father Antonio to return to the Vatican to make his report. Berenger had used his printing press to distribute flyers in the German language, accusing the Church of attempting to usurp his family's lands. By now, these propaganda pamphlets had spread throughout all of Tyrol and parts of Bavaria and the other Austrian counties. Pope Simeon II rubbed his temples intensely, trying desperately to decrease his growing headache. He had no idea how the young regent had managed to write so many of these pesky things and distributed them so quickly. The Pope exhaled heavily before voicing his thoughts aloud. "This boy is certainly bold. I will give him that. You said he had a message for me." Father Antonio was kneeling before the Pope. Beside him were several cardinals who acted as the Holy Father's advisors. Father Antonio quickly responded to the Pope and began to inform him of Berenger's message word for word. After the frightening display of authority Berenger had used to intimidate the priest, Father Antonio had ingrained the young regent's words into the very depths of his mind. "Lord Berenger told me that when you return to the Vatican, inform the Holy Father that he may have the power to excommunicate me and to brand me a heretic, but ultimately when I finally perish from this world it is under the judgment of God, not the Pope, that will determine whether or not I enter the kingdom of heaven." The Pope's expression stiffened as he heard these words. Berenger was clearly challenging his authority as the personal representative of God on earth. The young lord's words were essentially daring the Holy Father to act in such a manner and prove how worthless such a punishment was. A nearby cardinal had a furious expression on his face as he could no longer hold back the anger burning in his heart. "Blasphemy! You all heard what Father Antonio said. The boy does not recognize the authority of the Church. He must be brought to heel, and quickly, before such blasphemous ideas spread to the rest of the German nobility. God wills it." Half of the cardinals in the room immediately responded in the same manner, "God wills it." However, another cardinal quickly countered the impassioned outcry of the man who called for Berenger's demise. How do you suppose we do that? He has already stated he does not care if he is excommunicated and branded a heretic. All of the holy orders are currently fighting wars at the moment. The Teutonic Order is fighting in the east against the Rus. The Hospitallers are in North Africa waging holy war against the Saracens to reclaim Alexandria for Christendom. The Spanish orders are all waging Reconquista. Even if we could spare the men, how would that look to the other German noblemen? Many of them would certainly rally behind Berenger. If we march into Kufstein now, we will only be justifying his behavior, which is exactly what the boy wants. Quickly, the cardinals began to bicker among themselves like a bunch of children as every one of them spat out a different idea on how to handle the scenario. It had been a long time since any lord in Europe, especially one with a lowly position like Berenger, had slapped the church in the face in such a manner. It was an outright rejection of their power and authority over Christendom and a total humiliation to the Inquisition. Under normal circumstances, the Church would call for a crusade to wipe out the heresy within Kufstein. However, since all of the surviving holy orders were currently expanding Christian influence elsewhere, they could not afford to send an army into the Alps at the moment. Eventually, the Holy Father had enough of the infighting among his cardinals and declared his solution to the issue. Enough! We will excommunicate Berenger, brand him a heretic, and deny his accusations against us. Then we will paint the picture that he is a vile, wicked, and sinful man who engages in debauchery on a daily basis. As for invading Kufstein, we will leave that option on the table in case he misbehaves again in the future. Do you really believe the people will obey the rule of a man who the Church has labeled as a disciple of Satan? The room fell quiet with this declaration. Those who were thirsty for the blood of Berenger and the people of Kufstein quietly calmed themselves and accepted the Pope's words as law. If the boy wanted to be a tyrant, they would show him that he cannot rule so easily without the support of the common people. Unfortunately for them, they were making a huge mistake, as the local church in Kufstein was plagued with corruption, and like most churches, embezzled a large portion of the money they received from tithes. Under Berenger's reforms, he had brought a great degree of prosperity to the common people within his domain. Combine this with the fact that the people in his territory were becoming literate and reading the Bible independently, there was a growing sense of distrust with the Catholic Church within the barony of Kufstein. It would not be long before these views spread across Tyrol and, by extension, Austria. After all, Berenger's spy networks were growing by the day. His views of the Church and its role in society were quite popular among many nobility who were dissatisfied with the Church's interference with their secular rule over their dynastic lands. As such, by excommunicating Berenger, declaring him a heretic, and attempting to sabotage his reputation, the Vatican had unwittingly taken the first step to the reformation of the Church within the German-speaking regions and the removal of papal authority. When Berenger heard the Church's response to his actions, he was reported to have a wicked grin on his face as if everything was going according to plan. Chapter 63-62, a not-so-civil discussion currently. Linda stood face to face with Adela. The day would soon come for Adela to return home, and she was currently in a heated debate with her rival. The little girl had for quite some time had suspicions about Linda and Berenger and their illicit relationship. However, she had been in denial up until this point. Currently, the two conflicted with the fact that Adela would be returning to her homeland, while Linda would remain in Kufstein, which acted as a thorn in Adela's side, constantly reminding her of the possibility that Berenger would sleep with the teenage temptress if she left the two of them alone. Lambert's accusations at the scene of his conviction also left a lasting impression on her. He seemed to be certain that Berenger was the father of Linda's child, and such Adela had grown quite vicious in the little scuffle between the two girls. Berenger, of course, was not present for the conflict. Otherwise, he would have acted as a mediator and gotten the two of them to calm down. However, since she could not do so, Adela began to raise her voice at Linda in her frustration. "What right do you have to stay in Kufstein now that your fiancé is gone?" Linda sneered devilishly at Adela. She knew the little girl was jealous of her, and she was not afraid to shove it in Adela's adorable little face as she deflected the question. "Oh, my Adela, are you perhaps jealous?" The very idea that Adela would be jealous, while accurate, infuriated her, and she quickly latched onto the bait. She was not an experienced debater, as could be seen by the ease of falling prey to Linda's trap. "Jealous? That's preposterous. Why would I be envious of you?" Linda leaned in close to Adela, showing off her mighty bosom in an act of superiority as she taunted the girl further. "Obviously, you are jealous of the fact that I get to stay here by Berenger's side while you have to go back to Graz. Don't worry, I will take good care of your fiancé while you are away." The strawberry blonde-haired vixen purposely emphasized the last part in great detail as she whispered in Adela's little ear in an attempt to infuriate her further. Though Linda had accepted her role as the lover and that she would never be Berenger's bride, she still found teasing her master's little fiancé to be delectable. Of course, if Berenger were here to witness such a scene, he would punish Linda for her actions. Adela's face grew red like a strawberry as she envisioned all kinds of naughty things between Linda and Berenger and immediately felt embarrassed. She began to stammer as she found it difficult to form a sentence in her disrupted state. "Why? You harlot. How dare you?" Linda's face was no longer grinning with satisfaction, but had turned furious as she gazed at Adela with the intent to slap the little bitch. Being referred to as such a term greatly offended Linda and her pride as Berenger's lover. After all, she had only ever been with one man. Nevertheless, she refrained from backhanding Berenger's fiancé as she knew he would be genuinely displeased with her actions if she did so. Thus she forced herself to calm down and refute Adela's harsh words. "Oh, little Adela, you are quite wrong about that. I have only ever shared my body with one man. I am quite the opposite of what you claim." Due to the cryptic nature of Linda's refutation, Adela could not help but blurt out the question, digging at the very essence of her soul. "Oh, yeah, and who might that be?" Linda was waiting for this response and ended the argument with another vague answer that was sure to antagonize Adela further. This was her way of punishing the little girl for daring to call her such a wicked term. "I'll leave that up to your imagination." With that said, Linda walked away from Adela with a sinister smile on her face. She knew she had won this argument. Of course, Adela was fuming with fury as she watched Linda leave her behind. However, she quickly realized that she had never been able to get the answer from Linda about why she was allowed to stay in Kufstein. She could not help but curse herself after Linda had disappeared. That bitch! On the other hand, Linda had pressing matters to attend to and proceeded to her quarters, where she began to communicate with her subordinates in the spy network she had helped establish, informing them of boosting propaganda efforts across German-speaking regions. Sooner or later, tales of Berenger's benevolence to his people and the crimes he suffered at the hands of his little brother with the backing of the church would spread by word of mouth through Tyrol and Trent. From there, travelers and merchants would spread the stories across the entirety of Greater Germany. These stories of Berenger's treatment of the common people within his realm would make the barony of Kufstein a common destination for refugees when the war finally broke out. Even Linda had no idea how effective these stories would be as they were passed around inns and taverns across the land. On the other hand, Adela was ruining the forthcoming day when she would have to return to Graz and was currently spending more time with Berenger. At the moment, she was complaining about Linda and wanted an official answer from Berenger on why she was allowed to stay. "Berenger, why is Linda allowed to stay now that Lambert is gone and disowned? She's no longer engaged and has no further ties to this land." Berenger saw the pouting face of Adela and could not help but pinch her cheeks as he reprimanded her for approaching Linda about such a question. I know you're jealous, but don't worry, she has a valid reason to be here. Her father was a backer in my brother's plots and does not trust one will continue to conduct business in good faith now that his involvement has been revealed. Thus he has decided to leave her here in Kufstein to oversee our trade. Besides, it's not like she can get married anymore now that she's pregnant. The least I can do is take care of my BA. Brother's bastard considering that he is no longer around to raise it. Berenger almost had a Freudian slip at that moment, and it did not go unnoticed by Adela, who frowned deeply as she heard Berenger proclaim that he was going to be raising Linda's child. She cursed that she was still too young to get married, otherwise it would be her who was pregnant with Berenger's child at the moment. Such thoughts immediately caused her face to flush red with embarrassment. She quickly stormed out of Berenger's room in an attempt to hide her shameful thoughts, leaving Berenger staring at the doorway, thinking to himself, "What did I do to upset her now?" The minds of the fairer sex were truly unfathomable to men. Chapter 64-63. Joining the Teutonic Order. Currently, Lambert was still within the confines of the prison carriage constructed for his transport to the Teutonic Order. They had traveled for several weeks with a caravan to Malbork Castle within the Pomerelia region to maintain the transported prisoners' safety and integrity. Lambert sat in his cage with a blanket over his shoulders. The only thing keeping him alive throughout his journey was the idea that he would return home one day and exact vengeance upon his family for what they had done to him. The state of the Teutonic Order, oftentimes referred to as the Teutonic State, was currently embroiled in a series of wars against the Eastern European populations. Whether they were pagans or Eastern Orthodox, the fanatical crusaders of the Teutonic Order did not care and used whatever excuses they could to justify their wars of conquest. Pomerelia, however, was far closer to the borders of Germany and was merely used as a training ground for recruits, to foster them into the order and their way of life over time. As a militant order of the Catholic Church, the Teutonic Knight required all full brothers to take monastic vows. They would become celibate and father no children, nor could they ever marry. If they were noblemen, they would give up all claims to their family's lands. This was a genius act by Gisela to spare Lambert's life while making him no longer a threat to Berenger's position. On the other hand, Lambert saw this as a chance to rise in the ranks of the Teutonic Order and gain enough power to enact vengeance upon the family that had abandoned him. Especially that Horlinda, he would never forgive her for her misdeeds. After all the time and energy he had spent courting her, she threw it all away for his despicable brother. He was utterly disgusted with himself for being such a fool as to think he could be with a girl like Linda and putting up with her degrading acts because of it. Not long after having these thoughts, Castle Malbork came into sight, and the sentries of the Teutonic Order rode out to meet with the approaching caravan. A knight in full plate armor, with a white tabard and black cross emblazoned on it, stopped before the carriage and gave his commands. By orders of the Grand Master, all outsiders are forbidden from traveling beyond this point. State your business or be on your way. The caravan guard was not the least bit threatened by the knight and calmly stated his reasons for being in the area. By decree of Sighard von Kufstein, the Baron of Kufstein. This young man Lambert has been convicted of the crimes of assassination, treason, and attempted fratricide and hereby sentenced to join the Teutonic Order where he may redeem himself in the eyes of God in righteous crusade. Though the knight's face could not be seen beneath the visor of his great bassinet, his exasperated expression could be heard in his voice as he sighed deeply. Another one? All right. We will escort the prisoner from henceforth. The truth was, crusading was not nearly as popular as it was in the previous centuries. After the French conspired against the Templars for their wealth and burned them all at the stake as heretics, many people had no desire to suffer a similar fate. Nowadays, the ranks of the Teutonic Order were filled with either convicted criminals, refugees, orphans, or disillusioned noble youth. Despite the success of the Crusades to the Holy Land within this timeline, the Northern Crusades were not exactly popular in the eyes of the people of Christendom. In many countries, one might even say they were unpopular, especially now that the heathens of the Baltic had mostly been conquered and were in the process of being Germanized, which was a polite way of saying that they were being wiped out entirely and replaced by ethnic Germans. Regarding the other so-called Holy Crusades, Reconquista was a matter of Iberian pride. As such, the militant orders of the region swelled with the ranks of zealous young men who wished to drive the Moors from their lands. However, unless one were particularly hateful of Muslims, they would not venture from another region to join the fight to reclaim Iberia. The ongoing crusades in North Africa, if you could even call them such a thing, were mostly handled by the might of the Byzantine Empire's vast army, who wished to reclaim lost territory in Egypt and Libya. Despite being Orthodox, the Byzantines and the Orthodox Church were far more cordial in this timeline with Europe and the Vatican. As such, they had gained the support of the Hospitaller Order in the efforts to reclaim North Africa for Christendom. This was far more popular than the Northern Crusades among Catholics and Orthodox alike, as they were reclaiming lost land instead of venturing into backwaters and forcefully converting the natives. Upon hearing the knight's orders, the caravan guards quickly got down from their carriages and released the lock on the gates which confined Lambert, where he was swiftly dragged out of his cell and handed over to the Knights of the Teutonic Order, who carried him off to the castle of Malbork. This would be the last time the boy saw the banners of House von Kufstein for some time. He would forever engrave them in his memory as he desired to see them burning along with his homeland. After arriving in the castle, Lambert was led to the recruits' quarters, where he acquired the attire of an initiate and had his head shaved. For the next few months, his life would be a grueling hell as he toiled and slaved away to prove himself worthy of the title of brother. Luckily for him, he was already a competent swordsman and would quickly make a name for himself among the initiates and the order members alike. After having a simple meal for the evening, he returned to his quarters, where he began to drift into a deep slumber. The thoughts of vengeance were the only thing that would allow him to survive this ordeal. Chapter 65-64. Supplying the militia, Berenger was currently standing in one of his many nitraries, formed to produce saltpeter from common manure. It was the primary ingredient in the creation of gunpowder and was very rare in Europe as a naturally occurring substance. However, with the knowledge he gained from his previous life, which was far more advanced than this world, he knew of a way to create it from manure, ash, plant greens, and, of course, cow urine. Though this was an extensive process, and as such, he had been relying on the trade networks throughout to import the material for the use in his militia's weapons. However, after nearly 4 months of producing the material, his first batch of homegrown saltpeter was about to come to fruition. Since he initially constructed his industrial district, he had set aside an area to produce potassium nitrate, also known as saltpeter. These facilities were called nitraries. With an ever-increasing demand for gunpowder, he had expanded his nitraries throughout the industrial sector and even into dedicated plots of land outside the burgeoning town. Though the process was simple, it took a lot of time to complete. Essentially, one would create a waterproof mixture of manure, green plant matter, and ash. From there, they would make sure it was covered in a stable environment with limited sunlight and pour the cow urine on the mixture once a week for 3 to 4 months. Eventually, yellow crystals would form, be skimmed out of the mixture, and then placed into a bucket with holes in the bottom with a paper filter. The remainder of the bucket would be filled 3/4 of the way with the leftover pile and have boiling water poured into it until the pile was gone. This process would be repeated until all of the saltpeter could be harvested, where it would then be mixed with charcoal and sulfur to make black powder. Now was finally the day when his armies no longer had to rely on expensive imports of the rare material and could produce it themselves in a constantly growing capacity. Truthfully, Berenger pitted the men who had to work in the nitraries as it seemed like a filthy job to him, but it was entirely necessary, and thus they were paid very well for their labor. There was a gaze of pride on Berenger's face as he saw the results of his efforts and was greatly pleased by them. He congratulated the men on their first successful batch of the substance. "Men, you have done an amazing job these last few months, and I hereby award you all with a 10% raise to your salaries. Keep up the excellent work, and more awards are sure to come." The men who engaged in such dirty work were truly ecstatic when they heard they were given a raise for their performances. All of their hard work had paid off. However, they could not become complacent and needed to begin preparing the next batch. A continuous supply of the substance was necessary for Berenger to wage war in the most efficient manner possible. Thus Berenger left the men to their work as he returned to his other enterprises. Berenger noticed that the men beneath his command were currently running drills as per usual. There was a constant influx of recruits within the militia, which acted more as a national guard than an army at the moment. Despite some of the men in his militia being inducted into the town guard full-time, the majority of them only trained on weekends after completing basic and specialized training. Currently, his militia had reached his goal of roughly 1,000 foot soldiers in 6 companies, as well as 2 full artillery batteries filled with a total of 12 field guns and 300 men. He was 1 artillery battery away from fielding a full artillery battalion, a feat which he would desire to achieve shortly. However, it would be some time yet until he could achieve it. Berenger had gone through great expense to acquire a sufficient supply of war horses, something his region was desperately lacking. As such, he currently only had a company of 80 cavalrymen, though he had initially decided to use demi-lancers. Ultimately, he had changed his mind after he considered the fact that for now, he would be fighting medieval armies, without any significant access to gunpowder. As such, he decided to go with the extremely effective cuirassiers, which would be capable of breaking any spear formations with their pistols before charging them down with their sabers. This elite unit of heavy cavalry was equipped in 3/4 plate armor, with an enclosed burgonet and a pair of gauntlets. The weapons they wielded were a pair of pistols, as well as a Dussac sword. Recognizing his dire need for war horses, Berenger had begun a breeding program for species such as coursers. Still, it would be years before he could see the results in any significant capacity. Thus, for now, all he could do was import the horses to his region at a high cost. Luckily for him, his family was now extraordinarily wealthy due to the steel and textile trades. Many noblemen were willing to pay a premium to get their hands on such a large quantity of steel for use in their armies. Completely unaware that against Berenger's forces, mass equipping your forces with steel brigandine and plate was useless, but then again, they never expected Berenger to have such lofty ambitions. After overseeing the militia exercises, Berenger returned to his home, where he sat in his father's study with a liter of beer in his hands, slowly going over the remaining paperwork for the day. Tomorrow Adela would depart from his land, and he would not be able to see his little fiancé's adorable face for some time. At least he would be able to visit her for her birthday in a few months, speaking of which he should probably have some exquisite jewelry made for her to show his affection. After thinking about such things, he spent the remainder of his nightly work drafting plans for a ludicrously expensive set of jewels for his beloved. Chapter 66-65 Monogamy is for suckers. The day had arrived, and Berenger was up bright and early, properly dressed to see his little fiancé off from his territory so that she may return home to her homeland. Despite her suspicions about Berenger's potential affair with Linda, she had been quite happy during these past few months she spent getting to know her fiancé. After some serious soul-searching over the past few days, she had concluded that, Even if Berenger had secretly taken Linda as a lover, she would still marry him. She was confident in her ability to keep Berenger by her side, even if he did spend time with Linda. Who knows, maybe when her body finally matured, she would be even more beautiful than Linda. At that point, she could easily monopolize Berenger's love. Her only fear was that if Berenger was truly the father of Linda's child, that one day he might legitimize the bastard, and if it were to be born a boy, that bastard boy would become the heir to his titles. As such, she had decided she would do whatever it took to put her own future son on the throne, in which Berenger was sure to carve out of this world. Truthfully, Berenger had been dreadfully busy these past few days and saw very little of either of his women, and thus was unaware of the conflicts between them or the resolutions they had come to. However, to see her off, he was here now, and Linda was not present. Fearing it might sour the relationship between her lover and his fiancé, she felt it would be best to be absent. Though she liked teasing Adela, she had no plans to steal her position as the wife. Berenger had made it clear that he intended to marry Adela and that his mind would not be swayed, and Linda had come to accept that. Adela stood in front of her luxurious carriage, which was flanked by the retinue of knights who had protected her all of this time. They knew better than to get in the way of the young lady and her fiancé. Berenger hugged the little girl before seeing her off. However, the words she whispered into his ear caught him off guard. "I want you to know that even if you are with Linda, I will not stop fighting for your love." With that said, the little girl pecked him on his lips with her own before running away from his embrace and into her carriage, leaving Berenger stunned in silence as the caravan drifted off. He had a million thoughts racing across his mind as he watched Adela waving at him from the carriage in the distance. Chief among them was simply, "Am I really that bad at hiding my affair?" Despite realizing he was not as sly as he thought he was throughout this time, Berenger was happy that despite suspecting his illicit relationship with Linda, his little fiancé did not give up on marrying him. It would have been an unmitigated disaster if the girl had caught on to his actions and ended things after all of his efforts. As such, a wicked grin spread across his face as he stared into the clear blue sky above and voiced his thoughts aloud. Monogamy is for suckers. Berenger quickly returned to the castle after leaving his parting words for nobody to hear. He was not the type of guy to cultivate a harem. After all, trying to satisfy the emotional needs of more than 2 women was enough to drive any man to an early grave. However, if he could achieve it, he had more than enough love to spare for 2 beautiful ladies. As such, he was happy that things were progressing in the manner he intended. Things were going to be lonely now that Adela was gone, but with Lambert having been exiled and his family already aware of his relationship with Linda, he no longer had to hide his actions and could openly flirt with Linda and enjoy her company without having to sneak around all the time. Surely that would be a liberating experience. Apparently, Linda had the same idea, for the moment he entered the castle's doors, she jumped into his arms and began kissing him passionately. In between their kissing, Linda asked the question on her mind. "So is the little girl gone?" Berenger flicked her on her forehead, which interrupted their passionate display, and chastised his lover. "Yes, but curiously she said something to me before she departed. Something unexpected." By the look on his face, Linda knew Adela probably mentioned something about their affair. As such, she acted innocently as if she had no idea what it could be about. As such, Berenger repeated what Adela had told him before narrowing his eyes and interrogating the young beauty. "So tell me, what exactly did you say to Adela about us?" Linda was caught off guard and blushed lightly as she tried to hide her embarrassment from Berenger. Ultimately, she had been caught. After being cornered like this, she had no option but to confess. "I may have said something along the lines of I would take good care of your fiancé while you are away." Berenger stared at Linda with a tyrannical expression before speaking the words on his mind. "You know what this means, right?" Linda nodded, Though she tried to hide it, she had an excited look in her eyes that told Berenger she had deliberately done this to be punished by him. Even if she enjoyed such a rough display of dominance, he would do exactly as she desired. As such, he dragged his lover into his room and spent the rest of his day punishing her severely for her actions which could have gone horribly wrong. For the first time in a long time, Berenger took a day off from work and merely spent it playing with his lover. If he were going to live a long and prosperous life, he would need to spend some days in such a manner. Chapter 67-66 Finding a replacement with Adela's departure, Berenger quickly found himself thrust into his work once more. He had to find an instructor to replace her as the teacher for Kufstein's children with her absence. Unfortunately, implementing his public education system was proving to be a slower endeavor than initially estimated. Because of this, he was currently interviewing a prospective candidate for the position Adela had left behind. The young man in front of him was one of the children of the late Marshal. Despite being responsible for the assassination of Marshal Friedhelm von Thiersee, Berenger had successfully shifted the blame for the man's death onto his little brother, thus gaining the von Thiersee family as a valuable ally. Currently, the second son of the family was sitting before Berenger. At the same time, the young regent conducted a thorough interview on whether or not the man could instruct the regent's children in basic education. The first matter of importance was determining whether or not the man understood the basic material. Over this past hour, Berenger had given the young man a basic arithmetic and language test, which the man passed with flying colors. Afterward, Berenger gave him the booklets that contained the learning materials that had been distributed to the students to see if he could thoroughly understand its content. The young man went by the name of Frederick, and he was relatively average-looking in all aspects. He was a studious and quiet man who perfectly exemplified the ideal of the noble scholar. Frederick shared the same dirty blonde hair and emerald eyes as his elder brother. The young man looked at Berenger with a passionate smile as he repeated a part of the social studies that contained Berenger's propaganda. The German people are a distinct ethnic group among the Germanic peoples who reside within the German-speaking regions of Central Europe. It should be the aim of every German to unify under a single cohesive empire free from foreign influence. Only by uniting with each other can the German people pursue their destiny of global hegemony. It was quite honestly a propaganda piece taken from the teachings of a certain regime from Berenger's previous life. Yet, if he was going to build an empire, the fatherland should be united as the core of it. Berenger had distributed a map for visual reference, which contained the regions he wished to incorporate into his future empire. This map was essentially an exact copy of the idea of a greater Germany from a certain Austrian art student, with the addition of the Adriatic littoral and the Alpine foothills. After confirming that Frederick could teach the children, Berenger approached the man with a smile on his face and shook his hand. "It seems you are more than qualified to teach the children. You start tomorrow. I promise you will be paid a fair wage." The young man nodded his head in agreement and spoke his inner thoughts. "I'm just glad to be of service to the realm, my lord." Hearing such words, Berenger decided to celebrate and pulled out a flagon of beer while pouring it into 2 mugs he offered to the young man in front of him. "If you know anyone else who would be a good fit for the position, let me know. I want to expand public education across the entirety of the barony and need qualified instructors." Frederick smiled at Berenger and took out a list of names he had come prepared with for this very topic and handed it over to the young lord. Berenger was perplexed by this action, but he took a sip from his mug of beer while reading over the list of names. Most of the names written on the sheet of paper were from the younger generation of nobility, many of whom he had met at his engagement ceremony. Frederick smiled as he shared his thoughts with Berenger. "Many of the children of the nobility within the realm are fully educated and are inspired by your actions. They want to support you in any way they can, and since they are idling about in their homes wasting their lives away, I figured I could convince a few of them to take up teaching as a way to stem their boredom and be productive. Berenger's smile grew wider as he clasped Frederick on the shoulder and thanked the man for making such a list. You have no idea how important this list is to me. I have had a challenging time trying to convince people to take up the position of a teacher. With this list and your aid, I can greatly expedite the process. Frederick grinned as he reveled in the compliments from the young lord. Now that Lambert was removed, those previously aligned against Berenger were either living in fear of his retribution or trying to suck up to him. Being from the family of one of Berenger's supporters, Frederick had received substantial benefits due to his elder brother's service. For starters, he was given priority in the field in which he desired to work. As a studious young man, Frederick was more than willing to teach his knowledge to the children and further his own studies from the materials in which Berenger provided. The two men continued to drink and chat for some time about Berenger's plans for the education of the realm. However, Berenger left out his imperial aspirations. It was evident by the map he had drawn and the propaganda in his social studies curriculum that he desired to be emperor. Knowing about all of the revolutionary innovations Berenger had invented and his benevolent character, Frederick could not help but support the young regent on his quest for power. Frederick had no way of knowing it at the moment. Still, one day he would become the Minister of Education for Berenger's Grand Empire, and it was at this moment that Berenger had gained another loyal and competent supporter. Together the two men would accomplish great things on the path to power. Berenger spent the remainder of his allotted time chatting with Frederick and building a valuable friendship. However, it would not be long before his duty called, and he was forced to get back to work. For a tyrant there is never a moment of respite in his busy life. Chapter 68-67 Border Conflict. Ingbert was currently overseeing the transport of a shipment of steel and textiles to the Count of Steiermark, who resided in the city of Graz. He had just recently departed from the barony of Kufstein, and he was now sitting at the entrance of the town of Kitzbühel, the capital of the barony of Kitzbühel, which was the barony which lay directly to the east of Kufstein and shared its border. The moment he had come close to the town of Kitzbühel while flying the banners of House von Kufstein, he had been stopped by the town guard with whom he was currently engaged in a fierce debate. Under whose authority do you dare to stop this trading caravan? The man who had stopped him was dressed in a brigandine breastplate and wore an iron bassinet helmet on his head. He currently had several archers and spearmen nearby holding the caravan captive. They all looked as if they were ready to unleash their fury at any moment. Clearly they were holding a grudge against the barony of Kufstein. The man in charge sneered in disdain at Seringbert as he answered the young man's questions. Under the decree of Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel, anyone who enters through the barony of Kitzbühel through its western border shall be investigated for heresy. I hereby order you to stay within the confines of Kitzbühel until after the investigation is complete. In the meantime, we will be seizing all assets in which your caravan carries as potential evidence. If you are determined to be innocent of the charges, then all items seized shall be returned to you at the time of your departure. Ingbert was furious at the blatant disregard for his identity and lashed out at the guard. This is outrageous. The guard grinned wickedly at Ingbert and lowered his spear threateningly as he proceeded to taunt Ingbert. Any resistance will be considered a recognition of guilt, and thus we will be forced to execute you as a heretic. I suggest you hand over your weapons peacefully and come with us. Though Ingbert wanted to fight his way out, the town guard greatly outnumbered him and his caravan guards. As such, there was not much he could do about the current situation. All he could manage was to inform Berenger's spy network set up in Kitzbühel of this matter, and have them relay the message to Berenger. As such, he was placed under confinement in the local tavern, where he quickly met up with the bar wench who worked for Berenger in secret and gave her the message. It would not be long before Berenger heard of the egregious actions of the Baron of Kitzbühel and demanded a response. Berenger sat upon his seat of power where Linda was kneeling before him, informing him of the events that had transpired to Ingbert and his caravan within the barony Fo Kitzbühel. He slammed his fist on his armrest in a fit of fury and rose from his seat as he yelled at Linda. "Preposterous! The Baron of Kitzbühel has no right to interfere with my trade. Clearly, he's doing this at the behest of the church as retaliation for my execution of those fucking inquisitors. That goddamn pious cunt, I swear to God I will get back to him for this." Though Berenger was screaming in anger, Linda did not mind. She liked this tyrannical side of Berenger. However, she kept her mouth shut and let him vent his anger. Berenger paced around the great hall as he contemplated on how to proceed. "I want an envoy sent to Kitzbühel to mediate this grievance. I will not allow my business to be interrupted by that self-righteous prick." Linda frowned in dissatisfaction at Berenger's inaction and tried to goad him into violence as she approached his side and poked his chest tenderly. "Why don't you send your armies? With the power of your forces, the Baron could not refuse your demands." Berenger knew what she was trying to do and pet her silky strawberry blonde hair before pulling her in close to her. "You're a little vixen, you know that?" "No, I will not resort to violence over such a small matter. Besides, it would be just the justification your father needs to bring his armies down upon me if I did so. I would prefer to avoid war with the entirety of the Tyrolean forces if I could. There are too many of them. At best, I could withstand the siege until they yield, but by then, my businesses would be destroyed and my people slaughtered. I will avoid violence until he gives me a proper casus belli." Linda pouted but ultimately accepted his decision. Not only was everything he said correct, but he knew that when Berenger made up his mind about something, there was no swaying him. As such, she rested her head on his shoulder and enticed him further. "Hopefully, he does something to justify war. It is getting dreadfully boring around here now that I can no longer tease that little fiancé of yours." Berenger scoffed at Linda's reaction. This girl may be a masochist now, but that did not mean the entirety of her sadistic tendencies had disappeared. Clearly, she needed more training. However, he was busy at the moment and could not entertain his little pet. As such, he gave her a task to ease her boredom. "I won't let Guntram get away with this. Reach out the cell in his land and have my hands burn down Guntram's granaries. Let him see what happens when he dares to provoke me." With this, Linda smiled mischievously. This was the ruthless and domineering tyrant who had stolen her heart. She was quick to obey his commands and set forth to task the local cell in Kitzbühel to engage in sabotage against the barony's food stores. It would not be long before this conflict escalated into an all-out war. When that occurred, Berenger would show what the thunder of a dozen 12-pound cannons could to the seemingly mighty walls of Guntram's castle. Years in the future, historians would come to recognize this as Berenger's first conquest and the beginning point in the rise of the German Empire. Chapter 69-68 Escalation of force in the dead of night, under the lack of illumination of the new moon. A group of individuals clad in dark clothing set forth from the town of Kitzbühel and began to engage in a sinister plot to burn the local granaries. With this act of sabotage, the people of Kitzbühel would lack food stored and be forced to purchase food from their neighbors to survive. Not only was this an act of retaliation from Berenger to Baron Guntram, but it was also a way to force Guntram to the bargaining table so that his shipment could be returned. As such, the individuals snuck in the darkness of the night around the granaries, which were guarded by a unit of the town guard. However, the men appeared to be half asleep at the moment and were having difficulties staying awake. This was because they had been to the tavern earlier that evening and drank wine mixed with a sedative, which the local tavern workers had provided to them. The entirety of the tavern staff was either directly or indirectly involved with Berenger's spy network. The saboteurs waited another 15 minutes before the men were completely unconscious. Afterward, they lit up a few torches they had brought with them and tossed them inside the granary. Before long, the majority of the town's food stores were lit ablaze, and the perpetrators had absconded into the night, never to be caught. By morning, Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel was furious. He was not sure how, but this could only be the act of the regent of the neighboring barony. Who else would have cause and conscience of engaging in such vile behavior? Currently, he sat with his council of advisors, who each had a different view on how to proceed further. His chancellor was the first to speak his concerns among the group of aging men. This is clearly an act to bring us to the negotiating table. I say we comply before things get out of hand. We should return the shipment and allow his traders free passage through our lands under the condition that Kufstein compensates us for the loss of food stores. It is the only reasonable action. Guntram's marshal was of an entirely different opinion. He spat on the ground in disgust of the chancellor's opinion on the matter. What we need to do is return this despicable action in kind. If we can torch their granaries, they will be in just as bad a situation as we are. Then they will think twice before provoking us further. Quickly, the council chamber broke into bickering as none of Baron Guntram's advisors could agree on a solution. Ultimately, the Baron pounded his fist on the table and made his decision known. We will return this act of sabotage with one of our own. Not only will we burn down his granaries, but we will sabotage his steel factories in which he is so proud of. That way, we will hurt his trade far worse than simply seizing a shipment of steel and textiles. Though many of his advisors recognized that this might lead to an outright declaration of war, they could no longer sway their baron any further. As such, his decree was made, and his saboteurs were set to task. They would sneak into Kufstein in the night and engage in their criminal acts. It was now the dead of night, and once more, a group of black-clothed and masked individuals was up to no good. However, the shoe was on the other foot this time as these people quickly crossed the border and rode towards Kufstein under cover of darkness. However, unfortunately for them, Berenger was expecting an act of retaliation and had set his forces in the shadows and at the task to hunt down and eliminate the would-be saboteurs. The moment they stepped foot into Kufstein, their actions were already being closely monitored by Berenger's assassins. The town guard heavily guarded the industrial district, and as such, the saboteurs could not find a way to enter it unnoticed. Before long, the leader of the group exclaimed in defeat, "This is impossible. Why the hell does he have this place locked down like it is some fortress?" However, an unfamiliar voice came from the shadows, which immediately put him and his team on high alert. However, the origin of the voice was completely shrouded in the darkness. Because His Majesty Berenger has many secrets to hide, kind of like these, the last thing the would-be saboteurs saw was a flash of blinding light as they heard the thunder of the guns echo in the night, before they could even react. Their bodies were torn to shreds by the revolving flintlock pistols of the assassins who had surrounded the saboteurs without their knowledge. These prototype weapons were issued to Berenger's spies and assassins and were based on the Collier revolving flintlock pistol from his previous life. Immediately, the town guards were alerted and rushed to the sounds of the gunshots with their muskets loaded and ready for combat. However, when they arrived, they saw the corpses of the saboteurs riddled with musket balls, with no sign of the perpetrators. Half an hour later, Berenger was enjoying schnitzel and spätzle with a nice cold lager at the dinner table in which he ate by his lonesome despite it being well past midnight. His family was all asleep, though even if they were awake, it would not matter. Berenger had become accustomed to eating his meals with only Linda to accompany him. However, she currently was not present. Unfortunately, Lambert's actions had devastated his family, and he had not seen Henrietta in weeks. However, according to her servants, she was still alive and eating the food brought to her. As for his mother, Gisela, she had secluded herself alongside Sieghard where they continued to read the Bible Berenger had given her to find some answer to the Lord's plan and, by extension, Lambert's sinful actions. At this moment, Linda approached with an excited expression, though the moment she saw Berenger was eating a midnight snack, which just so happened to be her favorite meal, she pouted like a child. "You could have told me you were eating. I would have surely joined you." Berenger chuckled as he finished his meal and wiped his mouth with his napkin before draining the remainder of his beer down his gullet. Afterward, he teased Linda with his response. Too late now. This caused her to pout further, though eventually, she remembered her reason for seeking him out and gave him the good news. Just as you had expected, Guntram sent men to sabotage the granary and the factories. Your hands assassinated them before they could cause any trouble. Berenger smiled wickedly as he grabbed Linda and pressed her into his embrace before kissing her passionately. Excellent. Everything is going as planned. As long as the violence keeps escalating, sooner or later, he will give me a valid casus belli for me to declare war on him. Hopefully, I don't have to wait long. With that said, he dragged his sly lover back to his room and enjoyed the rest of his waking hours training her. Chapter 69. Declaration of War. Berenger currently sat upon the seat of power within Kufstein, listening to his father's advisors squabble over trivial matters. He was beginning to gain the desire to blow his own brains out with one of his pistols if this dreadful conversation continued any longer. Throughout the past 2 weeks, Berenger had been engaging in a war of intrigue with his neighbor the Baron Fo Kitzbühel. What started as a simple seizure of assets under a bogus investigation quickly turned into repeated acts of sabotage, with Berenger getting the best of Guntram in every single encounter. At this point, Berenger was starting to get bored with how easy it was to best Guntram in the minor war of intrigue they were waging. Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel was a deeply pious man in his 40s who was an ardent supporter of the Church. He donated a significant sum to the Vatican each year as a show of his faith. In pursuit of justice on behalf of the Church, the man had foolishly been seizing Berenger's trade caravans and holding them for an extended time, while investigating the caravans for any heretical materials. By now, the man was sitting on a significant stockpile of steel and textiles that should have been delivered to their buyers during this time frame. Without the shipment of these supplies, Berenger's lucrative trade to the east of his lands was beginning to halt. Though on the surface Berenger had attempted to resolve these differences diplomatically, the reality was he was giving significant pressure to his rival behind the scenes. Of course, none of his agent's actions could be tied to him other than mere speculation. Baron Guntram had initially promised that after the supplies were thoroughly searched, he would allow them to pass through his borders. However, it had been 2 weeks since the man had first begun seizing his trade caravans, and Berenger was starting to lose his patience on this matter. If he could not resolve the issue soon, then he was sure to suffer heavy financial losses. However, merely seizing his goods and inspecting them was not a proper cause for war, and as such, Berenger could not force Guntram to return his assets. While spacing out in a daze of boredom, Berenger briefly overheard Eckhard's shouts as one of Berenger's spies rushed into the Great Hall and reported the situation to the new marshal. Baron Guntram did what? This is clearly an act of war. Berenger, with a look of confusion, as he was unaware of what had transpired and decided to confirm the situation. By the sound of it, it was bound to be good news. What is an act of war? Eckhard respectfully bowed before Berenger and reported the current situation at the border to his liege. My lord, Baron Guntram has stated that he will be seizing your supplies indefinitely and donating them to the Church as compensation for the alleged crimes you have committed against Christendom. He also has begun executing the caravan guards, saying that they are heretics without providing any evidence to back his claims. Despite the horrific news, a sadistic grin spread across Berenger's face as he heard Eckhard's words. Finally, this was his chance to not only use force, but lay waste to the pious cunt once and for all. As such, the young regent gave his decree immediately without any form of hesitation in his tone. Eckhard, call the banners and rally the militia. If Guntram thinks he can execute men under my protection while robbing me like a common brigand, then he clearly underestimates my power. Aside from the local garrisons, I want the full military might of Kufstein deployed to the border as quickly as possible. Eckhard quickly pounded his chest in a salute. It will be done, my lord. With that, he quickly departed and began to rally the barony of Kufstein's forces. The professional army in which his father had fostered had roughly 1,000 men among their ranks, and they would be fighting alongside Berenger's militia, which now numbered over 1,300 strong. If the Baron of Kitzbühel wanted war, then Berenger was more than happy to oblige. As such, Berenger quickly drafted an official declaration of war to deliver to Baron Guntram, which was then rushed to his territory by an official diplomat. Though Berenger's other advisors quickly swarmed around him and attempted to calm him down, in particular, his chancellor gathered by his side and chastised him for so quickly resorting to violence. My lord, do you believe it is wise to march upon the barony of Kitzbühel? Baron Guntram has quite a large force of well-equipped professional soldiers, and while your father may have outfitted our troops with excellent supplies, that does not mean it will be easy to lay siege to his mighty castle. I beg you to rethink this recklessness and focus on diplomacy. Berenger sneered at his chancellor with disdain. What purpose did this man have to lecture him on the art of war? However, he refrained from doing anything unwise and merely scolded the man. Focko, I have been robbed of my people's labor. I will have satisfaction. The entirety of the barony of Kitzbühel will more than make up for the assets which have been stolen from me. A look of horror spread across the chancellor's face as he quickly realized what the young regent meant by these words. You would lay claim to the baron's lands? Berenger's sinister gaze landed upon Focko and made him shiver in fright. The words the young regent spoke only furthered the dread in which the chancellor felt at that moment. My dear Chancellor, my father is getting quite old. What kind of son would I be if I did not make him a viscount before he passes from this world? Berenger would use this excuse for war as a means to destroy Guntram's entire family and incorporate his domain into Kufstein. This would accomplish two of Berenger's ambitions, sending a clear message to his enemies that he should not be provoked, and expanding the borders of his family's dominion. While Focko gazed upon Berenger with a horrified expression, Berenger marched off to get himself equipped for battle. He would personally lead his forces into the barony of Kitzbühel and lay waste to their army. The young regent could not help but think to himself as he dressed for the upcoming war. Finally, something interesting has happened. Chapter 71:70. Mustering the army. Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel was currently sitting on his seat of power in his castle, drinking from a glass of water. The man was currently fasting as a sign of his dedication to the Lord and, as such, chose not to consume anything other than the natural liquid. Kneeling before him was a man from Berenger's domain that had ridden throughout the night to inform the Baron of Berenger's decision. The messenger handed the letter over to Baron Guntram with a concerned expression on his face. He did not know how the Baron would react to being declared war upon, and certainly did not want to be executed for delivering such a message. Baron Guntram read through the contents of the letter with a serious frown across his face, which only increased the more he read. Dear Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel, I have received word that you have unlawfully seized my shipment to the Count of Steiermark, and as such, I consider you nothing more than a common brigand. By stealing from the labor of my people, I am entitled to compensation, and as such, I have decided that I will be taking your life, and that of your family, as well as your entire domain as recompense for your unlawful actions. Henceforth I, Berenger, regent of the barony of Kufstein, appointed as such by my father Baron Sighard von Kufstein, openly declare war on the barony of Kitzbühel and the house von Kitzbühel. May God have mercy on your soul, for I will not. Sincerely, Regent Berenger von Kufstein. Baron Guntram glared at Berenger's messenger with fury as he finished reading the message before thinking aloud. This boy would seriously go to war over something as trivial as seizing a small shipment of steel and textiles? Truly, he is the spawn of Satan and must be eliminated for the greater good. Afterward, the man stood up from his seat of power and walked down its steps. He was a short and thin man with long graying hair. He was near as thin as Berenger was when he reincarnated into this world. Yet there was a fierce look of determination in his steel blue eyes as he gazed upon the messenger. "You may return to your master and tell him that he is a fool for declaring war on me, and I will return the favor by taking his sinful life." The messenger quickly nodded his head and spoke to the enraged baron. "I will do as you have told me, my lord." Afterward, the man rushed off back to Berenger's domain as quickly as he could. On the other hand, Baron Guntram summoned his marshal, who appeared from behind the corner. He had been listening to the entire conversation from afar. Guntram quickly gave the marshal his decree. "Rally the troops. Let us see what this would-be tyrant is made of, shall we?" A wicked grin spread across the marshal's face as he replied with excitement. "Aye, we shall." As such, Baron Guntram sat back on his seat and allowed the marshal to take command of his forces, where he would meet Berenger's armies on the field of battle before he could have the ability to lay siege to the heart of the baron's domain. Berenger was currently sitting on the ground near a burning campfire. The full might of his militia had already been deployed to the border throughout the night. They were a force that could rapidly assemble. However, the same could not be said for the rest of his father's feudal forces and the vassals who commanded them. By now, only half of the barony's army had arrived. They were mostly equipped with a mixture of brigandine and plate while armed primarily with pikes. While marching alongside the incredibly advanced forces of Berenger's militia, the army looked as if it were a mixture of medieval, Renaissance, and early modern troops. It was truly a unique army in this world. The camps had been set up on the border between Kufstein and Kitzbühel, and Berenger was merely waiting for the arrival of the remainder of his forces, which should take no longer than a day. As he was camped out at the border, Berenger cleaned the sword in his hand, which was recently created and outfitted to his cuirassiers. It was an example of a 16th-17th century Dussac. Essentially, it was the Renaissance equivalent of the infamous sabers, which would come to prominence throughout the cavalry forces of Europe and the Western world during the early modern period. In the hands of his cuirassiers, it was a deadly weapon and would wreak havoc across the many lightly armored feudal infantry that they were sure to fight against in the upcoming battle. Eckhard approached Berenger garbed in the Renaissance-style armor of the militia with his musket slung across his back. He took off his brass-trimmed burgonet as he sat down next to Berenger with an eager expression on his face. "The remaining forces should be here before nightfall. What are your orders?" Berenger nodded in response and began to smile at the news as he gave his commands. "Let the men rest. At first light, we march into the enemy's territory. I want the men to conduct themselves civilly, no raping or raiding, and no unnecessary murder. We will be ruling over these people soon enough, and I don't want any pointless grudges to be formed. Anyone who conducts themselves in such a manner will be sentenced for war crimes and executed by firing squad. Am I understood?" Eckhard nodded as he heard the words. He was truly getting old. With Berenger's command and his ethics of how warfare should be conducted, the savage ways of mass looting and after a successful siege would die out soon enough. The dawn of a new age of warfare was on the horizon, and the feudal powers of Europe would either have to rapidly adapt or bend the knee to the rising German Empire. Either way, the medieval period was on the edge of its lifespan. The two men continued to chat for some time before parting ways for their tents that night. When the dawn rose, the barony of Kitzbühel would feel the wrath of a new era knocking down their door. Chapter 72-71 Cavalry charged. The sound of the horn echoed throughout the campsite in which Berenger's forces had gathered, signaling it to be dawn, thus being time for the troops to rise from their tents. Berenger was already awake and taking care of his horse. It was a solid black destrier of noble stock. The beast was truly magnificent as its shining obsidian coat glistened under the rays of the rising sun. Berenger had named this horse Erwin after the famous German general from his previous life. The young regent had spent quite the sum acquiring such a magnificent steed for his warhorse, and as such, he tended to pamper the stallion. He quickly attached the steel plate barding onto the horse, which was blackened to match his armor and had brass trimming across it. Unlike normal cuirassiers, Berenger had elected to armor his horse appropriately. After all, he did not wish to lose such a majestic creature to the horrors of war. After attaching the armor to the horse, he climbed atop its saddle and waited for the men to muster. They would be marching soon enough into the enemy's territory and hopefully engage their army on the field of battle. Before long, his forces had gathered and loaded their muskets, setting the firing mechanism at half-cock so that they were prepared for battle at a moment's notice. As for the so-called professionals, they were appropriately equipped with primary pikes and swords as sidearms. The use of the pike was an innovation in which Berenger had equipped the standard infantry of his father's professional army after he rose to the position of regent. It did not take long for the infantry to become proficient in their use and formations, as it was far simpler to train a group of pikemen than it was to train musketeers, artillerymen, or cuirassiers. The armies marched together in the dawn under the banner of House von Kufstein. By the time they countered the enemy forces, they were merely a few kilometers away from the main town within the region. They were sandwiched between two sets of mountains and were in the valley below. However, they were still far from the enemy forces, which allowed Berenger's army time to get into formation. The artillery batteries rapidly set up the guns at an appropriate distance away from the battlefield where the armies were organized upon. The primary target of the artillery would be the archers and crossbowmen used by the enemy forces. If they could wipe them out before the infantries clashed, the casualties on Berenger's side would be greatly reduced. While his artillery got into position and loaded the 12 field guns, Berenger took charge of the cavalry, a mix of heavily armored knights and cuirassiers. There was roughly 110 cavalry in Berenger's army, which was far larger than the opposing forces. With 80 cuirassiers, each armed with a pair of pistols, they had the ability to engage the enemy knights with 160 shots, which was far more shots than necessary to eliminate the enemy knights. If fired at close range, it was more than enough to kill the riders or their horses. As such, his cavalry would be taking on the role of hunting down and destroying the enemy knights. As for the infantry, they were led by Eckhard and the appropriate officers under his command. The militia musketeers were an effective force capable of reloading their muskets in a matter of 7 seconds. They would approach the enemy forces while flanked by the pikemen and open fire when they were within sufficient range to deal the most damage. Then the pikemen would protect them while they reloaded and fired again. If necessary, they could fix their bayonets and aid the pikemen in melee battle. This was the strategy with which Berenger had opted to go with. Once his forces were ready for battle, he ordered the march on the enemy position. Forward march! While covered by the echo of the thundering guns and their explosive shells, Berenger personally led the cavalry in a slow trot towards the enemy cavalry. They would begin the full charge once they were in the range of the enemy knights. Luckily, his cuirassiers were backed by the veteran knights, considering they were the newest branch of his army and had yet to be tested in battle. It was good to have the knights alongside them under the circumstances. Before Berenger could even reach the enemy forces, the explosive shells of the artillery tore the lightly armored ranged forces of his enemy apart. Shrapnel filled the air, while the explosive blast shredded bodies, blood, and limbs flew across the field, creating a chaotic scene of death. The whistle of the shells in the air was all that could be heard before the detonation claimed the lives of their enemies. Already the enemy forces began to panic. They had never witnessed such a terrifying sight before. They thought to themselves that the wrath of God had descended upon them. Luckily, the marshal was a veteran of many battles and quickly rallied his troops. "Hold the line! Hold the line!" he called off to the men of his army who were being picked apart by artillery fire. Nevertheless, while saying prayers to themselves, they marched towards the direction of Berenger's forces. A decision that would ultimately be their downfall. When the enemy knights spotted Berenger's cavalry rushing towards their position, they began a full-scale charge. With the heavily armored knights on their backs, the trotting of horses and steel barding was enough to install fear into any average soldier. Still, Berenger merely gazed upon them with a sinister smirk as he gave the order to his own cavalry forces. Charge! His cavalry forces greatly outnumbered the enemy's, and right when the two forces were about to clash with their lances, the 80 cuirassiers pulled out their pistols in both hands and pulled back the hammers on their flintlock mechanisms. The sound of 160 pistols going off in unison as their lead balls shredded the armor of the enemy knights was a spectacle to behold. In a single second, all but a few of the enemy knights fell from their horses, their lifeless bodies crashing against the ground like steel coffins. The remaining knights sat in shock upon horseback. However, they were completely run through by the enemy knights and their lances, ending their miserable lives before they could even react. Just like that, the battle had begun, and the most elite forces of the enemy were crushed beneath the heel of the Regent of Kufstein. Chapter 73-72 Overwhelming victory. The thunder of 1,000 guns fired in unison echoed throughout the vicinity of the battlefield as the militiamen stood in their line formations a mere 20 feet away from the enemy infantry. The front line kneeled and aimed their muskets, while the second line stood above them with their muskets raised. Instantly, the massive amount of lead flying downrange decimated the enemy forces. At best, the infantry of the enemy was equipped with a brigandine breastplate. However, such an obsolete piece of equipment could not protect the men wearing it from the devastating effect of the musket. As the militiamen quickly began to reload, the pikemen standing nearby rushed forward and defended them as they rapidly reloaded their weapons. During the 20 seconds it took to reload, a sturdy pike wall was set up in front of the enemy, who desperately tried to barge through and attack the men behind it. After witnessing the defeat of their cavalry, they had no choice but to go all out. As such, a frenzied charge began as men threw themselves at the pike wall in an attempt to break through. A single man clad in a mixture of brigandine and plate managed to storm past the pike wall with a sword in hand as the men around him were stuck like pigs by the massive length of the pikes. He quickly slashed at one of the militiamen who was reloading his weapon. However, before he could finish his attack, the militiaman dropped his activity and lifted his musket into the air with its bayonet affixed, stabbing directly into the open bassinet of the soldier who dared to attack him, instantly piercing through the man's eye and ending his life. Scenes like this appeared across the pike wall. Considering the importance of the militiamen and their hand cannons, the enemy's infantry did everything they could to prevent another volley from being fired off. After all, they doubted these men could quickly reload their weapons. Unfortunately for them, this was a miscalculation as most of the lines were fully reloaded and ready to fire again within a matter of seconds. Before long, their weapons were once more aimed in the direction of their enemies, many of which had yet to recover from the shock of their front line being torn apart. The pikemen quickly fell behind the line of fire and waited for the second volley to go off. Within seconds the order to fire was given, and with Eckhard's command, another volley of thunderous gunfire riddled the enemy's lines. By now, much of the enemy force no longer dared to fight and began to rout. The enemy marshal looked in horror as he witnessed his lord's glorious army being gunned down in front of his very eyes. He had never before witnessed such an overwhelming defeat. Despite his forces being roughly on par with Berenger's in terms of numbers, they were quickly overwhelmed by the mysterious weapons in the hands of his enemy's well-trained soldiers. His knights were dead, his infantry's ranks were shattered, and what little remained of his archers had already begun to rout. As such, he quickly gave the command to retreat, as he yelled to whatever troops could still hear him. Fall back. Fall back to the castle. Retreat. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain as soon after the marshal had given his command. Berenger's decree resounded throughout the air when he arrived with the cavalry, who instantly crashed into the routing forces, cutting them down in the process. Still, considering he was on horseback, the marshal managed to escape the field of battle, where he quickly fled back to the castle to inform his liege about the disastrous result of this battle. Give no quarter. With that command, the musketeers quickly dropped their reloading process and engaged in a massive bayonet charge. Nearly 2,000 infantry armed with muskets, which had their bayonets affixed, and pikes quickly surrounded the routing forces of the enemy and reaped their lives away like wheat to the scythe. The horrific display of the chaotic battlefield was enough to make one's stomach churn. The enemy forces were quickly encircled and pierced in the weak points in their armor by bayonet and pike alike. Berenger slashed down from horseback with his saber, decapitating a soldier who was trying to attack him. He could not help but feel like this was where he was meant to be, leading his forces in a charge against his broken enemies. This was an absolutely humiliating loss to the barony of Kitzbühel, whose surviving forces were quickly cut to ribbons. After defeating the enemy army, his troops broke out into cheers and celebrations. The enemy army had been annihilated, with only a pile of corpses remaining from their ranks. Due to the archers being decimated at the start of the battle, and the heavy cavalry taken out early on, the most serious injury was some minor lacerations caused by the brave souls who were lucky enough to get past the pike wall. If this had been a larger army he was forced to fight, Berenger was unsure if he would get the same results. However, against an army of equal size, the weapons and tactics Berenger employed were too advanced for his enemy to even contend with. The men within the ranks of the professional army were stupefied beyond belief at how effective the muskets were. These were obviously not ordinary hand cannons. If not for the fact that they were veteran soldiers with plenty of experience, they may have failed in their duty to protect the militiamen while they reloaded due to shock. Berenger, on the other hand, was impressed with the performance. Once more, his victory was overwhelming. Who in this feudal era could contend with the power of steel and shot? While his troops were cheering, he reloaded his pistols while Eckhard approached him. "Congratulations on another overwhelming victory, my lord." Berenger smiled and accepted the gesture before staring down at Eckhard, who stood below his mighty steed. "We may have won the battle, but the war is still waging. Get the army on the march. I want a siege camp built outside their castle walls before dusk." With his orders being given out, the army quickly began to march into the nearby town, where they would begin the lengthy process of laying siege to the enemy's remaining forces hiding cowardly behind the castle's walls. Chapter 74-73. Establishing a siege camp. The enemy marshal had made it back to Baron Guntram and informed him of his massive defeat before the enemy forces had arrived in the town of Kitzbühel. Baron Guntram could not believe his ears as he listened to the near-fantastical tale of how easily his armies were torn apart by Berenger's forces and the thunderous weapons they wielded. "My liege, our armies are defeated. The survivors of our forces are few in numbers and have already begun to flee the land. It will not be long before the enemy has us surrounded, and we are besieged. Tell me, sire, what are your orders?" Baron Guntram was still shocked by the news and truly did not know how to react to this situation. The best he could do was hope his walls could withstand the cannon fire of Berenger's artillery. After all, surely his marshal was exaggerating their effectiveness? After regaining his senses, Guntram gave his decree. "I want every man and child capable of bearing arms atop these castle walls, defending it with their lives. If you have to, send the garrison into the village to gather the forces necessary to achieve this, and do it swiftly before the enemy arrives." For once in his life, the marshal wished his liege would sue for peace. Unfortunately, he could not voice such concerns as his orders were already given. As such, The man quickly gathered the castle's forces and rode into the village, conscripting anyone capable of bearing arms into their forces to defend the castle's walls. It did not matter if they had never used a bow before. Simply having the bodies necessary to launch missile fire at the enemy attackers was good enough for the Baron, who had grown desperate after his recent defeat. Berenger rode atop the back of his mighty steed as he and his forces marched into the town of Kitzbühel. The local castle lay in the hills above, overlooking the valley and the people within it, displaying the authority of the mighty overlord of the region. Berenger had no time to spare with securing the township and merely ordered his troops to move through it so they could set up a siege camp within the vicinity of the castle. Sieges were long-lasting endeavors, but he figured he could bring down the large stone walls fairly quickly due to his superior firepower. As such, he barked commands at his troops who heeded his commands. "I want a siege camp set up and fully fortified by dusk. Make sure it is out of the range of enemy missile fire." Eckhard, who was marching in command of the infantry forces, quickly pounded his breastplate as he saluted Berenger while responding to his orders. "It will be done, my lord." The local townsfolk who remained after the massive conscription which had just taken place quickly fled their homes as they saw the army arrive. They were frightful of the potential actions which the enemy forces would take against them now that their own had been defeated in the field of battle. Many women and children wept for the loss of their husbands, fathers, and sons, who were torn to shreds by the overwhelming might of Berenger's forces. Very few of the Baron's soldiers had escaped the wrath of their enemy. Those who were lucky enough to survive had begun to flee with their families towards one of the other villages in the barony. After witnessing the frightening display of their enemy's power, they had no hope in rallying behind the castle walls and successfully defending against the siege. Berenger made sure his men were fully disciplined as they marched through the village. He had made it abundantly clear to his men beforehand that the people of this region were not to be mistreated, and as long as his watchful eye cast over them, they managed to behave themselves. Whether they would be able to maintain this degree of professionalism during a protracted siege was a different story. Berenger set his siege camp up just out of range of the enemy defenders. However, Berenger's forces were still in range of attack, and as such, they could successfully bombard the enemy defenders with cannons and rifles throughout the entire period. The effective range was essentially a mere 300 feet, and their longbows had a maximum range of 328 yards. Even the once mighty steel crossbow had a mere 380 yards of effective range. In comparison, the effective range of Berenger's cannons was roughly 1,618 yards. His long rifles, while in the hands of effective marksmen, were roughly 500 yards in range. As such, by placing their siege camp roughly 400 yards away from the enemy castle, they were able to effectively attack their enemy from dawn to dusk without a single enemy attack on their forces. It took quite some time, however, the siege camp was fully set up and effectively fortified by the evening. The guns had been loaded and begun their bombardment. They would not stop until the next morning. The Napoleon-style 12-pound cannon was already a sturdy and robust cannon design in his previous life, mostly made of bronze. However, Berenger's cannons were made of high-quality steel and, as such, could withstand the pressures of a steady firing rate throughout the night. As such, the thunder of guns echoed throughout the entirety of the night while the 12-pound solid steel cannonballs battered the mighty stone walls of the enemy's castle, slowly chipping away at the enemy's defenses. Those defenders unfortunate enough to get caught in the blast were torn apart by the enemy bombardment. Stone shards constantly spat out the areas affected by the continued bombardment and acted as shrapnel against the defending forces. Though it was only 12 guns, they were able to effectively bombard the enemy defenders to the point of suppressing them completely, even if they were within firing range of the defenders. Those who lie behind the castle walls would not be able to cause much harm upon their foes. The might of steel and shot had shown itself as Berenger sat in his tent drinking from a goblet of wine. Tomorrow he would allow the cannoneers to rest and give his enemy a slight reprieve. He would resume his bombardment the following morning. Chapter 75, 74. Throw them to the wolves. The dawn had risen, and Baron Guntram and his family had not been able to get a wink of sleep. Instead, they were huddled in the great hall listening to the near-constant thunder of guns while shivering in fear. Baron Guntram's 2-year-old daughter was particularly frightened by the thunder that echoed throughout the night and held onto her father's hand firmly. "Daddy, I'm scared." The look on Baron Guntram's face was not reassuring. After all, in his declaration of war, Berenger had promised to show no mercy to Guntram or his family. If the walls crumbled and the enemy forces rushed into his keep, there was no chance of survival. As such, he had begun to regret his decision to provoke Berenger in the name of the church. Why was God testing him in such a manner? What had he done to deserve this fate? Those were the questions the pious nobleman asked himself as the echoes of the cannons continued to bombard his castle. However, shortly after praying to the Lord, the thunder of the guns had ceased. After waiting nearly half an hour for the bombardment to resume, there was still only silence from his enemies. As if his prayers had been answered, Guntram rushed outside to see for himself what was transpiring. After standing atop the walls, which had been greatly diminished by the night of bombardment, he could see the besieging forces standing idly by in their siege camp below. He could not help but wonder if they had run out of munitions. At the next moment, a small lead projectile whizzed past his face, and the thunder of the rifle which had fired it echoed in the distance. He quickly ducked below the ramparts and hid from the enemy fire. Just what kind of weapon was that? Seeing that his men were cowering in fear beneath the protection of the walls, he could not help but empathize with their pain. As such, he quickly returned to the keep, where he hid with his family once more, though the cannons may have stopped the hand cannons in which the enemies used posed a significant threat to anyone stupid enough to expose themselves. Berenger was currently standing in the middle of his siege camp in front of 3 men who were stripped of their arms and armor and currently wearing nothing more than the gambeson they wore beneath it. These 3 men were of his father's forces, and they were currently bound and kneeling in front of him. During the night, these men had abandoned their posts and raided the local town. They had even raped a local teenage girl who was ever so slightly older than Adela, which Berenger found disgusting and unforgivable. However, they did not pull this off on their lonesome. Clearly, there were other people involved. However, only these 3 men were caught, and they were not willing to rat out their brothers in arms. Berenger strode back and forth in front of the men and glared menacingly at them. His fury exuded from the very depths of his soul as he lectured the surrounding army, which was forced to bear witness to the scene. "I have made my orders very clear. The local population are not to be harmed, and yet the 3 of you have disobeyed my orders. You abandoned your posts in the night to engage in raiding, raping, pillaging, and burning while flying the colors of my family. Do you have any idea how this makes me look as the lord and commander of this army?" Standing next to Berenger was the little girl on which the 3 men had preyed upon. Her family had remained in the region, along with a few of the more stubborn families who did not wish to leave their homes behind. After Berenger had heard about their crimes, he instantly had the men arrested and interrogated. Unfortunately, they were quite resilient and did not rat out any other members of his father's forces who had acted in a similar manner. As such, Berenger was left with no further options and had gathered his army and the villagers alike to witness the upcoming scene. Berenger spat in disgust on the men bound before him and boldly declared for all to hear. "As regent of the barony of Kufstein and commander of this army, I hereby find you 3 men guilty of war crimes and sentence you to death by firing squad. May God have mercy on your souls." As such, Berenger motioned for his militia to drag the 3 men away to a safe area where they would publicly execute the soldiers. While the men were tied up to posts and prepared for their execution, Berenger addressed his armies with a vicious gaze. Any one of you who is guilty of engaging in this activity in the future will be afforded the same punishment. I come to these lands as a conqueror, but that does not mean my army will act like a bunch of brigands. You will obey my orders, or you will face the consequences. The members of his militia were fully disciplined in the manner in which Berenger desired to conduct war. Against enemy forces, Berenger would allow virtually any use of force. He was also not afraid of civilian casualties if they were caught in a bombardment or assault of an enemy's position. His ruthlessness in his pursuit of victory could be considered war crimes by the standards of the 21st century in which he resided during his past life. However, as far as Berenger was concerned, raiding, raping, murdering, and other crimes of the like which deliberately target unarmed civilian populations were absolutely unforgivable, especially when enacted against those he deemed to be children. Unfortunately for him, these things were common in this feudal era, especially during sieges, and his father's professional forces did not take his warnings seriously. Berenger comforted the girl who had been violated by the men in his father's army as he crouched down and got into her line of sight. I know that no apology I could give you can make up for the crimes that you have endured under my watch. However, I hope you can find solace in the fact that justice has been dealt to the perpetrators. With this said, Berenger returned his attention to the public execution and motioned for it to proceed. The criminals were tied to posts, and a proper firing squad of 12 men was formed as they raised their muskets. Eckhard personally gave the commands that led to the deaths of these men who were guilty of doing nothing more than what was a common occurrence in this primitive era. Ready, aim, fire. With the last command given, the thunder of the muskets echoed as their projectiles shredded the bodies of the men who were tied against posts and ended their miserable existence. Many of the soldiers from his father's army were shocked and outraged at Berenger's action. Until the moment it transpired, they truly believed Berenger was just bluffing in an attempt to scare them into following his ludicrous ideas of civility in warfare. The last orders Berenger gave before the gathered crowd would act as a permanent reminder to the men under his command as to the ruthlessness Berenger would enact upon those who failed to follow his orders. Throw them to the wolves. With that said, the criminals' corpses were cut down from the posts and left to rot in the wilderness. Under Berenger's orders, they were not even afforded a proper burial. Chapter 76-75. Suing for peace. The remainder of the day was spent intimidating the garrison hiding behind the deteriorating stone walls of the castle. Berenger had tasked his militia to keep an eye on his father's professional forces and report any suspicious activity to their NCOs. After the events that transpired during the previous night, Berenger was far more cautious about the behavior of the men beneath his command. Luckily for him, his message was obvious, and the knights and men-at-arms who comprised of his father's forces were thoroughly intimidated into following orders. They knew the militia were loyal completely to Berenger, and they did not have a chance of surviving if they mutinied. As such, the night was far more peaceful than the previous one. As for Baron Guntram and his forces, they continued to hide behind their walls, praying that Berenger's forces no longer had the capacity to bombard them. Unfortunately for them, when the sun rose the next day, the bombardment continued. The solid steel balls constantly battered the stone walls, and slowly but surely, they began to crumble. It was not until noon when the gates of the castle were opened, and a man dressed in knightly plate armor wearing the colors of House von Kitzbühel walked out from the entrance flanked by several guards. In his hands was a white flag of peace. After noticing this, Berenger ordered his artillery to cease their bombardment, grabbed a white flag of his own, and marched with his grenadiers to meet up with the man he presumed to be Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel in between the siege camp and the castle. When Berenger finally arrived in front of Guntram, the man sighed heavily. He knew his castle walls would not hold out for long. The damage done to them would already cost a fortune to repair. His armies were defeated. His conscripts did not have the means to defend the castle any longer, and he was waiting for the end of himself and his family. At least this way he could negotiate with Berenger for the survival of his family. I have come to negotiate the terms of my surrender. Currently, Berenger and his grenadiers stood across from Guntram and his house guard. The scene of the early modern force, standing across from their medieval counterparts, would one day be painted brilliantly and become a staple of German culture. The painting would be titled, "When Two Worlds Collide," and would display the overwhelming might of Berenger's rise to power. Of course, neither of the two men knew such a thing would occur in the distant future, and as such, they merely conducted themselves appropriately. Berenger grinned at Guntram, though he had stated he would act ruthlessly towards the arrogant baron and his family during his declaration of war. It was all part of his negotiations. After all, the cost of rebuilding the castle and the resistance that would come to a new dynasty placed in authority by him was not something Berenger wished to deal with. What he wanted was Guntram's subservience to subject him and his territory as a vassal state and to raise his family's status to a viscounty as such. Berenger spoke with the authority and tyranny of a conqueror who would not accept anything other than an unconditional surrender. State your terms. That is all that Berenger said as he looked coldly upon the once mighty baron. This confused the man, but Guntram tried to appear as if he was negotiating from a position of strength. I will give you back your steel and textiles. I will also offer you compensation for the cost of this war. In return, I want you and your men to leave this land and my family in peace. Berenger gazed at Guntram seriously before breaking out into laughter. After a few moments of awkwardness, he calmed himself down before saying his piece. You must be joking. You realize that if we continue as things are, your walls will collapse, and my men will storm your castle. At that point, I really will not spare you or your family's lives. Guntram frowned at this response. He did not have a proper retort. He knew he could not effectively defend his keep for much longer. This was an overwhelming victory for Berenger, and Guntram did not have the means to enforce his demands. As such, he asked Berenger in a slightly agitated tone, "What is it that you desire from all of this?" Berenger moved closer to Guntram, which immediately alerted his guards. However, he maintained enough distance to maintain a degree of civility. What is it that I desire, you ask? I want you to accept your position as my family's vassal. I want to incorporate your territory into Kufstein, and for my family's lands to be recognized as viscounty with all of the status and prestige that comes with it. Now I can take this land by force, but in my opinion, there has already been enough bloodshed. You have two options. You can return to your castle and wait for your death alongside your family. Or you can submit to my rule and live to maintain your land under my sovereignty. It is time to choose. With Berenger's demands having been made, Guntram was left with an ultimatum, one in which he knew Berenger could fully enforce. Either way, Kitzbühel would be incorporated into Kufstein. His choice would merely determine whether or not he and his family would live to preside over it. Being backed into a corner by the young regent, Guntram had no choice but to accept Berenger's conditions. Under these terms, I surrender to you. My lord. Berenger smiled as he clasped Guntram on the shoulder as if he were an old friend before saying his piece. Swear fealty unto me, and I will accept your surrender. Begrudgingly Guntram kneeled before Berenger and spoke the oath of fealty. I, Baron Guntram von Kitzbühel, promise on my faith that I will in the future be faithful to the Viscount of Kufstein, never cause him harm, and will observe my homage to him completely against all persons in good faith and without deceit. With these words spoken, the war that would be known to all in the future as the First Kufstein Border War was concluded, with Berenger and his family ascending to the title of Viscounts and doubling the territory under their dominion. This would be the first of many conquests the Tyrant of Steel would engage in on his path to becoming emperor. Chapter 77, 76, Endorsement of Theft. Over the course of the next couple of weeks, Berenger was tasked with incorporating Kitzbühel into his family's domain and going through the necessary procedures to declare his father Sighard as the Viscount of Kufstein. Word quickly spread of Berenger's rapid conquest of the neighboring barony, and the other feudal lords were left scratching their heads wondering how Berenger had managed to effectively force the Baron of Kitzbühel to surrender in under a week. Of course, as per the terms of surrender, Baron Guntram and his surviving men were incapable of leaking information regarding Berenger's advanced weapons and tactics to anyone. As such, numerous theories came to be on how Berenger had achieved such a feat. Count Lothar, who was Berenger's liege, was unhappy with the news. With Berenger's conquest, he had lost a direct vassal. However, there was not much he could do about the situation as he was aware of his daughter's relationship with the young Viscount and had no way to punish him without gaining her disapproval. As a man tightly controlled by his desires to please his daughters, he dreaded such an outcome. As such, Count Lothar quickly recognized the results of the war and recognized Sighard as the Viscount of Kufstein, even if he was currently still officially secluded in penance. Berenger was swamped with work. Not only did he have to provide proper compensation to the families who were affected by his men's war crimes, but he also had to incorporate many of his agricultural technologies into the new land. On top of this, he was spreading his propaganda to the people of Kitzbühel, who already had a fairly positive image of him after he executed the criminals in his ranks. While Berenger was managing the affairs of two whole baronies now, Linda was hard at work expanding the spy network. She did not idly laze about while Berenger was off at war. She had made quite some progress in establishing new cells throughout the nearby counties. She refused to be a pretty face for her man to make love to and instead supported Berenger in the best way she could. Currently, she was at the tea shop where she normally conducted business with the local speaker, who just so happened to be Ludolf, the deacon of the local church. The man was close to becoming a fully ordained priest and was beginning his path to the reformation of the church. "So, how's the sovereign?" Linda drank from the tea in her cup as she entertained her subordinate's small talk. "He's doing quite well. However, he is currently swamped overseeing the incorporation of the new territory, and as such, I have been rather lonesome." Though Ludolf suspected Berenger and Linda's relationship, he really did not inquire about it, as he did not wish to know the personal life of Berenger, who he viewed as a complicated man, one who was blessed by God and destined to lead the German people to a bright future, but had a fair share of vices that he felt uncomfortable with. One thing was certain, Berenger was no saint. Ludolf passed over a letter on the table he had copied from the head priest's files before speaking in a hushed tone. "The church is officially condemning Berenger's actions to invade and annex Kitzbühel. They are calling upon the local lords to form a defensive pact. If he makes another move, he will be beset upon from all sides by his enemies." Linda scoffed as she placed down her teacup and looked at the letter in his hands. After reading it, she placed it down with disgust. The church truly wanted to make things difficult for Berenger. In this letter, the church openly demanded that the assets seized by Guntram be handed over to the church as they had already been promised as such by Guntram, and as far as they were concerned, legally seized. This created an area of conflict with Berenger's trade routes, as they were encouraging other regions to do the same. It is not as if Berenger had the power to go to war with every region that stole the product of his people's labor. Linda sighed heavily as she came to an unwanted conclusion about how to resolve these troublesome matters. "I suppose I will have to contact that little girl." Ludolf looked at Linda with a gaze of confusion as he heard the irritation in her voice. Though he felt like he should not pry into her business, his curiosity got the better of him. "What little girl?" Linda snorted in displeasure. She felt uneasy just thinking about it, but now that the church was instigating theft of Berenger's supplies, She had no option but to get her father and the father of her rival to work together to counteract the church's influence. Berenger's adorable little fiancé. If I can get Adela to convince her father to condemn the church's actions, 2 counts will publicly oppose the Vatican and their open endorsement of theft. The threat of the armies of 2 counts will be more than enough to dissuade anyone foolish enough to try to seize Berenger's resources. Ludolf nodded in agreement. What she said made sense. He could tell by Linda's frustrations that she was not particularly fond of Adela, and as such, he felt that his suspicions were confirmed. Nevertheless, he decided to try to mediate their conflict and suggested an alternative option. Why not get Berenger to ask for assistance? That way, she is more likely to comply. Linda shook her head as she expressed her concerns. Berenger will never ask Adela for help. He's too proud to ask for her father's assistance in the matter. This is something that I will have to do personally. I only hope she's willing to read my letter instead of burning it the moment she sees my family's seal upon it. Ludolf decided to steer away from this conflict among maidens after all and merely drank from his tea. He could tell by that statement alone that the 2 girls would likely never see eye to eye. Of course, in his eyes, it was obviously Berenger's fault for being greedy and wanting 2 beautiful young women by his side. Nevertheless, he somewhat envied Berenger, but as a man dedicated to God, he quickly squashed such notions before getting up from his seat. I will leave the remainder of the task to you. I have to get back to the church. With that, Ludolf disappeared into the crowd, leaving Linda by her lonesome as she contemplated the best words to plead for Adela's assistance. Chapter 77. A fitting name. Berenger currently sat in the dining room. The only 2 people present for this morning's breakfast were Berenger and Linda. As usual, his family was still fractured after Lambert's conviction. Berenger had not seen his father's or his sister's face in some time. Though Sieghard was officially declared a viscount and his territory had doubled, he was officially in isolation for penance. The good news about this was that Berenger could openly flirt with Linda without getting the stink eye from his fellow family members. As Berenger snacked on a breakfast sandwich, he noticed the blue eyes of his darling little sister peering out from the corner of the entryway. Evidently, the little girl was spying on him and Linda. Though Berenger wanted to go over and greet her, he feared she would fly back to her room the moment she noticed she was spotted, like a scared little rabbit. As such, he continued to have a civil conversation with Linda about managing the realm's affairs. Has your father guaranteed safe passage for my trade routes within the county of Tyrol? Linda was gracefully dining on an omelet while she nodded her head. She only began to speak after she had swallowed her bite. Of course, my father will do whatever I tell him to do. He dotes on his daughters far too much. Berenger smiled and decided to shift the conversation to something more personal. After a few moments of silence, he finally asked in an awkward manner, "So, what should we name the child?" This line of questioning instantly piqued Henrietta's curiosity, which was not so subtly listening in on the conversation. On the other hand, Linda wiped her mouth with her napkin before putting a gentle smile on her doll-like face. If it's a boy, I was thinking of naming him after his father. Berenger smiled sadistically as he responded to her idea while she took a drink from her goblet of water. He could not help but tease his lover when the 2 of them were alone. Even if Henrietta was watching, he did not mind embarrassing the poor lass. "Oh, so you plan on naming him Lambert?" Linda nearly spat out her drink as she heard those words. She struggled to contain the liquid as she swallowed it down. After doing so, her face shifted into a furious glare as she scolded Berenger for his behavior. "Don't even joke like that. You know I meant to name him after you." This news was shocking to Henrietta as she listened to Linda admit that her child was Berenger's. This invoked the inner fury of Henrietta as she already blamed Linda for Lambert's exile. Considering she was so young, Henrietta was not told that Lambert had attempted to kill Berenger. Instead, She was told that he voluntarily chose to join the Teutonic Order after changing his heart about his marriage with Linda. She may be young, but Henrietta was no idiot. She suspected something was going on between Berenger and Linda for quite some time, and now that it was confirmed, she was furious at the two of them. However, despite the little Loli's inner fury, she continued to listen to the conversation between this scandalous couple. Berenger, of course, was not fond of any of his children being named after him. He did not want a Berenger too chipping away at the legacy he envisioned himself building in this world. He wanted people in the future to know and revere the name Berenger and immediately associate it with himself, much like they did to the name Alexander, which belonged to the world's greatest conqueror. As such, he came up with an alternative, one which was very dear to him as a man who had lived two lives. It was his father's name from his past life. As such, Berenger looked at Linda with a tender expression and grabbed a hold of her hand as he tried to convince her to name the child after his father from his past life. If it is a boy, how about we name him Hans? That name once belonged to someone very dear to me. Though Linda did not know who Berengart was referring to, by the look on his face, it was a bittersweet memory at best, and as such, she did not pry for information. She did not dislike the name, and as such, quickly agreed. A fitting name. But what if it is a girl? Berenger did not even need to think about it. He would name it after his mother from his previous life if it were a girl. Then we will name her Helga. Both of these names were acceptable to Linda, and as such, she smiled and nodded her head as she accepted the terms. That sounds good to me. After hearing these things, Henrietta finally revealed herself with a pouting expression. She did not like that Linda was getting all of the attention from Berenger and quickly jumped into his lap while staring down Linda with a furious gaze. Berenger was taken aback by this action as Henrietta had not done such a thing in many years. Thus he felt slightly uncomfortable as she looked up at him with a pitiful expression. "Big brother, you have not come to visit me in so long." Berenger did not know how to react to this. Indeed, he did not visit her while she was hiding away in her room and opted to give the little girl some space. However, he was dreadfully busy over the past few weeks managing the entirety of the realm, and as such, had no means to do so. He felt that he had no option but to pet her head and show her some affection, which he did as he chastised the girl for her behavior. "You know Adela left, right? She was quite sad that you did not bid your farewells." A distraught expression appeared on Henrietta's face as she realized she was too depressed to say farewell to her friend and began to slam her tiny fists into Berenger's chest as she threw a childish tantrum. "Why didn't you tell me?" Berenger chuckled lightly before restraining the girl. "Don't worry, her birthday is coming up soon, and we will go pay her a visit." Henrietta finally calmed down when she heard those words and began to smile for the first time in a long time. Just like that, Berenger spent the rest of his breakfast time doting on his little sister, much to the ire of Linda, who sat silently and ate her meal. Chapter 79-78. Lambert's decision. Lambert was currently in the courtyard of the castle of Malbork, where he was currently undergoing the brutal training to which the initiates of the Teutonic Order must adhere. Currently, he was sparring with many of his fellow initiates. The young men wielded blunt steel swords against one another as they fearlessly tried to gain the upper hand against their fellow initiates. Joining the Teutonic Order was not the honor it had been centuries ago. In the eyes of the public outside of the German-speaking regions, they were seen as warmongers, spreading the views of Catholicism to the neighboring Orthodox kingdoms by the tip of the spear. An action that greatly strained the relations between the two pillars of Christianity. Currently, the Teutonic Order was in a war with the Grand Duchy of Moscow and, by extension, the Golden Horde, who were the Muscovites' feudal overlords. A war in which they were faring quite well. However, the need for new troops was constant, and as such, the Teutonic Order had begun taking in criminals as an attempt to fuel their endless crusades in the north. As such, Lambert was engaged in a sparring session with another initiate. The young man was an orphan adopted by the Teutonic Order many years ago and had been training within the castle for quite some time. Though he was talented, Lambert was far superior in the art of swordsmanship and easily bested the man as he dropped him to the floor with a murder stroke. After knocking the man to the ground, Lambert looked upon him with disdain before barking orders. "Get up." However, the moment he did so, he felt a thump on the back of his head from the Master of Arms of the Teutonic Order, who quickly chastised him. "Initiate. You do not give orders to your brothers, nor do you use such force against them in a mere sparring session. As punishment for your actions, you will be cleaning the latrines after your training is over." By now, Lambert knew better than to protest. Despite being a man of noble birth, none of that truly mattered in the Teutonic Order. To every knight within this castle, he was considered nothing more than a criminal and a meager initiate who had yet to earn the right to bear the Black Cross of the Order. As such, Lambert merely nodded before getting back to sparring. Throughout the remainder of the session, he vented his frustration onto his sparring partners, resulting in the other young men greatly dissatisfied with Lambert and his unruly behavior. This past month since the boy had begun his exile, he had suffered constant humiliation at the hands of the established knights and had been greatly humbled in his duties. He hated every moment of his time spent here while blaming his brother and his ex-fiancée for his current circumstances. The only thing keeping him sane was the thought that one day he would gain his vengeance against those who had wronged him. After the sparring session, Lambert began to clean out the latrines. It was an exceptionally filthy and degrading task, but it was a fitting punishment for his behavior. Lately, he had spent a lot of time doing menial tasks such as this. Though he was by far the most talented of the new initiates, his attitude made him unpopular and unlikely to make any new friends anytime soon. After finishing cleaning the latrines, he was approached by a couple of knights. The one in command immediately gave him a summons. "You have been summoned to the Great Hall. I suggest you make yourself presentable before you meet the Grand Master." Without allowing him time to reply, the knights turned around and left. They had fulfilled their duties and no longer cared about what happened to the boy. Whether or not he heeded their advice was entirely up to him, and they had no desire to aid such a disorderly initiate any further than necessary. Thus Lambert took a bath and put on a clean set of initiate's attire before approaching the great hall of the mighty castle. After entering the great hall, he saw the Grand Master standing near the fireplace, reading a letter contained within his hands. This letter was from the Vatican and informed him of the many alleged misdeeds of Berenger since the young man had taken over the role of regent in his father's lands. When Lambert approached the Grand Master, the man turned around and stared at him intensely in silence. The Grand Master was an older man in his 60s. He was completely bald, with a large white beard and steel-gray eyes. He wore a set of plate armor in the appropriate style of the era with a white tabard on top of it, which had the golden and black cross of the Grand Master emblazoned upon it. The man looked at Lambert with a stern expression as he greeted the boy. "So you're the second son who tried to murder his elder brother for the inheritance? It is a pity you failed. Your brother has turned into a thorn in the church's side. Because of that, I just received a request from the Pope to invade your family's lands and annex them as a part of the Teutonic state." Lambert stood in shock as he heard this news. He did not know what events had occurred to his brother after he was exiled, but the Inquisition should have arrived by now. However, the fact that the Holy See had requested the Teutonic Order's intervention meant something extraordinary had happened over the past month. Lambert could not prevent himself from inquiring about the details. "What happened?" The older man placed down the letter in his hands on his desk and grabbed a chalice filled with wine as he began to drink from it. It was only after he had chugged the entire contents of the glass did he reveal the details of what had transpired. "Your brother has killed 2 members of the Inquisition." Afterward, he was excommunicated and declared a heretic. An action that should make a man think twice before engaging in any further wicked behavior. Yet I just received word that he has unlawfully invaded and annexed one of his neighbors, declaring his father a viscount under the newly established Viscounty of Kufstein. If that were not bad enough, the Baron of Kitzbühel had promised a substantial degree of raw materials to the Vatican as a gift. Your heretic of a brother has now seized those resources, and he refuses to relent on the issue. If the church was good at one thing, it was propaganda, and in an area so far away from Berenger's influence, the only news about his actions came from the church. They did their best to paint him as a villainous fiend whose very nature was antagonistic to the church and their teachings. The Grand Master was completely unaware of the truth behind these events and, as such, chose to believe his master's lies. After hearing the events that had occurred over the past month in his family's lands, Lambert struggled to find the means to express himself. And in his brief moment of silence, the Grand Master closed the distance between the two and gazed at him with a grave expression. At the moment, I do not have the men to spare to fulfill the Pope's request. However, that will not be an issue within a matter of months, so the question on my mind is simply this. Are you going to continue to throw a tantrum like a small child? Or will you take up the mantle of our order and enact God's justice upon your heretical brother and the heathens who support him? Lambert had found himself at a crossroads. If he continued on his current path, the likelihood was that he would not be able to achieve his goals. However, if he started to behave himself and make an actual effort into joining the order, then climbing the ranks would be an easy task for someone like himself. As such, Lambert decided to kneel before the Grand Master and pledge his servitude to the order. I apologize for my actions, Grand Master, and henceforth I will make every effort to make up for my mistakes. If God wills it, then one day I hope to be a part of the army which brings the Lord's judgment upon my wicked brother. As such, on this day, Lambert had truly begun to dedicate his heart and soul to the Teutonic Order, and the hope that one day soon they could allow him to gain his vengeance. Chapter 79. Infrastructure Initiative. Currently, Berenger was within the domain of his father's study, finalizing the blueprints for the city he envisioned to be his capital, the city of Kufstein. He had been hard at work on this project for well over a month at this point. Seeing as it was something he mainly worked on in his spare time, he had yet to finish it, until now, that is. As the town of Kufstein became increasingly more urbanized due to Berenger's agricultural reforms, Berenger found his people suffering from a serious concern. Despite the fact that they were being paid exceptionally well and were no longer bound by the land owned by the feudal lords, the common people of Kufstein were forced to endure terrible conditions of slums and squalor. Considering Berenger was the kind of man who despised forcing people into such destitution, he had to come up with a new plan to resolve these issues. Luckily for him, he held almost absolute power in the region and had a substantial treasury built up from the lucrative steel and textile trade. Considering he had just finished making plans for the city of Kufstein, Berenger decided to put them into action and break ground on the construction of a grand city deserving the title of capital of Kufstein. As he labeled it, this grand infrastructure initiative was designed to reconstruct the region into a thriving metropolis. The first critical component of this initiative was sanitation, where he planned to have citywide sewers and plumbing where the waste would go through a sewage treatment facility and eventually flow into the local river. There would also be cisterns that could provide fresh and clean water into the homes of every citizen. The second critical component of this initiative was to build affordable housing in large apartment complexes. These apartment complexes would be built in the traditional half-timber style. If he was going to build a city, it was going to be an aesthetically pleasing city. Of course, each apartment would be outfitted with its own ceramic tub and toilet connected to the city's plumbing system. The third component of this infrastructure initiative was focused on defense. With civil war looming on the horizon, Berenger needed a way to defend his population properly. He was more than happy to introduce a complex set of city walls based on the Star Fortress platform of the Renaissance and early modern period from his previous life. However, unlike the walls made throughout the history of Berenger's past life, his would be made out of steel-reinforced concrete, which was a much more resilient construction method than the traditional stone walls that would normally come to be. A star fortress was essentially what it sounded like. It was a fortress designed in the days of the Renaissance to combat cannons' effectiveness and commonality, which would prove to be the death blow to the old medieval castle designs. Essentially, the city would be built out of a polygon split down the middle by the River. At the edges of the wall would be a series of pointed fortifications called bastions that eliminated blind spots and allowed defenders to fire upon besiegers from all angles. Above these bastions would be cavaliers, a raised structure built entirely inside the bastion that acted as a secondary line of defense, allowing more cannons and musketeers to defend the same section of the wall. Below the bastions would be a series of ditches filled with water, which was similar to a moat in design, which would make the city virtually impossible to lay siege to fully. The design was based upon many years of fortification knowledge that Berenger had gained from his time studying at West Point to be an Army engineering officer. In this era, no army could successfully lay siege to such a well-fortified city. Fourth and finally, he needed to construct a comprehensive set of roads between all the major inhabited regions of his territory and elected for the Roman method of road construction. This would certainly be an expensive endeavor. However, he could afford such luxuries, and as such, Berenger had immediately begun the process of constructing his grand city. At the moment, Berenger was walking through the town in which he currently presided over on his path to Ludwig's workshop, which was now his office space within the industrial district. He noticed the filth and squalor his people lived in and could not help but wish to speed up time, so they no longer had to endure these conditions. Luckily for him, his plans were complete, and he would soon break ground on the project. The people only had to endure these conditions for a little while longer. Berenger boldly walked through the doors to Ludwig's office and began speaking with the old man in the steel factory about the production of galvanized steel piping to construct his plumbing system. If the steel was properly submerged in molten zinc, it could create a relatively rust-proof layer which would be essential for the construction of his plumbing system. What do you think, Ludwig? Is it possible? Ludwig stared at the details of Berenger's plans and felt a headache growing in the back of his skull. The old man sighed heavily as he looked at Berenger like he was a madman. Is it possible? Absolutely, however, it is going to be incredibly expensive to do this. Berenger clasped Ludwig on the shoulder and smiled before reassuring his old pal. Don't worry, I can cover the costs. This is not some venture that will be completed in a matter of months, but will be an ongoing effort over the coming years. As long as it is possible, then I don't care about the cost. Ludwig could not help but admire the effort and expense Berenger was willing to go to ensure better housing and sanitary conditions for his people. Truly, there has never been a more benevolent lord, or so the old man thought. Ludwig could only imagine how hard Berenger had worked on the budget to ensure his vision of a grand city would become a reality. Ludwig sighed and accepted Berenger's enthusiasm for the project. All right, I'll get it done. After all, we currently have a surplus of steel that is sitting in a bunch of warehouses waiting for such a grand project. It would be a shame to let it all go to waste. Berenger smiled as he thanked Ludwig for his assistance. Good. If you will excuse me, I have many different people to contact to begin the construction of this project of mine. With that, Berenger left Ludwig behind and contacted the remaining subordinates on his list to begin constructing the Grand Infrastructure Initiative, which would later become the basis for how all German cities would be designed. Chapter 81. 80. Revelation of corruption. Weeks passed, and Berenger was, of course, busy overseeing the construction of his grand city and also managing the affairs of the realm at large. Linda continued to manage her spy network, and Eckhard continued to train the troops. Everything was running smoothly as far as Berenger was concerned. In this time, nothing major happened, though there were some minor improvements to Berenger's overall plans. For example, today was the day Ludolf finally became an ordained priest. As such, he was kneeling in the church at Innsbruck where the local bishop conducted his ordination. The ceremony was nothing extravagant, and it was soon over. When the Bishop of Innsbruck finished the ceremony, he began to speak to Ludolf, having no way of knowing that he was already in Berenger's camp. "Ludolf, I must say you have your work cut out for your working in that godless territory." This struck a nerve with Ludolf, as the land he was currently residing in was referred to as godless by the bishop simply because he disagreed with Berenger's policies. As such, he immediately defended it. "Godless? What makes you refer to Kufstein as godless?" The bishop smiled and with a condescending look as he chastised Ludolf for his naivety. "Good Ludolf, I know you have sympathies towards the people of the region, but the regent who currently commands them is a heretic, excommunicated and damned as such by the Pope himself. Clearly, the people's souls are suffering under such a wicked tyrant. It is up to you to lead the people of Kufstein to the light of God. Thank goodness we will not have to put up with that heretic for much longer." The last portion of the bishop's lecture caught Ludolf by surprise. This meant there was clearly a plot underway against Berenger, and as such he decided to dig deeper into the bishop's meaning. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean by that. Why will we not have to put up with Berenger much longer?" The bishop thought he was talking to someone on his and the Vatican side, and as such had no qualms about discussing their conspiracy behind closed doors. "Why, because of the Teutonic Order, of course." Ludolf was visibly confused as he heard the bishop's orders. As such, he explained the entirety of the situation to Ludolf, who listened intently. "As you may be aware, the Teutonic Order is currently at war with the Grand Duchy of Moscow. However, they have a plan to wipe the floor with those damned Russ and install the power of the Holy See over their patriarch. As such, within 6 months to a year, they will be free to bring their wrath down upon the heretics in Kufstein and annex the territory as an area of the Teutonic state. Surely the control of the territory will return to God's favored son of the von Kufstein family at that time." Ludolf was shocked, but he clearly understood what the bishop meant by that. As such, he had to ask the question on his mind. "Does the Pope know about this?" The bishop merely broke out into laughter, thinking that Ludolf was joking before noticing the serious expression on his face. "Who do you think requested the aid of the Teutonic Order in this endeavor?" If previously Ludolf had any doubts about the extent in which the Catholic Church was rotten, they no longer existed. Truly, the entire Catholic Church was filled to the brim with corruption, and he could no longer stand by it. Now that he was a properly ordained priest, he would take action. He had thought about everything Berenger had told him about the church and was certain now that everything he said was the truth. When he returned home to Kufstein, he would quickly get to an academic disputation of the church and its corruption. He would be sure to post it on the door to the Church of Kufstein and have Berenger print it with his printing press so that it could be distributed to all learned readers across the German-speaking regions. However, at the moment he was surrounded by enemies and had to play the part of a loyal subject. As such, he quickly smiled and nodded to the bishop's response. "Of course, I was merely curious. I hope Berenger gets what he deserves." As such, the two communicated for a long while over a few glasses of communion wine. The revelations he heard from the bishop now that he had become an ordained priest only increased his resolve to publicly condemn the church. Embezzlement was the least of the church's crimes. They had done truly unspeakable things in the past, and the bishop let loose all of the details in which he was privy to after having more than his web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Fair share of wine. Loose lips sink ships, and after a few drinks, the bishop was more than willing to share anything in which Ludolf asked. Ludolf quickly came to the realization that the institution he had once looked up to as the beacon of hope in a terrible world was utterly corrupted to the core, and it would take a miracle to save it. Berenger was right all along. Though the two had debated over the extent to which the corruption of the church reached, he had always seen Berenger as a benevolent ruler and kind man to those who deserved it. Ludolf had always justified Berenger's more ruthless actions as bringing the judgment of heaven onto the wicked. Even when the inquisitors were executed, he did not bat an eye. Yet now he was fully convinced that Berenger's ideals were 100% correct and needed to be preached by a proper priest. Little did he know that he was playing exactly into Berenger's hands. Berenger had long since desired to use Ludolf to be the Martin Luther of this world and to usher in the Protestant movement. Something which would give Berenger a valid casus belli to seize the territories of the German world for himself after he came to power in Austria. After all, the Catholics would never let an openly Protestant state exist, and through the might of science and engineering, Berenger would bring down the influence of the Church over the German people and instate his own, one which would serve his interests. Chapter 82-81. Gaining the Count's support, Adela was currently in her room playing with a letter in her hands, debating whether or not she should read its contents. On this letter was the seal of House von Habsburg-Innsbruck, and she knew of only one member of that family who would ever write to her. Obviously, this letter contained the words of Linda, though what it contained the young girl did not have the heart to find out. She was fearful it would contain the truth about the parentage of Linda's child as a way to mock her now that she was away from Berenger's company. After some time, Adela decided to open the letter and, after doing so, read through its contents with an anxious outlook. It was only after she had reread the letter 3 times did she fully relax. She realized that she had been completely overthinking things and that she should have opened it sooner. The letter contained Linda's plea to unite their families against the Church's ploys to interfere with Berenger's trade. It did not contain a single spiteful comment by Linda and actually encouraged them to get along. However, there was a certain sentence that made Adela mildly upset. Her sight caught onto it and reread it constantly for nearly 10 minutes, and the passage was as follows. For the man we both love, I see no reason that we cannot unite and do our best to aid him in his hour of need. Though Linda had always hinted about her feelings towards Berenger, and Adela indeed suspected there was a relationship between the two, at this point, Linda was outright admitting it in this letter. Adela could not help but sigh and pout as she rested her cheek in the palm of her hand while expressing her thoughts aloud. Why did I have to fall in love with a womanizer like you? There was nobody in the room to hear her, and as such, she merely sat in silence thinking about all the great memories she had made with Berenger over the past few months. She greatly desired to see him again, but unfortunately, her birthday was not for another month. However, despite knowing about Berenger's actions, she was not angry and instead decided to aid Linda in helping Berenger. As such, she quickly rushed to her father, who was in the middle of his study. Count Otto was going over the ledger containing the steel reserves he had amassed from trade with Berenger. At this rate, he would soon be able to supply his armies with the best equipment. Like Sieghard had envisioned, his armies would be equipped mostly with a brigandine and steel plate mixture. As such, he was currently signing orders to produce such equipment when he heard a knock on his door. He quickly announced that the door was unlocked. "It is open." After hearing such words, Adela opened the door and approached her father with a serious expression. Adela was the youngest of Otto's daughters and the one he doted on the most. If not for the dire need of iron, he never would have engaged his favorite daughter to her once sickly cousin. Instead, he would find her a prince. However, the engagement turned out for the best as Berenger proved to be quite the capable young man and had turned a massive amount of iron into steel, which was practically a miracle in this medieval world. The couple also seemed to be greatly fond of one another. so it worked out for the best. After Adela arrived in the room, she quickly spouted out her thoughts to her father. Berenger is in trouble. This struck a nerve with Otto, as he was unaware of such things. In fact, now that Berenger ruled over both Kufstein and Kitzbühel in his father's stead, the young man should be doing better than ever. As such, he questioned what exactly his precious daughter meant when she said that. "What do you mean?" Adela was unhesitant as she quickly explained the situation to her father. The Pope has issued a decree openly endorsing the theft of his trade. Berenger does not have a reputation fearsome enough to dissuade his neighbors from engaging in such acts, let alone the territories between our land and his. If we do not issue a public statement backing him, then I'm afraid we will no longer be able to get the steel we require for the army. Count Otto was outraged when he heard this news. He immediately questioned in his own mind as to why he was not informed earlier. After thinking things through, he let loose his inner thoughts about the papacy and their constant interference into the secular realm's affairs. Why is it that the Pope always has to stick his nose into the business of the nobility? This is outrageous. I will immediately publicly denounce such a statement and stand by Berenger's side. I will also encourage my allies to do the same and make it clear what will happen if anyone dares to steal my shipments. Adela was elated by the news and ran up to her father and hugged him with joy. "Thanks, Daddy." After saying that, she left the man behind in his study alone with his own thoughts. After Adela had disappeared beyond his door, the Count pulled out a chalice and a flagon of wine and began to drink from it before sighing out loud. "Damn it, Berenger, I know the church is full of shit, but you just had to execute 2 of their fucking inquisitors. I won't be able to protect you from everything, but this is the least I can do to honor our alliance." As such, he quickly pulled out a piece of parchment and his quill, where he began to draft a public decree of condemnation against the church and their public endorsement of theft, labeling it a violation of the 10 Commandments and unbecoming of the Vatican and the Pope, who is God's representative on earth. After doing so, he had it spread far and wide so that anyone with half a brain could realize that provoking Berenger and his alliances with 2 counts was a terrible idea. Ultimately, this decision would help lead to the German schism with the Catholic Church, which was on the horizon. Chapter 83-82. Recruitment drive. Word eventually reached Berenger of the papacy's ploy to have him removed from power by the Teutonic Order and to place his brother Lambert in control after the region had been annexed. After all, Ludolf had immediately contacted Berenger's burgeoning spy network in Innsbruck and had them send word to Kufstein about such a conspiracy. Berenger knew that sparing his brother would come back to bite him in the ass, but for the sake of his mother, he had done so. A decision which he deeply regretted at this point. The Teutonic Order was no small force, and with his current armies, he had little chance of defeating them, as such had no choice but to boost his recruitment efforts for his militia. Ultimately, he had decided to incorporate the militia and the professional army directly under his father's command into a united unit and train them appropriately. As far as his father's forces when he was called off to war were concerned, Berenger would hire a group of mercenaries to fight alongside the Viscount. Aside from completing his artillery battalion and raising a larger group of cuirassiers, Berenger had done little in recruitment. However, with access to double the population he once had, he now knew that he had to begin using the barony of Kitzbühel and its large population to fill his ranks. But first, he had to make one innovation which he had revised after the successful campaign against Kitzbühel. As such, Berenger once more visited Ludwig's office with a new set of blueprints in hand. When he arrived, the old man was quick to greet his lord. "My lord, I was not expecting your visit. Is there anything I can help you with?" Berenger did not say a word and merely laid the designs he had drafted on the table for Ludwig to see. It was a new sword design, based entirely on the 1788 British heavy cavalry sword from his past life. If there was one thing that the conflict with Kitzbühel taught him, it is that the single-edged design of the Dusak was less effective against the heavily armored forces of the late medieval period. As such, he had to rethink the swords used by his cuirassiers, and searching through his memory, he found this gem. The blade of the sword was 38 inches in length and had a full edge on one side, with a half edge on the upper half of the other side. It was a weird mixture of a backsword and a broadsword, allowing for efficient cuts and thrusts and some more obscure attacks like the reverse slash. The hilt was almost like a basket hilt, but not quite. With a completely symmetrical guard that covered the entire hand, there was just enough space to allow for the full rotation of the wrist, making it both incredibly versatile and ambidextrous. The blade was more than tapered enough to get through the gaps in medieval plate armor, and, as such, was the superior weapon for his cavalry forces. Luckily, his cuirassiers were little in number, and as such, he had not heavily invested into their Dusaks. Even Ludwig was impressed by the design and asked about Berenger's intentions. "This is..." Berenger grinned with pride as he clasped Ludwig's shoulder. "The new sword for my cuirassiers." Ludwig could not help but sigh. Every time Berenger visited him, it was either for drinks or to produce new designs. Though he had more than enough manpower to do such a thing, especially with the mass implementation of water-powered technology like the trip hammer, it just meant more work on his platter. He was already swamped with all of the production lines he was currently overseeing. After realizing he was merely switching the production of the Dusaks to these cavalry swords, he felt as if it really was not as big as a deal as he was making it, and thus could not help but accept it. "All right, I'll see it done. It is a mighty fine blade after all." Berenger slapped Ludwig on the back before complimenting him. "You always know how to make me happy, Ludwig. How about we go out for drinks tonight at the tavern?" Ludwig could not help but smile. "Sure, I'll be there." Afterward, Berenger left him behind and went to his paper factory, where he encountered the men hard at work. The head of the factory quickly greeted him. "Milord, it is an honor to have you here." Berenger was used to the man's overenthusiastic attitude at this point and quickly cut to the chase. "I need some recruitment flyers for the militia made. Here is the basic design." As such, Berenger handed the man a recruitment flyer that he had personally designed and left the rest up his factory and the many printing presses they had within it. The foreman quickly responded to Berenger's request. "I will have it done, milord." With that, his spy network would spread his recruitment flyers across Kufstein and Kitzbühel to act as a means to recruit many volunteers. He would not come to realize how effective his propaganda would be until later than the month when the number of recruits willing to join the militia raised significantly. After all, the people of Kitzbühel were well aware of how effective his forces were, and now that Berenger ruled over them in his father's name, much more disillusioned youth were more than happy to join such an elite force. Soon enough, his armies would be substantially larger, a force that a mere viscount would not normally have under his command. Thus Berenger's militia would soon drastically increase in size. By the time the Teutonic Order invaded his domain, they would be met with a rude awakening. As such, Berenger spent the rest of his day continuing on his daily tasks of overseeing the many aspects in which he was entrusted as regent of Kufstein. He seriously began to wonder if his father was still alive. It had been quite some time since the old man went into seclusion, and though Berenger was happy that he was finally able to accomplish so much, he was apprehensive about his father's health. As such, he vowed that he would take some time in the following day to check up on the old man and try to cheer him up. After all, he had been far too busy to maintain his familial affairs as of late. Chapter 84. 83. A father's grief. Berenger awoke bright and early once more. With his lover by his side, he could not help but smile at the shining of the dawn upon their gentle embrace. However, now was not the time to entertain his little pet. Instead, he quickly got out of bed and began his daily exercise. Today consisted of mainly cardio. As such, he went for his daily run before engaging in swordplay with Eckhard. By now, he was at least competent enough with the sword to survive in a fight on the battlefield. Today was not a sparring day. Instead, he drilled intensely, getting the proper movement of attacks and defensive positions ingrained into his muscle memory. After nearly 2 hours of learning swordsmanship, Berenger retired to the bath where he cleaned himself before visiting his parents' chambers. Berenger arrived at the door of his family's chambers, where he knocked upon it several times before his mother opened the door. She had a look of worry on her face as she glanced upon Berenger before dragging him into the room and shutting the door behind. Shocked by his mother's actions, Berenger could not help but question her motives. "Mother, what is going on?" Gisela did not say much and merely led Berenger to the bedside where his father was resting. It had been over a month since he last saw the man, and his condition had changed for the worse during this time. The old man truly looked as if he had aged 10 years. His hair, which was starting to gray in the past, had greatly progressed in that matter, and his face was gaunt with malnutrition adding to his age. Evidently, the man had been fasting heavily and repeatedly praying to the Lord for guidance. Yet, all such actions managed to achieve was deal a significant blow to his health. He now looked worse than Berenger did when he first arrived in this world. Berenger looked at his father with a great sense of guilt. If the old man was this bad after having exiled his son, then Berenger did not want to imagine his condition if Lambert had been executed for his crimes. As a dutiful son, Berenger took responsibility for this and approached Sieghard, lying in a state of depression on his bed. After grabbing hold of his hand, Berenger spoke to his father, informing him of some of the good news that had happened over the last month or so. "Father, I want to inform you that you are now a viscount. Due to a border conflict with Kitzbühel, I have successfully conquered them, forced Baron Guntram into your vassalage. As far as Lambert is concerned, I have received news that he fits nicely in the Teutonic Order and will soon take his vows. There is no reason to be suffering so much. The boy will surely redeem himself in the eyes of the Lord soon enough." Berenger did not have the heart to tell his father that he was engaged in a serious conflict with the church and that he had been excommunicated and condemned as a heretic. Nor did he have the desire to inform the old man that the Teutonic Order planned to march on their lands within 6 months to a year in an attempt to depose himself as regent and annex the territory, allowing Lambert to rule over it under the banner of the Teutonic state. If the man heard such terrible news, he might literally die of a broken heart, and Berenger could not bear to witness such a thing. Sieghard smiled for the first time in a long time as he heard the news. It brought a brief sense of respite from the crippling guilt he felt for failing his sons as a father. He spoke weakly to Berenger with an affectionate smile. "A viscount, huh? I suppose that is good news for you, my son. Soon enough, you will inherit my lands, and you deserve far more than ruling over a lowly barony like I was able to provide for you. I regret that I will not live to see your wedding." Berenger could not help but tear up as he heard these words. His father had truly given up on life. At the rate he was going, he would not even make it to the war to which he had been so desperately looking forward to. Nor did Berenger believe that Sieghard even cared for such a thing at this point. He tried to give meaning to the old man's life in any way he could. As such, he thought about Linda's pregnancy and tried to urge his father to care about that. "Father, do not speak in such a manner. You will soon be a grandfather. Do you not wish to gaze upon the sight of your first grandchild after it has been born?" With this, Sieghard merely scoffed and returned to his depressed state as he stopped looking at Berenger and returned his gaze to the ceiling of the cold stone room. He voiced his concerns aloud, not caring how Berenger would feel about hearing them. "Pfft! A bastard child, the result of which will forever be a reminder of my failure as a parent. One of my sons conspired to murder his elder brother, and the other impregnated his younger brother's fiancée. What a masterful job I have done raising you boys. Berenger's plan to cheer up his father had completely backfired so spectacularly that he had sent his father into a further state of depression. Berenger could understand his father's grievances with his relationship with Linda. At this point, he was just happy that Sieghard was unaware of how his relationship with Linda came to be. If the old man was aware that it was the result of yet another plot against his life by Lambert, he might actually die on the spot. As such, the young regent could not help but sigh in response to his father's state. There was truly nothing he could do. He was not socially adept enough to properly comfort his father through his sense of overwhelming guilt and grief. His one attempt to do so had just managed to make his father feel worse about the whole situation. He may have just caused several weeks to be taken off his father's life. Berenger needed to find something that could give the old man some hope, and quickly. If not, he feared the Reaper would take his father from him far earlier than he should. Before leaving the room, Berenger expressed his empathy for his father while choking back the anger he felt at himself for being so socially inept when comforting others about serious issues. Get well soon, father. With that said, Berenger departed from his father's room with a sense of defeat. He did not know how to fix this situation, and all that he could manage was to throw himself into his work to avoid the sense of despair that had begun to take hold of his heart as he thought about the hopelessness of his father's current state. Chapter 85. 84. Discussing defense after leaving his father's quarters, Berenger returned to the dining room where he ate breakfast. Once more, Linda and Henrietta were at the table. However, this time, the two girls were far more cordial with one another. Berenger did not know what Linda had said to Henrietta, but they appeared to be on better terms than before. At the very least, the little girl no longer seemed to pin the blame of Lambert's exile on Linda. While snacking on some wurst, Linda could not help but ask about Berenger's visit to his father, which put him in a difficult spot. If Henrietta were still secluded, he might be able to tell the truth of the matter. But with the little Lily innocently snacking on breakfast sausage, he could not very well inform both of them to the severity of his father's condition. As such, he merely shrugged his shoulders and said the least dishonest thing he could think of. I have done all that I am able. Though Henrietta was too engrossed in enjoying her breakfast to notice Berenger's solemn expression, Linda immediately picked up on it and could tell that things were not going well for the von Kufstein family, especially for the head of the household. She felt bitter after seeing that helpless expression on Berenger's face, knowing full well that if there were nothing he could do, then anything she might attempt would only worsen things. After all, Berenger's parents did not exactly accept their relationship, even if they tolerated it. As such, she snacked on her breakfast in awkward silence. Berenger, on the other hand, gazed deeply into his flagon of milk, which he desperately wished to be wine. However, he had more than enough self-restraint and forcefully deterred himself from resorting to morning drinking as a way to quench his sorrows. He preferred the slightly more healthy alternative of throwing himself into his work. As such, he quickly steered the conversation into a path more favorable for him. The construction of the city walls is underway. Soon enough, Kufstein will be a city like no other. It might take a couple of years to achieve fully, but ultimately the designs I have planned will usher in a new age of security and prosperity for the German people. Linda had witnessed his grand plans and was excited about such a proposition. It was truly an extraordinary design, and she had no idea how Berenger kept coming up with such revolutionary ideas. She greatly admired his intellect and his approach to problems, though she felt he was spending too much money to make the common people's lives better. The defenses she could understand, but the advanced plumbing system and the complex apartments would come at great cost, and even if he rented the apartments out at a fair price as he planned, it would take quite some time to recoup his losses. As a woman who grew up in the privileged family of the higher nobility and was greatly spoiled in her formative years, some things like snobbery were hardwired into her DNA. As such, Linda could not understand Berenger's benevolent attitude towards the commoners. Though she did not understand it, she did not look down upon it. She figured Berenger's benevolence to his people was one of his better qualities. If he was a completely ruthless sociopath who only cared for himself, she figured she would never have fallen for him to the depths in which she had. Knowing that her lover's plans were progressing well made Linda feel happy, even if she felt he was spending too much money on the happiness of the commoners. As she smiled and congratulated Berenger on the current success of his grand infrastructure initiative. "That is excellent news. I can't wait to witness the city's defenses once they are completed. Your designs are impressive, to say the least." Henrietta looked up from her plate at the couple with a gaze of confusion. She had no idea what Berenger was planning, nor the ludicrous amount he was spending daily on such plans. She lived a carefree life completely devoid of any thoughts regarding the realm's future and its prosperity. However, the term city and walls brought a minor degree of interest to her. As such, she could not help but question what Berenger was planning. Her azure eyes twinkled with excitement as she questioned her big brother about his supposed plans. "What city? Walls? What are you talking about?" Berenger could not help but smile at the innocent look on his little sister's face. It greatly calmed his nerves about the issues with his father's rapidly deteriorating health. As such, he decided to spoil the girl with information about his extravagant project. "I'm currently transforming the town into a full-fledged city. With the increase in urbanization, a lot of the locals live in horrible conditions. As such, I have plans to alleviate those concerns and build a strong defensive barrier around the city." Though Henrietta did not understand half of the words Berenger had used, she felt as if it was something extraordinary. As such, she smiled and congratulated Berenger on his progress. "Good job," she said while raising her thumb in approval. Though she would later come to realize just how effective Berenger's plans were, it would not be for some time before she came to such a conclusion. For now, the little girl merely enjoyed her food as Berenger and Linda continued their discussion about topics that bored her. After finishing her meal, Henrietta looked up at Berenger with a cute expression. Considering he was now sitting at the head of the table, it would be considered rude to run off without his permission. "Big brother, may I please be excused?" Berenger smiled and nodded, allowing the little loli to flee off to her room to play with her toys. Completely unaware that she was missing a discussion about the construction of monumental advancements in defensive technology that would one day come to dominate the cities of the future German Empire. Chapter 86. 85. Have you no shame? A few days had passed since Berenger visited his father, and he was currently sitting on the seat of power in Kufstein, where a messenger rushed in and handed him an intelligence report. The report contained the joint public denunciation of the Church's endorsement of theft against Berenger's trade by Count Lothar of Tyrol and Count Otto of Steiermark. The counts were quite gutsy in their rebuking of the Church. They even went so far as to declare that the Pope was advocating for the people of Austria to break the seventh commandment. As such, this event caused quite a stir in the Christian world, as a proclamation by the Holy See condemning a heretic turned into quite the scandal, as there were plenty of lords, priests, and bishops who agreed with the two counts and their joint declaration. Surprisingly, several Orthodox patriarchs came out and condemned the Pope, especially the Patriarch of Moscow, whose territory was currently at war with the Teutonic Order, a Catholic military order which had invaded their lands to convert the Christians within them to the Catholic variety, which was a great point of contention between the Catholic and Orthodox churches at the moment. Berenger read the report with a wide grin. He did not know how Adela had heard about this relatively mundane matter, but he was thankful for her support. He was completely oblivious to the fact that Linda had set this up behind his back. But even if he did know, he would not be angry, as this only caused a further rift in the Christian world, in which Ludolf would be able to exploit soon enough. Speaking of Ludolf, the The man was currently working on a scholarly paper written about the corruption of the church and thought it would take some time to compile the evidence into a collection of cohesive theses. He had little doubt that soon enough, the Christian world would turn on itself. He began to wonder how his actions would affect the Council of Constance in this timeline. As he was going over these details, Linda walked in, saw the large smile on his face, and inquired about the reason for his pleasant mood. "What has made you so happy?" Berenger chuckled lightly as he placed his paper to the side and turned his attention to his beautiful lover, who by now was starting to show physical signs of pregnancy. "Nothing much. I just love seeing my enemies at each other's throats." As his spy master, he had given her maternity leave as her pregnancy had progressed, and she was mostly resting about enjoying a slothful life. As such, she was unaware of the ongoing schemes in the background. However, when he said such things, she could estimate what had happened, and thus she smiled in return. "That is good to hear." Instantly a devilish idea began to form in Berengar's mind. Considering that nobody was around, he motioned for his lover to come over and sit upon his lap. He took pleasure in teasing the girl who was carrying his child. Though her cheeks began to flush in embarrassment, she could not disobey her master's orders. As such, she sat upon his lap in an awkward display in the middle of the great hall. However, as he was blowing on Linda's ears, his mother just so happened to be walking by and witnessed the affectionate display where she quickly began to scold Berenger as she marched in his direction. "Berenger, just what is it that you think you are doing on your father's seat of power?" Gisella's shrill voice immediately caused Linda to attempt to hop away from Berenger's grasp in embarrassment, but the young regent managed to capture his lover in his arms and keep her in place, which caused her to look down at the ground and cover her face. This was truly a mortifying position to be in. Berenger, on the other hand, had a smug expression on his face as he responded to his mother's chastisement. "Father has placed me in charge of the realm during his absence. As such, I see no reason why I cannot relax on this chair while playing around with my lover. Even a viscount needs a moment of rest now and then." Gisella's gaze immediately narrowed in response to Berenger's claims. Though it was true Berenger was viscount in everything but name, that did not mean they should behave in this manner. Especially so boldly declaring in the open that he and Linda were lovers. Did he not care about his reputation? Seeing his mother's piercing gaze, Berenger could not help but scoff internally as he held his arms tightly around Linda, preventing her from escaping from his clutches. This public display of affection had really gotten him excited. Nevertheless, he could not do anything at the moment, so he listened to his mother's lecture with a smug expression on his face. "Regardless as to whether or not you can behave in this way, it is simply unacceptable. Have you no shame?" Berenger laughed lightly at his mother's words, which infuriated the woman. If he acted this way as regent, she could not imagine how he would behave when he was officially viscount. However, just when she was about to chastise him further, he let out a bold answer to her question. "Evidently not." Berenger truly was shameless. If he really wanted to, he would tie Linda up to a leash and have her kneel before him while he sat on his throne with her leash in hand. But he was not that wicked yet. Nevertheless, his mother would not accept his inappropriate actions any further. As such, she marched up to the seat of power with the intent to slap him. Seeing he had gone too far, he let Linda go, where she quickly scurried off while filled with an overwhelming sense of humiliation and shame. Of course, he made sure to voice his thoughts aloud as his mother stopped at the steps just below him. "Damn, I love that woman." With that said, Gisela looked at him with disgust and stormed off. She could not believe her son had grown into such a womanizer. Berenger, on the other hand, began to stretch. Now that he was relaxed from the little fun he was able to achieve in this brief moment, he quickly got back to the task at hand. For a man with great ambitions like him, the work was never done. Chapter 87-86 Formation of a Wicked Alliance during Linda's maternity leave. The position of spymaster was temporarily handed over to her bastard half-sister Adelheid, who operated out of Innsbruck. She was the personal maid of Linda, who had since her departure been working at the family estate and directly serving her father, Lothar. She was not exactly fond of her father due to how she had been treated throughout her youth and desperately looked up to Linda as her eldest sister and the only one who seemed to care for her. As such, she was more than eager to spy on her father's domain for her precious big sister. Of course, she was not happy with Berenger for making Linda his lover. Adelheid thought that Linda's love had blinded her to Berenger's true nature, and that in truth he was an absolute scoundrel, much like her father. However, if supporting him was what Linda wanted, then she would comply. Even if she believed Linda was deserving of the position of Berenger's wife and not that little girl from Graz. Currently, Adelheid was cleaning her father's study, where she came across a variety of letters issued that exchanged the details between the Bishop of Innsbruck and her father. Now that Lambert was exiled from the House of Kufstein and sent to the Teutonic Order, Lothar's plans relied entirely on his daughter's illicit relationship with Berenger. As such, a rift had grown between him and the Bishop of Innsbruck, who kept insisting on deposing Berenger for the sake of the church. Seeing literally no benefit from this request, Count Lothar had abandoned the bishop and the church's pleas. Instead, he sided with Berenger to win his favor and potentially gain an even better deal on the steel trade. Adelheid read over all of the information she could gather from the Bishop of Innsbruck and her father's correspondence and added it to the web of knowledge she had collected. As she was looking over the information, she heard footsteps and a pair of voices approaching, one of which she recognized to be her father's. Thus she quickly put away the letters in the order she had found them and began to sweep around the office, making herself look busy. By the time her father and the unknown figure arrived in his office, they noticed Lothar's bastard daughter fulfilling her duties of cleaning the room and felt no suspicion whatsoever. After all, as his personal maid, that was something she ought to be doing. The Count did not even mind her presence as he began to speak with a man dressed in the attire of a bishop, who Adelheid recognized as Bishop Ernest of Innsbruck. The man was morbidly obese and was easily in his 60s. He had a particularly troll-like face and was completely bald with a long mustache that looked like a set of walrus tusks, which were as white as snow. This fat bastard looked lustfully at Adelheid as she cleaned the office in the background. Noticing his sinful gaze, Lothar snapped at him. "Don't even think about it. Considering the fat old man was here to negotiate with the Count of Tyrol about withdrawing his support for Berenger, the man snarled, but ultimately retracted his gaze before speaking to Lothar in an obviously fake polite tone. Count Lothar, I'm sure you are aware that by supporting a condemned heretic like Berenger, your very soul is at risk of sharing that same fate as his." Lothar pulled out a pair of chalices and then filled them with wine, handing one to the fat old bishop before discussing his terms with the man. "Cut to the chase. I do not want to hear any bullshit from you. If you do not give me something of worth, then I will not think about abandoning the boy in favor of your lot." The old bishop grimaced as he heard those words. He was well aware of Berenger's miraculous ability to turn iron into steel. He was also aware of Lothar's ambitions to be Duke of Austria, and as such, even with the overwhelming wealth of the church, he would have to pay a heavy price in order to convince the Count to join his side. Adelheid keenly listened to this conversation as she quietly cleaned in the background. Neither of the two men was concerned about whether or not she overheard their conversation and the potential conspiracy it may contain. As such, the bishop quickly spoke his terms he was willing to present to win Lothar's favor. "Very well. What the church is willing to offer you is the entire Prinzbishopric of Ch to add to your domain." Not only was Count Lothar shocked, but so was Adelheid. This was no small domain owned by the church which bordered the county of Tyrol. It contained many resources and a relatively large population. If Lothar acquired this, he would be able to increase his wealth and military power vastly. He could not believe the church was willing to go so far to put down a minor viscount. As such, he had to clarify the issue. "You will give me the entire region of Cha?" The bishop nodded his head in approval as his next words confirmed his offer. "The Holy Father has already approved it. All you have to do is side with us when the time is right and invade Kufstein alongside the Teutonic Order." Count Lothar thought about it for several moments. The minerals, wealth, and forces he would gain from Cha would be worth more in total than the trade he had with Berenger. As such, he had no reason to decline, especially when he considered the fact that he despised the boy who had knocked up his favorite daughter. As such, Lothar reached out his hand and cemented the alliance with the church. Though he would still officially remain on Berenger's side for the time being, when the time was right, he would turn on the boy regent and bring order to his territory once more. He did not care who ruled over Kufstein so long as they submitted to him. The fat old bishop laughed heartfully as he shook the count's hand and declared their alliance on the spot. "I knew you were a man of great faith. Together, we shall destroy this heretic and prevent his views from spreading across Europe. He has already caused more damage to the faithful than you may realize." The truth of the matter was, with the scandal the Vatican had found itself in over the matter of publicly endorsing the seizing of Berenger's assets and the letter of rebuttal the two counts had made against them, Berenger's popularity was rising among the German nobility, and his views were currently being spread in his propaganda. It would not be long before this heresy, in which the Church had officially deemed the Berenger heresy, spread to every corner of the German world. At that time, the Church would lose significant power, and as such, they were willing to give up such a huge chunk of land to get rid of Berenger as quickly as possible. After all, they did not want the Teutonic Knights to have to face Count Lothar's forces, nor did they wish to engage in an entire crusade just to put down this growing heresy. Overhearing this grave threat to Berenger, and, more importantly, her dearest sister, Adelheid, was more than happy to report this news to Linda at the first opportunity available. As such, after witnessing this despicable alliance being formed, she used the first chance she got to leave the office and write a letter to Linda informing her about the threats that had begun to manifest within Innsbruck. Chapter 88. 87. Counter-conspiracy. Linda sat in her quarters within the castle of Kufstein. She received a letter which was written from her sister. In this letter, it described the scene in which Adelheid had witnessed and their father's treachery. The girl twirled a strand of her strawberry blonde hair in boredom as she read the words. She suspected sooner or later her father would betray her lover. It was only a matter of time before the Church offered him something he could not refuse. After reading the words the letter contained, Linda burned it before leaving her room, seeking out Berenger to inform him of the crucial issue at hand. Before long, she found Berenger in his father's study reviewing the ledgers on his grand infrastructure initiative. When Linda arrived in the study with a worried expression, he could guess that her sister had reported some troublesome news, and as such, he immediately inquired about the details. "Well, don't keep me waiting." Linda immediately shut the door behind her and informed Berenger of the matters reported to her. "The Bishop of Innsbruck has promised my father the Prince Bishopric of Chas so long as he aids in the invasion of your realm when the time comes. He has accepted these terms, and thus in doing so, betrayed you." Berenger contemplated what this meant for a few moments. The Teutonic Order was sure to send a large army to enter his lands, but with the Count of Tyrol, on the other hand, would at best send a small punitive task force. He had greater ambitions than to gain the city of Cha, and by the time the Teutonic Order could muster a force to attack Kufstein, the kingdom would either be on the brink of civil war or fully engaged in it. This truly did not change Berenger's plans all that much. In fact, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. By betraying Berenger and the alliance they had formed, Count Lothar was giving him a justifiable reason to invade his territory as such. Berenger decided at that moment on his plans to usurp the county of Tyrol from Linda's father. A wicked grin spread across his face as he thought of such things, confusing Linda as that was not the reaction she was anticipating, forcing her to ask why he was behaving so oddly. "Why the hell are you smiling? Isn't this a serious matter?" Berenger could not help but further smile at Linda's response, but ultimately he decided to inform her of the changes to his plans. "Actually, quite the contrary. This is wonderful news." Linda looked at her lover and master as if he were a lunatic before expressing her doubts. How could this possibly be considered wonderful news? Berenger got up from his seat and approached Linda, where he began to rub her shoulders as he explained the depths of his plots. "Your father will at most send a few hundred men to honor the alliance with the church. The reason being is that he can't afford to lose many men here in Kufstein. He has already threatened me once, and I easily repelled the bluff by addressing this point. The safety of Kufstein will be secured either way. On the contrary, this gives me a justified reason to march on Innsbruck and usurp his title when he is off at war trying to usurp the duchy." Linda's gaze shifted from one of looking at a madman to looking at a genius. She struggled to believe Berenger came up with such a diabolical scheme directly after hearing about the news she thought was disastrous. This was why he was the man she had chosen, gentle but firm to his loved ones while being utterly ruthless to his enemies as a true man should be. At this point, Linda had no allegiance to her father, and if Count Lothar realized that his precious daughter had completely turned on him, he would do his damned to personally flay Berenger for warping her mind to such a degree. Berenger no longer questioned her loyalty. She had proven herself to be absolutely obedient to him on many occasions. As such, he merely hugged his favorite pet from behind and stroked her hair. However, it was not long before he heard a knock on the door interrupting his fun. As such, Berenger ceased his activities and answered the door where he saw the figure of Eckhard. The man immediately realized he was interrupted something by the cold gaze of Berenger and the flushed expression on Linda's cheeks. However, since he was already here, he decided to attempt to give his report. "My lord, may I have a minute?" Berenger nodded and allowed Eckhard into the room, where he proceeded to sit down before the desk and pour a couple of glasses of wine. After taking a sip from the chalice, Berenger motioned for Eckhard to continue. "Go on." As such, Eckhard stood at attention with a look of pride on his face. "My liege, we have so many recruits joining our forces from the region of Kitzbühel that we have filled the artillery battalion. As such, I require a directive on where I should focus on the training of the troops next." Berenger thought about it for a moment before he issued his decree. "We should focus on establishing a full battalion of cuirassiers, a minimum of 800 men. Any additional men should begin forming the 2nd Infantry Battalion. Send the expense report to me when it is drafted, and I will approve of it." After hearing his lord and commander's orders, Eckhard pounded his chest in a salute and marched off after accepting the terms, "Yes, my lord." Linda looked in shock as she realized that Berenger's military might would be greatly expanding soon. 800 cavalrymen was no small amount, even by the standards of a viscount. Luckily, his population had doubled recently, and he could afford to draft so many men into his army. Knowing the technological edge in which his forces had, Linda could not help but think that Berenger's army would soon be the most capable in the world. Berenger, on the other hand, was satisfied with the results of his recruitment drive. He was certain that before the Teutonic Knights arrived, he would have 2 full battalions of infantry, roughly 2,400 men in total, a full battalion of cavalry numbering anywhere between 800–1,200 men, and a full artillery battalion numbering a total of 450 men and 18 field guns. All in all, his army would be capable of defeating whatever force the Teutonic Order brought down upon him, so long as it was not the full army, which he highly doubted they would do considering their position with their neighbors. Just like this, a counter-conspiracy to the church's plots was put in place to destroy the enemies of Kufstein utterly, and by extension, its regent. Chapter 89, 88. Military reforms. A few days had passed since Berenger had begun plotting against Count Lothar and his backers, which was long enough for his father's vassals to gather within the castle of Kufstein. Realizing that he would have to completely reform the military structure now that he was incorporating the professional army with the town militia into a single cohesive force, he had called all of his father's vassals to Kufstein so that he could directly inform him that he would be removing their feudal rights to raise their own armies. This was a decision which he knew he had to make eventually to modernize the military fully, but as of right now, he knew this would be a bitter pill to swallow for the men who served his father. After all, he was essentially revoking their right to defend their own land with their own armies. With the men gathered in the Great Hall, Berenger sat upon the seat of power as Viscount in every way but name. The young regent made his shocking declaration to the men who swore allegiance to his family. As of today, I am hereby abolishing the rights of my family's vassals to raise their own armies, and will instead be incorporating them into a single cohesive military under the control of the Viscount of Kufstein, where one's ranking is based entirely upon merit and not birth. With this said, the room resounded with the protests of dozens of minor lords and knights. The knights were especially outraged with this decree, as by doing away with the feudal traditions of the military, Berenger was essentially depriving them of their purpose in life. Despite the fury of the noblemen, they kept themselves well behaved due to the fact that Berenger was flanked by his elite guard, who had been formed from the ranks of his greatest grenadiers. They were prepared for any act of rebellion against their lord and commander, and as such, viciously stared down the unruly mob of gentlemen. Eventually, Berenger slammed his fist upon his armrest, which instantly quieted the room before he began to speak further. I have invited every one of you here personally to inform you of this decision and to address any concerns you may have. As such, you are free to voice them one at a time in a civil manner. An old knight was the first to approach Berenger and voice his concerns. I am a knight, like my father before me, and his father before him. What am I supposed to do now that I can no longer fight for my lord? Berenger smiled gently at the man, as he knew his concerns all too well and had already prepared a response for such a question. I am sure your expertise in warfare is needed among the ranks of my army, and as such, I will offer you a place among its ranks. So long as you complete the necessary training, you will receive a position as a commissioned officer. From there, you may progress in the ranks based upon your ability. Though the man wanted to protest further, yet he could tell Berenger would not budge, and as such, he responded to Berenger's words. I will take it under consideration. Afterward, the man returned to the crowd, where a minor lord rose and voiced his opinion on the matter. If the army is entirely under your command, then who will protect my borders? Berenger once more smiled gently at the man as he expressed how the military would function going forward. Forts will be constructed in each region to ensure proper defense. These forts will be manned by a garrison of soldiers who fall under the command of the army. These garrisons will also be in charge of law enforcement until a time where a self-sufficient and dedicated police force is established in the region. Many of these lords were familiar with how Berenger had chosen to rule. Over the last month or so since he ascended to regency, Berenger had forced his reforms on his vassals one at a time. It was getting to the point where many of them were thinking of rebelling. Yet right when they were considering such an option, Berenger not only planned to undermine their ability to effectively do so, but establish garrisons in their territory, which were manned by soldiers loyal only to him. This was considered absolutely unacceptable to many of the lords shackled by vassalage to the von Kufstein family. Nevertheless, the lords had no choice but to accept these terms. After all, they were all aware of how quickly Berenger had put down the Baron of Kitzbühel's army, which was far larger than anything they could muster. Many of these knights and lords were present to witness such a shocking display of power. It was something they would never forget in their lifetime. One by one, the lords and knights of Kufstein voiced their concerns, and Berenger addressed each and every one of them with a carefully planned answer. By the time the convention was over, Berenger had received all of their signatures while signing the military reforms into law, thus dealing a mortal blow to the old feudal system in which he was inching ever closer to completely replacing. For now, what settled the noblemen's minds was that they still had access to their land and would thus be able to live a lavish lifestyle without having to worry about dying in war. They could leave that to the common people and those foolish enough to glorify such a thing. If they knew that Berenger was currently designing land reforms that would completely strip them of their ownership over such vast swaths of land and redistribute it to the public and private sectors, they would have tried to skin him alive then and there, even with his elite guard present. Fortunately for Berenger, these old and bitter men had no knowledge that their feudal authority would soon come completely crashing down upon them. Their roles as nobles would soon become little more than a ceremonial title passed down throughout their family. Of course, to ensure there was not an outright rebellion, Berenger was thinking of ways to appease the nobles and maintain some degree of their wealth. However, that was a discussion for another time. For now, Berenger had successfully enacted his military reforms and would be incorporating all knights, men-at-arms, and other professional soldiers into the ranks of what would one day become known as the Imperial Army. Chapter 90, 89. Becoming an arms dealer with the military reforms in place, Berenger began incorporating the militia and professional army into one cohesive force. The men were made to swear an oath under pain of death and damnation that they would protect the realm from all foreign and domestic enemies while also swearing their allegiance to the Viscounty and its commander-in-chief, which at this point was Berenger. Afterward, roughly 1,000 infantry were transferred into the ranks of the 1st and 2nd Infantry Battalions. By doing this, Berenger ensured that the new and possibly disgruntled troops were alongside those that were already completely loyal to him so that they had no chances of turning on him. As far as the 30 knights under his command were concerned, they were transferred into the ranks of the 1st Cuirassier Battalion, which was growing in numbers by the day. The expense in raising cavalry was far more than that of infantry or artillery, yet it would be worth the amount as far as Berenger was concerned. Thus, he had no qualms about funding such an endeavor. Though it would take a few months for the new troops to go through basic and specialized training, he was confident by the time the upcoming war broke out that he would have a large, well-trained and well-equipped army that was far greater than any force in the world that was equal in size. Every day the arms factory and the armory worked to produce the necessary equipment for Berenger's army to properly field. As such, he quickly was left with a vast stockpile of the obsolete weapons and armor that kept growing by the day. Eventually, Berenger decided he would sell the equipment to Count Lothar at a discount, considering it was used equipment, and some of it had been especially fitted to certain people. He would never think of gaining full price for it. Nevertheless, it was fully functional equipment and better in quality than basically anything else in the world aside from his own forces. Thinking of this idea, he personally wrote the letter to Count Lothar, who was more than interested in the offer and absolutely curious why Berenger would be selling such a large amount of steel plate and brigandine. Thus the man made his way to Kufstein as quickly as possible, where he was currently meeting with Berenger in his armory which housed the equipment, where the two noblemen discussed the exact details of the trade. Count Lothar was not shy with his questions. He could not think of a reason why Berenger would give up such valuable equipment unless it were faulty. So why are you selling such a vast quantity of steel arms and armor? Do you not need it for yourself? Berenger began to laugh. He had already planned an excuse for selling his army's obsolete equipment. I am currently investing in a massive infrastructure initiative, and I need more capital than I am making on the steel and textile trade. I figured my peasant levies did not need such superior equipment. Thus I decided to sell it and equip them with a much cheaper design of the armor. Lothar did not even think twice about this answer. It was entirely reasonable, especially since Berenger said this equipment was used to outfit peasant levies. The armorers that Lothar had brought with him began inspecting every piece of equipment to determine if it would hold up. The equipment had only ever seen one battle, and most of the men were completely untouched in that battle. As such, it was in fantastic condition. While his men were inspecting the equipment, Lothar began discussing terms on the sale of such a vast amount of high-quality arms and armor. Everything except for the pikes used in the previous battle was for sale. If my armoires confirm the quality of the equipment, then I would be more than happy to purchase the goods off of your hands. However, because it is used, and much of it will require refitting, I cannot offer you full price for the lot. Considering the equipment was almost entirely brigandine, with steel helmets and a small number of steel vambraces and greaves which were thrown into the mix, the value was quite substantial, as the manufacture of such a mass amount of equipment was unheard of at this time. As such, Count Lothar threw out an enticing offer. I will pay 10 guldens per set of armor as well as a matching weapon. The gulden was a gold coin in use for currency, and when considering the price of a steel breastplate by itself was worth a little over 4 guldens brand new, as well as the fact that this was mostly used brigandine, it was a fair price. However, Berenger would milk Count Lothar for every piece of the equipment's worth and immediately countered his offer with a higher figure. 15. Count Lothar frowned at this number and offered with a new figure. 12. Berenger shook his head and negotiated with his final offer while wearing a smug smile on his face. 13. And I'll cover transportation. If you don't accept, I'm sure the Count of Steiermark would be happy to have such fine equipment for his armies. Berenger had struck a nerve with Count Lothar. After all, the man was well aware that Count Otto was a loyalist to the main Habsburg line and someone he considered to be a future enemy. If Berenger sold his equipment to that man, then it would surely make things difficult for him. After all, with this equipment, it would greatly diminish his need to buy raw steel and manufacture it himself. After careful deliberation, Count Lothar had no choice to accept and cursed at Berenger. Damn it. All right, I accept your terms. However, although they shook hands and smiled at one another, Lothar was secretly thinking within his mind. What an idiot. He has no idea the danger that is approaching, and he just sold such valuable equipment to his enemy, leaving his armies in a poor state. The Teutonic Order should be able to wipe his army with ease. Lothar had no way of knowing that this armor he was being sold, which he thought was the pinnacle of equipment in Europe right now, and possibly the world, was already considered obsolete in Berenger's mind, and that the young regent was already in the process of replacing it with better equipment for his forces to use. Berenger smiled with an arrogant expression, as he was all too aware of what Lothar was thinking and could not wait to see the look on his face when his forces were torn asunder by the thunder of Berenger's guns. With this first step, Berenger had entered the arms trade and made a massive profit of a whopping 13,000 guldens, or close to it. He would use some of this profit to invest in the arms trade, where he would begin to supply all factions of the upcoming civil war, from which he would profit significantly. Only for the factions who bought his equipment to come to the horrific realization that against the might of the flintlock muskets and 12-pound cannons of Berenger's army, the equipment they had been sold was completely and utterly useless. Chapter 91. 90. Ludolf's Reformation. Ludolf had been hard at work on his academic refutation of the Church's corruption and abuse of power. So much so that his manifesto had grown even larger than Martin Luther's from Berenger's previous life. After collecting evidence of the Church's sins and its wrongful attempts to dominate secular affairs, Ludolf compiled it together in a well-written thesis completely disputing the Church and its insidious actions. He had spent nearly a month gathering what he needed in an attempt to reform the Church for the better. Now that he had finished writing his paper, the priest brought it to Berenger's attention for review and possible alterations. Berenger smiled as he read through the manifesto, which spoke many of his ideals, and unlike Luther, he spent a large amount of time focusing on the necessity for church and state. From an academic standpoint, the work was solid. From a theological standpoint, it was brilliant. After reading through the whole thing, Berenger placed down the paper and looked at Ludolf, who had been silently waiting in patience for Berenger to finish it as he sat upon the seat of power in Kufstein. After placing down the manifesto with great care, he approached Ludolf and patted the man on the shoulders. "My friend, it is a work of brilliance. I am truly inspired after reading it. This must be distributed across the German-speaking regions and Europe as a whole. With my press, it can be mass-produced much like the Bibles we have been distributing and spread to the hands of true believers everywhere." Ludolf smiled greatly upon hearing the massive praise he received. He too agreed that the work needed to be spread. As such, he did not hesitate to agree to Berenger's suggestion of mass-producing and distributing it across the German-speaking regions of the world. "Thank you, Berenger. I must say I would never have walked this path without your guidance. It is truly an honor to be your friend." Berenger grabbed the paper and placed it in Ludolf's hands before complimenting the man further. "The pleasure is all mine. Now shall we head to the press and begin the process?" Ludolf nodded and agreed to Berenger's request once more, and as such, Berenger and Ludolf marched down to the press, which was now located within its own factory run by his propaganda department. Berenger's elite guards flanked the two men as they did so. Despite being in the safety of Kufstein, Berenger had made many enemies, and he could never be too careful when it came to his safety. The average citizens looked upon the men as they marched into the city under construction and into the industrial district where they entered the press, where the foreman was more than happy to greet them. As always, the man was a bootlicker and showered Berenger and his guest in compliments upon arrival. "My lord, it is an absolute pleasure to witness your immaculate visage enter the factory. Tell me, how can I help you on this glorious day?" Berenger could not help but sneer at the man's remarks. He was not the kind of man who desired to be around sycophants. Nevertheless, the man was good at his job, and as such, Berenger kept him in place. "I need a special production line dedicated to the mass production of this work. Can it be done?" The foreman once more put on the air as he continued to compliment Berenger, which ultimately looped right back around to a simple agreement. "Of course, my lord. For your benevolence, I can make anything possible. As you know, we have expanded operations quite successfully lately, and as such, we can easily afford to dedicate full-time production to this work." With that said, Berenger motioned for Ludolf to hand it over, after which the priest quickly did so. Berenger looked around the area and noticed that the security was lacking for this vital installation. As such, he looked over to the foreman and informed him of his decision. "I will attach a security detail around this facility around the clock. It looks like the garrison needs more forces." With the influx of recruits to his army, Berenger established a significant garrison in Kufstein whose full-time job would be to defend the region and act as internal security. Essentially, they would become the gendarmerie until he could establish a dedicated police force. After saying that, Berenger left while trying to ignore the exaggerated praise from the foreman who could refrain himself from saying such flatteries. After Berenger and Ludolf returned to the castle, he pulled out a pair of goblets before filling them with wine and handing one to Ludolf before saying a toast. "To the Reformation, may the church be purged of its corruption." The two men clinked glasses before taking a sip. Ludolf, of course, could not refrain from his excitement. "I truly do hope something comes of my work. I cannot sit idly by and allow the church to be blighted by the amoral bishops and cardinals who turn a blind eye to the teachings of Christ in pursuit of their greed." Berenger merely smiled and took a sip from his glass. He knew the possibility of the Catholic Church actually being reformed was very slim. What was most likely to happen from Ludolf's actions was the church splitting off and forming the Protestant movement. Though such an event would inevitably lead to chaos within the European sphere of influence, Berenger needed that chaos to transition the German world into a scientific and industrious way of thinking. As the two men celebrated their achievement, only Berenger was aware of how things would turn out. The future would be filled with endless blood and destruction due to these two men's actions. Yet, it would allow Berenger to build one of the mightiest empires in history, an achievement that would one day brand him as the father of the German nation. Among his many nicknames for which he would be known, this was the one of which he was most proud. Chapter 92-91 Council of Constance. Nearly a month had passed since Ludolf made his public denunciation of the Church, and by then, thousands of copies of his manifesto had spread across the German-speaking regions. Priests, bishops, and noblemen alike flocked to his cause, sharing their support for his claims. What started as a localized heresy as it was deemed by the Church quickly consumed the German world and caught on like wildfire. The Catholic Church was in a crisis. Both the papacy in Avignon and the Vatican publicly declared Ludolf's Reformation as an extension of the Berenger heresy, which the Vatican had long since been trying to combat the growing influence. Having the support of Berenger the Accursed, as the Church referred to him, actually helped Ludolf's cause, considering many of the German noblemen privately sympathized with his plight. However, now that a properly ordained priest had publicly endorsed his ideas, which had already begun to spread around Austria, they quickly became openly accepted by many seeking to end the Church's influence over secular affairs. It did not take long for the Church to convene a council over this issue, and several of the other issues which plagued the Catholic Church at the moment, such as the reconciliation of the papacy and the affairs of the Teutonic Order, now that they had thoroughly provoked the Orthodox Church with their Crusade of the Rus. A group of cardinals, bishops, and two men, both declaring themselves the one true pope, sat in a chapel located within the Bishopric of Constance, a region within the Holy Roman Empire, and what would be considered part of the Kingdom of Germany. The large group of men was currently in a heated debate, firstly over the issue of the Berenger heresy, which was now spreading rapidly across the German world, if something were not done soon. Then, even if they successfully managed to rout out and destroy Berenger the Accursed and his regency, they would still not be able to squash this heresy thoroughly. Pope Simeon II, who was the officially recognized Pope of the Vatican, was in an argument with his counterpart from Avignon, who was known by the name of Pope Avilius III. Simeon was the first to speak up about the Berenger heresy, which was beginning to become a serious issue for everyone in the room. If we do not put an end to this heresy while it is still within its infancy, it might fracture the Church as a whole. Clearly, we must get not only the crusading orders, but the pious noblemen from every Christian kingdom to march into the regions most affected by this blasphemy, and put every one of these heretics to the sword. Avilius, on the other hand, could not help but scoff at this notion. It was utterly ludicrous to think that they could get the entirety of Christendom to invade Germany. The German lords would not simply allow an army of foreigners into their lands to butcher their people. If anything, it would unify the German states and prevent the upcoming civil war, which the Church desperately wanted to happen to take advantage of the chaos and gain more power and influence. As such, the other so-called pope in the room could not refrain from refuting the first one. "Tell me, Simeon, how do you plan to differentiate the believers from the heretics?" Simeon did not hesitate to offer his opinion and boldly declared for the whole room to hear. "God will know." The implication being that they would kill everyone in the affected areas and leave it up to God to judge their souls. After all, it would not be the first time the Church had done something like this. Several of the high-ranking members of the ecclesiarchy nodded their heads in approval of this suggestion. In contrast, many others looked in horror at the suggestion of doing such a thing. Ultimately, the voice of reason came down to a particularly charismatic cardinal who suggested to all of them a more diplomatic approach. "Have either of you actually tried reasoning with the man we call Berenger the Accursed?" Clearly, the man is an educated individual with a vast knowledge of scripture. Seeing as how before Ludolf even made his accusations against us, Berenger had accurately translated the Bible into German and began distributing it, along with his own interpretations in a series of pamphlets. Both Simeon and Avilius shook their heads. In fact, if anything, Simeon was guilty of constantly escalating the conflict. By now, he was familiar with how Berenger reacted to anyone who tried to exert their authority upon him, and clearly, it had negative results. As such, the cardinal continued his speech and laid part of the blame on the Pope of the Vatican. Simeon, if you took a second to reflect on this matter, you would realize that if you had not endorsed Lambert's attempt to eliminate his older brother and steal the inheritance, which is rightfully Berenger's, then none of this would have happened. Every time you try to force your way upon a lawfully appointed regent, it blows up in your face. A mere youth has outwitted you in every matter you have conspired against him in. Who's to say he is not going to outwit and defeat you once more when you invade his lands with the Teutonic Order? After being lambasted, and accurately so, by a cardinal under his command, Pope Simeon too lowered his head in disgrace for all of the bishops and cardinals to see. What the cardinal had said was true. However, he would be damned if he did not have Berenger pay for the constant humiliation he had suffered, including the one that had just transpired here in the Council of Constance. As such, Simeon could not help himself but protest the very notion that the Almighty Church should be negotiating with a lowly regent of a viscounty. I refuse, as God's representative here on earth. I will not bow my head to some lowly viscount or his accursed son acts as regent in his stead. I will have satisfaction for the indignant actions of this heretical youth. With that, the Council of Constance was divided on how to proceed on the matter of the Berenger heresy. Some wanted to invade the lands in which were affected by it and slaughter every living person within them. Some wanted to negotiate with Berenger to see if he would cease his anti-church propaganda, and some secretly sided with Berenger and the points he and Ludolf had made. If anything, Simeon's reaction to the whole thing proved that Berenger was right. However, they were too afraid to voice their concerns and, as such, stayed silent. These bishops and cardinals who agreed with Berenger and Ludolf would become the backbone of the German Reformation. For now, the council continued. There were plenty of topics to talk about, and they had yet to conclude how to proceed with Berenger and his views. Chapter 93, 92, Council of Constance. The figureheads of the ecclesiarchy debated well into the night about their arguments before concluding the meeting for the evening. After a night of proper rest, they reconvened in an attempt to discuss further the potential solutions to the problems which plagued the Catholic Church at the moment. Rather than discuss the Berenger heresy further, as they had exhausted so much effort on only to remain entrenched in their own positions, Pope Avilius chugged a chalice of wine before he brought up the growing divide with the Orthodox Church over the issues of the Teutonic Order, who, while favored by the Pope of the Vatican, was not gazed upon fondly by Avilius and the Avignon papacy. As such, he spoke his thoughts on the matter. The Teutonic Order has gone too far by forcefully converting the Orthodox of the East into Catholicism. If things progress from where they are now, relations with the Byzantines, as well as their sphere of influence, will continue to drop. The support of the Hospitallers in the Byzantines' efforts to reclaim North Africa can only stall a permanent rift for so long. Something must be done about this unlawful crusade in which Simeon has sponsored. Like a true Frenchman, Avilius, who was gulping down wine as if it were water, was not afraid to directly blame the crisis at hand as the fault of his rival, when in reality the Teutonic Order was an independent state and was largely acting on its own without the official endorsement of either papacy. Though Simeon had never outright condemned them, after all, they were still a powerful force he could call upon to enforce his will upon the increasingly secular lords of the German world. This did not mean that he, in fact, supported them, at least publicly. This was the main reason the Orthodox had not outrightly schismed from the actions of the Teutonic Order, as officially they were a monastic state acting on their own accord without the public endorsement of the church. Avilius was more than happy to tie their actions to Simeon and his so-called papacy despite knowing this. After hearing these accusations, Simeon was outraged and instantly began bickering with his French counterpart. Lies and slander. I have never once endorsed the war against the Orthodox. Those bastards have their own self-sufficient state and have used their power to declare this a holy war on their own. Simeon was playing right into the hands of Avilius, who was obviously trying to provoke Simeon's wrath so that he would further make a fool of himself in front of the cardinals and bishops who had gathered. It seemed to be working quite well, as even those in Simeon's camp were quite embarrassed by his actions. Once more, the voice of reason was left to the particularly charismatic cardinal, who had pretty much been responsible for keeping this entire council civil throughout the last 24 hours. Simeon, while I understand your reasons for not condemning the Teutonic Order, after all, none of us want a repeat of what happened to the Templars. I can't help but ask why you have not withdrawn funding from these crusades in the north if you are so morally against it. I mean, the Baltic has been thoroughly converted at this point, so what is the purpose of further funding the Teutonic Order's ongoing conquests of their Orthodox neighbors? Once more, Simeon did not have a proper answer to this. After all, he could not openly admit that he had disdain for the Orthodox Church and that he actually supported the actions of the Teutonic Order as they forced Catholicism on their Eastern neighbors. His disdain for the Orthodox was that they refused to recognize his authority as the Vicar of Christ and thus the ruler over all Christians. This was one of the reasons he despised the French at the moment, because they boldly declared Avilius to be the one true pope. After silence for a few moments, the charismatic cardinal once more spoke up, insisting that Simeon answer for his actions. Well, we are all waiting. After another few moments of silence, Simeon came up with what he perceived to be a valid excuse for his actions. The Teutonic Order are the guardians of the faithful in the German-speaking regions. Without proper funding, how could they possibly combat the heresies which have begun to spring up from within the Kingdom of Germany and the surrounding regions? Avilius laughed at this response and chastised Simeon for his reasoning. The Teutonic Order has been trying to convert the Orthodox in Eastern Europe for decades, yet they have received funding from the Vatican the entire time. The heresies popping up in southern Germany are a recent thing that only transpired these past few months. Do you really think that is a valid excuse for your actions? The charismatic cardinal sighed in response to these two old men and their ceaseless bickering. Simeon was a control freak who desired to rule the world and had fewer brain cells than a goldfish when he was thoroughly enraged, which more often than not he was in such a state. At the same time, Avilius was an indolent and drunken wastrel who gained pleasure from antagonizing people, especially Simeon. Neither of these two men was fit to call themselves God's representative on earth. Nevertheless, at the moment, these two fools were the highest authority in the church. Of course, if the Western Schism was ended and one of these two incompetent asshats was recognized universally as Pope in the Catholic world, it would only mean disaster. It was becoming increasingly obvious to the cardinals and bishops present as the conversation went on that the removal of both of these pretenders and the election of a new pope altogether would be the best path forward. However, nobody was willing to bring up this discussion at the moment in fear of being excommunicated for merely suggesting it. Thus, despite the obvious inadequacies of both men proclaiming themselves pope, they would go on to rule over their territories for at least another year before things would progress any further. With no viable solutions to the problems at hand, this constant bickering would continue for another week. Ultimately, like the previous years, the Council of Constance, which had been ongoing to some degree since 1414, ended in a miserable failure. None of the discussions were met with a proper solution, and all that managed to happen was further division in the church. Simeon would continue to antagonize Berenger over the following year, and Berenger would continue to spit in his face. For now, Just like it had in prior years, the meeting of the ecclesiarchy known as the Council of Constance had ended with absolutely nothing worthy of note being accomplished. Chapter 94, 93. Formal abdication. Berenger awoke bright and early once more. After getting in his normal exercise routine and taking care of his personal hygiene, he ventured to the dining room, where he would arrive at roughly the same time every morning. However, much to his surprise, both his mother and father were already sitting at the head of the table. In his father's hands was a list of reports, ledgers, and laws Berenger had signed into place during his father's absence. There was a serious expression on his father's face. Berenger assumed the man was going to end his so-called solitary penance and assume the mantle of Viscount. However, what was actually about to transpire would greatly shock him. It was not until Henrietta and Linda had arrived that Sieghard placed down the papers from his hands and addressed his family with the concerns he had deeply thought through since he secluded himself from the world at large. Henrietta was deeply concerned by her father's haggard appearance. She had not seen the man in quite some time, months even, and he had grown significantly older and frailer in this time period. This was the first time she witnessed the poor condition her father was in. His hair was now completely gray while being long, ragged, and oily, his beard unkempt, and his eyes were sunken. She barely even recognized her father, who used to be so filled with life. On the other hand, while looking a bit exhausted, Gisela still maintained her beauty, albeit at some expense. Neither of the two siblings' parents was as vibrant and healthy as they had been before Lambert's exile. Henrietta quickly voiced her unease. "Daddy, are you okay? You look unwell." Sieghard drank from a glass of water before attempting to placate his loving daughter about his failing health. "I'm fine. I have just become a little ill, but I assure you I will make it through this." Though Henrietta was deeply concerned about the man's well-being, she chose to believe her father's words. After addressing his daughter's worries, Sieghard cleared his throat before making an announcement. "Berenger, during my absence, you have turned out to be a far better ruler than I could have ever been. Not only have you expanded our territory and power, but you have begun to break ground on the construction of a magnificent city, all while balancing our coffers perfectly. Words cannot express how impressed I am by your actions." Berenger smiled as he heard the compliments from his father, who had been ruling the barony of Kufstein for decades. However, the words that followed shocked him deeply. "Because of this, it is with a heavy heart that I must announce that I am no longer in the condition to rule this land anymore. Thus today I will formally abdicate in front of my council and announce you, my only son and heir, as the new Viscount of Kufstein. I am sure you will go on to do great things in the future." Berenger was deeply astounded by these words. Out of all the ends to his father's reign, he never figured the man would voluntarily abdicate and retire. As such, he had many questions for his father and his decision. "I am to be the new Viscount? Then, father, what will you do?" Sieghard chuckled lightly, which induced a slight cough. He told Berenger of his plans after recovering himself. "I will retire to the countryside in a villa, where I will live out the rest of my days in peace. Some fresh air would do wonders for my condition." Berenger sighed. This was truly the best end he could ask for his father. The man was now far too frail to go to war, as he had once desired. Hopefully, Sieghard could find some much-needed rest and cure the demons he harbored inside him, which began to manifest after what happened to Lambert. He could tell Berenger was struggling with this news and decided to comfort him. "Do not worry, my son, as I have already stated, you have done wondrously on your own, and I am certain you are destined for great things. I would only be holding you back if I continued to rule this land." Though Berenger agreed with these words, he felt he would be missing something now that his parents would be moving away. On the other hand, Henrietta was concerned about her future and where she should go and, as such, asked her father like an obedient little daughter. "Daddy, What will happen to me? The old Viscount stretched out his hand and grabbed onto his daughter's in an attempt to comfort her as he gave her one final order. You will stay here with your brother and obey his every command as if he were your father. He will provide for you and eventually find you a good husband to marry. I completely trust him in this regard. Tears began to stream down Henrietta's eyes as she nodded her head in agreement. She could not make out the words she wanted to say and instead ran over to her father and hugged him. Linda, of course, was quite happy with the results. Despite the fact that Berenger currently held absolute authority in the territory due to his large and powerful army, the nobles were technically sworn in fealty to his father. As such, they had begun to grow quite rebellious with Berenger's many reforms. The only thing keeping them in check was the overwhelming might of Berenger and his military. With his father's formal abdication, they would have no excuse to disobey Berenger's orders and could not create any crazy conspiracy theories to justify the act of open rebellion. After discussing things for some time, the family began to eat breakfast together. They did not have many more occasions to do so in the future. Because of this, they took advantage of this moment to enjoy time together as a mostly intact family. When the meal was finally over, Sieghard had gathered his council in the great hall where he sat upon the seat of power in Kufstein one last time. By his right-hand side was Berenger, who stood at attention. When every person of political importance within the town of Kufstein had gathered in the room, Sieghard stood up from his chair and made a shocking declaration, one which would go on to resound in history as a deciding factor in Berenger's rapid rise to power. Standing boldly in front of the gathered nobles, Sieghard made his decree for all to hear. I, Sieghard von Kufstein, first of my name and the current Viscount of Kufstein, hereby declare my formal abdication of power, and henceforth transfer my land and titles and wealth to my only son and heir Berenger von Kufstein. All kneel before your new Viscount. With those words being spoken, every person in the hall kneeled before their new sovereign with a great degree of respect. Berenger was now officially the Viscount of Kufstein and would wield his power to a great degree. The changes he would make in the following months would thoroughly transform Kufstein into a semi-modern state and invoke the ire of the church and nobles alike. Chapter 95-94 Legal reforms. Weeks had passed since Berenger assumed the title of Viscount, and all of his father's vassals had come and gone after swearing fealty to the new regime. Berenger, of course, was quite pleased with the results. Even the hardcore backers of Lambert had swallowed their pride and knelt before him and kissed his ring. The fact that he did not need to fire a shot to ensure his controversial transition to power was a victory in and of itself. Currently, Berenger was in his study going over the codification of laws in Kufstein and overhauling practically everything. The first change he provided was the concept of equal protection under the judicial system to all citizens regardless of class and gender. This in itself would become quite a point of contention towards the nobles in his territory. Still, as Viscount and with an overwhelming military force under his direct command, he did not fear any act of insurrection on their part. The second major act of reform was the establishment of an innocent until proven guilty system. Inspired by the legal system of the country in which he resided in his past life, Berenger completely turned the judicial system on its head with the establishment of proper courts, lawyers, law enforcement, and everything else you could think of for a semi-modern judicial system. The new legal codex had gotten rid of several asinine traditions like trial by combat, which had actually been a way for people to determine trials within many of the Germanic regions. The next major legal reform in which Berenger took care of was establishing a legislative branch of government that represented both the nobility and the commoners. To put it simply, the more Berenger expanded, the more work he found himself drowning under, and he needed a dedicated branch of government to handle these affairs for him. As such, he built a system inspired once more by the American legislative branch from his previous life. Essentially, his Congress had two chambers, much like America. However, it was split between a House of Commons and a House of Lords, much like Britain was in his past life. The House of Commons consisted of representatives of the common people who were voted into power by those same people. The House of Lords essentially acted as the Senate from Berenger's previous life and comprised members of the nobility who were voted into power by the nobility. Under the system, there were strict voting requirements. First and foremost, one had to be a citizen of Kufstein. Second, they had to be male. Thirdly, they had to pass a literacy test. And finally, they had to be a full-blooded German, which all of his citizens were, because this was not exactly an era of globalism. Though Berenger had desired to create a semi-constitutional elective monarchy in the future, which afforded representation to both the nobility and the common population, he was by no means an egalitarian. Much like America, the territory that was currently known as the Viscounty of Kufstein would be split into more localized districts presided over by a similar form of local governance as America from his past life. With towns, town halls, mayors, etc. The districts themselves were ruled over by a governor who was elected by the commoners and the nobility of the region. As far as the executive branch was concerned, the seat of power was ruled by the Viscount, who after Berenger's death would be elected by the House of Nobles from among the male members of his dynasty. If for whatever reason there were no surviving male members of his dynasty, then the next ruler would be elected from the female members, and she would be required to have a matrilineal marriage with her spouse. This would ensure the power would forever remain in his family's hands, but hopefully, the most competent member of his family would be succeeded. If the current Viscount chose to abdicate for whatever reason, he was also allowed one vote to decide who his successor would be. His position as Viscount held significant authority. Like the president from America, he both signed bills into law, held power to pass executive orders, and was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The difference primarily being the fact that his position was for life, or until voluntary abdication. Of course, Berenger did not forget to explicitly enact a separation of church and state within these reforms, thoroughly dissolving any influence the Vatican had over secular affairs within the Viscounty of Kufstein. This action would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Vatican, but what else was new? Berenger was definitely pleased with how stable and efficient he had made things as he glanced over the forms for review. Obviously, these monumental changes would not go into effect immediately. To ensure everything progressed smoothly, this law was allotted a time span of 5 years for the complete transition of power. At the moment, these legal reforms were more of a declaration of his intentions on how he will proceed with the future of governance. However, these massive legal reforms would eventually become the basis of the constitution of the German Empire. He knew that by reforming the feudal system as early as possible, he could get the people in his territory accustomed to it. If he waited until he had an actual kingdom or empire under his command to implement these reforms, he would surely be fighting rebellions against the nobles for decades to come. Thus, he estimated things would go much more smoothly by starting the transition of power early on and incorporating the regions he would come to conquer into this process. When Linda looked over these legal reforms, she was absolutely shocked at his changes. Ultimately, she began complaining about the situation. As a girl who had grown up as a pampered noble, she could not imagine giving up unlimited authority for future stability. "So you're giving up your power just like that?" Berenger chuckled and patted his lover's head as he tried to explain his actions. "It is true that with these reforms, I will not hold absolute authority over the lands, but then again, when my territories expand into a mighty empire, I will not have the time to micromanage every facet of society. Times are changing. When the common people become educated and are given more spare time due to industrialization, they will inevitably demand representation in the government. To deny it would invoke revolution." By taking the first step to ensure the people's future, and by giving them a degree of representation which they have never seen before, they will see it as an act of divine benevolence and will come to see that my dynasty is not a bunch of haughty noblemen presiding over them like cattle, but more like a shepherd defending his flock from the wolves. Linda was completely shocked by his vision for the future and the fact that he was willing to give up absolute authority for the sake of creating a stable monarchy ruled by his family for generations. However, when she read about the succession laws, she could not help but smile and cling to him with a vice grip. She interpreted these laws as a way to place her future son on the throne despite being a bastard, not realizing that although Berenger saw monarchy as one of the most efficient forms of government, the succession laws currently in place often managed to put the least effective ruler on the throne, which had often resulted in disaster in both this timeline and the one of his previous life. As such, his true intentions were that he was trying to mitigate such a result as much as possible. Nevertheless, the Viscount and his lover stayed like this for some time, as they discussed the future implications of his laws and his idea for a united German Empire. Berenger was glad that he had someone he could discuss his vision with. Until now, he had never really discussed his plans for the future with anyone, but with Linda by his side, he felt as if he could say just about anything to her without her stabbing him in the back. Before long, Berenger was forced back to work. Many things required his attention, especially mass recruitment into public education. As usual, there was truly no rest for the weary. Chapter 96, 95. Alchemists arrive in Kufstein when word of his legal reforms spread across the land. It was not just the nobles who were his vassals who had become upset by the news. In fact, pretty much the entirety of the Austrian nobility was outraged by such wild and ambitious ideas. For starters, they were unsure if Berenger actually had the legal authority to do this. Technically, Berenger was a vassal to Count Lothar, who was, in turn, a vassal to the Duke of Austria. As such, it was entirely unclear if he had the legal authority to do away with the feudal system in his own territory. The second major point of contention was that he was essentially challenging the absolute authority of the nobility across Europe as a whole when the commoners of other territories heard that their counterparts in Kufstein were going to be afforded political representation. And public education in Kufstein, one of two things, was going to happen. They would either abandon the land in which they slaved away upon for the sake of their feudal overlords, or they themselves would demand representation in their territory and thus pave the way to revolution. Berenger's actions had not exactly made him any friends. However, there was really not much they could do about it. Rumors of him having the power to conjure thunder and lightning had spread across the German-speaking regions. Not only that, but Kufstein was a relatively isolated and fairly mountainous territory. It would be challenging to invade and would surely cost many lives. Needless to say, his reforms were woefully unpopular among the nobility of this feudal world. As time passed and word inevitably spread, Kufstein received many German peasants running away from their masters and seeking a better life in Kufstein. This massive influx in the population of Kufstein rapidly expanded his workforce and sped up the production of the Grand Infrastructure Initiative, increased the size of his army, and enhanced industrial productivity. Of course, the most important group who were attracted to the Viscounty of Kufstein by these bold new legal reforms were a group of fugitives on the run from the Church's persecution. These fugitives were alchemists who had invoked the ire of the Church, as men of science commonly had done in the past. Knowing that Berenger was branded a heretic by the Church, and seeing as how he had supposedly enacted legal reforms to separate the Church from the political power of the state in his region, these alchemists arrived in Kufstein under cover of the many peasants seeking a better life, which, despite the protests of nearby noblemen, Berenger refused to return to their former masters. When they arrived in the growing city of Kufstein, the men comprised of this small group of alchemists numbering no more than a dozen were amazed by what they saw. The ongoing construction of the city wall set up in strange a star-like pattern, the large apartment complexes that were being built, the industrial sector which had technology they had never seen before. Even the sewage treatment facility which was currently under construction had caught their eye. It was as if these men stepped into a land of technological marvels. Of course, after sightseeing for some time, they made their way to the castle's gates, which were guarded by men in strange attire and unknown armor who wielded what appeared to be a hand cannon, but the design was not like anything they had ever seen before. When they approached the guards, they were quickly stopped by the bayonets affixed to their muskets, with the deep gruff voice of the squad leader giving them a command. "Stop right there. The Viscount is not seeing guests at the moment." Fearing the unknown weapons, the group of fugitives quickly did as they were commanded while lowering their hoods, which revealed their faces. The man in front of them all was a tall and regal man who was in his 50s with a finely groomed set of gray hair, a matching mustache, and a monocle. The man quickly introduced himself and stated the urgency of his need to visit the Viscount. "I am Aldo von Passau, former court alchemist for the Duke of Bavaria, and these are my students. Please, I have urgent business to discuss with your lord." The guards immediately looked at each other and began to discuss whether or not they should allow this group entry into the castle. After all, Berenger had long since informed his men that if an alchemist ever arrives in his territory, he would very much like to meet them. However, they were also under strict orders not to let people into the castle at the moment. Ultimately, the squad leader decided to make an exception and allow the men to pass. If they were really who they claimed to be, Berenger would surely forgive them. As such, the group of a dozen scholars were led to the great hall where Berenger was currently working. Their arrival surprised the young Viscount as he stared at the uninvited guests. Before he could inquire about their identities, his guards properly introduced the men. "My lord, I know that you have given us orders not to allow guests into the castle, but these men claim to be alchemists, and as such, I thought you might like to meet them." Berenger's sapphire eyes immediately sparkled with delight as he heard those words, and a smile beamed across his immaculate visage. Finally, after many months, he might have a group of dedicated chemists working for him. The mustached man with the monocle quickly introduced himself to Berenger. "My lord, I am Aldo von Passau, former court alchemist of the Duke of Bavaria. I have traveled a long way to meet you. I wish to offer my services to you and that of my students." Berenger frowned when he heard this. He was quite skeptical about why a court alchemist of a duke would bother coming to a lowly place like Kufstein. As such, he decided to investigate. "If what you claim is true, then why are you here in my domain instead of at the court in Bavaria?" The man quickly explained his story, which was all too common for brilliant men in the medieval period. He was studying alchemy when he discovered some new advancement that the church declared blasphemy in their massive ignorance. As such, he was declared a heretic, imprisoned, and his research was stolen. With the aid of hidden supporters in the Duke's castle, he escaped with his students and had been on the run since. He was quite lucky to escape. Otherwise, he most likely would have been burnt at stake. After hearing his story, Berenger thought it was plausible, but he wanted to confirm the man's story. As such, he would later task his spy network to determine if the man was telling the truth or not. If he were, then Berenger would gladly accept his employment. For now, he would provide shelter to the man and his so-called students. If they happened to be enemy agents, he would have no qualms lining them up against a wall to be shot. As such, he informed the group of his decision. "Until I can verify your identities, I will grant you shelter here in my domain. If your identities are properly verified, I have no qualms about offering you employment as I have a dire need for chemists. As for the consequences if you are lying to me and seek to do me harm, well, I'm sure you can imagine them yourself." Aldo bowed gratefully to Berenger. He did not doubt that his identity and that of his students would be confirmed, and as such, had nothing to fear. Thus he thanked the local viscount for his gesture before being led away. I thank you for the kindness you have shown my student and me on this day, and I look forward to working for you. The only thing Aldo thought was strange was that Berenger had used the term chemist instead of alchemist. Maybe he had misheard the young viscount. With the arrival of a dedicated team of alchemists in Kufstein, Beriner would teach them actual chemistry and would be able to accomplish many things in which he was currently lacking. As such, he was brimming with excitement. He truly hoped they turned out to be who they claimed and that they harbored no evil intent. Chapter 97, 96. Adela's birthday. The day was quickly arriving for Adela's 13th birthday, and the excellent set of jewelry in which Berenger had specifically crafted for his little fiancée was complete. The set comprised of a 24K gold necklace in the Tudor style from his previous life, with finely cut black garnet gemstones, as well as an official engagement ring, made of a matching composition of materials, and finally, a pair of clip-on earrings, which was also made from gold and black garnet. Ultimately, when worn by Adela, it would be the most extravagant set of jewels in possibly all of Austria, and Berenger was greatly satisfied with the result of his craftsman. Linda gazed upon the magnificent jewels with a hint of jealousy as she looked at her own, which were exquisite in their own right, but not quite as grand as the set crafted for Adela, which were fit for a queen or even an empress. She could not stop herself from remarking the grand expense Berenger was making to appease his future wife. I see Adela is getting a costly gift for her birthday. Berenger flicked Linda on his forehead and gave her a strict order. Stop being jealous. It is only right that I spoil Adela. After all, she is to be my wife one day. As for you, I already have spoiled you more than enough. Though Linda continued to pout, she could not argue with his words. The sheer capacity of her wardrobe was filled to the brim with magnificent clothing designs and accessories in which Berenger had personally designed for her. Now that Berenger's parents had moved out, Berenger had taken the master bedroom as his own and moved Linda into the quarters with him. She no longer had to sneak around at night to spend time with him. If anything, despite being merely his lover, she was currently living the life of a wealthy viscount's wife. Ultimately, Berenger had one final request of Linda before he departed for Graz, and he knew Linda would not like the decision he had come to. As such, with a heavy heart, he addressed his lover with a serious expression. Linda, I have a favor to ask of you. Linda was immediately aware of his tone and knew it would be something she disliked, but she nodded, signaling that he could continue. Thus Berenger made his request in an authoritative tone. I need you to stay here while I visit Graz. It would be inappropriate of me to arrive at my fiancé's birthday celebration with my lover in hand. Thus I have decided to leave you behind. Promise me you will behave yourself while I am gone. Linda had not expected Berenger to leave her behind while he went off to flirt with another woman. Though she knew nothing would happen between the two besides some childish kisses, she was still perturbed by the idea of being left out. Despite this, she knew this was not actually a request but an order, and as such, she obeyed her master's will, albeit begrudgingly. I will do as you command. Berenger could tell by the expression on the young woman's face that she was not happy with the news, and as such, he made her promise to lift her spirits. I promise that when I return, I shall make it up to you. With this, Linda smiled. She knew she would be able to use his actions as an excuse to monopolize him to herself for a few days, and thus she was instantly amicable to the arrangement. After saying this, Berenger gave her a parting kiss before web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Leaving the castle and entering his carriage. An entire company of cuirassiers was tasked with guarding Berenger as he departed to Graz. Needless to say, He was properly guarded in the event some conspiracy was to take place. After traveling for an uneventful 23 hours, Berenger and his caravan finally arrived at the castle in Graz, which currently acted as the capital of the county of Steiermark, over which the von Graz family presided. He was still a day early, but the von Graz family quickly greeted him as he arrived. Berenger immediately paid his respects to Count Otto von Graz, whom he had not seen since the engagement ceremony. "Count Otto, it is an honor for you to receive me like this." Count Otto returned his praise to Berenger. He was truly impressed with the boy's performance. It was not easy to expand the territory of a barony into that of a viscounty, and yet he had done it so rapidly that his liege did not have time to interfere. It was truly a remarkable feat. Looking at the strange armor and weapons in which Berenger's knights wielded, Otto was immediately filled with curiosity. However, it would be inappropriate for him to ask about the details at such a time. After observing the force, the Count welcomed Berenger into his home. "Viscount Berenger, the honor is all mine. I have heard of your exploits and am deeply impressed with your feats. To think that you would rise to such a level of power and infamy so quickly is quite astounding." It had been a matter of months since Berenger had changed his character. Yet, during this time the youth had crushed a rebellion, removed his brother as a threat to his future, seized his neighbor's lands, and ultimately succeeded his father. Of course, Berenger accepted the praise from the Count with magnanimity. "You honor me with your praise, Count Otto." The Count merely smiled and grasped Berenger's shoulder. "It is well earned, my son." After exchanging pleasantries with Otto, Berenger walked over to Adela, who was waiting patiently for her turn. After arriving in front of her, Berenger began to pet her head as he greeted the girl. "Adela, it has been some time since I last saw you. You have grown even more beautiful in my absence." As always, Berenger played the part of a charmer with his little fiancée, causing her to blush at his words immediately. Despite her reaction, Adela was still quite mad with him about his affair with Linda, in which she was almost certain of. As such, she muttered under her breath in a voice so low even Berenger could not hear it. "Womanizer." Berenger did not hear her properly and tried to clarify what she had said. "What was that?" "I'm afraid I didn't hear you." The girl quickly snapped out of her daze and returned to her normal cheerful self. After putting on a wide smile, she accepted the praise Berenger had given her. "I said thank you." After this brief reunion, Berenger entered the von Graz family's castle, which was significantly larger and more fortified than his own, where he spent the rest of the evening playing the part of a loving fiancé and a graceful viscount. Chapter 98-97. Adela's birthday too the next day arrived, with Berenger having slept alone in the chambers he was provided. He desperately missed the warmth that Linda's body had provided him these last few months. As such, he had difficulty falling asleep. After all, he was accustomed to spooning with his lover during the night, so much so that something felt horribly wrong without it. Berenger decided to make today one of his rest days and thus spent his morning lazing about in bed. It was not until 11 in the morning where he finally rose from his much-needed rest and got prepared to face the day. As a man who was accustomed to sleeping in until the break of dawn, he was pleased with the long sleep he had gotten, especially after considering how long it took him to fall asleep during the night prior. After arising from his bed, Berenger opted to take a bath and was extremely disappointed by the primitive wooden tub with linen cover, which Adela's family had used. This was undesirable, to say the least. It reminded him of the painful days when he had first reincarnated into this alternate Earth. Needless to say, he made his bath as short as possible, as there was simply no way he was going to enjoy himself in such a pitiful excuse for a tub. Berenger spent the remainder of his free time getting caught up with Adela, who was deeply concerned about his ongoing conflict with the Church. She herself had personally studied Ludolf's manifesto and the teachings of Berenger's Reformation. Though she agreed with most points, she still felt that the church was not nearly as corrupt as outlined in the paper. Especially now that Berenger was excommunicated and condemned as a heretic, she felt it necessary to discuss religion with him now more than ever. Berenger, I worry for your soul. The Pope has condemned you as a heretic. Do you not worry about the afterlife? Berenger merely smiled as he embraced Adela into a hug. He was glad that she was concerned for him, but the truth was he did not believe in such things. At most, he would be reincarnated again as he had already experienced. If not, he would become food for worms, as he had previously thought before his brief experience with death. As for the existence of heaven and hell, he was certain such things did not exist. Nevertheless, he did not admit to it and instead tried to comfort the girl with a similar message he had delivered to the Pope in the past. The Pope may have the authority to excommunicate me, however, when I finally perish from this world and am set before the gates of heaven. Ultimately, it is God, not the Pope, who shall determine whether I am worthy or not of entry to the kingdom of heaven. Though Adela wanted to complain, she knew his words were true, or at least according to the Bible. On the other hand, Simeon and many popes before him would surely try to convince her otherwise. Yet because she had read the Bible in which Berenger had accurately translated into German, she was convinced what Berenger spoke was the truth. After their intimate moment was over, Adela could overhear her mother looking for her. When she finally found the two of them, they had already separated, and Adela, in particular, was blushing. The Countess had a look of concern on her face, but decided not to ask about the question in her mind, and instead informed Adela and Berenger that it was dinner time. Quickly, the both of you, come to the dining room. It is time for dinner. Berenger entertained Adela and her family, as well as the other guests who had arrived. He currently sat at the dining table across from Adela, where all of the nobles who had gathered for this occasion were present. The food on the table was one of Berenger's recipes in which he had given Adela as a parting gift when she had departed from his family's lands. After eating such exquisite cuisine, he could not allow her to go back to her house's relatively bland medieval food. As such, there were all kinds of food across the table, ones to which Berenger was well accustomed. However, to many of the nobles who were visiting, this was the first time they had dined on such delicacies and were greatly shocked at the quality of the food. With one particularly fat noble giving his compliments to Count Otto, these dishes are delightful. You must share the recipe with me. Count Otto smiled as he drank from his chalice of wine. After finishing his sip, he responded to the noble who was one of his many vassals. I'm sorry, but I do not have the authority to do so. These recipes are a gift from Viscount Berenger and were created in his realm. If you truly wish to obtain them, I am sure he would be willing to sell them to you for a fair price. Berenger, ever the scrupulous merchant, could smell an opportunity he had not thought of before. Why did he not think of selling his recipes across the German world? It was absolutely brilliant. He could spread traditional German culture from his old timeline and make a profit while doing it. Even though it would not be nearly as profitable as his steel, textile, and arms trades. He had already planned to expand into the jewelry trade by showing off Adela's presence in front of the nobility of Steiermark. Yet, the Count had given him another source of revenue that he had not thought of prior. The fat nobleman quickly asked Berenger about the details of such a transaction. Viscount Berenger, name your price, and as long as you can fulfill it, I will buy any recipe you have. Berenger smiled. However, before he could make his declaration, several other noblemen chipped in. Me too. I also desire such fine recipes. Eventually, the whole table had shifted the conversation to business, where Berenger sadly had to put a pin in their plans. We will discuss this later. Now is not the time to discuss business. Though the noblemen were impatient, they could not deny Berngar's words and, as such, forced themselves to calm down as they enjoyed the food that was present. The remainder of the meal was fairly pleasant as Berenger chatted with the nobleman, and Adela chatted with the noblewomen who were all quite envious of her fiancé. On more than one occasion, one of the daughters of the nobleman who were invited approached Berenger in an attempt to win his favor, but was quickly shut down by him. Berenger already had two women who fulfilled their roles perfectly, and he did not have the emotional capacity to deal with a third. As such, he made polite conversation with these girls, but never once hinted that he was interested. Adela, of course, watched him closely, like a vulture, but she found that Berenger did never attempted to flirt with any of the girls who approached him, even some of the more beautiful ones. This greatly pleased her as she began to believe that maybe Berenger was not a complete and total womanizer, though she was still certain he and Linda were an item. As such, for the moment, her fears were dissuaded, and she enjoyed the evening of her birthday celebration. Chapter 99, 98, Adela's birthday 3. After finishing the meal, the guests for Adela's birthday all sat around for a while and discussed things with one another. Shockingly, the Duke of Austria had shown up to the occasion, alongside several of his children. This greatly showed how favorable Count Otto was in the eyes of the Duke. Duke Wilmar von Habsburg was the current head of the Habsburg dynasty and the ruler over the entirety of the Duchy of Austria. He was relatively young for a man of his position, being in his mid-30s. Despite this, he already had several children in their teens. One of his children who were attending the ceremony was a boy named Conrad, who was slightly younger than Adela and had been friends with her since childhood, where he held a crush on her for the longest period of time. Unfortunately, the girl had been sold off to her cousin by her wretched father for whatever reason. As such, he had to endure the humiliation of seeing the girl he most desired handed over to another man, one who he believed to be quite inferior to himself. Conrad was entirely unaware of Berenger's recent rise to power and his bold defiance of the church. He never really kept up with the politics of the realm and instead enjoyed his time with frivolities. As such, the boy decided it was time to approach the woman of his desires and see if he could win her over to his side. After all, who would want to marry a sickly fool like Berenger? There was clearly nobody at the party who remotely resembled the youth's description, and that meant that the scoundrel had not even bothered to show up to his fiancée's birthday celebration. Clearly, that must be a point of contention for Adela, which Conrad could use to win her favor. Adela, it has been a long time since we last met. I must say you have grown ever more beautiful since then. I heard you were betrothed to your pathetic and sickly cousin. Surely you must disagree with such a decision? After all, a lowly baron's son who does not even have the gall to visit his fiancée on the night of her 13th birthday is clearly not a match for a woman of your caliber. Berenger, on the other hand, watched the display of the boy slandering him peacefully as he sipped from the wine contained within the golden chalice in his hand and narrowed his gaze upon this little rat who sought to steal his bride from him. Any man who coveted what belonged to him and made a move on it would surely suffer his wrath, no matter what their position may be in life. As such, he became quite hostile to the hyena who sought to steal his lioness and approached the boy with his hand extended in friendship as he introduced himself. I am Berenger, Viscount of Kufstein and Adela's fiancé. Who might you be? Conrad was shocked when the tall and strong man in front of him introduced himself as Berenger and as a viscount. Clearly there had to be some sort of mistake. As such, he looked over to his father for support, who merely stared at his own son as if he were looking at an imbecile. Seeing his father was not going to support him in this matter, Conrad decided to take the word of this man claiming to be Berenger and reached out his hand to accept the gesture. When he did so, the boy felt as if a vice grip had squeezed his hand. Conrad nearly yelped in pain as Berenger kept a friendly expression on his face while sending a clear message to the little rogue who sought to abscond with his woman. Luckily, Conrad had managed to contain himself and responded politely to Berenger, hoping that his background would save him from further pain. I am Conrad von Habsburg, son of Duke Wilmar von Habsburg, and an old friend of Adela's. However, much to the boy's shock, Berenger did not let go of his vice grip and continued to shake his hand for another few seconds before releasing it. The sheer audacity to continue to threaten the boy after he had already made his superior position clear was something he could not fathom in his naive little brain. Fear instantly filled the boy's mind as he saw the sinister smile on Berenger's face and the authoritative look in his eye. Despite being in a much lower position than himself, Berenger exuded an aura of domination that did not go unnoticed by the other lords. Even Duke Wilmar gazed in curiosity at the foolish display his son was putting on. As if by the simple fact that Conrad was his son, the boy could steal this man's fiancée. The Duke did not even take Berenger's actions as a sign of disrespect to himself, merely that the young man was confident in his ability to protect what was his. This was not an act of arrogance, but overwhelming conviction. The more he observed Berenger, the more he desired him as a member of his council. Despite his young age, Berenger was clearly competent, to say the least. Ultimately, Berenger's little display of authority was broken up by Adela, who noticed that Conrad had been trembling in fright and thus glared at Berenger while tugging on his sleeves and pleading with a pouting expression. "Berenger, he is just a boy. There is no reason to go this far to intimidate the kid." Adela's words wounded Conrad's pride more than anything else could have. At this moment, he finally realized that Adela had never viewed him as a potential partner. With her confirmation, he also realized that the man beside Adela really was Berenger, and he foolishly had attempted to swipe his fiancée away right before his eyes. After realizing the looks he was receiving, Berenger retracted his tyrannical expression and put on a facade that made him seem like he was joking the whole time, as he tried to justify his actions to Adela, who was still pouting. "I was just teasing the kid. There is nothing to worry about, right, Conrad?" The kid was grasping onto his own hand, which was now sore from Berenger's tight grip, and stammered as he tried to come back to his senses. "Why? Yes, it was all good fun. I have to go now, Adela. I will see you later." With that, the boy returned to his father to lick his wounds only after suffering a humiliating defeat in front of all the lords and ladies of Steiermark. When Conrad finally reached his father, he was chastised for his behavior in the cold and monotone voice that he was so familiar with. "You overstepped your bounds, Conrad. That man is formidable, and you openly coveted his future wife. You are lucky he showed you respect for your position." Conrad began to throw a tantrum after being scolded by his father, which luckily went unnoticed by the surrounding nobles who were too busy conversing with Berenger and Adela. "Showed respect for my position? He hurt my hand." Wilmar merely drank from his chalice with a stoic expression as he continued to lecture his errant son. "The fact that he did not break your hand after your pathetic attempt to steal his woman was more than enough respect." With these words, Conrad was instantly shut up by his father and sat in the corner in silence, rubbing his sore hands and reflecting upon his actions. Not only was he ever so slightly injured by Berenger, but the girl of his dreams so ruthlessly rejected him, and his father had chastised him for his actions. This was the most degrading day of his life. As for Berenger and Adela, they did not think twice about the occurrence after it had been dealt with. Even if the Duke wanted to pick a fight with him over teaching his son a valuable lesson, he would welcome it. Luckily for everyone, the Duke only felt respect for Berenger's actions. If the young Viscount had groveled when Conrad mentioned that he was the Duke's son, his estimation of Berenger truly would have plummeted. Chapter 199. Adela's birthday. After conversing with the guests for nearly an hour, the dessert was brought out, which of course was a giant German cheesecake, which was made from Berenger's recipes. Adela, who had witnessed Lambert's birthday, had followed Berenger's tradition and placed 13 candles on the cake, which were currently lit. Before the birthday girl had managed to blow out the candles, Berenger made sure to shout out, "Make a wish." After hearing his words, Adela made a wish in which only she would know the details of before blowing the candles out with a simile on her face. At first, many of the nobles were confused by the candles and cake. Still, it seemed fun, and they instantly desired to do it at their future birthday celebrations, especially among the younger generation. As for Berenger, he waited for Adela to receive her gifts before giving his last. She had received many expensive objects, from silk dresses to old literature. However, nothing she received would compare to the set of jewels Berenger would give her. After opening all her presents, all that was left was the gifts from her fiancé. Many higher noblemen smirked with disdain at Berenger, who only recently achieved status as a viscount and surely would not be able to afford a proper gift. However, when Adela received his present, which was properly wrapped, she could not wait to open it and see what was inside. Anxiety was filled on the faces of everyone in the room, as they wanted to see what kind of humble gift a man who had grown up as a baron's son and heir could provide such a high-class fiancé. However, their eyes turned to shock when they gazed upon the extravagant set of jewelry that was unlike anything the nobility had ever seen before. The look on Adela's face was priceless when she realized the gems were better than anything that her mother wore. Even the Duke was stunned at the magnificent display of the polished black garnet and gold jewelry. Of course, Berenger made the set in the colors of his house as a symbol of their future union. Before Adela could speak her praise, Berenger had pulled the luxurious ring out of the container and bent down on one knee before placed the gilded object upon the young girl's ring finger. After doing such an action, Berenger spoke to his young fiancée with a genuine smile spread across his lips. "Happy birthday, my sweet Adela. I hope all of your wishes come true." Hearing those words, Adela's face began to flush with embarrassment. During the romantic scene, several feminine shrieks could be heard escaping the lips of some of the more envious young women in the audience. They, too, hoped that one day they could have a fiancé as handsome and generous as Berenger. Count Otto could not help but approach Berenger and inquire where he had gotten such an elegant set of jewelry. After all, his wife was giving him death glares over the fact that her youngest daughter now had even better jewelry than herself. Even his other daughters were giving the Count the stink eye. The pettiness of women was something that could not be avoided. "Berenger, my son, where did you get such a majestic set of jewels?" A slight smile spread across his lips, just as he had planned. Everyone in the room had taken the bait, and now he could expand into the business of jewelry. As such, he boldly proclaimed the origins of the jewelry for everyone in the room to hear. "I had it specially made by the jewelers in my territory, though I was the one to provide them with the basic designs. It was the craftsmen of my industrial district who managed to create such a grand display of art." The words he spoke sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the room. Did he seriously design this jewelry? Just like how he designed the clothing in which Adela and her family wore? Immediately, everyone wanted to do business with Berenger and the craftsmen in his viscounty. Even the Duke was surprised. This young man was not just an excellent statesman and a brilliant commander, but an artistic genius. Truthfully speaking, Berenger merely copied designs from his previous life and decided to make them with colors he thought looked best, black and gold. Aside from that, he left the rest up to the true artists of his territory. If he were to try to develop an artistic design on his own, it would be an unmitigated disaster akin to so-called modern art. He was more of a mind of science, engineering, and tactics than a creative type. Luckily, he had a good sense of aesthetics and photographic memory, so the designs for clothing and accessories, which he thought were beautiful from his previous life, were easy to replicate on paper. At the same time, the rest of the work was done by true craftsmen. While Berenger was addressing Adela's father, the now teenage girl grabbed a hold of his hand, which startled him. When he turned around, She had stood up from her seat and pecked him on the lips for all her father's vassals to witness. The action was incredibly embarrassing for the young maiden, but she managed to express the words deep in her heart. "Thank you." It was blatantly obvious by how red the girl's cheeks were that she was extremely embarrassed by the whole situation. However, what Berenger said next nearly melted her heart. "You don't need to thank me. It is a husband's responsibility to look after his wife." With those words spoken by Berenger, Adela was no longer angry at him for being with Linda, because no matter what relationship he had with the young temptress, Linda would never be his wife, and as such, Adela could hold her head high with pride. Thus at that moment, she had finally accepted the possibility of Berenger having a lover on the side. After all, she knew deep in her heart that one day Berenger would become a great man, and didn't all great men have some mistress? Chapter 101, 100. A passionate speech. Nearly 6 months had passed since Adela's birthday, and Berenger had long since returned to his home, where he continued to oversee the construction of his city, the transition of power, the expansion of his armies, and, of course, the progress of industry. It was now winter, and Berenger stood in the middle of his newly constructed Reichstag, which operated as the chamber for his House of Commons. Seated within the room were the many men who had been deemed intelligent, capable, and charismatic enough to represent the interests of the common people of Kufstein. The young Viscount was giving a powerful speech to the lower house of his legislative branch about Kufstein's achievements since his father had voluntarily abdicated, leaving him control of the entire territory. Over the past several months, we all have worked tremendously to enrich further the lands in which we call home. Thanks to the chemistry department, we have been able to refine a large amount of TNT, which has been instrumental in rapidly expanding the operations of the many mines within the Viscounty, which have fueled our growing industries, bringing us a significant degree of autonomy and wealth. The ears of the commoners who were now elected officials of Kufstein's transitional government listened intensely to Berenger's impassioned speech, carefully paying attention to each word spoken as if it was being uttered from the voice of God. The mighty walls which shall secure the future of the city of Kufstein have been fully erected, constructed from steel-reinforced concrete blocks. They shall provide safety and security for every citizen who dwells within them for many years. Several of the congressmen nodded in approval. The investment into the walls was considered of dire importance and had been the first among many rapid changes that have come to the region. As far as defense is concerned, we have amassed 3 whole infantry battalions, 2 entire artillery battalions, and a full cuirassier battalion to act as the 1st Field Army of Kufstein. Forts have been constructed among the inhabited regions of the Viscounty and are fully garrisoned, as is the city, thus adding a great degree of protection to the lands and its people. I dare say the city of Kufstein could be laid siege to by an army of 100,000 men, and we would still be the victors. The House of Commons was all too familiar with the army's funding and was fully supportive in the endeavor. Even though the government was originally supposed to be a mixture of the USA and Great Britain from Berenger's previous life, the Constitution was already redrafted 4 times to the point where it now greatly resembled the Constitution of the German Empire from that timeline. However, the primary differences being in regards to the degree of authority in which the head of state held, which was significantly more than the Kaiser from Berenger's past life, and the succession laws which remained elective, albeit with more protections in place to ensure a peaceful transition of power from one viscount to the next, and to avoid any form of corruption within the electorate. In essence, Berenger still held significant authority as the Viscount and could do practically whatever he wanted as long as it was within reason. In truth, the Parliament acted more as a means to alleviate the heavy burdens of work that Berenger had to endure rather than act as a way to limit Berenger's authority. Berenger continued his fervent speech as he began to transition from the topic of defense to that of housing. Thanks to the ongoing efforts of our construction team, a series of affordable and comfortable tenements have been erected to reduce the horrendous conditions in which the common people have had to endure as a result of our rapid increase in population and urbanization. With proper plumbing and sanitation, we have significantly reduced the risk of an outbreak of a dangerous disease. Every one of the members of Parliament had a look of pride on their faces as many of their families were living in these wonderful apartment complexes, which had sprawled up and replaced the slums in which the city had previously been plagued with. They continued to listen to Berenger as he moved on to the topic of agriculture. Our agricultural initiatives have proven to be a resounding success as the serfs have been liberated, and the farmers who chose to remain in the fields have been given the tools and knowledge necessary to tend to their fields with a minimal amount of labor while resulting in the greatest yields possible. The harvest this year was multiple times larger than any in the history of Kufstein. As such, we have stored plenty of grain to sustain our population for the years to come. The last topic in which Berenger had addressed was the field of public education. Under the Department of Education, schools have begun being constructed in every inhabited region, and we have seen a rapid rise in literacy rates. We will continue to work hard to provide the knowledge and resources that both the young and the old need to succeed in the path they choose in life. As such, I implore every one of you to do your best in the upcoming year, as many of these directives are still incomplete and will need your assistance. I ask this of you all so that we may turn this land we call home into a land in which we can all be proud of. With his closing statements, the entire crowd of Parliament rose to their feet and erupted in applause and cheers. Not a single man had stayed seated, as that would be a sign of disrespect to the man who helped transform Kufstein into what it is today. While Berenger was basking in the glory of his accomplishments, far to the north in the capital of the Kingdom of Germany, the time had finally come. The old monarch laid lifeless on his deathbed. His reign had come to an end. With his passing, the stability and peace he had brought to the Kingdom of Germany and the many fractured realms that it comprised of would come to a brutal end. When the pretenders who had sought to press their claims to the throne became aware of this information, the German world would be embroiled in the fires of war. No region was safe now that the king was dead, not even Kufstein. Chapter 102, 101. Victory in the East. Lambert currently wielded his long sword with a great display of skill. He was currently locked in combat against a Muscovite heavy cavalryman on the ramparts of a large stone fortress. Lambert had long since earned his way into the Teutonic Order, and due to the favoritism the Grand Master showed him, he rapidly rose in the ranks. At the moment, he was leading an army of men to breach the walls of the Rus stronghold, which was laid on their path to Moscow. These last 6 months, the Teutonic Order had thrown everything at the Muscovites and was not far from seizing Moscow. Just when Lambert thought he had gotten the better of his opponent, the man slashed his heavy cavalry saber across Lambert's great bassinet, unfortunately for the Muscovite. Lambert was covered from head to toe in steel plate and was completely unfazed by the attack. Instead, he managed to catch the Muscovite off guard, and by switching his grip to the blade, Lambert could land a murder stroke on his opponent's helmet effectively. After the pommel of his sword connected with the Muscovite's iron helmet, the man collapsed to the ground, where Lambert could get atop him and drive his blade through the Muscovite's iron mail veil, piercing the man's throat, sending him to the afterlife. After killing the man, Lambert looked around to see his men had cleared out the enemy position. At this point, the only area left with enemy soldiers would be the keep. Once they had forced their way into the area and cleared out any survivors, the fortress would fall into the hands of the Teutonic state. As such, Lambert rushed to the front of the fray and ordered his troops forward. "Take the keep." Leading the way with a sword in hand, Lambert charged towards the keep's gates, which were barred from the inside. It did not take long for the battering ram to arrive, where Lambert and his forces busted down the door, revealing a group of heavily armored elites, clad from head to toe in the distinctive Russ mail and plate armor. Once the keep's door was busted down, a frenzied melee broke out as Teutonic knights and Muscovite elites battled it out to determine who would be the victor. Despite resisting until the very last man, the Muscovites soon found themselves butchered like common hogs, leaving the besieged fortress in the hands of the Teutonic Order. Days passed while Lambert and his men cleaned the fortress of the signs of battle and reinforced its defenses. Lambert and his army of 2,500 men were left to defend the region. However, before long, the defenders of the recently captured fortress noticed the sight of Allied banners flying in the wind. The distinctive white field emblazoned with a black cross could be seen in extraordinary numbers carried by the many ironclad men beneath them. The Grand Master and his army had arrived at last. After seeing that the battle was already over, the Grand Master felt impressed by Lambert's abilities. He was truly an excellent commander, and the older man patted himself on the back for recognizing such talent. The Grand Master quickly rode through the gates of the fortress, where he got off his horse and greeted Lambert. "Brother Lambert, I see you successfully captured this fortress despite being greatly outnumbered." Lambert smiled at the praise from the old man who had aided him greatly during his time with the Teutonic Order. However, he quickly noticed the letter which was in the man's hands and inquired about it. "What is that?" The Grand Master handed Lambert the letter and briefly summarized its contents as the boy read it. "The King of Germany is dead, and with his death opens an opportunity to get rid of the Berenger heresy. While the lords of the German realm fight among themselves for the throne, which is nothing more than an honorary title, the Pope has ordered me to send a force to mop up your brother's mess. Considering we will soon be ending this war, I have decided to dispatch 10,000 men with you at the command to put down your heretic of a brother." After hearing those words, Lambert's eyes glistened with excitement, and a wicked smile formed across his face. It had been nearly 8 months since he had been exiled, and he spent the majority of that time honing his skills in combat. He had never forgiven his family for what they had done, especially Berenger and Linda. He would never forget the humiliation he suffered at their hands. As such, he was more than eager to accept the mission. Thus he knelt before the Grand Master and spoke in a chivalric facade. It would be an honor. Though the Grand Master knew this issue was deeply personal to the boy, he did not care. At the least, Lambert acted piously, and in the end, that was all that really mattered. As such, he motioned for Lambert to rise as the Grand Master led him to the troops in which Lambert would be commanding. Not only were the 2,500 men already under his command among their ranks, but he was given a large number of veterans to take with him. It would take several months for an army to march from the borders of Moscow to Kufstein. During this time, Lambert would greatly look forward to enacting his vengeance upon his brother like he had planned for so long. After all, if the Pope supported him in his endeavors to end his brother's reign, then clearly God must be on his side, or so he thought. Unfortunately for him, Berenger had been rapidly expanding his armies over the past 6 months. Though he might be outnumbered when the Teutonic Order finally arrived with their first invasion, he most certainly would not be outgunned. Thus an army marched back to the fatherland with the intent to kill a heretic and butcher the people of his lands. From there, they would spread across the warring states of Germany and lay waste to as many heretics as they possibly could. Such is the divine will of Christ. Chapter 103, 102, Plans for the Future. After addressing the Reichstag, Berenger returned to his castle, which he lived in for the time being while his palace was being constructed. He thought deeply about the composition of his transitionary government. Truth be told, the current House of Commons and the House of Lords were not exactly large in number, nor were they voted into power. Instead, Berenger placed those who had proven themselves competent and understanding of his reforms into the position for the time being to act as a form of governance during this transitional period. At the same time, he would spend the next few years educating the population enough to allow for a proper vote. The House of Commons was filled with the commoners who already had a basic understanding of reading, writing, and trades. During the later part of the medieval period in which Berenger currently found himself, towns and cities had commoners who were not mere serfs and who instead worked in trades within the local community, and it was these partially educated people, much like Ludwig, who were appointed to work in his rudimentary parliament. In reality, the House of Commons comprised a dozen or two people whose current responsibility was to take some of the work off of Berenger's shoulders and act as a public face of political representation. As for the House of Lords, the men within it were far more educated and responsible for the overwhelming majority of work, at least for the time being. They were mostly comprised of the younger generation of nobility who proved to be more amicable towards Berenger's revolutionary ideas. Technically, these actions were legal under Berenger's so-called constitution, as he gave the head of state the power to directly appoint people into positions of power, including the parliament, as well as remove them, or even directly dissolve parliament as a whole, where he could then appoint whoever he wished for the position or call for a re-election. After returning to the castle, he quickly found himself hugging Linda and the newborn boy who was within her arms. Linda had recently given birth to a son named Hans, who Berenger had officially recognized as his. However, he had not fully legitimized the child, as doing so would provoke Otto into dissolving the engagement he had to Adela, which he could not afford to do. Of course, this was a massive scandal in its own right, and Otto nearly broke the engagement anyway. It was only thanks to Adela and her insistence upon marrying Berenger that it remained in place. After embracing his lover and his child, Berenger kissed Linda on the lips and asked her the question on his mind. "How is my baby doing?" Linda gave him a sly look as she cooed the sleeping child before addressing Berenger's question. "Do you mean the child or me?" Berenger smirked as he responded to his lover, "I mean both." Linda smiled gently as she held onto her infant son before handing him over to his father. "We're good. Hans is an extraordinarily healthy young boy, or so Ewald says." Berenger smiled at the news. The last thing he wanted was his firstborn child to suffer from the same degree of frailty and illness that he had endured in his youth. Meanwhile, he thought to himself in the back of his head, "Mother, father, you finally have a grandchild. It is just a shame you will not be able to meet him." Obviously, he was referring to his parents from his previous life, whom he had left behind with absolutely no grandchildren to speak of. To this day, he deeply regretted how his fate had turned out in his past life, yet there was nothing he could do about that. If he had not died in Afghanistan and transmigrated to this alternate world, he never would have met Linda or Adela, nor would he be able to achieve the great things he had already accomplished in this world. To Berenger, this was only the start of his legacy. After holding onto his son for a little bit, he returned the boy to his mother, who had a worried expression on her face. It had nothing to do with the child, and Berenger immediately noticed that. After placing the baby in his crib, Linda began to address the recent news she had received. "The king is dead." Berenger was not surprised by this news and was actually quite happy about it. This meant that his plans for conquest could begin soon enough. Of course, the first objective on his list was to seize Innsbruck and declare himself Count of Tyrol. As such, his first question was regarding Linda's family. "When will your father attack Vienna?" Linda did not have the slightest bit of guilt as she revealed her father's plans to her lover as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "He will march upon Vienna in a week. It should take him at least a fortnight for his army to reach the capital. By now, the Duke has already begun moving his forces to Bavaria, where he will fight with the Wittelsbachs for the title of king." Berenger nodded with a stern expression on his face before responding to the information. "Then I will march upon Innsbruck in a month. It should be more than enough time for the Count to have begun his siege." Linda wrapped her arms around Berenger and kissed him passionately as she conspired with her master against her father and her family. "Should I address you as Count Berenger?" Berenger laughed at the young temptress's response before flicking her on the nose. She could not wait to have another child. Unfortunately for her, Berenger was adamant about waiting at least 6 weeks after having her child before they could engage in their usual nightly fun. Seeing as Linda had not yet had her proper period of rest, Berenger easily broke away from her grasp. To avoid complications after the delivery, it was best to wait a while before engaging in such activity. Since Berenger wanted both of his women to live as long as possible, he chose to abstain for the time being. Thus he teased Linda slightly as he responded to her temptation. "Not yet. I refuse to use such a title until I have gained it by right of conquest." Of course, by refusing her, Linda began to pout. Though Berenger had explained his reasoning for doing so, she still felt lonely without making love to the man she desired. Nevertheless, it was only for a short time longer, and thus the couple got ready for bed. Tomorrow was a day where Berenger would spend mostly with his troops, getting them ready for combat. His forces had grown substantially over the last 6 months, and he was confident in claiming the county of Tyrol for himself and putting down any rebellions that would naturally occur from the lords who swore fealty to Count Lothar. When the time came for Count Lothar to call the banners to war, Berenger would provide him with a force of mercenaries and a gift of gold to apologize for his absence. Though it would surely infuriate the man, it would undoubtedly be accepted. Thus leaving Berenger and his superior armies with the ability to march on Innsbruck. Though he was unaware that an army of Teutonic knights was marching towards his lands, that would not stop his plans from coming to fruition. Even if he were aware of their advance, he would still behave in the same way. After all, with the might of his guns, he could bring Tyrol under his control before they even arrived. It was the dawn of a new era, a German era, one where Berenger would crown himself emperor. Chapter 104-103 God with Us. The light of dawn shone through the castle windows as Berenger was quickly awakened. His child had slept soundly through the night, which was a rare occurrence at this point. Because of this, the man was finally able to get a good night's rest. Seeing as how he would be with the troops today, Berenger did not bother with his morning exercise and instead began to get dressed in his military attire. By now, his armor was comprised of blackened steel 3/4 plate that was gilded in the same gold pattern as his previous set. It came with matching gauntlets. The armor set even had an armored codpiece to protect his groin and a pair of matching rondelles. Of course, the codpiece was hidden beneath his Waffenrock. As such, he did not feel embarrassed for having such a piece of equipment. Berenger also wore a golden sash across his breastplate. The black and gold armor went over his matching lance-necked attire. He still wore the feathered cap over the black and steel skull cap. He wore a heavy cavalry sword based upon the British pattern 1788 cavalry sword, tied to his waist by a black leather sword belt with brass fittings. The sword itself had a gold-plated guard and a black leather grip that was wrapped in gold wire. The blade itself was made of Damascus steel imported from the East. It was initially designed to be his wedding gift, but seeing as that was a few years away still, Ludwig had gifted it to him for his birthday, which was in the middle of October. After dressing in his attire, he snuck out of his quarters, leaving his sleeping lover and child to continue their rest. He quickly found himself in the kitchen where he was prepared a set of field rations, after which he went to the castle's stables and mounted his trusty steed Erwin, where he placed a set of 2 pistols within the holsters on its saddle. After riding out to the field, Berenger met with Eckhard, who was already commanding the infantry in their daily drills. The infantry was fully equipped with the black steel armor and black and gold lance-necked attire issued to all of his troops. Nearly a quarter of his troops were equipped with the new 14-17-18 rifled musket, which had been rebaired and rifled to accept the .58 caliber mini-ball projectile. Because of this, part of his infantry now had the ability to engage targets beyond 300 yards. They were formed into their own rifle companies and fought alongside the standard smoothbore musketeers. The combined tactics of riflemen and musketeers would prove to be an effective means of combat, at least until he could manage to have all of his muskets rebaired into the new design. Over the past 6 months, the army had grown into quite the professional force, with its own officer class made up of a mixture of knights, nobles, and commoners. Seeing as it was entirely based upon merit, anyone could become an officer with the right education and training. Since he did not have time to set up a full-fledged military academy, Berenger had been making do with selecting rare talents and training them with his vision of early modern warfare. Eckhard noticed the Viscount approaching and quickly saluted him. The army which had been mustered quickly did the same. It was only after he returned his salute and gave his orders did the men relax at ease. Seeing all his soldiers standing before him, Berenger made sure to communicate his orders effectively. "The king is dead. War will be upon us shortly. I trust you have all been properly trained in the past few months. As such, we will be setting off in a month. At the moment, our target is confidential. However, when the time to march comes, you will all be properly informed of our destination. Thus, I want all of you prepared for the eventual day of our conquest. I won't lie, we will be gone for some time, and many of us may not return. However, for the prosperity of the realm and your family's continued fortune, we must fight. God with us." The last part had been a war cry Berenger had stolen from the Germans of his previous life. He had made sure every soldier was aware of this battle cry over the past few months, and the moment he yelled those words into the air, the army of several thousand men echoed by responding with the same chant. God with us. As such, Berenger spent the rest of his day overseeing combat drills while standing alongside Eckhard, who watched the perfect display of tactics being conducted. Eckhard had a look of concern on his face as he knew of Berenger's plans. He and the officers were already aware of what was to come, and they had known for quite some time what Berenger's aspirations were. Eventually, the man voiced his concerns. "We have 5,250 men. It is not a bad number, but if we are to conquer the county of Tyrol, we will surely be facing stiff resistance. After seizing Innsbruck, the lords of the realm will rebel against us. However, many of them and their professional armies will be off with Lothar's siege to Vienna. Their children will surely raise levies to defy our authority. Our numbers will be stretched thin fighting against every barony and viscounty within the county. By the time Lothar arrives with his armies, we will be fighting several small-scale wars across Tyrol, which will put us in a poor position." Berenger chuckled at Eckhard's concerns before brushing them aside and comforting his most talented general by clasping his shoulder. "My old friend, what you say is true. That is certainly one possibility in which war can result. However, I am not concerned in the slightest. After all, I have an ace in the hole." Eckhard quickly realized Berenger was referring to Linda, and he looked at him with an anxious expression. "You are going to use her to conspire against her father while he is besieging Vienna?" Berenger nodded with a satisfied expression on his face, as always with the slightest direction. Eckhard caught onto his schemes. However, the old knight's next words were unexpected. "That is cruel, even for you." However, what Berenger said next greatly shocked Eckhard. It was her idea. Letting out a great sigh, Eckhard admitted defeat before his lord and general. "You two are truly made for each other." Though the old knight had great respect for Berenger, he vastly preferred when Berenger used the might of his armies to display his dominance on the field of battle, rather than when he schemed behind the scenes to lead his opponents into a trap. Nevertheless, Berenger could easily manipulate Lothar and his vassals into falling to his ploys with Linda's aid. As such, he looked forward to the upcoming war and the day he could proclaim himself count. Berenger gazed at the scene of his army's drills and grinned at the sight. He had a good feeling about the future. If God truly existed, surely he was on Berenger's side. If not, why else would he be dragged into this world and put into a position of power? Chapter 105, 104, Call to Arms. Much like Linda had predicted, within a week, Berenger received a letter from Count Lothar informing him to rally his forces and begin the march to war. In the northern parts of Germany, battles were already being waged between the House von Luxemburg with the backing of their allies against the House von Wittelsbach. Duke Wilmar of Austria had already begun his march into Bavaria with the majority of his forces thus launching an attack on the Wittelsbachs while their main army was away. However, he foolishly trusted Lothar with the defense of the border in which Tyrol shared with southern Bavaria. After receiving the summons, Berenger had sent the mercenaries he had already prepared for the occasion to rally at Innsbruck, with a chest of silver and a letter informing Lothar of Berenger's temporary absence. Currently, Lothar was standing in the great hall of Innsbruck surrounded by the various noblemen who had answered his call to arms, where he was reading Berenger's letter aloud for all to hear. Dear Count Lothar von Habsburg-Innsbruck, it is with a heavy heart I must inform you that I am unable to reach the rally point at Innsbruck at this time. Due to several complications, mostly due to weather, I cannot round up my forces in time to meet up with you and your other bannermen. As such, I have sent this small force of mercenaries and a trove of silver to act as compensation for my absence. I will rendezvous with you at the location of the target when conditions permit it. Sincerely, Viscount Berenger von Kufstein. The various noblemen who had gathered could not prevent themselves from scoffing at the contents of this letter. Clearly, the young Viscount was a coward, hiding behind his walls while the rest gathered for the future conflict. Many of these men had done business with Berenger and felt a great sense of disdain for the man who helped supply them with the equipment they needed to field their armies. A middle-aged viscount was first to voice his objection to the matter. Does the boy seriously intend to sit back and wait for the battle to be over before arriving? Apparently, my estimation of the mighty Berenger was greatly exaggerated. The excuse of weather conditions was laughable after all these men lived in Tyrol and suffered the same conditions, yet they had all managed to answer the call to arms. Though some of the noblemen were happy with Berenger's absence, he was known to be an excellent commander, and they did not want to compete with him when it came to rising in the ranks when Lothar came to power. Lothar merely stood in silence for a few moments thinking over the reasoning for Berenger's actions, yet not once did he suspect that the young viscount was about to stab him in the back and lay siege to his home while he was off at war. Thus he made an equally foolish decision as Duke Wilmar and permitted Berenger's behavior, as the old count decided he would permit Berenger to stay in Kufstein until his forces were ready for battle. Part of his reasoning for this was that Lothar had vastly underestimated the power of Berenger's armies. He was unaware of the vast military buildup which Berenger had made over the previous months, nor how well every one of his soldiers was equipped. Firearms were still a rare and primitive design at this point in history, and considering Berenger had done an excellent job of hiding the effectiveness of his muskets and cannons, Lothar merely believed he had a few peasant levies equipped with the not-so-impressive hand cannons. On top of this, Lothar had purchased all of the high-quality equipment from Berenger's professional forces shortly after the war with Kitzbühel, and due to how busy Berenger had been selling arms and armor to other forces, he did not believe the young viscount had time to equip his own army properly. Lothar had little need for a bunch of under-equipped levies. This was a more sophisticated era of warfare where smaller armies of professional men at arms fought against one another. The days of massive hordes of peasant levies equipped with hunting spears and a lack of armor was long past. Thus he made a bold declaration in front of all the gathered noblemen: forget Berenger. If he wants to hide behind his castle walls like a coward, then I will allow it. We march to Vienna at first light. The gathered noblemen all nodded with a satisfied expression. Without Berenger and his armies, they felt a lot more secure about gaining Lothar's favor. Though they were entirely unaware of the already strained relationship between the young Viscount and Count Lothar, thus they were unable to predict the vicious thoughts that Lothar was secretly thinking in the back of his wicked mind. When I am done with Vienna, I will come to root you out of your castle and have you beheaded for this act of treason. Clearly, the target of his vengeance was Berenger. Lothar had never forgiven the boy for spoiling his schemes with Lambert, nor had he forgotten the fact that he turned his daughter into an unwed teenage mother. Who would possibly marry his daughter now? He had tried to convince Berenger to take responsibility and marry Linda, but the boy was stubborn about marrying the von Graz girl, and this by itself had made Count Lothar thirst for his blood. As such, Lothar spent the remainder of his waking hours going over his plans for dealing with Berenger. After all, by the time the Teutonic Order arrived in Kufstein, Lothar was certain he would be a duke. By then he could truly gather a great force to crush this little ant who kept invoking his ire. Lothar had no way of knowing that Adelheid had been sniffing through his office while he slept that night, looking for any semblance of a plot against Berenger. On behalf of her sister, she willingly worked with the young Viscount to overthrow her malevolent father. During that night, Adelheid found letters from the papacy informing Lothar that the Teutonic Order had already sent an army of 10,000 soldiers on the warpath to Kufstein, and that they would be arriving in a matter of months. The girl rapidly copied the contents of the correspondence and sent it to Linda in the cover of night. Her father and his allies were completely unaware that his home in Innsbruck was already compromised by Berengar's vast spy network. These spies would have a role to play in the upcoming siege of Innsbruck, which would forever go down in history as a major event of Berenger's rise to dominance. Chapter 106-105. A broken betrothal. Adela von Graz was currently standing in the center of the great hall of her family's house with tears in her eyes as she argued with her elder brother Gerhard von Graz. Gerhard was a young man on the verge of his 20s and, as such, was a couple of years younger than Berenger. Being cousins, the young men shared some striking similarities in appearance. They both had a refined and regal appearance, being the personification of the ideal Prince Charming in the eyes of many young girls. They were both tall and lean while still being muscular, and they both had glamorous golden blonde hair. However, Gerhardt's hair was much longer than Berenger's and was not slicked back. Gerhardt, however, had his father's emerald eyes. If one were to state what Gerhardt's relationship with Adela was, it was that of an extremely overprotective big brother, to the point where many would label him a siscon. He had never been fond of Adela's engagement to Berenger and had voiced his concerns to his father many times. The grudge between the two cousins goes back well over a decade, when they were small children and had only grown over time. Until a year ago, Berenger was considered a sickly, indolent, pompous twit incapable of accomplishing anything significant in life. However, when this changed practically overnight and Berenger started becoming exemplary, Gerhardt greatly approved of his transformation. Of course, his approval always coincided with his contempt. After all, he did not want to hand his little sister over to any man, let alone Berenger. As such, it was not long before he began to detest Berenger once more. Berenger had made many bold actions that did not sit well with a devout Catholic like Gerhardt. Berenger's open defiance of the Church, his spread of heresy, and his execution of the Inquisitors was a far bigger deal to Gerhardt than any other members of his family. Berenger's legal reforms, which spat in the face of the old nobility, also managed to invoke the ire of the young regent. Still, all of those paled in comparison to Berenger's most recent revelation, which had crossed Gerhardt's bottom line and made him have a great sense of disdain for his cousin. Berenger's public declaration that Linda's bastard child was his own son etched a deep sense of hatred into Gerhardt's bones. Yet despite all of this, Adela had continued to support Berenger. Gerhardt could not imagine what sorcery Berenger had played to control his precious little sister's mind to the point where she had defended his scandalous actions and continued to support the idea of marrying the scoundrel. Ultimately, there was nothing he could do about the matter because it was an agreement his father continued to support until now. Gerhardt and Adela's father had recently been called to arms and were marching toward Bavaria with his armies, leaving Gerhardt in charge of his family's lands. As regent, the first action he decided upon was to rescind the engagement between Berenger and Adela, something which greatly upset the young teenage girl. Currently, she was pleading with her elder brother to honor the arrangement with tears in her eyes. "You cannot do this. Just because you are regent does not mean you can go against father's wishes and end my engagement with Berenger." Enraged by Adela's insistence on supporting that womanizing rogue who was their cousin, Gerhardt screamed from atop the seat of power in Steiermark as he tried to get his little sister to see reason. "He has openly cheated on you with his little brother's fiancée. They have a child together, and yet he still intends to marry you and not the mother of his son. Why can you not see that he is a terrible person? He is completely and utterly unfit to take your hand in marriage." Adela had never been so angry before in her life. Her eldest brother's insistence on ending her betrothal was an obsession at this point, and she could not understand why he was so consumed with the idea. She curled her little hands into fists as she shouted at the top of her lungs, "You are not my father, and you are most certainly not the Count of Steiermark. You have no authority to do such a thing." Gerhardt was on the edge of his seat with rage. He could not tell what spell Berenger had cast upon his little sister to make her so rebellious against her own flesh and blood. Then again, Berenger was also her own flesh and blood, but that was far more distant. The important matter at hand was that he had already made his decision, and as regent, he felt as if it was in his authority to terminate the agreement. "It is already done. I have sent a letter to that bastard informing him that he is not getting his hands on my precious little sister. Now I do not want you speaking to that villain ever again. Do you understand me?" Adela was so angry at Gerhardt that she had blurted out her inner thoughts, which greatly wounded the man's pride as a borderline siscon. "Fuck you. I wish I did not have a shitty brother like you." With that, Adela stormed off to her room, where she laid face down upon her bed and cried her tears into her pillow. She could not believe her relationship with Berenger had come to an end just like that. She sincerely hoped that Berenger would not resort to rash actions, like invading her family's lands to take her hand in marriage forcefully. The more she thought about such a possibility, the more she prayed that Berenger would beat some sense into her crazy older brother. As for how Berenger would react to the news that his cousin Gerhardt had broken his betrothal to Adela, only time would tell. After all, he was the type of man who was not afraid to flex his muscle to get what he wanted. Ultimately, Count Otto's response to Gerhardt's actions would determine how Berenger reacted to the situation. Chapter 107, 106. An act of provocation. A few days had passed, and the message from Gerhardt had arrived in Berenger's court as he was making preparations for his invasion of Innsbruck. Berenger instantly read the letter, and a smug grin spread across his face. When Linda saw the look on his face, she knew nothing good could come from it. However, she would not be doing her job as his spymaster if she did not inquire about the details. As such, she quickly asked about what had made Berenger express such contempt. "What happened?" Berenger patted Linda on the head as he walked over to where he left his chalice and took a large gulp of the beer contained within. "Nothing much. That idiotic siscon Gerhardt has just proclaimed that as regent he is nullifying the arrangement in which our fathers had made betrothing Adela to me." With this news, Linda was shocked. She did not know of the heated grudge Gerhardt held against Berenger, nor did she know that the boy had an unhealthy obsession with his sisters, and as such, could not have predicted that he would behave in this manner. Knowing Berenger's fiery temperament and his willingness to do anything necessary to protect that which he has laid claim to, Linda was afraid to ask what his plans were, but in the end, felt it was necessary. So, what do you plan to do about it? Berenger chuckled as he calmly drank another sip of the beer from the chalice on the table before exclaiming his thoughts aloud. That is simple. I will reject his authority on the matter and regard Count Otto's words as absolute. Gerhardt may be a regent, but he does not have the authority to defy the Count's wishes. He is trying to act like me and failing miserably. During my regency, my father was not in any condition to make a public appearance. Meanwhile, his father is at war, so unless the man dies, he can easily undo anything Gerhardt has done during his tenure as regent. As such, Berenger quickly drafted a letter that would serve as an act of provocation towards Gerhardt. The contents of the letter were as follows. Dear Gerhardt von Graz, my dearest cousin, as a man who has once held a similar position to that in which you currently occupy, allow me to educate you on the folly of your actions and why they are completely invalid. First and foremost, your power as regent comes from the fact that your father, Count Otto von Graz, is the reigning authority within the county of Steiermark. Under his authority, he has granted you the power to protect his interests and manage his affairs while he is fighting our enemies. Your justification for breaking my betrothal to your lovely sister comes from the fact that I have taken a lover, which has resulted in a child. Despite this, your father has stated as early as 2 weeks ago that he would not end the alliance between our two families, which is currently held together by the aforementioned betrothal. As such, by declaring the nullification of the engagement between Adela and myself, you are openly declaring your intentions to violate the interests of the rightful Count of Steiermark and thus act as a usurper. As a sworn ally to your father, who is also my loving uncle, I will be forced by the alliance we hold to liberate the county of Steiermark from your usurpation. As such, I implore you to think twice about your actions before I am forced to march upon your family's lands and depose you. Sincerely, Viscount Berenger von Kufstein. Linda read the letter in which Berenger had carefully crafted with great astonishment. Noticing the look on her face, Berenger inquired why she looked so surprised. What? Linda approached Berenger and sat down in his lap while looking him in the eyes with a solemn expression before asking the question on his mind. You would not really go to war with your cousin over this matter, would you? Berenger, on the other hand, merely smiled and rubbed Linda's cheek with his hand before replying in a grave tone. I would gladly go to war with God himself if he sought to steal either of my women from me. Linda blushed when she heard Berenger's boastful claims, but seeing the look in his eyes, she knew he was being serious, which made her heart race faster. However, what concerned her most was the interference this would have with his plans to seize the county of Tyrol. If you go to war with Steiermark, what happens to our plans? Seeing the confusion on his lover's face, Beauregard decided to clarify his position on the matter. When Gerhardt sees my threats, he will act in one of two ways. Either he will back down, like the coward he is, or he will call me on my bluff, and I will be forced to march on Steiermark. Knowing my cousin and his weak spine, the threat of an army at his doorstep while his father is away at war will be more than enough to make him rescind his intentions. If he doesn't, well, it is not like I said when I would invade his lands. Tyrol comes first. In some way, this was a small victory for Linda. Within her mind, Berenger had essentially said that his plans to invade Tyrol and seize her family's lands for himself, and by extension, she and her child were more important than the betrothal he had to Adela. This is not at all what Berenger meant, but he did not know the intricacies of a woman's mind for what man could navigate that stormy sea. As such, Berenger immediately sent his letter to Gerhardt. At the same time, he also sent a letter to Count Otto, who was bound to be in some field in Bavaria, hoping that he could put an end to his son's impudence before Berenger was forced to act. The letter contained all the necessary information about the ongoing dispute to get his uncle on his side. Either way, regardless of how Otto responded, Berenger would not take action until after he had successfully claimed Tyrol for himself and put down Linda's father and his loyal vassals. Chapter 108, 107. Victory in Bavaria. Count Otto was clad in a set of Cherbourg-style plate armor, covered from head to toe in a combination of plate, mail, and gambeson, with a tabard displaying his house's mighty coat of arms. In his hands was a halberd which he used to great effect as he hacked down at the Bavarian defender, a man-at-arms clad in a brigandine chestplate over a mail hauberk. He wore a visorless bassinet as he desperately defended the attacks of the middle-aged lord. Otto and his army were currently engaged in a field battle not far from the city of Landshut. Though his troops were outnumbered, he had used superior tactics to surround the Bavarian army in a classic double envelopment much like the one used by the Carthaginian army at Cannae. As such, the field had turned into a slaughter as the Bavarians were pushed together and butchered by the Austrian army. Berenger's family were renowned as warriors for a reason. This notion extended to his cousins and their families as well. Despite Sieghard failing to recognize his son's disputes, he was well regarded as a great warrior and battlefield commander, though he had been looking forward to the day he could ride beside his allies in warfare once more. The guilt he felt for his son's actions and subsequent exilement made him no longer fit for combat. As such, Berenger's father was not present in this battle beside his brother-in-law. Count Otto greatly felt great despair for this occurrence. If Sieghard were here, the battle probably would have had fewer losses. Of course, Sieghard was a vassal of Count Lothar and probably would have been stuck defending the Austrian Alps from the Bavarian forces located across the border. Nevertheless, Count Otto could not help but lament the absence of his brother-in-law as he struck down the man-at-arms in front of him with his mighty halberd. After finishing the man, he moved on to another nearby with his soldiers flanking him. The group of heavily armored knights descended upon the Bavarians like the Reaper, deflecting their shots with their polearms and heavy steel plate armor. Luckily for Otto, he had equipped all of his soldiers, bannermen, and knights with excellent armor from Berenger's industrial district. Because of that, their casualties were substantially lower than the enemy, even before they caught them in a trap. The banner of the Golden Swan flew in the air as the Austrian forces soon overwhelmed what little resistance the enemy could mount. Pressed from all sides, the numbers of the Bavarians quickly dwindled from thousands to hundreds. The enemy commander soon found himself surrounded by an army of steel-clad warriors cutting down his troops like ribbons. He could not fathom how the Austrians had managed to make such a large supply of brigandine and plate armor. The expense was surely outrageous. Nevertheless, Otto and his men quickly cut down the men before them, pressing onward to the enemy commander, who was lamenting his decision to sally forth from the walls and protect the nearby agricultural town from the Austrian raids. By now, the Bavarians had lost most of their army, and what few remained kept being smashed against the mighty steel wall of heavily armored men-at-arms who continued to press them further and further. Spears, halberds, polehammers, swords, maces, warhammers all descended upon the relatively poorly equipped Bavarian forces, severing limbs and crushing skulls as the deadly blows landed upon their foes, resulting in a sea of blood staining the snow beneath their feet. After a long drawn-out battle, the last Bavarian standing eventually fell to the onslaught, ending in an overwhelming victory for the Austrians, who had suffered minimal losses due to their well-equipped forces. As his men were cheering in the thousands for the great victory they achieved, Otto raised the visor of his great bassinet and gazed at the scene of ironclad corpses bleeding onto the snow that covered the ground. The middle-aged count sighed heavily as he mumbled the words. "So this is the tyranny of steel? How can the enemy possibly compete with the sheer defense my army possesses?" Count Otto was stunned by the performance of his army in this battle. If he was angry at Berenger before for cheating on his daughter and having a bastard son in which he dared to recognize, he could feel the fury no longer. The alliance he had made with House von Kufstein had truly paid off in this battle, as he suffered far fewer casualties than he normally would have if he had not invested so heavily in Berenger's steel and arms trade. The amount of steel in which Berenger was able to produce must be a miracle from God, for the middle-aged count could not explain it otherwise. While his troops cleaned up the battlefield, Otto returned to his camp, where he planned to celebrate his massive victory. However, before he could do so, he was approached by a small party of cuirassiers who flew the banner of House von Kufstein. When Otto gazed upon the intricate pattern of the armor designs Berenger's forces wore, he could not help but feel that his own magnificent set of plate armor was inadequate. Nevertheless, the horses still rode forward and appeared to have greeted the sentries of his war camp, who quickly pointed in Count Otto's direction. Evidently, these strangely armored men were here for him. What news could Berenger possibly bring him that was of such importance that he would send men into the front lines of war? When the lead cuirassier rode up next to Count Otto, the man saluted the count before speaking. "Are you Count Otto von Grass?" Count Otto noticed the intricate brass pattern on the officer's armor and gazed at it with envy. The pattern contrasted perfectly with the blackened steel plate and the garish black, gold, and white clothing that was slightly visible beneath the three-quarters plate armor. After gazing in awe of the magnificent armor design count, Otto eventually reclaimed his senses and nodded. When he did so, the cuirassier handed him a letter with the seal of House von Kufstein upon it. While doing so, the leading officer informed the count of a brief summary of what had transpired in his absence. "Viscount Berenger von Kufstein sends word of the dispute he is having with your son Gerhard and seeks your assistance." Upon hearing those words, Otto immediately read the letter. As he did so, his expression became increasingly sour before commenting aloud for all the troops nearby to hear. "That fucking idiot." Though this was supposed to be a great victory and a cause for celebration, it was immediately tarnished in the eyes of Count Otto by the foolish actions of his errant son. For some reason, the boy thought that he could do whatever he desired just because he was named regent. If this is how the boy would reign as his successor, then Count Otto was greatly concerned about the future of his realm. Count Otto was left with no choice but to send word back to Berenger, assuring him that the arrangement still stood and that he would be strictly admonishing Gerhard for his actions. The last thing he needed was for Berenger to invade his lands under the guise of securing liberating Steiermark from a usurper. Chapter 109, 108. Marching to war. Gerhard looked at the letter in his hands addressed from Berenger with disbelief. He could not believe that the young Viscount was so bold that he would openly threaten to invade the county of Steiermark over the decision to rescind Adela's engagement. The justification for doing so would be solid enough to prevent anyone from coming to Gerhard's aid, especially in this time of turmoil where nobody would be able to spare the forces to help him retain his regency. However, this was not the most abysmal piece of news that he had received. There was also a letter from his father which openly declared Gerhard's decision to break the betrothal as invalid and demanded that Gerhard relinquish his regency in favor of his younger brother Heimeric. By indulging in his desires to keep Adela away from his wretched cousin, he had cost himself the favor of his father, who now deeply questioned his eldest son's capability as a ruler. This was simply outrageous. However, if he were to burn this letter and defy his father's demands, Gerhard would truly be acting in rebellion, opening the stage for Berenger to justifiably march his armies on Graz and liberate the people of Steiermark from his territory. This was not something a spineless coward like Gerhard was willing to risk. As such, he admitted defeat and vacated his position as regent, allowing Heimeric to come to power and immediately declare all of Gerhard's actions null and void under the authority of Count Otto von Graz. When Berenger received this news, as well as the letter from Otto, he was greatly pleased. He had settled this dispute peacefully while humiliating Gerhard for his unwise decisions. This was enough punishment for trying to get in Berenger's way. After all, whether or not Gerhardt was a pompous fool with an unhealthy obsession for his sisters, he was still family, and as such, Berenger did not truly desire to see his head on a pike. The grudges between Gerhardt and himself were not completely irreconcilable, unlike the ones he held with Lambert. It had been close to a month since Count Lothar had marched on Vienna, and the man was currently besieging the city, thus giving Berenger justification to act in open rebellion. Berenger wrote a letter addressing all the lords and ladies of Austria and informing them of his intentions. He declared Count Lothar a traitor to the realm, who took advantage of the current crisis to seize power for himself. As a result, Berenger would act by marching upon Innsbruck and seize the county of Tyrol for himself until a point in time where the Duke of Austria could appoint a loyal successor to the title. Though of course, Berenger had no plans to relinquish his claims to the lands of Tyrol. After sending letters to every corner of Austria, Berenger approached his lover and child and said his goodbyes. It would be some time before he returned to Kufstein, as his plans to lay siege to Innsbruck and put down the inevitable rebellions that would follow might take a matter of months to achieve. Nevertheless, as the commander of his forces, it was his duty to stand alongside his troops in battle. Berenger kissed Linda passionately as the two hugged each other tightly. After separating from one another, Linda encouraged Berenger to the best of her ability. As his lover, it was her duty to support her man in his ventures. Despite the worried expression on her face, she forced herself to say her goodbyes. "Make sure to come home in one piece." Berenger smiled with confidence and petted the woman's glossy strawberry blonde hair. "As long as you stick to the plan, I should be back safely in no time." With that said, Berenger kissed his infant son on the forehead before departing from the room. After doing so, he found his trusty steed Erwin in the stables. He mounted the mighty beast before taking off into the snowy mountains of the Austrian Alps, where he would unite with his army before marching on to Innsbruck. After meeting up with his army, which was already mustered and clad in heavy winter clothing, Berenger rode alongside his officers at the head of the formation. Eckhard was among them. His plate armor was shrouded in a heavy fur-lined cloak while wearing a warm winter cap beneath his burgonet. His army was well equipped for the winter, and due to the extensive road networks Berenger had built across his territory, they would be able to quickly make their way to the Viscounty of Schwaz, which lie between Innsbruck and Kufstein. Riding alongside Eckhard, Berenger decided to ask his vice commander about the morale of the troops. "So, how are the troops doing?" "I mean, we are marching to war in the middle of winter." Eckhard smiled as he faced the oncoming wind, which was filled with a chilling breeze and particles of snow. Despite the freezing weather, Berenger had supplied his forces with the necessary equipment to minimize attrition. As such, Eckhard was quite warm. And so were his forces. They are ready and willing to lay waste to the enemies of their lord and commander. It is a rare sight to see an army marching in the cold with such high spirits. Probably because they all know of the power we hold and that not even the high stone walls of the castle of Innsbruck can prevent our swift victory. Hearing this news, Berenger felt satisfied. The morale of his troops was high despite the conditions they found themselves in. So much so that they were marching to the beat of a song in which Berenger designed to resemble that of Die Eisenfaust am Lanzenschaft from his previous life. However, this song was edited to remove references to the Teutonic Order and instead reflect the conditions his army faced. As such, it was a similar but unique piece of art in which thousands of voices joined in unison as they sang along to the lyrics, which Berenger had presented them. To his army, this solemn song that was originally designed in his previous life to represent the duty of the Teutonic Order now acted as a boost to the morale of his personal army. To reach Innsbruck, they would first have to march through the Viscounty of Schwaz. Though the Viscount of Schwaz was fighting alongside Count Lothar in the ongoing siege of Vienna, His only son was currently tasked with presiding over the region during his absence. As such, there was a possibility that Berenger and his forces would have to face an army of levies in the fields if he wished to pass through the man's territory. However, that was not of great importance. Berenger's well-equipped army would easily handle such a meager force, which would come at the most delay the inevitable. Chapter 110, 109. The war for Austria begins currently. Duke Wilmar was alongside his vassals, including Count Otto, who had regrouped with the main army of Austria at Munich, to which they were currently laying siege. They were inside the commander's tent within the siege camp, where they were discussing tactics for the ongoing siege that had already been raging on for a total of 15 days at this point. While going over preparations for building a tunnel beneath the city walls, a messenger rushed into the tent with dire news in hand. "My liege, I am sorry for the intrusion, but the news is urgent." Seeing the distressed expression on the messenger's face, Duke Wilmar calmly responded to his uninvited appearance. "What news is so grim that you would interrupt my war council?" Noticing the unfriendly gazes of the vassals gazing upon him, the messenger instantly gulped his saliva while finding the courage to report the grave situation back in Austria. "Count Lothar has led his armies to Vienna, where he has taken up arms against you and besieges the city as we speak." Duke Wilmar's expression turned murderous as he heard the shocking news. He was not expecting someone related to his family, albeit distantly, to turn on him in such a manner. However, right when the Duke was about to speak, the messenger spoke up once more. "There's more." Duke Wilmar composed himself in a manner befitting a man of his position before giving the messenger an order. "Continue." As such, the messenger continued to tell the full content of the news he had received. "Viscount Berenger has taken up arms against Count Lothar and is marching his army upon Innsbruck in an attempt to force Count Lothar's hand to return to Tyrol and defend it." The messenger then reported the message Berenger had sent out across Austria, and the frown on Wilmar's face turned to a wicked grin as he spoke his thoughts aloud. The boy clearly knows Lothar will not turn his forces around and is acting in a way to advance his position, but so be it. If he actually has the might to seize Innsbruck and put down the ensuing rebellion successfully, I will make him count. As for Lothar, Otto, you take your army and break his siege. I will reward you dearly if you can bring me the traitor's head." Count Otto bowed respectfully to Duke Wilmar before accepting his request, though it would be difficult as Lothar's armies outnumbered his own and were equally well equipped. He must perform the duty for the sake of the duchy and the rightful Duke of Austria. "It will be done, my lord." With that, the stage was set for a series of massive battles within Austria. As such, the Austrians were now severely limited in their ability to advance their claim to the throne of Germany, though it was not as if the other pretenders were in any better of a position. After all, the entirety of Germany and the regions in the immediate vicinity had become embroiled in conflict since the death of the king. Count Lothar was currently in a similar position as Duke Wilmar. He was currently laying siege to the city of Vienna, which acted as the capital of the Duchy of Austria. It was the seat of power for the Habsburgs, and as such, he sought to claim it for himself. He currently stood within his tent reading the letter from Berenger, which declared his open rebellion against Count Lothar and his official support of Duke Wilmar. In his other hand was a secret letter from Linda. After reading the contents of both letters to his vassals, he left it up for discussion as to how they will proceed. Throughout the entire conversation, Count Lothar remained calm. Luckily, his daughter was on his side, as he thought the love she had for Berenger could not replace the loyalty she had to her family. In Linda's letter, it was written that Berenger was blinded by ambition and had marched a very poorly equipped army onto Innsbruck, leaving Kufstein completely defenseless. She added that she would welcome her father's armies with open arms if they were to show up in Kufstein. However, the goal was to take Vienna. After all, if Lothar abandoned it now, He would never get another chance to become Duke and would most likely have to fight a full-fledged civil war with Duke Wilmar, the result of which leaned heavily in the favor of the Duke. However, due to how poorly defended Kufstein appeared from Linda's description, Lothar could not help but take the bait. As such, he decided on a course of action while his vassals were screaming at each other with how to proceed. Viscount Theodoric, I want you to take a quarter of our army and march on Kufstein, securing the region and my daughter. You should not face any resistance now that she is in charge. We will make sure that bastard Berenger and his loathsome forces have no home to return to. With that said, Theodoric grinned from ear to ear with a wicked smile. He would now be able to ransack Kufstein and seize anything of value for himself. This was also his chance to get close to Linda, who he had desired since she was a little girl, after all. She was considered one of the 3 heavenly beauties of Austria. As for Berenger's bastard son, he planned to drop it from the roof of the castle. Thus he was more than happy to accept the offer as he bowed before Count Lothar. You can count on me, my lord. With that, Count Lothar's armies were severely weakened overnight as a quarter of them would soon march into a trap Berenger and Linda had come up with, completely unaware that they would soon be facing impregnable defenses mounted on all sides with 24-pound siege cannons and a garrison armed with muskets. As for Lothar, he had greatly weakened his position, completely unaware that Count Otto was marching with his full force to lift the traitor's siege. Whether or not Count Lothar survived the ordeal was determined by how quickly he could take the castle in Vienna and hold the Duke's family hostages. In a single move, Linda had greatly weakened the position of Berenger's enemies, all while Berenger and his army were marching through the Alps to lay siege to the capital of Tyrol, the city of Innsbruck. One thing was certain: the war for Austria had just begun, and it would become a long and brutal war with an unexpected victor. After all, both the Duke of Austria and the rebel count were currently in the middle of a siege, where anything could happen and lives were easily lost. Chapter 111, 110, Enemy ambushed Berenger, and his forces had arrived in the Viscounty of Schwaz after a few days' worth of marching. Obviously, they had made camp throughout the nights. Berenger was trying to lose as few forces as possible to attrition. As such, he had kept his forces far from exhaustion and well-fed, hydrated, and equipped to combat the effects of the cold. To him, every one of his soldiers was a precious member of his society. Those lost were not easily replaced without his land suffering from it. War was necessary for expansion, but he did not want to fight a war without regard to his soldiers' lives. As such, they marched at a safe pace. Berenger was currently on watch for the night. One of the men who were on patrol had gotten too cold, to the point where his health was beginning to suffer. Berenger, who was passing by, offered to take his place. As such, the Viscount and commander of the army was standing on watch with a group of foot soldiers. Berenger decided to break the ice with a simple infantryman to who he was standing aside. So, what are your names? The 2 men looked at each other with odd expressions before answering Berenger's question, as if it were coming from the commanding officer and Viscount of Kufstein. My lord, I am Private Arnwald, and this is Private First Class Bardo. Berenger spoke in an informal tone as he addressed the men. I am Berenger. Though I suppose you already knew that. The 2 men nodded as they gazed at Berenger in awe. Berenger was more than just their lord and commander. He was close to a legend. His childhood infirmity was well known, even among the ranks of his army. Yet, despite all of that, he had risen above such circumstances after 20 long years of suffering, only to be plotted against by his own brother, surviving numerous attempts on his life, including a rebellion by Lord Ulrich where he was able to rise to the position of regent and crush his neighbor, expanding his family's territory to the level of a viscounty. The 2 men nearly nodded their heads in silence, afraid to say something that might offend the man they looked up to. However, before the conversation could continue, Berenger spotted what appeared to be a shimmer not far away under the bright full moon in the sky above. He patted Private Arnwald on his shoulder with a grave look on his face and commanded the man with a tone filled with authority, immediately dropping his informal speech as he did so. "Private Arnwald, I need you to sound the alarms as quickly as possible." Arnwald did not know why Berenger was so serious, but an order was an order, and he would be damned if he failed to fulfill it. The man saluted Berenger by pounding his chest before running off to do as he was commanded. "As you command, my lord." After Arnwald ran off, Berenger unsheathed his sword and aimed it in the direction of the darkness ahead. While doing so, he chatted with Bardo. "I really hope that musket of yours is loaded. We might need it in a few seconds." Though Bardo had not detected anything in the vicinity, he quickly unslung his musket and fixed the bayonet where he proceeded to cock the action and aim it directly in front of him. Though the man did not know what Berenger had detected, he trusted his commander's senses, and as such, was prepared to hold the line until the men were ready to defend the camp. Shortly after Berenger and Bardo's actions, the ringing of a bell echoed across the field, which awoke every man in the camp. By ringing the bell 3 times, it signaled an enemy attack. As such, the men did not even bother equipping their armor. They immediately grabbed their muskets and webgear before heading out of their tents and into the fray. When the enemy hiding in the darkness heard the bell ring, they quickly began to rush the camp they had surrounded. Knowing that their cover was blown, they sought to rush Berenger and his forces as quickly as possible. Luckily, these men were mostly formed of levies and were poorly equipped. When the levies near Berenger's position rushed upon him and the man next to him, the thunder of Bardo's musket could be heard across the field as the lead ball shot through the levy's chest, which was directly in front of him. In the darkness of the night, a battle had begun within Berenger's encampment. The forces left behind in the Viscounty of Schwaz had located Berenger's camp and decided to attack in the night. Berenger adeptly wielded his sword, having trained in its use for hours every day for the past 8 months. He was adept enough in swordplay to overcome the advancement of the levies. With a lunging thrust, Berenger pierced through the gambesoned shirt of the levy in front of him and into the man's heart, adeptly avoiding the man's spears he did so. Berenger and Bardo were quickly pushed back into the camp by the overwhelming numbers of the enemy forces. When they reached a certain point, Berengar heard a voice shout at him. "My lord, get down now." Quickly adapting to the situation, Berenger dragged Bardo down with him into the prone position where a volley of musket fire decimated the front line of the enemy's forces. Before the enemy levies could react, the musket line kneeled and reloaded their rifles. In contrast, the second line behind them fired another volley over their heads, completely shredding the lightly armored levies and breaking their morale. This action had bought Berenger and Bardo some time to reform their ranks among the men who had just arrived to support them. As such, Berenger dragged Bardo to his feet and rushed behind the firing line, which had already reloaded, and began to fire another volley into the ranks of the enemy forces who were utterly shocked by the unknown weapons in which they were facing. All across the camp, the sound of musket fire and agonizing screams echoed through the night as Berenger and his men desperately defended against an enemy ambush. Despite the fire of the muskets breaking the enemy ranks, a few of the men managed to rush towards Berenger and his unarmored men whose bayonets were already fixed. As such, they dropped their actions of reloading and began to engage in the fray with the enemy. Luckily for them, the enemy was equipped with spears and was limited to the same degree of thrusts in which Berenger and his forces were. The primary difference being the level of training between Berenger's professional army and the peasant levies who had seldom stepped foot on a battlefield before this moment. Because of the difference in training and the strict military hierarchy in which was established among Berenger's forces, the men under his command were quickly able to funnel the enemy's forces into the small gaps in the camp's defenses, where they were met with lines of bayonets easily able to cut them down. By the time the sun rose, the camp scene below was filled with the blood and bodies of the enemy, which was littered across the snow. Though Berenger's army had suffered a little over 100 casualties, his losses could be considered minimal. On the other hand, the enemy's forces were nearly annihilated. Those who had broken ranks and ran into the night were lucky to have survived. One thing was certain: Berenger's target was no longer Innsbruck. He would first lay siege to the castle in Schwaz. After succeeding in his endeavors, he would annihilate the Viscount's family as an act of retribution on behalf of the soldiers lost in this battle. Chapter 112, 111. Memorial Service. After a long night of bloody struggle, Berenger stood at attention before his troops, who were now fully dressed in their battle attire, with their muskets slung over their backs. Currently, the men that comprised of his army were holding a brief memorial service for the men who died the night before. Between 100 to 200 men had perished in the ambush from the previous night. And while the enemy's forces were nearly annihilated by Berenger's army, Berenger felt nothing but sorrow for the lives of his fallen soldiers which were lost in the conflict. Unlike most generals, Berenger deeply cared for the lives of the men under his control and tried his best to mitigate losses. Every soldier loss meant that someone from his workforce would have to take their place, which decreased productivity. War was necessary for the expansion of a state, and thus benefiting the nation that enforced their demands in the long term. The short-term costs were something every leader must become accustomed to. Still, it was not an easy responsibility to bear. If Berenger had deigned to mind his place in the world and sit back in Kufstein and peacefully flourish as he had initially planned, then these men most likely would not have lost their lives so early. Yet, these lowly ambitions could no longer contain Berenger's growing desire for power. As a man who had very little in his previous life in terms of authority and wealth, the moment he tasted true power for the first time, his thirst for supremacy became unquenchable. Despite his relative benevolence when compared to monarchs of the past, Berenger was still a man. Like all men, he was inherently prone to the corruption brought forth by absolute power. In his old life, there was a saying, "Absolute power corrupts absolutely." While Berenger had grown increasingly malicious towards his potential enemies, he was still compassionate to his loved ones and those he was responsible for. However, now was a time of war, and he could not give a warm-hearted speech about how great the men who perished the night before were. No, Berenger knew he had to inflame his soldiers' desires for vengeance, and as such, the speech he touted as the fallen soldiers were laid to rest was one of fire and fury. "I look upon every one of you are standing here before me, and I see men who have given up everything to fight the enemies of Kufstein courageously. Please make no mistake, the men who ambushed us last night may have been mere peasants drafted into service to fight against us, but they were still the enemy. They chose to ambush our camp while we slept, and they chose to kill over 100 of our brothers in arms. These men who have perished have fallen defending their comrades, their officers, and their lord. Henceforth I decree that the family of any man who dies honorably in battle shall be given exemption from taxes for a duration of time. I am certain that the men who have perished on this day desire but one thing from all of you, and that is to avenge their deaths. So I have decided before we march on Innsbruck, we shall lay siege to the castle of Schwaz and rout out the man responsible for this attack. I promise to have him and anyone else deemed responsible beheaded, where their heads may be mounted on pikes outside of the ruins of their once mighty castle. God with us." Having finished his speech, the men gathered before him, numbered in the thousands, all began to chant the battle cry repeatedly. "God with us." As they did so, the honor guard fired a volley into the air after the men were fully interned in the graves below. Berenger vowed to build a memorial upon the spot for the men lost in this battle when he finally won this war. Seeing that he had now stoked the flames of vengeance in the hearts of his soldiers, he gave an order to his troops. "Now, pack up camp and set forth for the city of Schwaz." Now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for battle. May God show mercy to our enemies, for we will not. With that said, the army began to gather their equipment and pack up the siege camp. Within an hour, the army of over 5,000 men was once more on the march. The city of Schwaz was nearby and had invoked the ire of Berenger and his troops. Though Berenger would not harm unarmed civilians, those who resisted his conquest were considered enemy combatants and would suffer the same fate as the defenders. Nobody expected Berenger to lay siege to Schwaz on his way to Innsbruck. Though this would give his enemies time to rally against him, it ultimately would not matter, for the power of steel and shot was not something these feudal armies could easily contend with. It would be quite some time before his advanced weaponry became known to all and even longer before anyone had successfully replicated it. For the time being, Berenger's armies would become the most dominant force on the European battlefields. Schwaz was merely the first of many battles that would take place over the coming months as Berenger began his conquest of Tyrol. While his armies marched to Schwaz, another army was marching towards Kufstein. Though it would be a couple of weeks before they arrived, their intentions for Kufstein and its people were far viler than anything Berenger had in mind for his enemies. As winter raged across the Austrian Alps, more than one army was on the march. The war for Austria had already begun, and time was of the essence. Luckily for Berenger and his forces, he possessed the power of gunpowder and could easily render the once mighty walls of castles to ruin in a matter of days. His 12-pound cannons gave him an enormous advantage when it came to siege warfare, something which he would demonstrate to the world shortly. Chapter 113, 112. Agents in the Shadows. Linda sat near her infant child, who was currently sleeping in his crib. Though she had no way of knowing what kind of man her child would eventually grow into, she truly showed unconditional love to the child, so clearly he would turn out well, would he not? Despite being an infant, the child was born with a full head of strawberry blonde hair like his mother, and his eyes were sapphire like his father's. Linda knew that one day her child would grow to be a great and powerful man like his father, but the extent to which he would accomplish remained unknown, for mankind did not possess the power to see the future. As Linda watched over her child, she received a trio of letters. One was addressed from Berenger, one composed by her half-sister Adelheid, and the final letter was written by her father, Count Lothar. She read over the contents of each letter with a smile on her face. Berenger's letter contained information that he was laying siege to Schwaz after surviving an ambush from the local regent's levies. This shift in plans was not important to her, as Berenger would most likely have to wipe out the Viscount's son after seizing Innsbruck anyways, as the young man was sure to rebel against Berenger. As for the letter from Adelheid, expressed a plan the girl had hatched to allow Berenger to seize the castle without laying siege to it. Adelheid was greatly concerned about the possibility of the walls being brought down and her defenses with it. After all, Linda had communicated to her half-sister the effectiveness of Berenger's cannons. The plan was actually brilliant, and as such, Linda would later write a letter to Berenger informing him of her sister's plot so that he could take the castle at Innsbruck with ease, thus allowing him the benefit of having fully functional walls while he waited for the enemy to make their move. As for the letter by her father, contained information regarding the army he was sent to seize Kufstein and how Theodoric was leading it. Immediately upon reading that name, Linda's smile turned into a frown. She could not help but voice her concerns. When that lecherous old fool comes to Kufstein, I will make sure he is the first to die from the cannon's bombardment. She was all too aware of Theodoric's proclivities. He was a lecherous man, particularly attracted to young women and girls. The old man also had a penchant for sacking every city he laid siege to. Undoubtedly, if Linda were actually to let Theodoric into her lover's city, the man would ransack the city and potentially attempt to force himself upon her. As such, She wanted the garrison to target their explosive shells on his position when his army arrived. After all, it was a common practice to wear a tabard with one's coat of arms emblazoned upon it during this time. He would be easy to scout from among the enemy's forces. Thus Linda spent some time drafting letters to Berenger to relay the information she had received from bothering her sister and father. Once finished, the letter was dispatched with a messenger to ride towards Berenger's encampment outside of Schwaz, where it would be delivered to him, hopefully before the might of his guns completely brought the city down. After finishing with her letters and spending time watching over her sleeping son, Linda got to work, gathering several intelligence operatives beneath her command. These hands were the best among her saboteurs and assassins. They were equipped with a revolving flintlock pistol based on the collier pattern design from Berenger's previous life. These weapons were best used outside of the battlefield as the cylinder had to be manually cycled, and the reloading speed was atrocious. However, they were excellent for personal defense and had been specially constructed for use among Berenger's operatives. Linda had begun to address the operatives known as hands as they were gathered before her in secret. "I have a task for you all to fulfill. I won't lie, it will be dangerous. But with advancements in technology over the last 6 months, particularly in the field of chemistry, you have a much higher chance of returning with your lives." One of the head operatives who, like his comrades, were currently shrouded by a hooded cloak spoke up from among their ranks. "What is it that you require of us, listener?" Linda smirked as she heard her shadowy title before giving her decrees to the well-trained agents of Berenger's spy network. "I need you to infiltrate the various baronies and viscounties throughout Tyrol. Your objective is assassination and sabotage. Take out high-profile targets, sabotage the food stores of the cities, as well as strategic positions such as key defensive structures. With the use of TNT, you will have a much greater chance of destroying enemy fortifications. The purpose of these actions is to provoke the enemy lords into marching upon Kufstein or Innsbruck, where Berenger will have seized soon enough. I want them so infuriated that they will feel that they have no choice to end their misery unless they personally take action against our liege," thus allowing Berenger to trap them with his armies. The same agent who had spoken up before nodded his head while answering Linda's assignment with the affirmative. "It will be done." With that, the qualified agents of Berenger's growing spy network were set to the task. As for the remainder of the Viscount's operatives, they would be assigned to counter-espionage operations within Berenger's lands. As such, the war of intrigue that was waged behind the scenes of the war for Tyrol had begun. The other lords and ladies of the realm were no longer safe in their own castles against the shadowy agents of Berenger's vast spy network, as they would soon come to find out. Linda felt it was necessary to take action on her man's half. While Berenger was off at war as the valiant commander, Linda would handle the dirty work within the shadows. Thus the couple expertly complemented one another when it came to matters of war and intrigue. Soon enough, all of Germany would be caught in their collective web. Chapter 114, 113. Siege of Schwaz. Berenger was currently sitting outside the city walls within the confines of his siege camp. He was having breakfast, which consisted of rye crackers and salted pork. He ate the same food as his soldiers and refused to have special treatment while in the field. As such, he was sitting next to an officer, an NCO, and an enlisted soldier. The cannons echoed across the field as they continuously bombarded the city walls. One might think a thunderstorm occurred if they were not accustomed to such advanced weapons. Though the skies above were gloomy and the cold breeze was filled with falling snow, it was by no means a thunderstorm. The cool breeze whipped across Berenger's face, which was the only portion of his skin that made direct contact with the air. He was covered from head to toe in thick fur-lined wool clothing like the rest of his troops. Actually, Berenger's army's attire was far less garish in the winter. With a set of winter boots and gloves, they looked far different than their field equipment that was utilized in more favorable conditions. Though they did not look as exquisite as they normally would, they were kept warm by their clothing, and in the end, practicality was far more important than aesthetics when it came to an army's gear. As such, the men ate their crackers and pork under the falling snow while the explosive shells continued to bombard the city's thick stone walls. It had already been 3 days since the siege had begun, and Berenger was confident that the walls would soon come crumbling down after all the sections they had been bombarding were already in a miserable state. Just when Berenger was about to speak to his soldiers, he overheard the sound of stone crumbling down upon itself and the cheers of his men. Seeing that the wall had collapsed, Berenger quickly put on his steel skull cap and his feathered hat before marching to the front lines where his troops had quickly rallied. Finally, they would be able to seize the city. As for the castle's bombardment, that would still take a few days. With sword in hand, Berenger cried out to his force as he rushed for the shattered section of the wall. Charge! The overwhelming majority of the soldiers in his camp rushed to the broken wall with bayonets affixed and swords in hand as they resisted the oncoming missile fire from the archers and crossbowmen above. Luckily for them, their vitals were covered in hardened steel plate armor, so as long as they were not shot in the face, they would endure the rain of arrows descending upon them. Berenger's forces quickly arrived in front of the wall where they formed a firing line and rained musket balls upon the defenders who filled the gaps. The mighty spear wall the garrison of the city had formed quickly collapsed under the lead balls which pierced their armor as if it were non-existent and sent them to the afterlife. The defensive line collapsed with a single volley and was quickly rushed upon by a sea of bayonets and swords. Those troops in the rear of Berenger's formation continued to fire upon the defenders upon the ramparts, rapidly cutting away at the archers' numbers who desperately tried to combat the tide of black and gold which forced its way through the gap within the city wall. The wall was brought down under concentrated fire from Berenger's artillery battalion in 3 sections. Each region was undergoing a similar sight. Berenger batted a spear out of his way with the blade of his sword before lunging directly into the open bassinet of the city defender, piercing through the man's eye and thus his skull, ending his miserable existence. He was leading the charge at the center gap within the city's defenses. Slowly but surely, his troops were overwhelming the local garrison. Eckhard was leading one of the other locations where he used his rifled musket and bayonet to outmaneuver a spear that was thrust in his direction before piercing through the man's mail and gambeson with the lengthy bayonet, which was shaped perfectly to get through the gaps in the mail hauberk. Like Berenger, he led the forces into battle as the city defenders slowly began retreating. Eventually, the defensive line was broken. Rather than pursue the fleeing garrison to the keep, Berenger's forces lined up, reloaded, and fired upon the city's defenders as their backs were turned, instantly gunning them down with no remorse. Berenger, Eckhard, and the commander of the 3rd section all yelled out similar commands to their forces. Give no quarter. As the soldiers of Berenger's army advanced through the city, they gunned down anyone who was remotely garbed in armor or equipped with a weapon. At the moment, Berenger was leading his forces through the city, where a crossbow bolt was fired out of a window and into his breastplate, where it left a mild dent. Enraged by the action, Berenger commanded a nearby grenadier to lob his grenade through the window. After lighting the fuse, the grenadier did as instructed, and within seconds, the grenade went off, after which Berenger led his forces into the building to clear it completely. When Berenger burst through the door, he witnessed a horrific scene. The crossbowman inside the building was utterly torn apart by the fearsome blast and shrapnel of the grenade, but so were what appeared to be the remains of a mother and her 2 daughters. Evidently, these civilians were hiding in the room where the crossbowman had taken his position. Berenger could not prevent himself from sighing at the scene as he spoke his thoughts aloud while the rest of his soldiers cleared the building. Such is the price of war. Similar scenes could be seen throughout the city, as the archers and crossbowmen took refuge in buildings before firing upon the advancing enemy, which would result in a grenade or two being lobbed into the structure, killing every living thing inside. Though Berenger prohibited the deliberate targeting of civilians, he did not prevent his soldiers from clearing a room with the most effective methods available, even if it meant the death of innocents. As such, the city was rapidly taken, and the city's defenders either fled to the castle as the last defense or were killed in the streets. Berenger's casualties were extremely low due to the high degree of protection the hardened and quenched half-plate armor afforded to his soldiers. The cavalry suffered even less than the infantry as they were equipped with three-quarters plate armor, and though dismounted, they took part in the siege as well. Soon enough, the city was secured, and all that remained was to bring down the castle and the noblemen within it cowering behind their walls. As such, the artillery was moved into the city and lined up in a manner to attack the walls of the castle. Within a few days, Schwarz would completely fall to Berenger, and he would show no mercy to the young lord who acted as regent. All of this could have been avoided if the foolish boy had just stayed within his city and had not bothered attacking Berenger's forces as he advanced onto Innsbruck. Ultimately, someone had to pay the price for the lives lost in the ambush, and that was left to the Viscount's son and heir, who ruled in his stead while he was off committing treason. Chapter 115, 114. Absconding into the night. It was a cold winter's night, and the moon was covered by the clouds in the sky, thus allowing the agents of Berenger's spy network to engage in sabotage and assassination against the lords of Tyrol and their forces. At the moment, a spy shrouded in dark clothing maneuvered through the city of Linz under cover of darkness. His goal was to destroy the granary of the city. As such, he began to approach the grain stockpile with a stick of dynamite in hand and a match. As soon as he was within range of the warehouse, which contained much of the city's food surplus, he lit the match and used it to ignite the fuse of the dynamite which he threw into the building. Before the blast went off, he had already disappeared into the night. As the entire city overheard the loud explosion, its flames engulfed the granary into a smoking fireball. The local garrison quickly reacted to the scene and was dismayed to find that their city's primary stockpile of food had been sabotaged under their watch. Surely heads would roll for this disaster. The next day, the local regent would open an investigation into the incident, but unfortunately for the people of Linz, they would never find the culprit. This scene was just one of many appearing across Tyrol. Under Linda's commands, the war of intrigue had begun. In the city of Marin, another one of Berenger's agents was currently active. She had been operating in this city for many months, providing intel to Berenger long before the war began. Recently, she acquired orders to assassinate the commander of the city garrison. All this time, she had been working as a tavern wench, where she was currently pouring a drink to the target of her objective. The man had frequented the bar regularly so that he could flirt with the woman. After all, she was quite the attractive young woman and had been the object of his desires for some time now. As such, when she was about to walk away, he began to press her for an answer to his long persisting advancements. "Hey, sweetheart, what time do you get off tonight? I would love to show you around the city." It was by no means the smoothest pickup line, but finally, the woman relented. After all, she planned to take this man's life today, and what better way than to accept his proposal and go on a date? There would be plenty of opportunities to quietly end the man's life on such an occasion. As such, she put on a pretty facade and smiled at the man before accepting his invitation. "Shortly after midnight, you can pick me up then." The garrison commander smiled from ear to ear as he heard the woman's reply. Finally, she had given him a chance. He could not wait for the evening to occur so that he could spend some quality time with the woman he was intensely attracted to. After having his drink and meal, the garrison commander went back to work, but he finished his job before the appointed time. Throughout the hours, the attractive young woman had maintained her position at work until finally, midnight arrived. where she was let free from her job as a tavern wench. After exiting the building, she saw the garrison commander, dressed in relatively expensive clothes, waiting for her to finish. Seeing the man so eager to meet his death, the assassin smiled as she approached him and bound her arm around his. "So, where are you taking me?" The garrison commander smiled and led the assassin along the road. "It is a surprise." Though the veteran spy smiled, she remained cautious on the inside. She had no idea if she was potentially walking into a trap. Nevertheless, they soon arrived at their destination, which was a dark alleyway with nobody present. Quickly, the garrison commander's warm smile turned into a sinister grin as he pushed the woman against the wall and tried to force himself on her. Before long, a group of armored soldiers appeared nearby, numbering 4 in total, and began to flank the commander as the man whispered in her ear. "We know you are a spy, but we are going to enjoy your time with you first." Realizing that her cover was blown, the spy pulled out her revolving flintlock from her cloak and fired a shot directly into the garrison commander's chest, which instantly pierced his heart. The soldiers were shocked to see their commander collapse after the loud gunshot. Still, before they could react, the spy manually shifted the chamber to the next round and fired off another shot, piercing the nearest guard's skull, sending him to the afterlife. She managed to fire off a total of 5 shots in total, killing every member of the squad who sought to force themselves upon her. The spy moved quickly. The sound of gunfire was sure to attract the garrison, and as such, she fled to her quarters, where she packed up her stuff and quickly abandoned the town before it went into lockdown. She had to escape before the city officials realized that they had been infiltrated. After packing up her gear, the woman rapidly disappeared from the city of Marin, where she had stolen a horse and absconded into the night. Ultimately, she would return to Kufstein, where she would be replaced by another member of Berenger's spy network. Nevertheless, she had dealt a significant blow to the city's defenses, as both the commander and vice-commander were killed in that alleyway, leaving the city without a competent commander, which would be greatly beneficial in Berenger's conquest of the region Alteron. Such was the life of a spy. At one moment, you were safely hidden among the masses. The next, you were fleeing for your life. The pretty young woman had expected such an outcome and had already prepared for it. By the time the garrison could react, she was already long gone. And they would become more cautious about who they let into their city going forward. Not that such an event would prevent Berenger's network from infiltrating the city. At most, it simply made it more difficult to do so. Chapter 116, 115. Bringing down the castle walls. The cannons continuously bombarded the walls of the castle in Schwaz throughout the past few days. While Berenger's spy network was active in their acts of assassination and sabotage, the young Viscount was busy laying siege to the object of his vengeance. Not once had the regent or the family of the Viscount sued for peace throughout the continuous bombardment, not that Berenger would accept such terms. Still, he found it strange that they had not even attempted to contact the besieging army. Nevertheless, the defenders could do nothing but sit by and wait for the walls to come down, as Berenger's forces had superior range, and if they even tried to poke their heads above the ramparts, they would surely be shot dead. Having estimated the time it would take to bring down the walls, Berenger was now standing at the head of his army, which surrounded the castle, waiting for the moment when the walls came crashing down around their enemies. Just as predicted, the large stone walls came crashing down, scattering dust and debris throughout the air. Luckily, Berenger and his forces were far enough away to be affected. Finally, after a few days of bombardment, the castle walls had fallen. With it, Berenger ordered his troops to advance. As such, the armies of Berenger advanced with their muskets loaded and bayonets affixed, where a similar scene to what occurred a few days prior in the city below unfolded. The musketeers advanced while lobbing grenades into the crowd of men at arms guarding the sections of the castle walls that had fallen, After the grenades had detonated, the firing lines opened fire upon the defenders, sending musket balls passing through their armor and wrecking their lines of defense. It was only after several volleys had been fired into the defenders that Berengar's forces rushed the survivors with their bayonets and swords. Berengar, of course, was once more at the head of his troops, leading them into battle with his sword raised, adeptly dodging and parrying the attacks of the polearms and swords that came his way. The only real threat to his life would be the single-handed blunt weapons in which some of the enemies wielded as such. He made sure to stay on his toes as he thrust the long blade of his cavalry sword into the vital areas of his opponent's body or the gaps in their armor. It would appear that the armies before him were the most heavily equipped of the city defenders, and as such many of them wore brigandine or coat of plates. Thus it took substantial skill to move around their weapons and reap their lives. The battlefield became a chaotic mess as bayonets clashed with spears, and gunshots were fired above the heads of the melee and into the ramparts whose sections still held archers and crossbowmen that attempted to repel the invaders. Blood spilled across the snowy ground as it stained the floor red, and bodies rapidly collapsed upon it. Having concentrated their fire on 3 sections of the castle walls as they had done before, Berengar's forces were invading from all sides, slowly pushing back the castle's defenders. Before long, they would be forced back to the keep where the Viscount's family resided. Berengar deflected an oncoming sword strike from a heavily armored man-at-arms. Quickly finding himself on the defensive against the superior swordsman, Berengar was pushed back to his troops, who quickly came to his aid. As Berengar blocked yet another oncoming strike, 2 of his soldiers flanked the man-at-arms and simultaneously pierced through the gaps in his armor, one through the armpit and one through the aventail of his bassinet. Thus the man who had briefly caused Berengar some trouble was quickly cut down by his soldiers. Before long, the castle courtyard was overrun by the black and gold-clad forces of Berengar's army. All that remained was to burst down the door to the keep of the castle. Rather than get a battering ram, Berengar ordered one of his 12-pound cannons to be brought forth, where it was rapidly loaded and fired at the mighty door of the keep, which was blasted into smithereens by the overwhelming power of the solid cannonball. Afterward, his troops rushed into the castle. They began to gun down any survivors they came across, ultimately finding themselves in the great hall where the regent and the Viscount's family was currently huddling together in fear. It turned out that the regent was not a member of the Viscount's family, as his children were too young to effectively rule. As such, one of the Viscount's advisors was left in charge of the Viscounty of Schwaz and had ordered the attack on Berengar's camp in the night, which had resulted in the city being besieged. After finding the wife of the Viscount huddling together with her small children, Berengar found himself with a moral dilemma. Despite the fact that he had sworn to behead the Viscount's family and place their heads on pikes, his entire family was comprised of women and children who had nothing to do with the ambush. As such, he came to a decision. Berengar pointed to the man who he believed to be the regent of Schwaz and addressed him. "Are you the regent?" The man nodded his head in fear. He did not know what fate awaited him, but as regent, he should be afforded some protection. As such, he instantly admitted it. Before he could introduce himself, Berengar gave a command to his troops: "Have this man executed by firing squad for the public to see." 2 soldiers saluted Berengar before following his orders. "Yes, my lord." After saying that, they grabbed a hold of the regent and dragged him away, kicking and screaming. The man begged for a reprieve from Berengar's wrath, but neither he nor his soldiers were listening. "I am the regent. I am a man of noble birth. I am afforded ransom." Yet Berengar did not pay attention to a single word he said. As far as he was concerned, the man was guilty and deserved to pay with his life. After the regent was dragged away, Berengar sheathed his sword and approached the Viscount's family, where he began to address them. "I am Viscount Berengar von Kufstein. Your liege has declared open rebellion against Duke Wilmar of Austria, and I am here to reclaim these lands in his stead. So long as you comply, I assure you no harm will come to you." After witnessing how Berenger had disregarded proper etiquette and had the regent dragged away to be executed, the wife of the Viscount did not dare believe him. Nevertheless, there was nothing she could do about the situation thus. She bowed her head in respect, hoping that the young man before her would keep his word. "Then we are under your care." A satisfied grin spread across Berenger's immaculate face as the Viscountess submitted before his rule. As such, Berenger gave a decree to his soldiers. "Keep a garrison of 800 men here to maintain order and repair the damage. As of now, the Viscounty of Schwaz is hereby incorporated into my domain. There shall be no harm done to the civilians and prisoners so long as they do not resist. Am I understood?" In unison, the soldiers within the great hall all called out to Berenger, "Yes, my lord." Thus Berenger had successfully captured the Viscount of Schwaz, where his army would rest for a few days before moving on to Innsbruck. This was the first major victory in his conquest of Tyrol, which would prove to be a long and bloody endeavor. Despite this small victory in the Austrian Alps and the microcosm that was the War for Tyrol, countless battles waged across the German kingdom that were far more devastating. Unfortunately, not every army had the discipline in which Berenger's was instilled with. As such, tens of thousands of refugees from across the German-speaking region had begun to make their way to Kufstein in search of a better life. Chapter 117, 116. Marching to Innsbruck after a successful siege of Schwaz and its stable occupation, Berenger waited a few days for rest and resupply. Now that he had effectively eliminated the enemy forces between Kufstein and Innsbruck, he could establish a stable logistical network to supply his war efforts, which would go a long way towards establishing dominance in Tyrol. No matter how powerful his army was, if they were cut off from supplies, it would only mean their demise. As such, Berenger and his army waited in Schwarz for a few days to fully resupply their forces and the garrison before moving out. During this time, Berenger properly oversaw his forces and ensured they conducted themselves in a civilized manner. Prisoners of war were afforded proper treatment, and the civilians were left to go about their daily lives without harassment. So long as there was no armed resistance, Berenger would tolerate their protests. The moment the citizens took up arms to attack his garrison, they would be authorized to use lethal force. This point was effectively communicated to the native population, and though there was some civil unrest, it was primarily peaceful. Despite Berenger's reputation for advocating for the well-being of the common folk, he was still considered a foreign invader in the Viscounty of Schwaz. As such, there was naturally a degree of resistance to his occupation. Nevertheless, it never got out of hand. Therefore, Berenger never cracked down upon it during his decree. Sometimes the people needed to vent their frustrations civilly, and Berenger knew this all too well. His orders for the garrison were to build friendly ties with the locals and only use violence to maintain authority as a last resort. It was a completely different occupation than normal in this world, and the initial resistance had already begun to die down by the time Berenger left. To properly defend the region, Berenger left a small unit of artillery behind, a total of 3 field guns, and the necessary artillerymen needed to operate them. Word surely would have spread by now of his siege of Schwaz, and that would most likely entice his enemies to march upon the city in an attempt to break his siege. Unfortunately for his enemies, if they decided to march upon Schwaz, they would be met with a fully captured city with 3 field guns mounted upon it, and 800 men with muskets defending upon the ramparts. Eventually, his forces were fully resupplied, and his army was prepared to march upon Innsbruck. As such, Berenger once more mounted his mighty steed Erwin before standing at the head of the army. He looked upon his army with a smile upon his visage before declaring the order they had all been waiting for. Forward march! Thus an army of over 4,000 men departed from the city of Schwaz as they set forth for their destination, which was the heart of Tyrol, where they would engage in another fierce battle for dominance of the region. As the army marched, the band's sounds echoed in the cold winter air, and the men began to sing the lyrics to another marching song. The sight of thousands of soldiers departing through the city gates into the frost-covered Alps as they sang marching songs could be observed by the people of Schwaz as they gazed upon the departing army with complicated expressions. In the dead of winter, Berenger's soldiers marched with eager expressions on their faces. The cruelty of war did not dispirit them. Rather, their overwhelming victories and the might of the weapons and tactics they possessed managed to lift their spirits. Knowing that they were able to lay siege to a city effectively and its castle with minimal losses. Berenger sang along to the tune that was playing, which was none other than the infamous Erika in which the Wehrmacht had been famous for singing in his previous life. Seeing the pleasant smile on the young Viscount's face, Eckhard sighed heavily. Every time he fought alongside Berenger, the madman was filled with excitement and eagerness to wage war. He had never witnessed a lord so eager to fight alongside his troops at the front lines, or the complete and total disregard for the consequences such actions might have. As such, he could not help but ask Berenger what possessed him to behave in such a manner. "My lord, if I may ask, why are you always the first into the fray?" Berenger's pleasant smile switched to a smug one upon hearing those words before speaking his mind. A commander should always lead by example. It was a noble response that made Eckhard look more fondly upon his lord and commander. Of course, that was only part of the reason Berenger jumped into the fray at the first opportunity he got. Much like Alexander from the ancient era, Berenger was not only good at warfare but thoroughly enjoyed it. The adrenaline he felt as the arrows and bolts were let loose upon him, the sweet fragrance of gunpowder filling the air as his soldiers fired upon the enemy, and the exhilaration he felt as he fought for his life against a skilled opponent. These were things that could not be replicated elsewhere in life. Truthfully, Berenger did not know when he began to take pleasure in combat. It was not something he enjoyed in his past life during his tenure in the U.S. Army. Yet he did not feel guilty for it. After all, Berenger never once proclaimed himself to be a pious man. In fact, if heaven truly existed then, he knew he would not see its pearly gates. Yet he was not concerned with the afterlife. After all, he had already died once, and all that presented to him was an opportunity to achieve great things in the second life. Thus Berenger did not concern himself with such subjective things as morality. He had a war to win, and if he was going to be waging war, he might as well enjoy himself. History would not write about this hidden side of Berenger's personality, for he and his offspring would ultimately write the history books. Berenger knew that future generations did not look kindly upon warlords and conquerors, especially those who enjoyed the bloody business of warfare. Instead, the history books would recognize him as a benevolent monarch who rose to the occasion to unite the German-speaking regions in a time of great chaos and civil strife, a man who always looked out for the interests of his people and, most of all, led the German people into a new age of advancement and prosperity. Chapter 118, 117, Siege of Vienna. At the moment, Count Lothar was currently sitting in his siege camp outside of Vienna. While the defending and opposing forces slung rocks at one another through their trebuchets, Count Lothar was sitting in the rear of his forces, safely watching the progress of the siege from afar. At the moment, the siege towers were once more attempting to get to the walls of the enemy formations. Unlike Berenger's efforts in Tyrol, this was a true medieval siege in every sense of the word. The prevalence of firearms had not yet become widespread in Europe outside of Berenger's forces. As such, crossbowmen hid behind ramparts and pavis alike as they fired upon each other from a proper engagement distance of over 300 yards. Seeing the siege towers heading towards the location, alongside men with ladders, the defending forces focused on taking down the invaders. Among the ramparts clad in full plate armor was Duke Wilmar's oldest son Gottbert, who personally led the efforts to defend the city walls. Despite this siege ongoing for weeks, the invading forces were just now starting to make progress on their attempts to get past the mighty walls of Vienna. With an arming sword in hand, Gottbert stood along the ramparts as an act of morale. The moment those siege towers were within distance to unleash their hordes, he would begin to cut them down. Soon enough, the first siege tower dropped its bridge onto the ramparts, allowing for Count Lothar's forces to cross onto the city's walls swiftly. Instantly, Gottbert collided with the enemy forces alongside several of his allies. A chaotic melee broke out between the defending and opposing forces on multiple sections of the walls. Gottbert deflects an oncoming blow before gripping the blade of his sword in a technique referred to as half-swording and precisely dug his blade into the gaps between the enemy man-at-arms shoulder armor. Though it was not enough to kill the man, it gave him a position of control where he continued to press the man forward and over the edge of the wall, where he swiftly fell to his death. Before Gottbert even had time to catch his breath, another attacker rushed towards him with a mace in hand, which he swung desperately at Gottbert, whom the attacker recognized to be the enemy commander. Swiftly evading the attack, Gottbert flipped his sword upside down and repeatedly struck the man in the skull with his pommel. After several strikes, the man collapsed with his skull bashed in from the blunt force trauma. Gottbert screamed to his troops over the sound of the ongoing carnage, "Hold the line. We must defend the walls." As such, the defenders of the city of Vienna struggled with all their might to defend the city walls against the invading force. Unfortunately for the defenders, they were not nearly as well equipped as Count Lothar's forces. Many of the men within the garrison were wearing the more primitive coat of plates over a mail hauberk and gambeson jacket. Their helmets were primarily open-face bassinets with a mail aventail, and their limbs were either left unprotected or protected by a combination of the splint and plate armor. Compared to the man-at-arms of Lothar's army, which was covered from head to toe in a mixture of brigandine and plate, the defenders had many more exposed areas where they could be gravely wounded or even killed. After several hours of bloody struggle, the defense of the city walls began to collapse, and the city's defenders brave as they were found themselves on the brink of defeat. Ultimately, Gottbert was forced to give the order to his surviving men. Retreat! Retreat to the castle. With that, the once valiant defenders of the city fled from the walls and ran back to the castle for a last line of defense, leaving the city for the taking of Count Lothar and his forces. Immediately upon taking the walls, the attackers opened the gates and allowed for the rest of the army to enter the city, where a combination of looting and murder began to take place as the soldiers under Lothar's command began to sack the city for its worth. The heavily armed soldiers killed those who resisted. Women and girls were taken from their homes and ravaged by the invading men, and entire city sections were burnt to the ground. It was truly an uncivilized time for warfare, and the once proud city defenders could only watch from atop the castle as their city was lit aflame from below, praying to God that some form of relief would come soon, or else even they would suffer at the hands of Count Lothar. Count Lothar gazed upon the scene of his forces raiding the city with a malicious smile. While drinking from a chalice of wine, a messenger came to report the situation from the front lines. "My liege, the city has been seized. Gottbert and his men have fled to the castle where they are currently holding on. It will be some time before we can break through its gates and truly claim Vienna as our own." "What are your orders?" Count Lothar said in a completely vicious voice as he gazed upon the messenger. "Continue to raid the city. I want to see how long the defenders can withstand the sight of their precious capital being ransacked." A sadistic grin appeared on the messenger's face as he responded to Count Lothar's orders. "As you command, my lord." With that said, Lothar continued to gaze upon the fires that began to spread across the city and the screams of the victims of his army. Soon enough, Vienna would be his, the Duke's family would become his hostages, and he would be able to force the old bastard to abdicate and place him as the new Duke of Austria. Once that was the case, he would rally his forces and end Berenger's little rebellion. Everything was going smoothly. After arriving within the safety of the castle's walls, Gottbert cursed loudly as he detached his great bassinet and hurled it into the corner in a fit of fury. God damn it. When his commanders saw his reaction, they could not help but ask what they should do now that they were stuck in the city's castle. My lord, what are we going to do now? Gottbert sighed heavily in an attempt to calm his nerves. After several moments of deep breathing, he opened his eyes and, with a solemn expression, gave his orders. We will wait until reinforcements arrive. By now, my father is aware of Count Lothar's betrayal and has sent an army to lift the siege. We have to hold on until then. One of the commanders looked at Gottbert with a complex expression as he voiced his concerns. What about the city? Gottbert covered his face with his steel-clad hands before saying what his troops feared the most. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do about that now. Hopefully, relief will arrive soon so they can end this madness. Unfortunately for the city of Vienna, Count Otto's forces had been caught in a blizzard within the Bavarian Alps. They were unable to come to their aid for the foreseeable future. Only time would tell if the castle of Vienna could hold on long enough for support to arrive, or if the family of Duke Wilmar would fall into the hands of the wretched Count Lothar. During the duration of the siege, the citizens of Vienna would suffer immensely under the pressure of Count Lothar's forces, but that was the price of war. Chapter 119, 118, Taking the City. Upon arriving at Innsbruck, Berenger and his army immediately created a proper siege camp, which was well defended and placed out of range of the enemy's weapons. However, unlike the sieges Berenger had led before, this bombardment was brief and not concentrated on the weak points in the city's defense. This act was to maintain the integrity of the walls, as there was a far more sinister plot afoot, one which would allow him to take the city without the need to bring down the walls. Berenger's riflemen continued to take shots at the enemy defenders until the sun went down. The enemy defenders were not accustomed to such weapons and figured this was the ordinary tactics employed. As such, they were unaware of Berenger's true intentions. It was not until late at night that Berenger had gathered a group of a little over 24 grenadiers at the edge of the siege camp. These were his most elite forces within his infantry battalions, and they would be following him behind enemy lines soon enough. Due to conspiring with Adelheid, the cell of agents contained within the city walls, and even the castle itself, Berenger did not need to lay siege to the city in the manner he had previously done. Instead, he and his grenadiers were waiting for a diversion that would be the signal to approach the sally port in the city's walls, where a spy would personally allow him and a few of his men into the city, where they would fight to open the gates so that the rest of his army could invade. Eckhard was standing next to Berenger. Though he would not be taking part in the operation, he wanted to voice his concerns over the current plan in which Berenger was about to take part. My lord, I really want you to rethink this. Participating in this operation yourself is an enormous risk to not only your own life, but the success of the army. Despite his vice commander's complaints, Berenger remained undeterred. He would never order his men to undergo such a dangerous operation if he himself was not willing to take the risk. As such, he clasped Eckhard on the shoulder and smiled at him with a gaze filled with confidence. Do not worry, my friend. I promise you, within a matter of minutes, the main gates to the city will be open, and the army will be able to secure the area with minimal casualties. Do not fret, for I will endure, as I always have. Eckhard wanted to debate with Berenger further about his actions. However, he did not have the chance to do so, as a massive blast went off from within the city and gained the defenders' attention, who rushed to put out the fire that was spreading. By smuggling TNT into the city and into the hands of his spy network, they were able to sabotage the granary and draw the guards' notice, who would leave the walls relatively undefended. Berenger let go of Eckhard's shoulder and lifted his musket into the air. Since he was going into the city with small numbers, he decided to arm himself with a proper musket for this operation and a pair of grenades. He immediately began rushing towards the nearby Sally Port and commanded his troops to follow. That's the signal. Go! 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 With that, the grenadiers alongside their commander rushed towards the Sally Port with muskets in hand and bayonets affixed. As they reached the small gate, Berenger and his men noticed a figure shrouded in black open the gates, which allowed them access to the city. The figure was a young woman, but one could only tell due to her high voice. Quickly, take the gates. The guards will notice something is amiss soon enough and will be on alert. With that said, Berenger and his grenadiers rushed to the main city gate, where a few dozen defenders stood watch. Berenger immediately gave the order to lob their grenades. Frag out! A series of grenades were thrown to the enemy's positions and rolled beneath their feet. The city's defenders looked cautiously at the strange devices whose fuses were aflame for a brief moment before they were engulfed in the explosive blast and the shrapnel provided by the steel shell of the device. Not a single man on watch survived the blast of the grenades, and the grenadiers quickly took the position of defense as a couple of the men began to open the gate. Noticing another explosion near the gates, a company of the garrison quickly rushed to its direction where they walked straight into a firing line. Berenger gave the order to fire the moment they were within firing range. Fire! With his words, 24 muskets went off in unison, shredding the steel brigandine armor of the company of soldiers who advanced. Though it was only enough to kill roughly a dozen or so men and as such plenty of enemies remainder, though they were initially taken aback by the mysterious weapons and their destructive power, when they noticed a second volley was not fired, they began their advance once more. As the gate was slowly rising, Berenger and his forces did not bother reloading their muskets. Instead, they lobbed their spare grenades into the crowd, which immediately detonated, tearing the advancing company to pieces. By the time the second wave of grenades went off, not a single soldier among the enemy company had remained standing. Berenger once more gave the order to reload. Now that they were out of grenades, they would rely on volley fire and melee to defend the gatehouse until the gates were fully open. It did not take long for another enemy group to arrive, where another volley of musket fire once more gunned them down. However, this time, the gates were open enough for Berenger's men to rush through, and several dozen more infantrymen rapidly formed ranks and fired upon the oncoming enemies. Before long, his entire army had entered through the gates of the city of Innsbruck and began to hunt down the enemy as they pushed toward the castle. Count Lothar's son and heir, as well as Linda's older brother, was in a deep slumber as his city fell around him. Without even the slightest awareness of the ongoing situation, the castle of Innsbruck was quickly surrounded by Berenger's forces. Where he would prepare for a similar set of tactics the following night, by the time the regent became aware that the city had fallen, it would be too late to mount a defense. Chapter 120, 119. Negotiating surrender. By the time the sun rose, the city of Innsbruck was fully in the hands of Berenger. The only part that had yet to fall was the castle that contained the count's family. Berenger intended to capture them and leave their fate to Linda. After all, they were her siblings. Nevertheless, when Lietbert, who was Count Lothar's son and heir, as well as Linda's older brother, realized that the city was taken within a single night, he could not believe his eyes. In a fit of fury, the young man, who was a couple of years older than Linda, lashed at his advisors who were trapped within the castle's walls alongside him. How did this happen? How was Berenger the Accursed able to take the city in a single night? Much like Linda, Lietbert had strawberry blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. He was quite the dashing figure and was a brilliant mind in his own right. Unfortunately, he had long since been betrayed by his own family and was completely unaware of this fact. Neither he nor his advisors knew how the castle had fallen so quickly. When they heard the explosions last night, they had assumed it was just another bombardment taking place. They were completely dumbfounded by the idea that their walls had failed to fulfill their purpose. One of Lietbert's advisors, a lanky and rat-faced man, nervously spoke his thoughts on the matter. "My lord, we do not know how Berenger took the city, but I assure you he will not be able to enter the castle so easily." Lietbert scoffed at the man's reasoning. If Berenger could so easily take the city without anyone realizing how he had achieved it, what would prevent him from using the same tactics to take the castle? As a result of his anger, Lietbert threw his chalice at the advisor who had spoken up and chastised the man. "Berenger is at our doorstep. It is only a matter of time before he takes this castle. What do you think his men will do to my sisters when they enter the house of my forefathers?" Lietbert was not a fool. He quickly realized the position he was in and had immediately come to a decision. Though he hated the idea, if he wanted to spare himself and his siblings, he would have to negotiate a surrender. Because Berenger was a condemned heretic, Lietbert could not expect him to follow the common etiquette of the battlefield and allow him and his siblings the privilege of ransom. Thus he turned to his advisors and informed them of his monumental decision, which his father would undoubtedly disapprove of. "I will meet with Berenger and discuss my terms of surrender. I don't care what it takes, but I will ensure the safety of my family." The advisors looked at Lietbert with shocked expressions, and as such, expressed their concerns. "The Count would never allow it. He would rather that you and your siblings fight to the death against this rebel than surrender your family's home to the enemy." Lietbert was in no mood to argue with his advisors. As such, he walked up to the man who had said such foolish words and backhanded him across the face. "I am not my father, and if that blackguard would see his children slaughtered rather than live to fight another day, then he is truly not worthy of my loyalty." This statement was outright treasonous, but Lietbert would never be put in this position if his father had not schemed to overthrow their relatives and become the Duke of Austria. After displaying his authority through violence, the advisors quickly got to work to sue for peace with Berenger. Berenger was currently camped outside the castle's walls with his army. They were in the process of loading the cannons. However, right before they could fire the first bombardment, a white flag was raised above the castle's ramparts, which forced Berenger to stay his hand. Berenger grabbed a white flag of his own to symbolize that he and his forces were willing to negotiate peacefully. After both flags were visible, the two parties met in between the besieging army and the castle's defenses. Berenger wore a conceited expression on his face as he stood before Lietbert, who was scowling with disfavor. The two men stood before each other with a few guards to ensure their safety. Berenger was quite a bit taller than Lietbert, which got on the young regent's nerves. Finally, Berenger broke the silence with a smug remark. "Are you going to waste my time, or do you have something to say?" Lietbert wanted to make a witty retort, but chose to shut his mouth and focus on diplomacy. As such, he quickly laid out his demands. "I will surrender Innsbruck to you, and the castle within it, so long as you ensure the safety of myself and my siblings." Berenger gazed upon Lietbert's figure, trying to investigate any clues about the man's character before responding. After concluding, he inquired about the details. "Anything else?" Lietbert quickly shook his head with a defeated expression before responding. "I may not be the wisest man in the world, but I know I am in no position to make demands. All I ask is for my safety and that of my family." Berenger smiled and stuck out his hand in a friendly gesture. "Very well, under these terms, I accept your surrender. You will be escorted back to Kufstein, where your sister is currently residing. You will be kept as my guests until a time where your father either surrenders or perishes upon the battlefield. As for the possession of the title of Count of Tyrol, that shall be up to our liege Duke Wilmar to decide." Lietbert frowned as he sighed in defeat. Eventually, he shook Berenger's hand. Berenger's guards began to escort the defeated regent. However, as he was walking away, the strawberry blonde-haired youth quickly turned around and asked Berenger a question that had always been on his mind. "I wonder if you can humor my curiosity for a moment?" Berenger, who was about to order his troops to storm the castle, turned around and looked at the man with a curious gaze before commenting. "I don't see why not." Berenger's troops carefully guarded Lietbert to ensure he did not attempt anything foolish. Noticing the restraints he was under, Lietbert swiftly asked his question. "As long as I have known my sister Linda, she has never once obeyed any orders she has been given. In fact, that Ice Queen has humiliated many powerful young men for the sake of entertainment. How exactly did you get her to obey your orders?" Berenger laughed at Lietbert's comments. Out of all the questions he could have asked, it was about how he could tame Linda? To Berenger, this was quite humorous. After chuckling for a few moments, Berenger smiled and spread his arms in the air before announcing in a voice in which all his troops could hear. "How do you tame any woman?" "By giving her a good tumble." The men under Berenger's commander immediately began to laugh at their commander's remark, and Lietbert was left blushing at the words in which Berenger had spoken. He never expected Berenger to answer his questions so boldly. After that, Lietbert was escorted to a temporary holding cell by Berenger's men, where he and his siblings would stay until they could be safely transported to Kufstein. With that out of the way, Berenger now held Innsbruck and Schwaz. As for the remainder of the regions within the county of Tyrol, they were currently suffering sabotage and assassinations left and right, and soon their regents would become so enraged that they would march on Innsbruck to put an end to Berenger's so-called rebellion. In doing so, they would be playing right into the young Viscount's hands. As for Count Lothar's forces that were on their way to Kufstein, they were only a few days from reaching their destination, and when they did so, they would be in for a rude awakening. Chapter 121, 120, Bloodbath at Innsbruck. With Innsbruck fully under Berenger's control and the walls intact, the young Viscount rapidly mounted his cannons on the best positions of the city walls. Unlike the walls of Kufstein, which were expertly designed to prevent any blind spots, the medieval walls of Innsbruck did not allow for proper coverage, especially with as few as 15 field guns, considering he left 3 of his cannons behind in Schwaz. He was limited in his use of artillery, but that did not matter. The hundreds of rifled muskets among his troops could make up for the lack of defensive artillery. As for the remaining smoothbore muskets, they could be placed through the machicolations and effectively counter enemy troops who got too close to the walls. Berenger currently stood atop the walls of the city of Innsbruck, gazing off into the distance with his spyglass. It had been over a week since he had seized Innsbruck, and finally, an army could be seen in the distance. The sabotage and assassinations which targeted the enemy lords of Tyrol and their domains had been ongoing since the beginning of his campaign. As such, they had caused quite a degree of damage throughout the hostile regions of Tyrol, infuriating the noblemen and regents who ruled over the regions in place of their barons and viscounts who were off engaging in the ongoing siege of Vienna. Due to the outrage in which these regents suffered, they had dispatched whatever armed forces they could muster to attack Innsbruck. After all, they did not believe Berenger's army would be well equipped to withstand a siege after the losses they must have suffered during 2 sieges and an ambush. They were completely unaware that Berenger had taken Innsbruck without much of a fight, and thus his casualties were quite low. Just as Berenger had planned, his enemies would descend upon Innsbruck with their remaining fighting forces, allowing him to take care of them in a single sweep. As for what happened after this battle, Berenger intended to threaten the defiant realms into submission and march upon their weakened garrisons if needed. Eckhard approached Berenger and noticed he was gazing into the distance with a spyglass. The old veteran figured the enemy was on the horizon, and thus asked about the important details. "How many are there?" Berenger smirked malevolently at the approaching armies before handing the spyglass to Eckhard. "See for yourself." Eckhard took a look into the spyglass and frowned. What he saw was over 10,000 peasant levies, supported by 1,000 or so men at arms who most likely acted as the key components of the garrisons in which protected the cities and towns of their enemies' realms. After putting down the spyglass and handing it back to Berenger, Eckhard voiced his opinions. It appears they have drafted cannon fodder from the common people to rush at our defenses. This will be a bloodbath that will surely affect the productivity of Tyrol for years to come. Berenger sighed and nodded at Eckhard's claims. It would undoubtedly be a one-sided massacre that would greatly affect Tyrol's future, yet to Berenger, it was a price that needed to be paid. Berenger, however, corrected Eckhard as he lectured him about the necessity of the battle. Decades. However, it is a sacrifice that must be made. Without demonstrating our overwhelming power here to the lords of Tyrol, we would be forced to lay siege to every city. The casualties would be disastrous not only to our own forces, but the local populations. As such, Berenger lifted a nearby red flag and waved it in the air. This acted as a signal to the artillery crews to wave their own red flags. Within a matter of seconds, every artillery crew was notified of the need to load their weapons and began to act accordingly. When the soldiers sitting on the ramparts saw the red flags waving in the air, they immediately became alert, recognizing that the enemy army was approaching, and began to load their muskets. The defending army waited for a little over an hour before the enemy was within firing range of the artillery pieces. However, the artillery still did not fire. With explosive shells, the 14-17 12-pounds cannon could fire at an effective range of 1,680 yards with 5 degrees of elevation. However, they had no plans to engage the targets at such a distance. Otherwise, the enemy would surely flee back to their homes long before the defenders had inflicted mass casualties on them. Berenger himself had loaded a rifled musket and was standing on the ramparts waiting for the arrival of the enemy. After some time, the enemy army stopped within firing range in Berenger's hands, and that of many of his soldiers could reach well over 500 yards with their 14-17-18 rifled muskets. The reason for this was due to the effectiveness of the mine ball's projectile and the long barrel length, which was 6 inches longer than the barrel used by the 1861 Springfield rifled musket, which was utilized by Union forces during the American Civil War from Berenger's previous life. Unaware of the enemy's effective range, the enemy began setting up their siege camp within range of their rifled muskets and cannons. It was only after they had dropped their defenses and became busy with the hard labor of setting up camp did Berenger signal for the attack to begin. Fire. With those words, over half a dozen cannons and hundreds of rifled muskets went off in unison, unleashing a disastrous wave of explosive shells and lead balls penetrating deep into the heart of the enemy forces. When the enemy commanders gazed upon the thunder of the guns and the carnage that was rained down upon them, they were completely shocked. Though they had heard Berenger's army was equipped mostly with hand cannons, they figured the effective firing range was a few yards at best. Never in their wildest dreams did they envision such overwhelming destruction wrought upon them as they were building their camp. The commanders were quick to act and immediately ordered their men to rush towards the wall with ladders in hand. They did not even have the time to build any siege weapons. As such, they could only hope to get over the wall with the use of ladders. Though the intensive fear was in the eyes of the peasant levies who felt as if the hand of God was crushing them beneath his grasp, they mustered the courage and attempted to get close to the wall. What resulted next would be a battle that filled the enemy with utter despair, for only death and destruction awaited them now that the battle had begun. Chapter 122, 121, Bloodbath at Innsbruck II. With the battle having begun, Berenger rapidly loaded his rifled musket before taking off another shot at the oncoming attackers. His projectile struck through the abdomen of an oncoming levy, bursting it apart and sending the man grievously injured onto the ground below, where he slowly bled to death. Right after doing so, An arrow was fired upon him from below and glanced upon his steel skull cap. If it were just a few inches lower, it would have pierced his eye. Berenger quickly took cover behind the Merlins as he began to reload his musket again. His troops were operating under the orders of fire at will, and as such, the firing sequence was sporadic as cannons went off at different times and muskets followed in suit. Eventually, a group of levies made it to the edges of the walls, where the defenders began pointing their muskets through the machicolations and unloading their lead projectiles onto the poor souls below. Now that the enemy was directly below the defenders, the thousands of infantry who still wielded the 1417 land pattern musket, which was smoothbore and thus had limited range, were able to engage the enemy behind the safety of the walls. The screams of the enemy filled the air as they were blasted apart by cannons and muskets alike. Despite the devastating fire which was rained down upon them, some ladders eventually made their way into a position where the defenders closest to them fixed their bayonets and pierced through the levies' chests who scaled the ladders. Due to a lack of armor, the bayonet thrusts were extremely efficient at piercing through the levies' chests, and the bodies were kicked down from the ramparts and onto the forces below. Eventually, the ladders were pushed back down to the ground below, crushing some of the men in the massive horde that attacked the city's walls. Surrounded, the defenders rapidly fired their muskets as quickly as they could, each soldier getting off roughly 3 shots a minute into the pool below. Without any way to defend themselves, it had become a turkey shoot. The defenders stayed behind the cover of the Merlins and fired into the mob of peasants and men at arms who kept pressing forward, trying to get out of the firing zone of the mighty cannons. Despite the attackers nearest to the wall being within the cannons' blind spots, they were unfortunately within the line of sight of the musketeers due to the machicolations, which provided the ability to fire directly down on the enemies below while being protected by the stone walls. With over 3,000 infantry firing 2 to 3 rounds per minute, the defending forces could fire over 9,000 rounds per minute onto the forces below, who numbered roughly 15,000 in total. Though not every projectile hit its mark, it took only a matter of minutes before a sea of corpses had filled below the castle's walls. The level of chaos and carnage wrought upon the besiegers in such a short time span was unimaginable. The nobles were terrified by the powerful weapons in which Berenger's forces wielded and had already fled to the edges of the battlefield. Their armies were nearly annihilated. Even the heavily armored men at arms could not resist the might of the thunderous weapons in which Berenger and his armies were equipped. These noblemen were the children and vassals of the mighty barons and viscounts that had marched off to war with Lothar. They came to the conclusion that Berenger's rebellion was fated to end in an overwhelming victory. Witnessing death descend upon the battlefield as they had, they finally realized the reason why Berenger was so rapidly able to conquer cities. They highly doubted whether the stone walls of the era could defend against such overwhelming firepower. Without realizing they were still within the range of the cannons, the commanders gathered what remained of their army and began to discuss among themselves how to proceed. A man in his 30s dressed in full plate lifted the visor to his bassinet and spoke with a voice filled with trepidation. What foul sorcery has Berenger the Accursed conjured to produce such devastating weapons? It must be true that he consorts with demons if such destructive power lies in his hands. How could we mere mortals defeat the devil and his representative here on earth? The lords who had gathered had not gotten a good view of just exactly how their armies were so quickly slaughtered. They merely heard the thunder and saw the blood and flesh of their men splatter across the battlefield, completely negating any armor they may have been wearing. It was as if Berenger had created an army of sorcerers and demons. For how could the average soldier possess such dominating force? Another lord agreed with the previous statement and added his own, "We must flee quickly, or surely we will be devoured by the gates of hell. We must warn others of the demonic power in which Berenger possesses." However, before they could flee in haste, The thunder of 6 guns going off echoed in the air as their explosive shells landed upon the gathering of nobles and tore them asunder. Berenger smiled wickedly as he gazed through his spyglass. In under an hour, the siege had been lifted, and his enemy was torn to shreds. The commanders were all dead, many of which were the regents of the unconquered regions of Tyrol. This overwhelming bloodbath would allow Berenger to place a garrison within Innsbruck and move on to the depleted regions which refused to bend the knee to him and swiftly conquer the rest of Tyrol. Eckhard quickly approached Berenger and asked what he wanted to do with the remaining forces still within firing range of the cannons, all of which were completely shell-shocked after witnessing the deaths of their commanders and comrades in such a short period of time. "My lord, what shall we do with the remaining enemies?" Berenger's lips curved into a wicked grin as he gave his final command in defense of Innsbruck. "Open the gates and have the cuirassiers ride them down." Seeing that Berenger had decided to silence the enemy to prevent any word of his advanced weaponry from leaking, Eckhard merely sighed as he saluted by pounding his fist on his breastplate. "It will be done, my lord." After Berenger's orders were given to the battalion of cuirassiers, who had up until now not been given a chance to display their might, the roughly 1,200 men mounted their horses before they rode out to butcher the 1,000 or so men who had already begun to rout. The heavy cavalry quickly caught up to the fleeing footmen and cut them down like wheat to the scythe. Not a single besieger had made it out of the battle alive, and Berenger once more displayed the lengths he would go to ensure his overwhelming victory in this war and all the wars to come. The more Berenger could prolong the spread of accurate information about his weapons, the longer he could maintain his overwhelming technological advantage over his enemies. While this defense was going on, another battle was taking place back in the heartland of the Viscounty of Kufstein. While Berenger was crushing his enemies who marched upon him, Count Lothar's forces had arrived within Kufstein. If the defense of Innsbruck were considered a bloodbath, then the siege of Kufstein would be considered a sea of blood. Chapter 123, 122, Defense of Kufstein. Theodoric was at the head of his armies. They had marched from Vienna to Kufstein for the last few weeks, while Berenger was engaging in defense of Innsbruck and the bloodbath which would be the result. Theodoric had just arrived in the Viscounty of Kufstein. They were currently in the barony of Kitzbühel, where they planned to lay siege to Kitzbühel before marching on the city of Kufstein. However, when they entered the region, they noticed strange forts in the pattern of stars protecting the local villages. As they got close, explosive shells had rained down upon their army, battering away at their forces. It did not take long before Theodoric and his forces began to panic. Wasn't Kufstein supposed to be open for the taking? Something was amiss, but they could not give up because of this incident. As such, Theodoric began to rally his forces, who were terrified by the mysterious weapons that bombarded their ranks. Theodoric immediately began to order a retreat from the village in which they had initially wanted to raid. Despite having overwhelming numbers, they could not get close to the village without losing hundreds of men, and as such, Theodoric commanded his troops, "Retreat! Fall back to Kufstein." Clearly, Kitzbühel is loyal to Berenger. We must regroup with Linda and her forces. Though this event was shocking, Theodoric could not fathom the possibility that Linda had betrayed him, and by extension her father. As such, he figured it was the act of the local baron who took his orders from Berenger. Explosive shells fired out of 24-pound siege cannons exploded upon impact, the explosive blast and shrapnel tearing apart the bodies of the men affected by it. The men were terrified by such destructive power and rapidly retreated towards the direction of Kufstein. With advanced defenses, a single small star fortress could protect the vicinity of the local towns and villages from invaders quite efficiently. If the army was willing to suffer more losses, they could have eventually taken the town and potentially even the fortress, but their main goal was to seize Kufstein and ransack it. As such, they abandoned the idea to raid Kitzbühel and the surrounding regions. Instead, they decided to place their faith in Linda. After marching for several more hours, the army, whose morale was greatly shaken by the previous events, arrived in the city of Kufstein, where to their surprise, the entire city was surrounded by such impressive fortifications that were similar to those which had wrought destruction upon their forces at the village they had just fled from. Luckily for them, the cannons did not fire upon sight, convincing Theodoric that his army of 5,000 men was truly welcome in the region. However, as he approached the city's gates, he noticed they remained shut. Shortly after, he noticed the distinctive silky strawberry blonde hair of Linda fluttering in the wind on the ramparts above. She was dressed in a black and gold dress in which Berenger had gifted her that looked like it was from the Tudor era, which had yet to transpire in this world. The sun glistened on Linda's porcelain skin and illuminated her peerless face, creating the illusion of a goddess protecting the city's gates. Theodoric immediately felt his heart race as he gazed upon the heavenly beauty, and as such, he put on a smile as he requested entry into the city. "My dear Linda, would you please open the gates so that we may enforce your father's rule over this rebellious region?" However, Linda's reaction to his words confused the old Viscount. She stared at him with a look of pity mixed with disdain, all while her angelic voice resounded in the air, commanding the defenders on the walls to unleash hell. "Open fire." The moment Viscount Theodoric heard those words spoken by the young beauty who he greatly desired, his heart sank into an abyss. In the next second, the thunder of 1,000 muskets and dozens of 24-pound siege cannons went off, devastating the army of the 5,000 men. Linda quickly scurried off from the battlefield and allowed the men of the garrison to do their work. In his last moment, Theodoric realized that he had been tricked, that Linda had betrayed her own father and lured him and his men to Kufstein so that the enemy could weaken Count Lothar's forces. He had completely fallen for the trap, and his liege was entirely unaware of his daughter's betrayal. After realizing this, a musket ball pierced through the Viscount's bassinet and into his skull, where it turned his brain into mush before exiting out the other side of the helmet. With the advancement of the Star Fortress and the men on the walls protecting it, there was not a single area where the enemy could hide. They were quickly torn apart by musket balls, canister shots, and explosive shells, their limbs littering the battlefield, alongside the remains of their corpses and the splattered meat paste of those unlucky enough to not leave an intact corpse behind. Without their commander, the army quickly fell into chaos. Some strayed towards the walls hoping they would be out of the firing line, others routed away and were blasted to bits by the cannons. Much like Berenger's defense of Innsbruck, the siege of Kufstein, if it could even be referred to as such a thing, was quickly turned into a sea of death. There was nowhere for these men to run within the confines of the Viscounty of Kufstein. Every village was protected by its own star fortress and a small garrison of men to defend it. To lay siege to the city of Kufstein, one would normally have to go through the path of these fortresses and first clear the way. However, if one were foolish enough to be lured into this trap, then they would have no choice but to fight their way out of the path of these forts. As such, the men who remained and tried to mount some offense against the city of Kufstein were quickly torn apart by the many muskets which lined the walls. Because the garrisons were not Berenger's field armies, and as such, were not the cream of the crop, it took them longer to load their weapon, and as such, the slaughter was prolonged in comparison to the bloodbath at Innsbruck. As for the souls who had routed back the way which they came, they would face fierce resistance from the many forts along the way, most of which had previously been tolerant to their march into the trap that was set for them. In the end, not a single soul who had entered Kufstein with the intent to invade was allowed to leave alive. Berenger had left the defense of the homeland up to the garrison commanders, and they did not disappoint the man. With the trap sprung and the enemy army annihilated, a quarter of Lothar's forces had died within Kufstein, a fact he would not become aware of for some time, one which would ultimately prove to be his undoing. For when Count Otto's forces finally made it out of the blizzard and into Vienna, a great battle would unfold, one in which Lothar would now be outnumbered due to the heavy losses he suffered here at Kufstein. Chapter 124, 123, Refugee Crisis. After the battle was over and the area cleaned up, the gates to the city of Kufstein were once more opened, and as such, refugees from across the German-speaking regions began to arrive in Kufstein in search of a better life. Many of these people did not have the ability to bring anything of value with them. As such, they were merely hoping that they would be welcomed with open arms. Word of Berenger's political reforms brought a great deal of interest among the common folk towards Kufstein. It had become a paradise in the minds of many who had never stepped foot in its territory. While the conditions they would find themselves in were vastly superior to the lives they had before, no doubt a life of labor awaited them. While Berenger was off at war, Linda was left behind to act as regent. This was a shocking revelation to the nobles who currently comprised of the House of Lords, who had been burdened with the task of ushering in Berenger's vision while he was away. Because Berenger had not found a suitable candidate for chancellor, which under his system would basically be the man he appointed to act as a sort of vice president whose vote would break ties in the House of Lords, and who would act as a temporary leader when Berenger was away, he had appointed the person he trusted most around him as regent, which was of course Linda. Currently, Linda was sitting in Berenger's office space where she was signing bills into laws. These bills were drafted specifically to handle the incidents with the growing refugees. Though they had previously had an influx of peasants fleeing their masters and entering Kufstein, it now seemed as if the entire world was fighting for a position within the city or the many towns and villages around. Berenger had previously set up a department of immigration that handled identity verification and assignment of labor to the newcomers. Currently, Linda was in the act of increasing their budget so they could employ more people to handle the ongoing refugee crisis. Though the city of Kufstein was designed with rapid growth in mind, she could hardly believe the costs incurred in finding appropriate jobs for these migrants and providing education for themselves and their families. Now that she was no longer pregnant, Linda could enjoy a glass of wine or a mug of beer now and then, and as such, she licked her lips as the delectable taste of red wine slid down her throat. It had been weeks since Berenger first departed for his war, and yet she had already begun to desire his return greatly. While she pondered about when her lover would finally come home, the door to the office opened, and Henrietta was standing in the doorway. Throughout the past 6 months, her relationship had gradually improved Linda. Though Henrietta would always be on Adela's side, she became accustomed to the idea of having a nephew, and as such, had been spending much time with the infant Hans, which resulted in some degree of amiability to form between herself and Linda. Considering the castle had become awfully lonely without Berenger or her parents around, she could only turn to Linda for socializing. Thus, the little lowly approached Linda, who was busy signing documents, and inquired about what she was up to. "What are you doing?" Linda sighed heavily as she put down her quill and smiled at Henrietta before answering her question. "I am managing your brother's affairs for him. With the war, plenty of peasants have come to Kufstein seeking a better life, and as such, I have to expand the Department of Immigration and the Department of Education. I also have to put many of them to work in building their own tenements, which of course takes time and money for these unskilled peasants to learn how to handle a job in construction properly." Henrietta really did not understand half of what Linda was talking about, but she pretended like she knew as she smiled and continued to chat with the woman she once despised. "Anything else?" Linda let out a heavy sigh one more and rested her weary head on her fist before complaining about all the work she had to do due to the war. The arms sales have increased rapidly, thus generating sufficient profit. But I also need to expand the garrisons and raise new field armies for Berenger's war efforts. Though 5,250 men may seem like a lot, eventually, there will be losses, and those men need to be replaced. Thus, I need to delegate a certain sector of the industrial district solely to producing arms and armor for our own forces. I seriously do not know how your brother manages to do this much work every day. It is exhausting. As such, Linda pulled out a flagon of wine and poured more of it into her chalice as she took another large sip from the golden cup. She was well aware of the massive army of Teutonic knights that was coming to their borders, and she needed to rally more troops for Berenger so that when he finished his conquest, he could deal with the church's forces. As such, she had begun a period of conscription where all male residents of Kufstein aged 16 to 20 were forced into military service for an undesignated period of time. This also applied to all migrants who made their way to Kufstein. As such, the numbers of Berenger's forces were growing rapidly, so much so that the arms factories could not keep up with the demand for the equipment needed to field and train the conscripts. Linda's problems were temporary. Once properly distributed to the regions and educated in the trades necessary for their careers, the Viscounty of Kufstein would gain a significant amount of benefits from this population growth. Luckily, they had implemented the four-field system and other agricultural advancements. As such, they had enough to feed the booming population without relying on imports, at least for now. Deciding she needed to take a break, Linda got up from her desk and walked over to Henrietta before suggesting, "How about we go take a nice hot bath? I'm getting sore from sitting in the seat all day." Henrietta smiled and nodded while agreeing. That sounds fun. As such, the two girls absconded to the large bathhouse constructed in the castle, where they swam in a heated body of water the size of a small swimming pool. Linda would return to her mountain of paperwork after she had finished a brief period of relaxation. Chapter 125, 124. Northern Surrender. Berenger was currently sitting on the seat of power within Innsbruck. Kneeling before him were the surviving lords of Northern Tyrol. Having lost their regents and the overwhelming majority of the forces they could muster in their disastrous attempt to retake Innsbruck, these men were left with little support to defend against Berenger's invasion. Seeing as how these men were in control of the nearest provinces to Berenger's forces stationed at Innsbruck, they knew their days were numbered and that Tyrol would soon fall into the hands of Berenger. These relatively wise men had traveled to Innsbruck to officially surrender the north to Berenger and, by extension, Duke Wilmar. Berenger, who had a smug smile, was resting his face onto his fist while listening to the terms of surrender in which the lords presented. At the head of the group was an older man with long white hair and a matching beard. He was a lord who was the sworn vassal of the Baron of Landeck, and was the man representing the interests of the dozen or so northern lords who had gathered to surrender to Berenger officially. The man kept himself standing with a cane and slowly enunciated his words. "Viscount Berenger, on behalf of the lords of Northern Tyrol, we present the terms of our surrender. First and foremost, we will recognize you as the reigning authority of Tyrol until Duke Wilmar has defeated Count Lothar and decides on whether or not his family will remain in power. In return for this, we want you to leave our realms in peace and not bring your war to our doorstep. Enough blood has already been shed resisting your rule." Berenger nodded his head and smiled gracefully at the elderly man. "I accept this condition. Are there any more demands?" The elderly lord nodded as he continued to speak the terms that the nobility of the region had come up with to negotiate their surrender. "As you know, we have suffered sabotage to our food storages during this conflict. As such, we would request aid in regards to the crisis we are now facing in our lands." Berenger thought for a moment about this. While the harvest this year was exceptional for his territory, it was not to the degree where he could feed the other viscounties and baronies. It would be some time before he received such yields. As such, he would be forced to buy the grain at his own expense and transfer it to these lords. However, if he did not do such a thing, many innocent people would starve to death during the remainder of the winter, and he would be directly responsible for it. As such, he decided to bite the bullet and pay the expense to supply these regions. After all, he was waging war to gain territory and population to aid his growing ambitions. Losing a large chunk of the population of the lands he would conquer from starvation would greatly hinder his future progress. As such, Berenger nodded and agreed to this condition as well. Very well, I will pay for your food stores to be adequately resupplied. Anything else? The older man nodded his head and spoke of his last condition. If you win this war and successfully put down Count Lothar's rebellion, and the Duke decides to appoint Liutbert as his father's successor, we request that you honor this arrangement and do not act as a usurper. If you are truly waging war for the sake of restoring Duke Wilmar's authority to Tyrol, then you will have no problem accepting this condition. This put Berenger in a difficult position if he accepted this request, and he was not rewarded with the county of Tyrol for his efforts. He would have waged this war in vain, but if he denied this condition, then he was essentially making it publicly known that he was actually nothing more than a usurper, and that would further embolden the remaining regions of Tyrol to continue to defy him, which would be disastrous as he did not have enough men to lay siege to every city and town in every province of Tyrol. He was relying on a few overwhelming victories at key provinces to force his enemies to the negotiating table. They would be much more likely to do so if they believed Berenger was acting in the interests of Duke Wilmar instead of himself. Berenger tapped his finger on the armrest of the chair he was seated in several times before coming to a decision. After several moments of near silence, Berenger finally voiced his decision on this condition. I accept. If that is all, then I hereby recognize the surrender of Northern Tyrol. Seeing Berenger accept the third and final condition made many of the other noblemen smile. Truthfully, aside from the barons and viscounts directly under the vassalage of Count Lothar, most of the lesser noblemen who lived in Tyrol were not exactly supportive of Lothar's rebellion and had merely been following orders. With Berenger accepting the final term, they felt that he was sincerely acting as a loyal supporter of the Duke rather than a man who was using the current crisis to usurp the county of Tyrol for his own greed. As a result of this surrender, Northern Tyrol was temporarily under Berenger's control. He planned to be marching upon Southen Tyrol and Trench shortly in order to capture the remaining territory of the county of Tyrol. For now, Berenger had to think of a way to convince Duke Wilmar to revoke the title of Count of Tyrol from the von Habsburg-Innsbruck dynasty and appoint his own dynasty as the future Counts of Tyrol. Little did he know that when Duke Wilmar finally heard the news that Northern Tyrol had surrendered to Berenger after a little over a month of combat, he would begin to favor Berenger's abilities greatly and would become far more amicable to the idea of making Berenger and the von Kufstein dynasty the Counts of Tyrol. For now, Berenger was in the process of resupplying his forces and giving them a much-needed rest. It would be at least a week before he would march upon the south. Luckily for him, Linda had already implemented the process of conscription, and soon enough, he would have reinforcements on the way. It would only take 2 more months for several thousand more men to finish basic training. By then, Berenger would be able to replace his losses and even gain a significant boost to his army's numbers. Chapter 126, 125. Adela's plea. Adela was currently within her room reading a letter from Berenger. Despite the fact that Berenger was off at war, he made sure to send letters to his women as often as he could, informing them of his massive victories in Tyrol. The teenage girl twirled one of her golden twintails as she lay belly down on her bed with a smile on her face. The news she was reading was excellent. The northern lords of Tyrol had all surrendered to Berenger, recognizing him as the current authority in Tyrol, and was providing him with what little support they could manage. Ever since her older brother Gerhard had made a fool out of himself and invoked their father's ire in his failed attempt to demolish the relationship between Berenger and Adela, the young girl had mostly stayed to herself. Aside from eating meals with the family, she would stay within the confines of her room and repeatedly read the letters Berenger had written to her. She wished she was in Kufstein to provide some aid to the man she loved, but unfortunately, she was in Graz for the time being. Though Vienna was under siege and her father was at war, Graz was in a state of peace, albeit one of vigilance. Oddly enough, Adela and Linda had been corresponding through a series of letters and had seemingly grown closer. However, there was still a rivalry between the two as they both desired to monopolize Berenger's attention for themselves. Despite this rivalry, there was some form of amiability among the two young women as they both discussed their concerns over Berenger's safety and desire to be with him again. After reading Berenger's latest letter for the third time in the past 3 days, Adela sighed and voiced her concerns aloud. "Stay safe, Berenger." Afterward, she heard a knock on her door and quickly stashed the letter away underneath her mattress before opening the door. In the doorway was her second brother, Heimerick. The teenage boy was dressed in a baby blue doublet with a matching jerkin over it. His entire attire was set up in the fashion sense in which Berenger had introduced across the entirety of Austria, which greatly resembled the Tudor style from his previous life. There was a stern look on the handsome youth's face. His facial features were charmingly robust, much like Lambert's. He truly exemplified the archetype of a young knight. He was 17 this year and carried an aura of martial authority. Noticing the expression on Heimerich's face, Adela instantly became worried about what might have transpired to force the youth into such a state. Before Adela could ask what was wrong, Heimerich said in a grave tone, "Come to the Great Hall. I have news about father to report to the family." Adela knew something must have gone wrong if Heimerich forced her to meet up with her family in the Great Hall. As such, she quickly put on her slippers and followed her older brother to the Great Hall. When she arrived, she noticed the various expressions on her family's face, especially the anxious look on her mother Wanda's exquisite visage. The only person who did not appear to be worried among her family was Gerhard, who was rather upset that his position of regent was stripped away from him and given to his little brother. After Heimerich sat down upon the seat of power in Graz, he cleared his throat before making a declaration about the news in which he had received. Father is currently on his way to Vienna. He was trapped in a blizzard within the Bavarian Alps for the past few weeks, which is why he was out of contact. He has lost a fifth of his forces due to attrition. As such, he suspects that he will be vastly outnumbered when he tries to take Vienna back from the traitorous Count Lothar. As for the state of Vienna, the castle has yet to fall, but the city has been completely taken and ravaged by the occupying forces. Father expects heavy resistance and has asked for our prayers. Adela's family immediately broke out into fits of prayer as they frantically prayed for the Lord's protection for the head of their household. The only member in the room who was not overly concerned about this news was Adela. This was because she was aware of the destruction of a quarter of Count Lothar's forces at Kufstein. After all, she had already been informed of the events that transpired by Linda. Though her father would have to lay siege to Vienna to defeat Lothar, he would have the advantage in numbers even with his losses from attrition. War was a dangerous business, and no matter how protected one might seem, anything could happen that might lead to their deaths on the battlefield. Thus the lives of their loved ones who were off fighting in some distant region of Austria were in the hands of the Lord, and they could only pray for his mercy. As a pious girl, Adela joined her family in prayer to the Lord to protect her father, as well as Berenger, as they both continued to fight for their family and nation. After being informed of her father's situation, Adela realized that she had the ability to aid in her father's siege by asking for support from Kufstein. As such, she returned to her room, where she quickly wrote a letter to Linda informing her of the current situation with Vienna. Due to Berenger's conquest of Tyrol, Adela doubted whether or not he would be able to receive her request for aid before it was too late. As such, she sent the letter to Linda, who she knew was currently acting as Berenger's stand-in within Kufstein. The letter contained a formal request for material aid to Count Otto's forces to eliminate Count Lothar and his allies at Vienna. Adela knew that Kufstein was in no position to split its armies and attack Lothar where he was at his strongest. However, she also knew that Kufstein's agricultural and industrial sectors were greater than any other region in Austria, and as such, she requested logistical support from Kufstein to her father's siege of Vienna. Adela was quite worried. Though she and Linda were no longer outright enemies, they were not exactly allies either. She was asking the young woman to act on behalf of her romantic rival to capture or eliminate her own father. Though Linda had already greatly betrayed her father and his schemes, those actions were on behalf of Berenger, who she was deeply in love with. Whether or not she would provide logistical support to Count Otto and his forces was yet to be determined. After signing the letter with her signature, Adela quickly handed it off to a messenger who would travel across the Duchy of Austria, where he would hand it off to Linda in Kufstein. Hopefully, the young teenage girl could receive Kufstein's support and greatly enhance her father's chances of victory and, more importantly, survival. Chapter 127, 126, Preparing for an invasion at the moment, Berenger was standing in the Great Hall of Innsbruck surrounded by his officers. In front of them was a large table with a giant map splayed across it. Upon this large map were wooden figures acting as representations of Berenger, his allies, and his enemies. It had been roughly a month since Berenger first began his campaign to conquer Tyrol. After several overwhelming victories, he now found himself controlling roughly a third of the territory in which he had desired to conquer. Since the beginning of the war, when Berenger first left Kufstein, he had put in place measures to begin conscription. He knew his meager army of a little over 5,000 men was not enough to maintain control of Tyrol in its entirety, and as such had begun a new wave of recruitment designed to adequately train the conscripts in the use of firearms, line tactics, and basic combat maneuvers within a matter of weeks. Though it was not the Grand Army of Germany that he had envisioned for the future, his current needs required him to make some sacrifices in the training regimen and the equipment in which the conscripts would use. As such, Berenger had tasked the armories to manufacture the 1417 land pattern musket instead of the more advanced 1417/18 rifled musket. At the moment, 5,000 conscripts in the form of infantry were waiting in Innsbruck alongside the veteran forces of Berenger's army. While they waited for their orders, Berenger was discussing with his officers the best path forward into the conquest of Tyrol. Berenger moved a set of infantry figures across the map and into the position of Sturzing, Mähren, and Schlanders, which were the primary hubs of rebellious forces in southern Tyrol, before announcing his plan for a rapid conquest of his enemies to the men by his side. The plan is simple. These three cities are the key centers of resistance to my authority in Tyrol. With the aid of the armies of the lords who have declared their support for me, we will split our army into three components. I will take Sturzing. Eckhard will lead the forces to Mähren, and Arnulf will command the men at Schlanders. In one single swoop, we will bring South Tyrol under our authority before moving on to Trent. Eckhard agreed with the plan, but also had some concerns. As such, he decided to voice them at the moment. What about our position in North Tyrol? How many men will we leave behind to secure our interests? Berenger smiled. As always, Eckhard did not lose sight of the big picture, so Berenger made a bold declaration. 500 men in Innsbruck and 500 in Schwaz. As for the remaining regions in the north, establish 250-man garrisons to secure the loyalty of the lords who have pledged their support to me. Eckhard nodded in agreement. Though these were rather large garrisons, they would be able to adequately defend the regions from enemy sieges, especially with their technological superiority. Eckhard's next question was in regards to the artillery battalion. What about the artillery? Berenger had already developed a plan regarding the most efficient use of artillery, and thus he explained his plans to Eckhard. We will split the battalion into 3 separate batteries. One will go with each army to ensure that there is sufficient firepower at each siege to bring down the walls of the enemies. Listening to Berenger's plans, the officers of his army, largely comprised of the knights and nobility from Kufstein, had nodded their heads firmly in agreement. If they continued to act as a single army, it might take them months if not years to bring Tyrol completely under their control, seeing how this campaign was only a smaller part of the civil war going across Germany at the moment. Nobody wanted to spend that much time securing a small region like Tyrol. Arnulf, who had been listening to Berenger's words, had a single thought on his mind, and as such, voiced his concerns. What if Lothar returns from Vienna? It has been well over a month since he first began his siege of Vienna, and he should be close to victory by now. Berenger shook his head and responded to Arnulf's concerns with the latest information he had received. Lothar is busy defending Vienna from Count Otto, whose forces have arrived and begun besieging the city in an attempt to wrest it from Lothar's grasp. He and his armies will not be returning to Tyrol anytime soon, and if they do make it out of Vienna alive, their numbers will greatly be reduced. Hearing this news, Arnulf and many of the other officers felt more relaxed about Berenger's plans. This 3-pronged operation was nicknamed Operation Trident and would be a deciding factor in Berenger's victory in the war for Tyrol. As such, Berenger chatted with the officers for some time in great detail about logistics and tactics before finally ending this strategic meeting. Gentlemen, if all of your questions have been answered, then you should get some rest, for tomorrow at the break of dawn, we will march upon our enemies. God with us. Immediately upon shouting that last part, the men all saluted Berenger and shouted the phrase which had become the battle cry of the armies of Kufstein. God with us. After ending the meeting in such a way, the officers returned to their forces to prepare them for the coming battle. With this, Berenger returned to his temporary quarters, where he sat down on the bed and sighed heavily into the dimly lit room in which he resided alone. I need to finish this war quickly so I can return to Kufstein and into the loving arms of Linda. After having such a thought, Berenger prepared himself for the night and then went to sleep, thinking not of the violence and brutality that he would soon be enduring, but of his 2 women and his infant son. He began to reminisce about the days of the not-so-distant past, which were far more peaceful than the ones he currently found himself in. It was hard to believe that he had only been reincarnated into this world less than a year ago. He had accomplished so much in this small amount of time, especially when compared to his previous life, where by the time he was 21, he was still at West Point achieving absolutely nothing in his life, coming from a relatively poor background. He had spent his entire youth gaining the knowledge and grades necessary to get an academic scholarship so that he could attend a university. Ultimately, after several life factors, West Point became his best option, and so he begrudgingly chose to join the military. After graduating, he wasted his life away in the hellhole known as Afghanistan until his final days. In this life, Berenger was fortunate enough to be reincarnated into nobility. After getting his first taste of real power and wealth, Berenger had become incredibly ambitious, no longer desiring to simply industrialize Kufstein and retire in wealth and luxury. Now that he had a chance, he wanted to be like the many great men from history he had read about in his past life. Thinking of past, present, and future, Berenger fell asleep with a smile on his face. His conquest had only just begun. Chapter 128, 127, An awkward family reunion. The light of dawn shone down onto the burgeoning city of Kufstein. The star-shaped walls that protected the city and its inhabitants were split down the middle as the river flowed through the center of the city. A large castle rose above the many tenements constructed in the half-timber style commonly found in the German-speaking regions. Though Berenger had plans to move into a more modern palace at the moment, the Kastel in Kufstein acted as the main residence for Berenger and his family. Within the dining room, Linda sat at the head of the table at the left side, which was the spot reserved for the Viscountess. Of course, at the moment, there was no Viscountess of Kufstein since Berenger was unmarried, albeit engaged to Adela. However, since Berenger's parents abdicated and retired to the countryside, Berenger had allowed Linda to use the seat. Today was a rare occasion for the castle in Kufstein, for it held a rather lively gathering. Just this morning, her siblings arrived from Innsbruck, in which they had been transported to Kufstein under the guise of Berenger's protection. In reality, they were under house arrest, and Linda was watching over them. Aside from Linda and her siblings, Henrietta sat at the table and was greatly uncomfortable with the whole situation. Lietbert was sitting in the spot Berenger used to sit at before his reign, which was closest to the seat reserved for the Viscount, which was currently vacant. He could not help himself from staring at Linda with confusion. This was not the sister he had grown up with. There was no coldness nor contempt in her eyes for everything around her. Instead, she wore a gentle smile and gazed upon her family with genuine fondness. It had been many months since she last saw her siblings, and though Linda's relationship with her father was strained, to say the least, she was willing to try to get closer to her siblings. Eventually, Lietbert had to express his doubts over Linda's shift in character. "Who are you, and what have you done with my sister?" In the past, such a rude comment would have sent Linda into a fury, but now she merely laughed it off, as she recognized that her personality had changed greatly in the last year. Instead, she replied to Lietbert by asking about his meal. "How are you enjoying your meal, Lietbert? Surely the breakfast here in Kufstein is better than anything you have ever had in Innsbruck." Lietbert fell for the sleight of hand and quickly took a bite out of the breakfast sandwich the kitchen staff had prepared before responding to his little sister. "It is excellent. I did not know such fine cuisine existed." Linda chuckled at his remark and taunted him for his inexperience with Kufstein's culinary arts. "If you think this is good, wait until you have had dinner. You will never want to leave this place." As Lietbert and Linda discussed the meal, Adelheid was glaring at Linda. She could not believe the changes in her precious big sister's personality over the past year. It was too dramatic. Just what sorcery had Berenger cast to make her once proud and domineering big sister transform into such a sorry state? However, she did not wish to make a scene and, as such, kept her thoughts to herself. Eventually, Linda's little brother Herman interrupted the ongoing conversation and steered it into deep waters. He was scowling at his two older siblings and scolded his big sister, who he had once looked up to, for her lack of loyalty to the family. "I cannot believe you betrayed our father. All for that traitor Berenger, who as we speak is currently ravaging our family's lands in an attempt to steal away father's rightful title." Herman was roughly the age of Adela. He had just entered his teenage years and was filled with intense rage every time he thought about his older brother's surrender at Innsbruck and his older sister's outright betrayal. After all, Linda not only slept with the traitor Berenger, but had actively plotted against their family in support of Berenger's ambitions. To him, his sister's actions were completely unforgivable. Linda glared menacingly at Herman. The boy clearly did not understand how wrathful Berenger could be. Luckily for him and his siblings, they were all allowed to live peacefully in Kufstein under house arrest, where they could dine on the greatest food and live in absolute luxury while the war waged on. Seeing his elder sister's fury, which he was all too familiar with, a cold sweat broke out on Herman's forehead as he shivered at the thought of what Linda might do to him for speaking ill of her lover. He immediately shifted his glance back to the plate where he ate the omelet in front of him. Linda, however, would not let such an accusation slide by, and as such, she addressed Herman's statement. "Why would I ever support father and his damned obsession with becoming duke? Since when had father ever paid the slightest bit of attention to us kids? Our entire lives, he has neglected us to pursue his dreams of being Duke of Austria. all because he has an inferiority complex about being part of the Branch family and not the main Habsburg line. If you ask me, he deserves to lose his head for his treasonous actions. Berenger is not a traitor. Instead, he is the only one of Father's major vassals who has enough of a conscience to act against Father's illegitimate rebellion. Though Linda's words were harsh, they were also true, at least regarding the parts about her father. Count Lothar considered all of his children as disposable pawns whose sole purpose was to advance his ambitions. He was never much of a fatherly figure to his children, which is one of the reasons why Linda had turned out so poorly before she met Berenger. Though Linda was spoiled growing up, it was only a way for Lothar to coerce her into acting in his treasonous plots. The reason Count Lothar was so enraged about Berenger and Linda's affair was twofold. Firstly, the man saw Berenger as nothing more than low nobility unworthy of mixing with his family's prestigious blood. Secondly, Berenger had not only taken his daughter's chastity, but also impregnated her, thus taking away the ability to make a powerful political alliance through marriage. Though Hermann wanted to defend his father's actions, he really could not find the words to do so. Instead, he sat in silence like a child who his mother had just caught with his hand in the cookie jar. There was a rift between Linda's family at the moment. This was due to the results of her actions and that of their fathers. As such, they continued the remainder of their meal in silence. This little family reunion turned out to be more awkward than any of them had realized. While Berenger was off at war, Linda was now tasked with not only looking after the affairs of the realm, but also keeping a watchful eye on her family. Ultimately, the only member of her family who was completely on her side as her little half-sister Adelheid. Chapter 129, 128. Blood in the snow. At the moment Berenger and his army were crossing into the southern portion of Tyrol, his armies had recently split and headed in separate directions, and he was now in command of a force numbering roughly 5,000 men in total, half of which were his own forces. The other half of the army comprised levies from the southern lordships, which supported Berenger's campaign to put down Lothar's rebellion and recapture Tyrol from the traitorous lords who openly defied the authority of Duke Wilmar. Unlike Berenger's army, which was filled with the most veteran members of his infantry and cavalry units, the peasant levies were poorly equipped, and many of them had never seen a battle in their lives. At most, they would act as cannon fodder for Berenger's forces. Their role would be to soak up the enemy's missile fire while his troops gunned down the hostiles. At the moment, it was late in the morning, but not quite yet noon. The wind was still, and all that could be heard were the sounds of thousands of feet marching to the beat of the drums as the infantrymen sang another one of Berenger's marching songs. After crossing through the frosty crags of the Alps, Berenger's forces finally found themselves in a position overlooking the city of Sturzing in the distance. However, to their surprise, they also saw an army marching towards them. It would appear that the enemy had opted to sally forth into the field in an attempt to intercept Berenger's forces and eliminate them before they entered the boundaries of the city. As such, Berenger shouted for his troops to hear. Form ranks. His commands were passed on to the officers and the NCOs before finally reaching the enlisted personnel. With this command, the veteran forces of Berenger's army formed lines and began to load their weapons. The artillery battery also began to take an elevated position above the field below where the enemy army was marching. The cavalry did their jobs and took positions on the flanks, where they would soon be rushing the enemy army. There was no cavalry to speak of in the enemy's forces. In fact, much like everywhere else in Tyrol at the moment, the professional forces were all gathered with Lothar in Vienna, leaving behind small garrisons and large groups of levies to defend their homes. There were a few noblemen and knights, but they quickly dismounted from their horses the moment they saw the overwhelming number of cavalry Berenger had brought with them. As such, the cuirassiers of Berengar's ranks slowly began to trot off at the enemy position while his infantry prepared their muskets. The levies at the moment were used to protect the flanks of Berengar's line infantry. With this formation, rapidly assembled Berengar's forces began to march slowly and uniformly towards the enemy army, the cavalry already beginning their charge. As the cavalry charged towards the enemy, the thunder of the 12-pound cannons resounded in the distance as explosive shells were launched upon the enemy forces. The explosive blast and the shrapnel from the shells battered the enemy forces, quickly turning the lightly armored levies into chunks of flesh and meat paste. Limbs were scattered, heads rolled, and blood stained the snow below. However, there was only one battery able to fire upon the enemy. As such, the numbers of the enemy forces who were affected by the barrage were significantly less than in Berengar's previous battles. Berengar was naturally at the head of the cavalry and quickly pulled both of his pistols from Erwin's saddle. It was already loaded and prepared to fire. All that needed to be done was cocking the flintlock action, which Berengar and his cuirassiers did in unison. The enemy had a few archers with them and began to fire on the steel-clad horses of Berengar's cuirassiers. At this period in history, barding was still an effective way to protect your horse, and as such, Berengar had spent a great sum of money armoring the horses of his cavalry. After all, they cost him a fortune to purchase. It would be a shame if they died so easily on the battlefield. The arrows loosed upon his cavalry as a large volley fell from the sky as if they were raindrops, yet to the dismay of the enemy's forces, the arrows failed to gravely injure neither the horses nor the cuirassiers. Instead, the three-quarters plate armor and the steel plate barding covered the majority of the cavalry's body, deflected the bolts as if a padded arrow was hitting them. If anything, a few arrows found their way into the gaps in the armor, but these were not vital areas, and as such did little more than inflict pain upon the riders and their horses. As such, the enemy levies quickly raised their spears, anticipating a clash from the heavily armored cavalry forces. However, before such a situation could occur, the horses strafed out of the direction of the spear walls and galloped to the side. While the horses maneuvered in this way, the hundreds of cuirassiers pulled on the triggers of their two pistols and aimed down the enemy at point-blank range. As the hundreds of pistols went off, they quickly cut through what meager defenses the levies were equipped with and shredded the bodies of the men who made contact with the lead balls. Blood-curdling screams filled the air as the blood of the levies splashed upon their comrades. After firing their shots, the cuirassiers quickly stowed away their pistols and unsheathed their heavy cavalry swords as they rerouted their horses into a full-scale charge. By now, the enemy ranks, which was comprised of mostly greenhorn levies, were filled with terror and dread as they were pushed forward by the somewhat more veteran forces behind them into the meat grinder. They could not help but think to themselves that the weapons in which Berengar and his army wielded were some form of vile sorcery gained by consorting with the devil's minions. These were an uneducated and superstitious bunch, and the propaganda the church put out about Berengar filled their fearful minds as they walked ever closer to the enemy formations. When the musketeers finally got within firing range, they formed a proper firing squad with the first column kneeling and the second holding their rifles above the heads of their kneeling comrades. The officers gave the orders to fire, which resulted in over 1,000 lead projectiles flying down range and into the bodies of the levies advancing upon them. With a single volley, the hostile peasant levies were quickly overwhelmed by Berengar's technological superiority, many of which had begun to break ranks and flee back to the city. As for the brave souls who remained and continued to fight Berengar's forces, they were quickly cut down by another volley of fire before even reaching their enemies. Unlike previous battles, Berengar did not immediately give chase. Instead, he raised his fists and gave the opposite order. Halt! With that, his forces came to a sudden stop. The levies of Berengar's forces were thanking God that their lords were wise enough to join forces with Berengar, for if it were them who had marched upon such an army, they too would be lying dead in the snow. After gazing upon the violent remains of the battlefield, Berenger noticed a sea of corpses whose blood had drained out onto the snow below. The grim sight had left those uninitiated among Berenger's ranks feeling sick to their stomachs. After standing in the cold gazing upon the grisly scene, one of the lords who had backed Berenger finally snapped out of his daze. The scenes of the battle that had just been waged consumed his sense of reason for quite some time. Now that his mind had returned to him, he asked Berenger about the routing enemies. "Should we not pursue them?" Berenger merely shook his head and pointed his blood-stained sword at the piles of hundreds of corpses that lay scattered across the frost-covered ground before speaking the thoughts on his mind. A wicked grin was on his face as he revealed the details of his plan. "They have already paid a great price for rebelling against us. When the survivors return to the city and inform the garrison of what they have witnessed here today, how do you think that will affect the morale of the defenders? When we finally lay siege to the city and unleash the power of our guns upon it, do you think they will still have the will to fight?" With that said, the lords who had backed Berenger instantly thought what would have happened to them if they had chosen to stand with Lothar against Berenger, and they shivered at the chilling thought. Surely their cities would be next. Luckily for them, they had chosen to back the right horse. Without allowing the lords time to respond to his remarks, Berenger raised his sword in the air and commanded the army behind him. "I want a siege camp built before sundown. Forward march." With that, the army that had suffered few casualties in this battle began to march upon the city of Sturzing, where they would lay siege to it for the next few days. Though Berenger had no way of knowing how his other two armies were faring, he had a feeling that they were in a similar position to him right now. As such, he smiled as he rode on horseback into the vicinity of the city of Sturzing. Chapter 130, 129. Establishing camp at Sturzing. Berenger sat atop his trusty steed Erwin. The muscular black destrier gallantly trotted at the front of the army in which Berenger was currently leading. Aside from the thousands of infantry he had at his back, the man also led a few thousand levies raised from the lords and regents of the portion of southern Tyrol in which supported Berenger and his campaign. Beside him were the commanders of these mostly levy-based units. They were clad in knightly armor in the design fitting for the time period. This army was one of three which had begun to march on three critical regions, which acted as the centers of rebellion against Duke Wilmar within the region of Tyrol. By laying siege to these areas, Berenger would effectively bring southern Tyrol under his control in one fell swoop. As such, Berenger smiled as the men in his army sang along to the marching song Erika from his previous life. It had become one of the favorites of the men in his army. The levies and noblemen who were marching aside Berenger and his army were quite confused about the chipper nature of Berenger's soldiers. The veterans of Berenger's army knew that thus far casualties had been low among their forces, and now they had a bunch of levies to soak up the enemy's arrows and bolts. Thus they were in a perfect mood. As for the conscripts who recently joined the army, they were following their senior's lead. Before long, Berenger's forces had arrived at the city of Sturzing and once more made camp outside of the enemy's range of fire, but well within their own. Though he only had 3 cannons in this army, as he had split up the battalion among the 3 armies, if concentrated on one wall, it would be more than enough to open a gap for his forces to charge through. The cannoneers, who at this point were well accustomed to laying siege, had quickly set up the guns behind some defensive barriers and began to fire off at the city's walls. When the thunder of the guns echoed into the evening sky, the many levies became frightened, not knowing how to react to such a thing. Seeing the distraught expressions on the faces of the levies, the veterans and conscripts of Berenger's army all began to laugh at the men and the pathetic looks on their faces. If these levies looked like they were about to shit bricks, they could only imagine the faces of the enemies currently bombarded with explosive shells. Berenger decided to take a moment to comment on the situation. Is there anything more beautiful than the echo of an artillery battery and the smell of gunpowder amid a cold winter's sunset? He was speaking to his officers and the lords who had gathered to support him. If Eckhard were here at the moment, he would probably sigh and think to himself that Berenger was enjoying himself a little too much in this campaign of his. As for the other officers under Berenger's command, they all gazed off into the sunset much like Berenger had and took a moment to listen to the thunder of guns and the screams of the bombarded among the beautiful scenery. One of his officers spoke up to Berenger and his twisted idea of beauty, "My lord, I think you should lie down. You are clearly unwell." Berenger merely chuckled at the man's comments and smiled as he inhaled deeply, enjoying the scene before his eyes. After snapping back to reality after several moments, Berenger gave the officers their orders. "Well, what are you all standing around and waiting for? Make sure the camp is properly established and the sentries are set to schedule. We don't want a repeat of what happened in Schwaz, do we?" Fearing the backlash of their lord and commander, the officers quickly got to task assembling the siege camp. Under the sunset, thousands of black and gold tents were quickly set up, with a series of trenches supported by sandbags and barbed wire established around the perimeter. Guard towers were on all sides to keep a watchful eye on the potential arrival of enemies. Berenger had failed to use a trench system outside of Schwaz, which was a mistake on his part. By digging a semi-modern trench system around the encampment, he was capable of providing a vastly superior line of defense against oncoming attackers, which could fully make use of the several hundred rifled muskets in his army and their range advantage. As the sun faded away and the moon replaced it in the sky above, Berenger decided to take the first watch. Thus he grabbed a hold of a musket, loaded it, and climbed into the trench system where several sentries were keeping watch. Seeing their lord and commander jump in the hole with them, these new conscripts were quite shocked. They times expected Berenger to be in some large tent, with a fire going and maybe even a woman by his side. Yet here he was, taking up the first watch in the trenches alongside them. Berenger gazed into the distance as he looked upon the city's walls, which were under a near-constant bombardment. It would take a few days for the walls to come down, and when they did, resistance in the south would come to a swift end as long as the other sieges were also successful. Though with his tactics and the enemy's lack of understanding towards them, he did not fear defeat in this war. It would be quite some time before the other European powers would begin fielding firearms en masse. However, his victory in this war would certainly spark the development of such sophisticated weapons. Due to Berenger's influence on this timeline's events, the matchlock would come into existence far earlier than it had in his past life. When it did, Berenger would finally be facing some stiffer resistance from his opponents, but for now, the advantages that firearms presented were too great for his enemies to overcome. Military historians would study Berenger's campaign in Tyrol for generations to come. This war in which Berenger fought would symbolize the end of an era, as soon the entire world realized that the age of knights and chivalry had long passed. The era of steel and shot had just begun. Chapter 131, 130. Right of Conquest. Berenger spent the first shift of the night on watch, protecting the barriers of the camp as a sentry within the trenches. The use of a trench line supported by sandbags and barbed wire was an invention that would normally not exist until the late 19th century. However, with his past life's memory as a combat engineer, Berenger developed such a defensive system with ease. Barbed wire had been used extensively in his fields to keep cattle and other domesticated livestock within the boundaries of the grazing land allotted to them. However, after the ambush on his previous encampment in Schwaz, Berenger quickly learned to utilize trench tactics. When he was resupplying in Innsbruck, he ordered a barbed wire shipment to his army. The sappers in his army spent some time constructing such complex fortifications. Still, in the end, the encampment was so well defended that the likelihood they would suffer significant casualties from an enemy ambush was extremely low. Luckily for them, after seeing the odd defenses of the camp, the enemy did not bother to send a force to test it. It was already terrifying enough to suffer the explosive bombardment of the 12-pound cannons. After staying on the watch for the first shift, Berenger returned to his tent and slept until the dawn, where he was among the first of his troops to awaken in the morning. Though he did not have access to coffee at the moment, he fully intended to establish a trade with the Byzantine Empire in exchange for coffee when his territory grew to a significant enough degree that he could trade with Empire to the east with ease. As for now, Berenger and his troops primarily relied on their own natural ability to awaken and stay awake. When the morning came, the armies gathered in the trenches, and those with the 1417/18 rifled muskets fired off shots at the defenders on the wall with a fair degree of competency. Though not every shot claimed the defenders' lives, enough of them hit their mark to permanently scare the garrison of Sturzing to keep their heads down. While his troops utilized their advanced weapons to intimidate the enemy forces, Berenger was in discussion with his officers over his plans for the ongoing war effort. Like normal, Berenger drank from a pitcher of light beer as he continued his discussion about the operation to his officers and the lords in command of the many units of levies that comprised their ranks. It will take another day or two before the wall comes down. As such, we will continue to bombard it regularly. When the wall finally crumbles, we will send the levies into the fray while the line infantry will be kept behind and fire upon the defenders on the wall. The cavalry will stay and protect the encampment until a time arises where the enemy has been pushed back. Though the lords who had shown their support to Berenger were perturbed by the fact that their levies would be used to storm the gap, they could not very well decline. As for Berenger's officers, they were more concerned about the success of Operation Trident as a whole, and as such, one of them voiced their concerns. What about Eckhard and Arnulf's armies? How are they faring? Berenger slid the wooden pieces which represented the Allied forces into position outside of the city walls of Schlanders and Marin and addressed the officer's question. I have recently received notice that Arnulf and Eckhard's armies have begun to lay siege to the rebellious cities. Within a week, the majority of the resistance in the south will come to an end, and we will be able to march on the Prince Bisofric of Trent, thus ending the rebellion within Tyrol once and for all. The push into Trent would require the unification of his three armies. With his ambitions to conquer the region, Berenger was taking advantage of the rebellion in Tyrol to seize the land in its entirety, even what would be considered Italian regions in the 21st century. Trent was not technically part of the county of Tyrol. They were, in fact, an independent prince-bishopric and recognized as church territory. Due to the conflicts between Berenger and the Crutch, Berenger had fully intended to conquer the region and incorporate it into his territory. Especially since the Bishop of Trent had openly declared his support for the Tyrolean rebels, simply out of spite for Berenger. By doing so, the Church had given Berenger an excuse to invade the Prince-Bishopric of Trent and thus unite the entirety of Tyrol under his authority. Since Berenger was given this opportunity, he did not intend to waste it. His plans to march on Trent did not sit well with the other lords who considered it an unlawful annexation of ecclesiastical territory. One of the lords even spoke his mind on the matter, which visibly upset Berenger. You intend to march on an ecclesiastical principality? Under what grounds do you dare to usurp the territory of the Church? Berenger stared coldly at the old and pious nobleman who had sided with Berenger out of support of Duke Wilmar, despite his religious objections to the heretic known by the Church as Berenger the Accursed. The look in Berenger's eyes displayed his murderous intent. Rather than justify his actions through the legal jargon, Berenger took a more daring approach. The Church has already declared war upon me. Therefore Trent will be mine by right of conquest. Since I have the might to seize their territory, I will do so, and if the Bishop of Trent has any complaints, he can say it directly to my face before I have him placed in front of a firing squad. The fact that the Church had sent the Teutonic Order on a mission to invade Berenger's lands and usurp his authority was already considered a declaration of war by the young Viscount's standards. As such, he did not fear invading their nearby lands and capturing them for himself. As for the allied lords, they could tell by the look in Berenger's eyes that he was entirely serious about conquering Trent and that he would not be persuaded otherwise. Though they disagreed with his actions, they were far too frightened by the weapons his army possessed. Thus they were intimidated into backing down and following orders, though they secretly prayed that they would not be excommunicated for following Berenger's orders. After concluding his thoughts and informing his officers of how to proceed, Berenger dismissed the men and allowed them to spend their free time as they wished. There was not much to do outside of maintaining order and waiting for the wall to crumble down. Thus Berenger used this time to write to Linda and Adela, informing him of his progress and that his war would swiftly come to an end. As the cannons roared and the muskets echoed throughout the day, Berenger found himself in a tranquil mood. Soon enough, the walls would come crumbling down, and his forces would invade the city. By then, the defenders would either surrender the castle to him in fear of retribution, or a massacre would unfold. Either way, Berenger would be happy with the results. As for Eckhard and Arnulf, their armies were similar in laying siege to the enemy while staying in their camps. While the war in Tyrol progressed rapidly, the remainder of the conflicts in the German regions were bogged down in long sieges and bloody field battles. Only Berenger and his use of superior technology and tactics could so quickly win a war. As for the rest of Germany, Berenger reckoned it would be years before the conflict was over, and he fully intended to spend a fair portion of his time securing his power and advancing his new territory once he officially conquered Tyrol and established himself as a legitimate count. Chapter 132, 131. Trapped within Vienna while Berenger and his armies were at war in southern Tyrol, Count Lothar was surrounded by his enemies. At the moment, Lothar and his armies were sandwiched in between Count Otto's forces who besieged the city, and the castle's garrison who valiantly continued to defend the castle's walls against Lothar's onslaught. Worse yet, right before he was trapped within the confines of the city, he was informed that his army that was sent to Kufstein had been completely obliterated. Though, he did not know the extent to which Berenger had put down his rebellion within his home territory, for if he did, the man would truly lose all hope of survival. As such, Count Lothar was currently surrounded by his vassals who had traveled with him to Vienna, where they were engaged in a discussion about how to move forward. They were not in a good position. Count Otto's armies, though depleted by attrition, still greatly outnumbered his own forces now that they had lost a quarter of their army in Kufstein and had been fighting a siege for over a month. As the noblemen spoke about their situation, blood-curdling screams erupted from the walls as the defenders continued to die by the dozens defending their position within the city, thus adding a great degree of intimidation to the hearts of the noblemen who had followed their liege seemingly into the gates of hell itself. One such nobleman was addressing the gathering of lords as he voiced his opinions about their options. It has become increasingly clear that there are only two options: stay within the city and continue to lay siege to the castle while simultaneously protecting the city walls. If we can succeed, we can use the Duke's family as hostages to negotiate Otto's surrender. The only other option is to sally forth in a desperate attempt to break through the besieging forces and make our way back to Tyrol, where we can hold our ground against the Duke's forces when he returns from his conquest of Bavaria. After saying this, the gathering erupted into chaos as two factions were formed: those who supported staying in Vienna and fighting for what they had worked so hard to achieve, and those who wanted to return to Tyrol and resist Wilmar's rule as they conserved their strength. Of course, those who wanted to return to Tyrol had no way of knowing that by the time they arrived, it would be in Berenger's hands, and key cities would be staffed with large garrisons of men, with their walls armed with cannons. Count Lothar was entirely unwilling to give up on Vienna. He knew in his heart that if they fought their way out of this mess and returned to Innsbruck to lick their wounds, they will have lost the war. They might be able to survive for a few years in a desperate struggle against the Duke's forces, but in the end, they would be brought to ruin. Their families would pay the price for their defiance. Eventually, the Count raised his hand to silence his lords, and only after their arguments had completely ceased did he voice his decision. I will not concede defeat. I will not retire to Tyrol and live out the rest of my days fighting a defensive war against the Duke and his armies. We will take Vienna, or we will die trying. If we abandon our siege, only death and destruction await our households. Tell the men at the city wall to defend it with their lives. As for the siege of the castle, double our efforts. We must not fail. When Lothar announced his decision, a variety of expressions appeared on the faces of the vassals loyal to him. Some of them were beginning to regret their decision to back his efforts to claim the Duchy of Austria for himself. Many of them wondered how Berenger was faring in his reconquest of Tyrol. If he had managed to take Innsbruck during this time, then there was no point to continue this war any further. Ultimately, every lord who was present for the siege agreed with Lothar. They would remain trapped in the city until a point where the enemy forces were exhausted, or until they had taken the castle, where they would then use the Duke's family as hostages to enforce their demands. It was a risky option, but Lothar was right. If they returned to Tyrol and ended their campaign, ultimately, only death would await them and their families. As such, the siege of Vienna continued, with Lothar's armies trapped between enemy forces, fighting a two-front battle. With the arrival of Otto's forces, the castle's defenders became emboldened, and their collapsing morale had been restored to its peak. If they could hold out just a little longer, Lothar's army would collapse, and they would be saved. For now, it was a battle of will to see whose lines would break first. As such, Gottbert, the son and heir of Duke Wilmar, gazed from the ramparts above down onto the city below with a smile on his face. Soon enough, this battle would come to an end, and at the moment, it was heavily in his favor. The young regent wished he could see the look on Lothar's face when he realized he was trapped within the city, with no way out. Just now, he noticed the increase in the intensity of the siege of his family's castle and therefore began sliding his visor down to protect his face from the oncoming missile fire. The young man shook his head as he voiced his thoughts aloud. It appears that Count Lothar has realized he is running out of time. As such, Gottbert unsheathed his sword and raised it in the air as he shouted to the defenders with a heroic speech of defense. Men, you have all worked hard this past month to ensure the castle of your liege, the rightful Duke of Austria, and his family remain unharmed. Over the course of the next few days, Lothar will throw everything he has at us, but we cannot allow this castle to fall. For if the castle falls, the suffering of the citizens of the city will be in vain. Hold the line. Hold the line as if your very soul depended upon it. With these words spoken, the defenders rallied behind the commander of their forces. They screamed into the air, allowing all of the anxiety and misery they had endured over the last month to escape from the confines of their hearts. With this speech, a new sense of zealotry was formed among the defenders, which would hopefully allow them to endure through the hardship that would follow and successfully defend their position until Count Lothar's forces were broken by Otto's. With these events, the siege of Vienna had reached its climax and would soon be coming to an end. Who won the battle was solely determined by the castle's garrison and their will to continue defending its mighty stone walls. Chapter 133, 132. The Count's heir submits while Berenger was engaging in Operation Trident, and Otto was laying siege to Vienna to liberate its population from Lothar's tyranny. Linda was resting in Kufstein presiding over Berenger's reforms. Through the conquest of Schwaz and Innsbruck, she had begun incorporating it into Kufstein's jurisdiction, and though she did not allow for conscription of the people in the region yet. Infrastructure projects and agricultural overhauls were underway. The sooner she got them under construction, the sooner the profits would show themselves. The people of Kufstein enjoyed their lives during this time of chaos as they were well insulated from the violence and the bloodshed that was appearing across the German world at this time. However, many young men decided to fulfill their patriotic duty and volunteered for military service. Of course, the volunteers were only a small percentage of the troops being raised to not only aid in Berenger's campaign, but ensure the defense and stability of the entirety of Tyrol, which Berenger would soon conquer. As such, thousands of young men were currently undergoing basic training, where they would then enter specialized training in the field they were most suited for. After receiving the first batch of conscripts in Innsbruck, Berenger instructed Linda to continue specialized training, with infantry being the main focus, followed by artillery and then the cavalry. Berenger currently had an entire cavalry battalion under his command, and because the unit had suffered limited casualties during the war, it was more than enough to deter the cavalry forces of any potential army that he would come across for the time being. At the moment, the newest batch of recruits had begun their basic training and were going through basic PT to get them into fighting shape quickly. Push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, runs, etc. became a daily exercise for the men who had been forced into service. Basic marches and formations were also drilled into their heads. They also practiced how to operate their weapons efficiently, as a set of drills were created to quickly instill the loading procedure of the muskets into the muscle memory of the men who wielded them. As such, the military bases used to house and train recruits were overflowing with thousands of young men who had just entered the armed forces. Some of them had been here for weeks and would soon ship out to their stations across Tyrol, whether that was in the form of a field army or acting as a garrison. As for the officers, the surviving knights and noblemen of the captured regions were incorporated into Berenger's army and were effectively trained to fulfill the position of his officer class. Seeing as how they went from being lords and knights to officers, there was an initial degree of defiance by the cadets. Still, when they came to realize how effectively organized Berenger's semi-modern army was, they quickly changed their tune. There was a degree of civility and respect afforded to officers much like that of a knight or nobleman, and as such, they quickly found themselves at home within the officer class. Granted, it was a meritocratic force, and they would not be afforded the position due to their birth. They would still have to graduate from the so-called military academy and climbed through the ranks through a display of competency. Yet, at the moment, there were few, if any, commoners among the officer class, so for the time being it had essentially been turned into a position held by the nobility within Berenger's military hierarchy. After all, few commoners were educated enough to lead soldiers into battle properly. While the conscripts continued their training, Linda was reading the news she had received from Adela about their father's battle in Vienna. The likelihood of her father surviving the siege was slim, but there was a chance the weasel could escape and return to Innsbruck. While she was reading the letter in Berenger's office, the door opened to reveal her brother Lietbert, who she had not seen since the awkward family reunion they had a few days prior. After appearing in her office, Lietbert noticed the look on his little sister's face and began to question what she was reading. "Is the letter important?" After realizing that she had been smiling wickedly, Linda placed down the letter for Lietbert to read. "Father is trapped in Vienna, and Berenger has begun to lay siege to the key centers of resistance within southern Tyrol. It is only a matter of time before Father loses the war. I suggest you find out where your loyalties lie before it is over." After all, Berenger is ruthless when it comes to dealing with his enemies. Seeing the letters Linda had provided Lietbert, which contained great intelligence about the ongoing war efforts, Lietbert could not comprehend why Linda would allow him to see such valuable information and voiced his concerns aloud. "Why did you allow me to read this?" Linda merely laughed lightly at his question and rested her beautiful face onto the palm of her hand while stared at Lietbert with a gaze filled with familial affection. "Because you are my brother Lietbert, and I do not want to see you end up like Father. So I am giving you the option to make an informed choice." Either bend the knee to Berenger and recognize him as the Count of Tyrol by web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Right of conquest. Or support father and side with his failing rebellion. Though if you publicly voice your support for father, when he finally loses, you will be sure to suffer as a traitor. Thus an important decision was thrust upon Liutbert. He could either show his loyalty to his father, condemn Berenger as a heretic and traitor, and reject his claims to the county of Tyrol, which by the looks of it will not end well for him. Or he could submit to Berenger's authority and throw away his family's position as counts. Before he made his choice, Liutbert had one final question to ask Linda about her lover's plans for the future. If I do as you ask, what becomes the position of our family? Linda stretched her back into the soft leather chair and grinned with a comfortable smile as she informed Liutbert of Berenger's decision. We will obviously lose status as counts for a while, but Berenger's ambitions don't lie at simply being a count, nor does he wish to be a duke as our father desires. When Berenger finally unites the German-speaking regions into a single cohesive empire, he will need talented and loyal men to fill the positions in his government. At the moment, his political reforms are in a stage of infancy, but I will let you in on a little secret. It will not matter which noble title you have in the coming years, at least not as much as it does now. By gaining the favor of the future emperor and proving yourself as a competent and loyal subject, that is how you will gain political and economic power in the future. When Liutbert heard the height of Berenger's ambitions from his sister's mouth, he could hardly believe it. Still, he could hardly consider himself a skeptic when thinking about how quickly Tyrol has fallen into Berenger's hands. If the man could seize Tyrol with an army in the thousands, what could he do with an army in the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands? So long as Berenger managed to keep himself alive and in power, he could accomplish his vision. Thinking about the position he stood and that of his family, excluding their rebellious father, Liutbert sighed heavily and nodded his head as he decided the important crossroads he had found himself in. All right, I will support Berenger in any way you need me to. From the intelligence you have shown to me, father is doomed to fail in his war, and Tyrol will soon fall into Berenger's hands. It will be doubtful for the Duke to trust the governance of Tyrol to our family after father's actions, so I hereby submit to Berenger's authority. Linda smiled devilishly as she heard her brother relent, and she rose from her seat to pat the young man on his back. You have chosen well, brother. With this, Berenger's ascension to Count of Tyrol could no longer be argued if the heir to Lothar was willing to relinquish his claim in favor of Berenger. Unknowingly, Berenger had gained a valuable ally in his future wars. After all, Liutbert was a wise and intelligent young man, one who would prove instrumental to Berenger's future gains. Chapter 134, 133. Storming the gap. It was late into the fourth morning of the siege of Sturzing when the wall finally came crumbling down to the ground. Yet unlike previous sieges where the musketeers would rush into the fray and open fire on the enemy before running them down with their bayonets in a great melee, the rifled musketeers fired their shots from the safety of the trenches, continuing to engage the defending archers who stood on the ramparts. As for the force that rushed the now giant gap in the wall, it was the levies. Poorly trained and equipped, but fearful of the musketeers behind their ranks, the levies boldly charged the enemy garrison under the protective fire of the rifled musketeers from afar. As for the many more smoothbore musketeers, they continued to hold their position until it was time for them to advance. Bodies fell from the ramparts as the archers revealed themselves to fire upon those who penetrated the now giant hole within the wall. Spears were thrust into the torsos of the levies from both sides. It was a levy versus levy fight at the moment, as very few men at arms were left behind in Tyrol. Blood spilled across the floor, and bodies soon filled up the gap. Without using firearms to break the line of defense, it quickly turned into a stalemate as the enemy defenders plugged the hole, funneling the levies in a few at a time. When Berenger saw the stalemate begin to transpire, he raised a small flag and waved it, signaling the levies to pull back and the smoothbore musketeers to advance. The rifled musketeers fired from their defensive positions while the cannons bombarded the ramparts, allowing the smoothbore musketeers to advance with sufficient covering fire. Eventually, the Allied levies that supported Berenger's forces had withdrawn, allowing the musketeers to form a firing squad in the gap and rain a volley down upon the forces defending the hole. After the volley gunned down the front row of defenders, the grenadiers advanced and lobbed their grenades into the gap between the walls. The explosion of several dozen grenades filled the gap where the explosive blast and the shrapnel tore the defenders to pieces. Afterward, the grenadiers and line infantry pulled back, allowing the levies to once more charge the now concussed and injured defenders. This time Berenger sat back in the camp and enjoyed the show. While the battle continued to wage on, Berenger spoke to the lords next to him who had brought the levies. "Your levies have provided more support than you realize. They are dealing quite a degree of damage to the enemy forces." The lords merely scoffed at Berenger's remark. He was obviously using the levies to wear the enemy down and save the lives of his own men. Of course, any general worth their salt would use such a tactic. After all, it cost a great sum to arm, train, and supply Berenger's forces. He would preserve their lives as best as possible, and until now, Berenger still considered the levies as allied forces, not belonging to his own authority. As such, he did not care for their lives like he did that of his own men. The course of the battle continued in such a manner for quite some time. Every time the battle reached a stalemate, the grenadiers and line infantry would break it, allowing the Allied levies to continue their advance. Unlike previous sieges where he had 3 entrances to divert the enemy's attention to, allowing him to advance into the city rapidly, he now had to fight several thousand defenders in one single gap. As such, the battle waged well into the night before Berenger pulled back his forces to the siege camp. Under the continuous bombardment of Berenger's artillery, the battle for the city had reached a stalemate. In total, over 1,000 men had perished this day, but for Berenger, even his allied levies suffered significantly fewer casualties than the enemy. After all, they were protected by covering fire and gained significant ground against the enemy forces who filled the gap between the walls. Berenger's goal was to repeat this tactic the following day, if the city's defenders still had the will to fight, that was. Berenger, of course, was suspecting the city's garrison to surrender. The levies who were raised to fight against Berenger had suffered significant casualties both in the field battle before and throughout the duration of the siege. Unless they all wished to die fighting, there would be some form of defection that would transpire this night. As Berenger had guessed, several hundred defenders opened the gates to the city and raised the white flag after a couple of hours. Under cover of darkness, Berenger's troops were ordered to march into the city and restrain the defenders. Though this action had been done without the knowledge of the local lord, ultimately, the defenders felt the price to pay to secure their lord's power was too great. Thus Berenger was welcomed in by the defenders who threw their weapons away and saluted him and his army with respect reserved for conquering heroes. While the lord slept in ignorance throughout the night in his castle, the city was swiftly secured by Berenger and his army. The surrendered levies were treated as prisoners of war and were afforded proper lodgings and humane treatment by Berenger's army, which thoroughly surprised the lords beneath his command. One of them decided to inquire about Berenger's behavior as they rode upon their horses' backs throughout the city, which was being secured by their troops. "Why are you treating the defenders with such dignity?" Berenger looked ahead into the darkness of the city and saw that the enemy forces were being tied up and led to containment. Now that they had surrendered, he would make sure no harm befell them. With a smile on his face, he replied to the Lord's inquiry. They have surrendered and voluntarily disarmed themselves. They pose no threat and clearly no hostile intentions. As long as they do not pose a danger to myself or my troops, I will treat them with the dignity that soldiers should be afforded. After all, their bravery in the face of overwhelming odds should be commended, for they lasted far longer against my forces than I had initially estimated. Only a savage would cut down a defenseless man. Berenger may be willing to give no quarter to enemies who had begun to flee in the face of his overwhelming might. Still, to a force who had properly surrendered and thrown themselves at his mercy, only their leaders would pay the price for rising against him. The average soldier who was following orders could not be blamed for the actions of his superiors. This was how a civilized man conducted himself in the art of war. After saying his piece, the lords who allied themselves with Berenger began to see him in a new light. He was not as ruthless of a conqueror as they had initially thought. Instead, he had some insights into warfare that could change the way in which such a thing was conducted within the civilized world. To the feudal lords of a barbaric era, this idea of treating the disarmed combatants of the enemy with dignity was a new and bold concept, one which Berenger and his forces would become renowned for as he waged his many wars of conquest. Chapter 135, 134. Victory in Marin. Eckhard stood in the middle of the siege camp in which he had prepared outside the city of Marin. He was currently wearing his blackened munitions half-plate armor with brass trim over his winter clothing. A German-style burgonet was adorned atop his head, protecting his skull from potential harm. The three ridges that formed at the top of the helmet were trimmed with brass, as were the edges of the helmet. The veteran knight, who now acted as Berenger's field marshal, scowled as he watched the ongoing siege of Marin. Due to an increase in distance when compared to Sturzing, it took him an extra day to arrive at his target with his army. Unlike Berenger, he did not engage in a field battle before setting up the siege, as such his army was well rested for the campaign to take the south. While Berenger had developed a taste for the gruesome nature of warfare, Eckhard was quite honestly tired of it. He had seen too much death in his life, and the fertile fields of 100 battlefields being turned into a barren wasteland scorched by the fires of war, and the blood of battle were etched into his permanent memory. However, as a knight whose only skills were in the art of war, he had no other option in life but to fight until the day of his death. Hearing the blood-curdling screams of the enemy defenders who were gunned down by the rifled musketeers in his army, many of which had become talented marksmen by this point in the campaign, he could not help but sigh and shake his head as he mumbled his inner thoughts under his breath. So much unnecessary death. They should just surrender. Their defeat is inevitable. Despite the grizzled veterans' views of the conflict, the enemy persisted with all of their being in defending against the technologically advanced forces of Eckhard's army. Much like Berenger, the army in which he had been tasked with commanding was filled with a mix of veterans, conscripts, and levies. Many of the surviving veterans in this conflict would go on to become NCOs and even officers within Berenger's future imperial army. But for now they merely hunkered down in the trenches and fired upon the enemy from a distance which was out of reach from the longbows and crossbows of the feudal garrison in which they were facing off against. It was after making this observation that the wall finally came crumbling down. After a few days of laying siege to Marin, victory was within his grasp. Eckhard began to wonder if Berenger and Arnulf had already conquered their cities. Nevertheless, now was not the time for that. As such, Eckhard grabbed a hold of his loaded musket and ordered his troops to prepare to storm the gap. Eckhard took a different approach to the battle than Berenger did. He bombarded the gaps within the wall with explosive shells, making sure to deal massive damage to whatever men were foolish enough to stay near the gap. After bombarding the location for some time, the enemy was afraid to protect it. As such, they had managed to stay quite a distance away from the area. When Eckhard finally called for the bombardment to stop, The gap was rushed by the nearby musketeers and levies who ran into the city and began their slaughter. No matter how mighty of defense was initially planned, under the fire of muskets, whose flanks were covered by the levies, the city quickly fell into the hands of Eckhard. As one of Berenger's generals, Eckhard had made sure to enforce Berenger's rules about the treatment of civilians and POWs. Any man who willingly surrendered to Eckhard and his army was treated with a degree of dignity. And under the watchful gaze of Eckhard's forces, who had Berenger's rules of war drilled into their heads, the levies were prevented from acting out and causing a scene. After all of the enemies were rounded up as prisoners of war, and the civilians were accounted for, Eckhard gave the order to begin the bombardment of the castle. Unfortunately for Eckhard, the enemy regent was stubborn and refused to surrender. As such, the bombardment continued for several days more before the walls came crumbling down. Wanting to end the battle as quickly as possible, Eckhard ordered his grenadiers into position to open fire on the enemy forces before lobbing their grenades into the gap. A common tactic utilized by grenadiers, after causing significant death and destruction to the enemy defense, a great melee had broken out as levies, conscripts, and veterans clashed with the enemy garrison. The castle was protected by the elites left behind in Marin and comprised of heavily armored troops resembling men-at-arms. Eckhard stayed in the back of the army and watched as his forces slowly captured the courtyard before bashing down the castle's doors with a battering ram, where they marched inside with their muskets loaded, bayonets affixed, and spears in hand. What followed was a slaughter of every man who resisted until finally, they entered the grand hall where the regent was standing firmly in defiance of Eckhard's army. When Eckhard forced his way to the front and saw the proud regent, he could not help but sigh in his heart. This man was clearly willing to die rather than admit defeat. The regent, noticing the respect given to Eckhard, realized the possibility that he was the commander of this army. As such, he asked in confusion as to the location of Berenger. "You are much too old to be Berenger the Accursed. Who are you? And where's the heretic who lays siege to my lands?" Eckhard noticed the usage of the phrase, "my lands," despite being a mere regent, which suggested the man undoubtedly had an overinflated sense of pride. As such, he sighed and introduced his rank and name to the regent, who acted in power as the lord of this region was off in Vienna fighting Lothar's war. "I am Field Marshal Eckhard von Hallstatt, Berenger's leading general. He has tasked me with laying siege to the city, and as such, I have full authority to accept your surrender." With the massive growth of Berenger's armies, he had begun to implement a proper rank system in his army, which was equivalent to a modern military's, unlike America in Berenger's past life. He used the rank Field Marshal to give to Eckhard as the highest-ranking general of all of his armies. The stubborn lord looked at Eckhard as if he was joking, and once more inquired about Berenger's whereabouts. "Where exactly is Berenger if he is not laying siege to my grand city?" Eckhard once more noticed the usage of the term, "my," when referring to the city, and if it was not obvious before, it became apparent now to everyone in the room that this regent was not only stubborn but incredibly arrogant. Thinking that the leader of the loyalist forces in Tyrol would come to Marin himself, as such, Eckhard grinned and informed the man of his true value. "Berenger is currently laying siege to Sturzing and has asked me to take Marin in his absence. Now that the city belongs to us and the castle has been secured, I highly suggest you surrender. If not, I will imprison you by force." At this point, it did not matter if the regent surrendered or not. The city was Eckhard's, and by extension Berenger's. The regent's willingness to accept defeat was irrelevant. Yet shockingly, without an army to protect him, or the will of the people to stand up for him, the regent still refused to admit that he had lost, and instead chastised Eckhard. "I will never surrender the city so long as I draw breath. When Lothar and my liege return, they will drive you into the depths of hell, and I will be greatly rewarded for my loyalty." Seeing the stubbornness of this regent had turned into stupidity at this point, Eckhard merely sighed and gave his troops an order. Arrest this man and put him in solitary confinement. I do not want him influencing the prisoners to rebel against our rule here." With that said, the soldiers pounded their chests in a salute and obeyed his commands. "Yes, sir." After saying that, they quickly locked up the man in chains, despite his best attempts to struggle, and dragged him off to the dungeon kicking and screaming. "I cannot wait to see how Duke Lothar slaughters you traitors like pigs. You will all be damned to the afterlife for following that heretic into hell." With those words said, the troops did not react in the slightest. As far as they were concerned, Berenger was a man who had proven himself time and again worth following. No matter what the church might say, he was a righteous man, who had practically become a warrior saint in their eyes. Of course, they had no way of knowing that in the distant future after Berenger's passing there would be an enormous debate among the leaders of the Church of Germany as to whether or not Berenger should be canonized as a warrior saint. With the regent locked away and the city's defenders defeated, the battle for Meren had resulted in a victory for Eckhard, the first of many that would come from the first field marshal of Berenger's armies. Chapter 136, 135. Successful operation and a new invasion. At the moment, Berenger was standing in the middle of the Grand Hall of Sturzing. After a well-fought siege, the enemy had conceded and was kneeling before him. With the collapse in the defenses of the city the night prior, it did not take long for the cowardly regent within to surrender the castle and the city to Berenger. A few bombardments on the castle's walls, and he quickly flew the white flag, scurrying for Berenger's favor. With Sturzing and Meren won, all that remained in Operation Trident was the fall of Schlanders, and news of victory in that area would soon follow. As such, Berenger was smiling at the defeated regent, which happened to be one of the brothers of the baron who ruled over this area. Though the man was trusted with the region's defense by his elder brother, he had utterly failed in that regard. The resistance in the south had come crashing down around the might of Berenger's army, and few places still harbored ill sentiments towards Berenger's campaign, at least openly, that is. At the moment, Berenger was speaking with the regent, who was kneeling before him like a loyal subject. "I will not punish you for your brother's defiance. Since you have surrendered willingly, you will be afforded the same respect I treat all of my prisoners of war. However, Sturzing is under my authority until the rule of law is restored within Tyrol." The regent was sweating buckets as he kneeled before Berenger, not willing to look into the young man's ferocious gaze. He had never seen a siege ended so quickly before, nor had he witnessed such destruction. The rapid speed in which Berenger seized control of Sturzing was unprecedented, well, unless you count his other conquests. Truly, the tactics of European warfare would change when the feudal lords of the continent eventually came to know the effectiveness of his weapons. As such, the man kept his head bent low as he thanked Berenger for his mercy. "My lord, I thank you on behalf of myself and my family for sparing my life." The church had taken advantage of Berenger's conquest to spread rumors about alleged wicked acts of his army and himself. Despite conducting themselves with a degree of civility not commonly found in this medieval age, his army was branded as demon-worshipping murderers, rapists, and cannibals by the church. As such, the fear in the regent's eyes was understandable. He was clearly a fool who believed everything the church told him, and Berenger had no use for such fools in his county. That's right, his county. As far as Berenger was concerned, there was only one way for this war to end up, with him being rewarded with the title of County of Tyrol. Though at the moment he was unaware of Lietbert's decision to aid him in this regard, Berenger was still confident he would get what he wanted. Thus he looked at the regent in front of him with disgust as the man was led away to his imprisonment. Afterward, Berenger sat down on the seat of power in Sturzing and gave his orders. "Prepare to rest here, and leave a garrison of 500 men. We will prepare our forces for a push into the Prince-Bishopric of Trent when we have mustered our strength. For now, enjoy yourselves, but make sure to follow the rules I have set forth. If I find anyone who dares to, raid, murder, cause unnecessary harm to the civilians, and prisoners I will have them placed before a firing squad. Do I make myself clear? With that said, the voices of the soldiers under Berenger's command who had gathered in the great hall of Sturzing voiced their support in unison. Yes, my lord. Afterward, his forces departed, and Berenger was given a reprieve from the endless violence and bloodshed that had been going on since the beginning of his war. He initially planned to march on the Prince-Bishopric of Trent in another month. This would give him time to gather troops and solidify his position. With many armed garrisons stationed throughout Tyrol, enforcing his will upon the local lords. After all, for the many changes he had planned to the structure of society, the rebellion was inevitable, and he wanted his troops in place to counteract any revolution that might arise from the noblemen who were disgruntled by his changes to their feudal powers. Thus he intended to begin the constructions of small star forts in the conquered regions and house them with garrisons of local men until the day where he incorporated the entirety of Tyrol into his political, economic, industrial, and agricultural reforms. After a few days of rest, a messenger came to Berenger and handed him a series of letters, which different people wrote, but each contained important information for his war efforts. The first came from Linda, which claimed to have convinced her older brother Liutpert to support him in his bid for the title of Count of Tyrol. In fact, the man openly denounced his father and his actions during Berenger's siege of Sturzing. The next two letters were from Arnulf and Eckhard, informing Berenger that they had seized control of their targets and that Operation Trident had become an enormous success. Berenger now held the key centers of resistance to his authority in southern Tyrol. With it, the remaining rebel regions would fall into Berenger's hands in weeks. The next letter was the most important report he had received, and it was written by Adela, informing him that Lothar was surrounded in Vienna, with no way out, and the siege her father was engaging in to remove the traitor Lothar was going quite well. It would not be long until Lothar was captured by Duke Wilmar's forces and was executed. When Berenger read this news, he realized he would have to push forward his timetables. If he could not capture Trent by the time Lothar's rebellion ended, then the Duke would surely not allow him to invade Trent without a proper justification openly. At the moment, that justification was the fact that the Prince-Bishop of Trent had openly declared support for Lothar's rebellion and had even supplied them. Realizing that Berenger no longer had the luxury to wait for reinforcements, he quickly wrote a pair of letters and sent them with a messenger off to Arnulf and Eckhard. The letters contained their further orders. Arnulf and Eckhard would leave garrisons behind and march on the regions that would later become known as Riva and Pergen-Valsugana. As for Berenger and his forces, they would march on the city of Trent. They simply did not have the time to wait for reinforcements. After sending the letters, Berniger quickly gathered his officers, where they were confused by the unscheduled meeting but were eager to listen to Berenger's command. As such, Berenger cut to the chase and informed his troops of his monumental decision. The traitor Lothar is about to fall to Count Otto's forces. It is a matter of weeks at this point. With this said, the room resounded in applause. This meant that soon enough, the war would be over and they could return home. However, Berenger shocked them by raising his hand and having them hold their applause. He pointed in the direction of the map in front of them, which landed directly on the Prince-Bishopric of Trent. Berenger had a fierce and determined gaze in his eyes as he gave his decree. Because of this, we will have to act quickly if we wish to end the rebellion in its entirety. As you all know, the Prince-Bishop of Trent has been supplying our enemies. If we do not invade them now, we will allow the authorities in Trent to get away with the blood on their hands. As such, I hereby declare that tomorrow morning, our forces aside from a small garrison of 250 men, designed to maintain order in the region, will march upon Trent, where we will capture the region within the next few weeks and incorporate it into the county of Tyrol. The officers were shocked at first by this news. However, When thinking of the potential rewards they could gain by seizing Trent, their eyes glistened with greed. With the new territory under his control, Berenger would need to appoint noblemen of higher regard to run it for him. Since positions in his political and military structure were based largely upon merit, the more capable one proved themselves as a leader in the upcoming conflict, the better their chances to become a baron or a viscount. Thus the passion for this invasion was far greater than that of the conquest of Tyrol, and every man desired to do their part to gain a prestigious position and untold wealth from the annexation of Trent. As for Berenger, he was excited by the fact that he could finally deal a great blow to the Church, who he had already made his enemies. If they think the Teutonic Order will be enough to wipe him out in a few months, they were sadly mistaken. With his orders being given, the officers quickly relayed them to their troops, and Berenger took a sip of wine as he gazed at the map of this world. Further strengthening the resolve he had to become an unrivaled emperor, the conquest of Tyrol and Trent was only the beginning. Chapter 137, 136. You really know how to force my hand. While Berenger had begun to march his armies into the Prince-Bishopric of Trent, Duke Wilmar was engaged with the enemy Bavarians at Munich. His siege was lasting longer than he had anticipated, but it was going smooth enough. The main Bavarian armies were up in the north fighting against the regions under von Luxemburg's influence. For Eastern Germany, they were fighting among themselves for petty reasons. There was not a single region of Germany that was not embroiled in some form of warfare at the moment. Only small towns could escape the wrath of passing armies if they were lucky. Most weren't. Duke Wilmar was reading a report about Berenger's recent activities. In under 2 months, he had subjugated the northern and southern regions of Tyrol and had marched on Trent with the intent of annexing the territory through the right of conquest. Berenger's actions greatly enraged the Church, who had demanded Duke Wilmar do something about his lowly vassal. The truth was, at the moment, Berenger was not directly a vassal of Duke Wilmar, but Count Lothar. By supporting Duke Wilmar in his war against Lothar, Berenger was technically breaking his responsibilities as a vassal to Lothar and was actually acting in treason against his direct liege. At the moment, Duke Wilmar was very pleased with Berenger's actions. Despite being a lowly viscount, the young man had somehow gathered enough forces to rapidly retake Tyrol from the defending garrisons and the lords and regents who ruled over the area. However, what shocked him the most was that Lothar's son and heir, Liutbert, openly denounced his father and sided in support of Berenger, swearing loyalty to the man that was his family's vassal. By swearing his loyalty to Berenger, Liutbert had essentially given up on his claim for Tyrol, which put Duke Wilmar in a difficult position. The Duke of Austria grinned as he chuckled and commented to himself, "You really know how to force my hand, do you not, Berenger?" Honestly, Duke Wilmar was impressed by Berenger's capabilities and wanted the man on his side, especially with the efficiency in which he engaged in warfare, despite the fact that he did not know Berenger's secret to swift victory. He still desired the man to be his marshal. However, since Berenger was someone else's vassal, he could not do so. As such, Duke Wilmar was convinced that making Berenger Count of Tyrol was in his best interest at the moment and had thus come to a conclusion. He would even allow Berenger to keep Trent and incorporate it into his domain. Surely that would be enough to satisfy the ambitions of a man who was born a lowly baron's son. Of course, if Wilmar knew what Berenger intended to do over the upcoming years, he would have refused to give Berenger any greater authority. However, there was no magic in this world. If the gods of mankind existed, they surely did not show their presence. As such, there was no way to accurately predict the future or understand the exact thoughts in someone's head. Beside Wilmar was one of his commanders, the Count of Salzburg. His name was Walfried von Salzburg, who was shocked by the statement the Duke had made. As such, he quickly questioned his liege on what he meant. "Apologizes for my liege, but how exactly has Berenger forced your hand?" Normally, a count like Wulfride would not be familiar with some lowly viscount from another county. Still, he had heard many things about Berenger, the young man who was quite famous in Austria and several nearby German regions like Bavaria. When Wulfride received the Duke's reply, the Count could not help but look at Berenger with even higher praise. Berenger has seized nearly all of Tyrol and has currently marched on the Prince-Bishopric of Trent in an attempt to annex it from the Church. This was shocking news. After all, it had been less than 2 months since Berenger first took up arms against Count Lothar, and during that entire time the Duke's army had been stuck laying siege to Munich. He began to wonder just how did the young Viscount manage to capture such a vast swath of territory so rapidly? Count Wulfride could hardly believe his ears, and, as such, had to verify the information. "What did you say?" Duke Wilmar glared at Wulfride in response to his questioning tone and made what he had previously said clear. "You heard me." Wilfrid did not know how to react to such information. Immediately, his mind thought the Duke was reading misinformation, and as such, he asked about its authenticity. "Has this intelligence been verified?" To Wulfrid's surprise, Duke Wilmar smiled and nodded. Neither of them knew how exactly Berenger had managed to seize Tyrol so quickly, but they knew that it was an extraordinary feat. As such, they could not help but praise the young Viscount in their hearts. The only question that remained in Wulfrid's mind was what they should do with such a talented commander. "What will you do with him if he is victorious in Trent?" Duke Wilmar continued to smile as he announced his plans to his trusted friend. "I intend to make him Count of Tyrol and allow his annexation to take place." At first, this news greatly shocked Wulfride. However, he understood Wilmar's intentions. Berenger was talented in not just military matters, but economic and industrial ones as well. If they could gain his favor and put him to work for the good of the realm, Austria would soar to new heights never before seen in this world. Unfortunately, the two scheming noblemen had made one minor miscalculation, and that was the fact that Berenger's ambitions did not stop at being a count. Thus he would never be content putting his innovations to use for another sovereign. However, these men had no way of knowing the depth of Berenger's goals nor the height of his pride. When the time finally came, Berenger would refuse to serve on Wilmar's council and instead develop Tyrol into a booming industry and agricultural district. While the war for Germany waged on, Berenger would elect to protect his new lands and cultivate them, allowing the chaos that the conflict caused to spread to every corner of Germany, every corner but his own. Only when things were at their worst would he have the ability to rise from the ashes of the old world and present a new alternative. As such, they continued to scheme as to how they would get into Berenger's good graces, and by doing so, they played directly into the young Viscount's hands. For Berenger would never accept the yoke of servitude beneath another being. His pride as a man would never allow it. Chapter 138, 137. Invasion of Trent. The invasion of Trent was swift and sudden. The three-prong assault on Trent, Riva, and Pergen-Valsagana caught the Prince-Bishop completely off guard. Berenger gave no warning when he invaded Trent. As far as he was concerned, he was already at war with the region when they decided to supply his enemies. Due to the lack of notice, the Prince-Bishop did not have time to raise an army in defense, not even the ability to form levies. As such, he was currently surrounded in the city of Trent by Berenger's armies. As for the other key areas of assault, they could hardly even be considered cities. If anything, they were towns with a single castle. Both Eckhard and Arnulf would be able to take their regions and march on the final area with a significant population before Berenger had even completed his siege of Trent. This was a lightning war fought with limited time. Berenger had to capture the key regions before Lothar was defeated in Vienna. As such, he had ordered a constant bombardment of the enemy fortifications. While a siege camp was constructed, it was rushed into production, as Berenger did not fear the bishop's armies, who were all hiding cowardly behind the large city walls. It was not as if it mattered, though. Berenger concentrated the artillery bombardments on a specific section of the wall and felt he could bring it down very quickly. As usual, Berenger's forces had fired their muskets upon the defenders on the ramparts. Those who survived the initial attack began to realize that by looking over the merlons, they were asking for death. As such, the entirety of the bombardment was rather peaceful, with only a few shots being taken every so often whenever a defender was foolish enough to stick his head out from under the protective cover. The Prince Bishop of Trent was livid. His territory was under siege from Berenger the Accursed and his demonic hordes. He was completely and utterly trapped within the confines of his territory. The bishop's name was Ludger, and he could not think of a worse fate than being trapped inside his city walls waiting for Berenger to bring the wrath of Satan upon him. Obviously, he was not one of the bishops within the Catholic Church who supported Berenger's ideals and had used much of his power and authority to demonize the young viscount publicly. Ludger was in the middle of screaming at his garrison's commander, who was heavily armored in the equipment a proper man-at-arms would have from the era. "What do you mean the men on the ramparts do not have the ability to return fire? Just what kind of weapons is the enemy using?" The commander of the garrison was utterly frightened. He had seen too many of his men gunned down by the thunderous weapons in which the enemy forces wielded. Though he recognized the possibility of the arms being used as hand cannons, he could not believe the range they were capable of. It was beyond imagination to suggest such a weapon was capable of engaging targets at over 400 yards. "I believe they are hand cannons, but your lordship, I do not understand how these weapons are capable of such range. They have a greater range of effect than even our steel crossbows." The Prince Bishop of Trent could only gnash his teeth in rage as he continued to hear the echoing thunder of the 12-pound cannons wreaking havoc upon his walls. Fearing the worst, he asked the question on his mind. "What about the walls? Will they withstand the fire of the cannons?" The garrison commander shook his head with a worrisome expression on his face when he told the truth. "They will at most last another day, your lordship, please. Let me get you out of the city. You can take refuge in the Vatican until a force can be mustered to take back your land." Ludger was outraged at the idea of fleeing his lands and leaving it in control of Berenger the Accursed, but his garrison commander was right. If he stayed here, the heretic might have him executed as a display of force against the church. Ludger completely refused to die at the command of Berenger, and he also needed to supply the Vatican with intel he had gathered about Berenger's weapons. Whether they believed him or not, the hand cannons in Berenger's hands were far more effective than anything else seen at the time and were a great threat to any army of the era. As such, Ludger sighed heavily before accepting the commander's suggestion. "Fine. We will do it your way. Make sure you and your men buy me some time." With those words spoken, the garrison commander nodded his head and saluted to the Prince Bishop. "We will die defending this holy land from the heathens at our gates." With that said, a plan was put into place for the Prince Bishop of Trent to abscond into the night and flee towards the Vatican. Hopefully, Berenger's forces would be unable to capture him. Night fell, and Berenger's bombardment continued into the night. To provide a distraction for the Prince Bishop's escape, the enemy defenders sallied out of the sally port and rushed into Berenger's trench line. Ultimately, the enemy was spotted before they were even 250 yards away from the camp. As such, Berenger and his men awoke from the sound of the watchtower's bell and rushed into their equipment. This time they would not be foolish enough to leave their armor behind. As such, it took them a few minutes to get fully equipped. During this time, the muskets from the sentries within the trenches had been going off, echoing into the night as the mini-ball and musket ball projectiles shredded the oncoming attackers. Though the trenches had been rushed, there was still barbed wire in place and earthen fortifications designed to protect the soldiers within the trenches. By the time Berenger arrived at the scene, a pile of corpses stacked atop the trenches, adding a secondary barrier for the defenders to get through. The zealotry in which they had attacked the defensive trench line was something Berenger had not witnessed in quite some time. Truly, religion was a powerful force that could compel men to disregard their lives, but Berenger did not know why they decided to act this way. Berenger disregarded the thought as he rushed into the trenches with a musket that had its bayonet affixed in hand and aimed the weapon at the oncoming attackers. After getting a target in sight, he squeezed the trigger of the firearm, causing the hammer which contained the flint to fall onto the pan below and spark, thus igniting the black powder contained within the pan, which propelled the mini ball down range and into the chest of a man-at-arms no more than 10 feet in front of him. The bullet-like projectile easily pierced through the man's coat of plates, creating a massive hole in his chest where his heart used to lie intact. Not allowing time for the soldiers to rush forward, Berengar quickly reloaded his musket alongside his soldiers as fast as he could. The enemy soldiers rushed into the trench line but were caught in barbed wire, which tangled around their armor and caught them in place long enough for the defenders to reload and fire into the ensnared enemy forces. Blood splattered across the trench line as limbs were torn apart by the impact, and gaping holes filled the enemy's abdomens and chests. Eventually, enough bodies piled up over the barbed wire, allowing the enemy to get into the trench line where Berenger and his forces began to fight within the trenches with swords, bayonets, spears, and clubs. The trench warfare became a chaotic field as soldiers from Berenger's army clashed with the men-at-arms, using every method they could think of to defeat their enemy. However, as time went on, it became increasingly apparent that the enemy forces were outnumbered and outarmed. The enemy forces suffered heavy casualties, as the bayonets of Berenger's army were the perfect size and length to pierce through the gaps in the enemy armor. Seeing as how most of them wore mail aventails as a form of throat defense, Berenger's soldiers quickly made that the target of their bayonet thrusts, which easily pierced through the interlocked iron rings and into the throats of their opponents, ending their lives. As for Berenger's forces, aside from the levies, each was equipped with sufficient steel plate protection for their torso, thighs, neck, and head. Aside from the face or the armpits, it would prove virtually impossible to deal a lethal blow to his forces with a piercing or slashing weapon. Thus, most of Berenger's fatalities resulted from blunt trauma to the head, but this was a minimal number. By dawn, the sun had risen and Berenger was victorious. However, it would only be after Berenger had seized the city that he would realize that the prince-bishop had fled his lands, leaving them ripe for the taking. Despite defeating the sallying forces, a few hundred men were still defending behind the walls who refused to surrender the city. As such, the siege would go on for several more days while Berenger's allies fought their own battles for the Prince-Bishopric of Trent. Chapter 139, 138. Are there any questions? A couple of days had passed since the battle in the trenches, and Berenger was growing anxious. He did not yet know when Lothar would fall, and he was trying to rush his campaign as quickly as possible. Eventually, the wall came crumbling down, and when it did, he ordered a full storming of the city. Covered by artillery fire and continuous volleys of the rifled muskets, line infantry and levies alike rushed into the gap into the wall, using whatever methods available to them to take the city. Despite the fierce assault, the defenders of the city of Trent were undeterred. Though the prince-bishop had successfully fled, it was their duty to defend the city with their lives. Hopefully, if they did so, they could enter the gates of heaven. After all, in the eyes of the city's defenders, they were fighting against a horde of heathens who sought to bring down Christendom. Religion was a powerful tool, and the weak-minded were easily compelled to die by the propaganda of the church. Yet despite the zealotry of the forces who gave up their lives to defend against the besiegers, they quickly realized that they were vastly outnumbered. Levies crashed with man-at-arms, and line infantry fired their muskets in concentrated volleys onto the enemy positions. blood and guts spilled across the snowy streets as the defending garrison was pushed further and further back into the city. Those more cowardly hostiles would hide in the homes of civilians, which Berenger would immediately order their clearing. Not willing to risk the lives of his soldiers, a grenade or two were lobbed into the room before busting down the door, usually resulting in not only the death of the defender, but also the civilians who cowered in their homes. As the battle raged on, the lords who had submitted to Berenger's authority saw the tactics Berenger was using and were quite confused. They knew Berenger had an order not to kill unarmed civilians needlessly. Yet, here, his troops were lobbing explosives into the rooms which clearly contained such people. As such, they inquired to Berenger why he was breaking his own rules of war. Berenger stared stoically onto the battlefield, alongside the lords of the levies who entered the city alongside him. Violence, blood, and despair quickly spread to every corner of the city. Enemies' lives were taken, and many civilians were caught in the crossfire. As Berenger gazed upon the sight, he continued his lecture on the art of war for all the nearby noblemen to hear. My rules of war can be summed up in a single phrase: victory at any cost. If civilians are caught in the crossfire between two combatants, then so be it. If civilians were to take up arms and rise against me in the act of rebellion, I would take 10 heads for every rebel to prove a point. Kneel before me, or die. Those are your two choices. With those words spoken, the lords who had submitted to Berenger felt chills down their spines. However, before they could protest, Berenger began to continue his speech. For example, say there is a village, and within this village, there is a garrison of enemy soldiers or a group of rebels who have taken up arms against me, but also in the village, there are dozens, maybe hundreds of unarmed civilians who may or may not express support for the hostile forces. I have no qualms ordering a bombardment of the town and razing it to the ground to ensure the destruction of my enemies, especially if it will spare the lives of my soldiers. Berenger's concept of warfare stemmed from the fact that he was well educated on the history of warfare and tactics, as well as the fact that in his previous life, he had witnessed many young men in the service of the American Armed Forces losing their lives in Afghanistan, where they might have been spared if the Pentagon was not so concerned about civilian casualties. As long as a region resisted the rule of the occupying nation, in Berenger's eyes, it was considered an active war zone, and whatever cruelty was needed to bring the war to an end was completely justified. The battle continued to wage on, but this time Berenger was not at the front lines. Instead, he lectured the nobles about his vision of warfare and which extents were justifiable and unjustifiable in the pursuit of victory. As such, Berenger decided to move on to the actions he had restricted. As long as there is resistance in a region, it is a war zone, and any measure necessary to achieve a swift victory is justifiable. However, if the enemy surrenders, they should be afforded proper dignity unless, of course, they are rebels. Rebellions cannot be tolerated, and a brutal show of force is necessary to crush the spirit of those who believe in their cause. As for the civilians in the region, once the fighting has ended, no harm should be brought to them, for at that point, you have successfully conquered the region, and they are now your subjects. There are exceptions to this, but that revolves around a series of political actions, mainly regarding colonialism, and I will not get into the complexity of that topic at this moment. As Berenger brought his rant to a close, the lords gazed upon the city, which was lit ablaze by explosives. When combined with the corpses of the enemy soldiers and the civilians caught in the crossfire whose blood flowed into the snow-covered streets, created an image of Armageddon. When witnessing such destruction and death, Berenger turned around to face the lords with a chilling smile on his otherwise immaculate visage before asking them the question on his mind. Are there any questions? The several lords who had submitted to Berenger's authority and allied with him to crush the Southern Rebellion shook their heads in silence, with a look of horror spread across their faces. For a man to be smiling in the face of such a chaotic scene, only a monster would be able to do such a thing. Or so they thought, though Berenger was happy that his plans were progressing. Internally, he could not help but sigh to himself at the needless loss of life. If his enemies were not so stubborn and surrendered the city to him the moment the walls came down, the region's citizens would not have suffered to such a degree. Of course, the lords had no way of knowing what Berenger was thinking inside the labyrinth that was his mind, and as such, they felt an overwhelming sense of dread, inspiring them to never take up arms against the man in front of them. For in their minds Berengar was a demon in the flesh of a man. Chapter 140, 139. Lothar's defeat. It had been over a week since the siege of Trent, and the entire region fell into Berengar's hands. But to Count Lothar, who was trapped in Vienna with no way out, he had no way of knowing that he had completely lost the home front. At this point, he was desperate to escape the city and flee towards his home, where he planned to rally the local forces and defend Innsbruck until every man, woman, and child had expended their lives in its defense. He would do whatever was necessary to ensure his own survival for as long as possible. Count Otto's forces had broken through the gates, and the city was once more thrust into chaos as Otto and his men began fighting their way through the battle-worn soldiers of Lothar's army, or what remained of it. Count Lothar, at the moment, was battling with a knight under Otto's command who was clad in full steel plate armor. The two men were both similarly equipped. However, Lothar was at a disadvantage. At the moment, he only had a longsword in his hands, which was not the most effective weapon against a knight encased in full plate. As for the knight, held a halberd in his hands and had a sword sheathed on his waist. Lothar wielded his sword with excellent skill, deflecting the oncoming blows of the polearm and rushing forward, trying to get into the gaps between the enemy armor. However, the knight was equally adept and had a significant advantage in reach. Before Lothar knew it, he found himself being pushed back by the knight's advance. Luckily for him, some of his nearby men rushed forward to aid him. However, when they arrived to help their lord, they soon realized that he had disappeared. The moment the men had come to his aid and began to distract the knight, Lothar ran off in the opposite direction in a desperate attempt to flee from the city. Lothar did not have time to disguise himself. War was waging around him, and enemy forces could capture him at any moment. Thankfully, the chaos provided some anonymity in the crowd. Though he wore a tabard over his breastplate which signified his house, there were many other lords and knights, each bearing their own coat of arms. As such, the man took advantage of the chaos and fled to the eastern gate, which, as far he knew, was still under his force's control. However, the man did not get far. As he was sprinting in the direction of the gate, cavalry began to ride into the city. These knights and lancers on horseback belonged to Count Otto. Riding at the front of the group was the loyal Count himself. They noticed a heavily armed man bearing Lothar's coat of arms running away. Though it could not be seen beneath his great bassinet's visor, Otto was grinning with excitement. He had finally found the traitor, and if he could be captured alive, the battle would end sooner. Thus Otto and his knights quickly rode down any resistance in the way and rapidly caught up to Lothar. Before the traitorous count could regroup with his forces at the eastern gate, he was surrounded by Otto and his heavily armored knights. Otto did not allow for a single gap for the traitor to escape and confirm the man's identity. He called out to him, "Running away, are you? In the face of defeat, you do not have the courage to face your own death in glorious battle. For a traitor, you are quite pathetic." Lothar was resigned to his fate. Steel-clad horses and knights surrounded him. There was no path to victory nor escape. He could merely sigh and face captivity. If Lady Luck were on his side, he would be able to escape from his predicament, though he feared this was not the case. As such, he did not respond to Otto's insults. Instead, he admitted his defeat. "I know when I am beaten. Well played, Otto. I did not expect you to overcome my defenses so quickly. You can rest assured knowing that I was never capable of penetrating the castle's defenses. As far as I am aware, the Duke's family is safe and sound." Beneath the visor of his great bassinet, Count Otto sneered in disgust at the man before him, a man he once considered his own hubris now brought down his rival as such. Otto expressed his contempt for Lothar. He ordered his arrest. "You should have been content with your lot in life. Men, arrest this traitor." With his weapon no longer in his hands, and the heavily armored knights cautiously approaching Lothar, he quickly restrained the man and cuffed him into iron shackles. They then removed his helmet to stare at the man so bold as to revolt against his liege during a time of crisis. However, what revealed itself was a haggard man, driven to exhaustion by the war he started. Lothar was merely a shadow of his former self at this point, and his appearance showed it. Otto then brought him before the fighting armies and blew a horn which gathered everyone's attention. Lothar's forces quickly saw that their liege had been captured and knew they were defeated. There was no longer a purpose in fighting. Lothar's rebellion and the war in Tyrol were over. As such, Count Otto boldly declared for all the men to hear, "I have captured your liege. Surrender now and hand over the other traitorous lords, and you will be allowed to return to your homes peacefully." The various noblemen who had followed Lothar into battle were frightened at this news and looked around anxiously. Through the open-face bassinets and the kettle helmets of the man-at-arms, they could see in their eyes the desire to betray their masters. As such, a skirmish quickly ensued, and Lothar's forces turned on their masters in an attempt to save their own hides. Very quickly, the ringleaders of Lothar's rebellion were either killed in the last stand against their own forces or brought forward to Count Otto, where the remainder of Lothar's forces surrendered their arms willingly. Count Otto fully intended to bring these captives to Duke Wilmar at Munich, where they would be punished accordingly by their rightful liege. He did not want to take the credit for ending the rebellion, because after all, it was his future son-in-law who had done the majority of the work. By rapidly conquering Tyrol, Berenger cut off any form of support or reinforcements in which Lothar might receive on his quest to become Duke of Austria. This was not Berenger's only noteworthy feat, for the young Viscount had also managed to send significant material aid to Otto's forces as he laid siege to Lothar's defenses. If not for this aid, he would not have been able to so swiftly retake the city, which was the Duke's seat of power. The impression of his future son-in-law grew exponentially in Otto's heart, and he had at this point practically forgiven Berenger's infidelity. As the siege of Vienna ended and the traitors captured, so too did the war in Austria. For now, Austria would find some semblance of peace in the upcoming months. With the entire German world at war and the conflict spreading to the rest of the empire, it would only be a matter of time before violence found its way back into the Duchy of Austria. When that happened, Berenger's position would be in a far better position to confront any army which entered the lands of Austria. Chapter 141, 140. A hero's welcome. Berenger's army, or what remained of it, had been marching since he successfully annexed the Prince-Bishopric of Trent into the county of Tyrol. It had been weeks at this point, and he could finally see the city of Kufstein and its impregnable defenses on the horizon. It had been over 2 months since he first began his campaign, and he had achieved an overwhelming victory against the rebellious forces. A warm smile appeared on the handsome youth's face as he gazed upon his homeland with delight, muttering the words on his mind beneath his breath as he sat atop his war steed, which had proven to be an excellent companion during the last 2 months of his life. "We are finally home." Berenger's losses in the war were quite low. Less than 1,000 men on his side had perished in the conflict. As for the levies that were allied with him, their number was a bit higher. Still, he did not count them among his own casualties, as they were technically not his forces at the moment. As for the army behind his back, it was less than half of what he had invaded Trent with, the region was given command by Arnulf temporarily until a time in which the rebellion had officially ended. As for Eckhard, he was in charge of South Tyrol and its garrisons. The spirit of resistance was still within the hearts of many citizens who Berenger had conquered in this time, but at the moment, they did not act upon it. Once the war was officially over, Eckhard, Arnulf, and the forces left behind in the region would remain there until a more permanent garrison comprised of locals who had properly been indoctrinated into his army was established. It had been 2 months since he felt his lover's warm embrace, or since he saw the dazzling sapphire eyes of his baby boy, and Berenger had missed them greatly. As such, when he rode into the city, which was currently covered in snow, he had a large smile on his face. When Berenger and his forces entered the city of Kufstein, the citizens of the city lined up across the streets, welcoming the return of their liege as a conquering hero. Cheers echoed across the city as Berenger rode at the front of his army, dressed in his garishly decorated black and steel plate armor. Berenger had thought to himself as he smiled and waved at his subjects, "So this is a hero's welcome? It is truly fitting." To the citizens of Kufstein, Berenger had accomplished the unthinkable. He spread the glory of their territory and captured the entirety of the County Tyrol and its neighbor, the Prince Bisofric of Trent, from their enemies in a span of 2 months. Though many of his men had died in the conflict, Berenger would keep his promise and exempt their families from taxes for a duration of time. However, the people of Kufstein did not know about this promise yet. After riding through the streets of Kufstein, Berenger dismissed his armies. They could return home to their loved ones for the time being. After all, they had more than earned it. It was only after his army fully gathered into ranks and fully saluted Berenger at Kufstein Castle's steps that he understood the extent of their loyalty. Such a performance was not asked of them, yet they took it upon themselves to salute their lord and commander, who had to lead them against unthinkable odds and into an overwhelming victory. Berenger returned their salute before marching into the castle's gates. The moment Berenger stepped through the gates of his castle, he was practically mowed over by Linda, who rushed into his arms like a charging bull. Luckily for him, he was capable of standing his ground and accepted her embrace. Her family, as well as Henrietta, had gathered nearby and witnessed the loving reunion. Berenger began to greet Linda. "Did you miss?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Berenger's lover had pressed her lips against his own and parted them with her tongue in a passionate display of affection. Her siblings were quite shocked by her boldness and watched in embarrassment for some time as the two continued to fondle one another openly. It was only when Berenger reached for Linda's substantial breasts did that someone decided to spoke up. Lietbert grunted to signal to the couple that they had company, and we were quickly getting out of hand. Realizing that her siblings were watching, Linda quickly retracted herself from Berenger's embrace and looked down with embarrassment. Her cheeks were completely flushed at this point, and she could not help but be ashamed of her actions. Berenger, on the other hand, smiled and licked his lips before greeting Linda and the others. "So I guess that's a yes?" Afterward, he quickly grabbed a hold of Linda's waist and dragged her over to the others. Linda's siblings each had a different expression on their faces. Adelheid considered Berenger to be a womanizer taking advantage of her big sister, but she knew he was capable of achieving great things and had helped topple her father's dastardly plans. As such, she was conflicted with how to treat the man in front of her. Lietbert had already chosen to submit to Berenger and gracefully welcomed the man that would become the next Count of Tyrol. He had already received news of Lothar's defeat at Vienna. After becoming aware of his father's defeat, Lietbert finally realized that he had made the right choice in supporting Berenger. As for Hermann, he was acting like a stubborn little brat, greatly scowling at the man who had rebelled against his father. The little misfit could not help but blame Berenger for the defeat and captivity of his father. Linda also had one other sibling, a little sister. roughly Henrietta's age, and this girl was named Minna, and she was rather welcoming to Berenger. Minna had grown close to Henrietta throughout the past month of captivity in Kufstein, and Henrietta had filled her ears with stories of Berenger and his gallant acts. Berenger did not even need to sway the little girl to his side, as she had already developed the image of Berenger being a knight in shining armor. From how Henrietta talked about his past, he seemed like some form of Prince Charming. As such, she was happy to finally see the man she admired, and his good looks did not disappoint. Henrietta, of course, was beaming with a smile on her face as her elder brother returned home alive. With her parents retiring to the countryside and Lambert exiled, Berenger was her only family left, and she greatly dreaded some misfortune that might befall him. In her hands was the baby Hans, which she spent a great deal of time looking after, considering in his absence Linda was forced to deal with the civil affairs of Kufstein. Seeing his infant son in Henrietta's hands, Berenger walked over to her and grabbed a hold of his child. "Hans, your father has returned." With that, Berenger held on to his child, surrounded by loved ones and allies. He felt completely safe for the first time in what appeared to him like a lifetime of war. As such, a grand feast was thrown that night to celebrate his return, and he had begun to invite his friends throughout Kufstein to partake in it. During the extravagant meal, which tasted like ambrosia straight from the mouth of God after having eaten nothing but bread and salted pork for 2 months, Berenger forced himself to stop stuffing his face and made a victory toast. Everyone expected him to say something valiant, something bold, or a declaration of future prospects. Instead, Berenger merely lifted his glass and said the somber words that had plagued his mind since the combat began. "To our fallen warriors, may they forever rest in peace." The serious toast brought the excited audience out of their celebratory mood and forced them back to reality. Every victory was paved with the blood of the dead and those brave men who fought on the front lines. The fact that Berenger had used that as a toast undoubtedly killed the mood, but it also achieved the effect he was hoping for. It reminded everyone around him of the price of victory. Chapter 142, 141, Lothar's demise. Weeks passed, and while Berenger was acclimating to the peaceful environment of Kufstein after having been at war for so long, Count Lothar and his rebel supporters were being dragged to Munich, which had recently been captured by Duke Wilmar, where they waited for Count Otto's return before marching on Landshut. Inside a carriage designed to hold prisoners, Lothar sat in the corner, his back resting against the cold iron bars as he struggled for warmth. The ice-cold air of winter permeated between the gaps of the iron bars and sucked the heat from his body. Beside him were his vassals who had supported him in his rebellion, or at least the few who survived the disastrous siege of Vienna. Lothar's face had not changed since his capture. He had been scowling ever since, thinking over what he could have done to achieve victory. As he stared into space, he overheard the knights tasked with escorting his prison carriage, mocking him. The mighty Count Lothar, look at him now. Defeated at Vienna, having his lands usurped by an upstart viscount, even his own son and heir denounced him and his actions. Pathetic. These words stirred Lothar from his stupor. He had not been aware of what happened outside of Vienna as he and his forces were trapped inside the city walls during the majority of Berenger's conquest of Tyrol. He quickly rose from his seated and climbed over to the area where the guards were talking, peering at them. However, the flat of a sword quickly smacked upon his hands as he grasped a hold of the iron bars, forcing him back into the cage. This action instantly provoked the laughter of the knights as they mocked the pitiful position the once mighty Count Lothar had fallen to. However, Lothar did not care about that. He needed to know what happened to his home. As such, he quickly asked the knights about the information. "What you said. Is it true?" The knights nodded and grinned as they chastised Lothar for his failure. They were all too happy to provide him with the information about what happened to his home while he was trapped in Vienna. Some people are calling Berenger a war saint. The man led a small army of 5,000 men and conquered all of Tyrol and the nearby Prince-Bishopric of Trent in a little over 2 months. Innsbruck was the second place to fall to him. After capturing your family and dragging them back to Kufstein, your son Lietbert denounced you and your treachery. He even pledged his loyalty to Berenger, going so far as to proclaim him a man worthy of your title. Your own family thinks of you as nothing more than a backstabbing scoundrel. Naturally, the rumors had inflated Berenger's victory, if not for the conscripts which added 5,000 men to his armies and the thousands of levies who fought beside him, he would not have so rapidly seized the territory. However, it was still quite the feat, one which was mostly achieved through superior firepower. Lothar was shocked by this news and struggled to come to terms with it. The incessant mocking which followed completely went unnoticed by the traitorous count. Instead, he sunk back into the corner of his cell and began to piece together what had led to his downfall. In a masterful move by Berenger, his own daughter turned against him, luring a quarter of his army to their certain deaths. Where Berenger then waged a lightning war in Tyrol, cutting off all support from arriving in Vienna, which was practically on the other side of the duchy. By being overeager and overambitious, Lothar had left himself completely shut off from his allies back in his own territory and left them to fend for themselves against a powerful foe. With no support and a large chunk of his forces missing, Otto was able to trap him and defeat his forces with ease. Count Lothar sighed heavily. He fully realized the faults he had made in this war. They stemmed from a combination of being a poor father, underestimating his enemies, and immediately going for the enemy capital without establishing a supply line. Only now he realized why Berenger had sold him such high-quality equipment for such a fair price. Because Berenger had already outfitted his own soldiers with some form of armor and weaponry far superior to what he was selling. Berenger had outmaneuvered him at every turn. The worst part of it all was that Count Lothar was not even mad. What he felt was overwhelming respect for how Berenger had played him since the beginning. After reflecting on his life choices in silence for some time, the carriage finally pulled into the city square of Munich, where a platform was constructed in the middle of the area. Soldiers and civilians alike had gathered to witness the event. And upon seeing the platform, Lothar instantly realized what awaited him. He and his allies would be beheaded publicly for all to witness. The moment the carriage stopped, the other lords within the cell began to panic and struggle, yet they were all pulled out one at a time by the knights and brought up to the platform. Though they were not able to see the results, everyone knew what was happening, and as such, they did everything they could to escape. All except for Lothar, who sat in his corner with cold, dead eyes. He had already accepted what was to come. Over an hour passed, and finally, he was all that remained within the carriage. When the guards came to escort him, he did not even resist in the slightest. He wobbled onto the platform with a defeated expression and gazed upon the crowd who jeered him and threw produce and cow pies at him. By the time he reached the chopping block, he was already covered in filth, not that he was in pristine condition before. Standing in the crowd was Duke Wilmar, who was fully armored and surrounded by his house guard. A chilling smile was on his face as he stared into Count Lothar's lifeless eyes as the man was placed headfirst onto the chopping block. Finally, Count Otto began reading his charges, who announced his crimes to the realm and his sentence. Count Lothar, for the crimes of rebelling against your liege and laying siege to his lands in an attempt to usurp his position, you are hereby found guilty and sentenced to death. You and your family's lands and titles are hereby forfeit, where they shall be henceforth be granted to Viscount Berenger von Kufstein and his family for perpetuity. May God have mercy on your soul. Hearing that last part, a bitter smile formed on Lothar's face as he stared into Duke Wilmar's eyes. In the end, Lothar had lost everything, and the young Viscount, who started as a baron's son, who Lothar once believed to be a sickly fool, had inherited his position. It was truly a fitting end. The last thing Lothar saw as the executioner's blade came swinging down upon his neck was the sight of a violent crowd cursing him to damnation and the shocked expression on Wilmar's face when he realized that Lothar was smiling. Afterward, everything faded black for Count Lothar, and his head was separated from his shoulders, his blood pooled out from the gaping hole in his neck where his head once belonged. The rebellion was over, Berenger had won, and was now officially declared a count. Lothar would forever be remembered as a stepping stone on Berenger's rise to power. Chapter 143, 142, Consolidation of Power. News quickly spread of County Lothar's execution and the forfeiture of his lands in favor of Berenger and his dynasty. In the year since Berenger had been reincarnated into this world, he had gone from a lowly baron's son to the Count of Tyrol. The young man was quite satisfied with his accomplishments, and despite his grand ambitions to unify the German-speaking regions, he knew these plans could not be rushed. As such, while the rest of Germany was at war, Berenger was tasked by Duke Wilmar to protect Tyrol from potential enemy advances through the Bavarian Alps, which he was more than happy to do. Now was the time for expansion, not just in military matters but industrial, agricultural, and educational sectors as well. Thus Berenger was hard at work putting through a series of executive orders, which allowed him to bypass the rudimentary parliament he had constructed. As per usual, the parliamentary system was more symbolic than it was practical. Their practical purpose was to decrease the workload on Berenger's shoulders, while symbolically, they represented the people's interests. The first matter of business was to change the capital of Tyrol to Kufstein, with a stroke of a quill. The city that had been the political and economic center of the region for centuries had been shifted to Berenger's homeland. As for industrial expansion, it was time to create a second industrial city. Innsbruck was perfect for the role. It was nearby and maintained by a loyal member of what he considered to be his family. After all, Lietbert was his lover's brother. Thus he was practically an in-law. Berenger had made Lietbert the Viscount of Innsbruck and his chancellor, at least until a time where he could expand his power and make the man a proper count like he was born to be. As such, he tasked the man with leading the charge to reform Innsbruck's defenses, industry, and agriculture. As for military concerns, Berenger had begun to spread his military reforms across the entire region. Due to the number of men who had died in the Civil War, there were not many men-at-arms left to oppose him, and those that remained would not have the guts to do so. Though the lords of Tyrol were greatly outraged by the military reforms which stripped their feudal powers to raise their own forces, there was not much they could do as their armies were exhausted, and they knew the power Berenger had in his hands. As such, young men of military age began being conscripted across the region and sent to Berenger's training facilities to be indoctrinated into his military. They would undergo political indoctrination as a part of their training. It was a system designed to break down the old identity of the feudal regions among his forces, enforce the idea of a German nation, and ensure loyalty to Berenger and his dynasty. Once the lords had time to lick their wounds, they would undoubtedly prepare for rebellion. After all, the stripping of certain parts of their feudal powers was not a popular reform, even among the nobility of his own region. Though the local nobles of Kufstein had come to accept these reforms, the rest of the Tyrolean noblemen would not be so easily persuaded. Not only did Berenger have to prepare to put down a future rebellion, but he also had to prepare for the Teutonic invasion that is currently marching towards his borders. Speaking of which, Linda had a report in her hands, which she placed on Berenger's desk. With Berenger's return, she had resumed her position as his spy master, but in reality, she spent most of her time looking after their child. However, at the moment, The child was with Henrietta while she informed Berenger of the latest news regarding the Teutonic army marching on their borders. They have doubled their numbers through their marches. The moment they entered German territories, they began forcefully conscripted levies from the regions they passed by. Considering the majority of the Holy Roman Empire was in chaos at the moment, nobody has been able to stop them from doing so. Though the levies are not well equipped, they can be used as cannon fodder to overrun our numbers. At the rate we are currently going, we will be able to field a small division of between 10,000 to 15,000 men when they reach our borders. However, that will be less than half of the Teutonic army's numbers by the time they enter Tyrol. Unless we resort to drafting men from the garrisons, it will be a tough battle. Berenger contemplated Linda's words carefully. The Teutonic army started with 10,000 men. Still, now they were at roughly 20,000 men with several more months of marching before they reached Tyrol. At the rate of their expansion, they will easily have 30,000 men by the time they arrived at his borders. However, if he transferred men from the garrisons he stationed across Tyrol, he would be inviting the lords of Tyrol to take advantage of the crisis against him and start a rebellion, forcing him into a two-war front. He could never allow this to happen. There were two options on Berenger's hands: lure the enemy into Kufstein, where he could use the near-impenetrable city walls to his advantage, or confront them in a field battle while being heavily outnumbered. Such a battle would be massive and would undoubtedly result in melee combat. Berenger's greatest advantage would be to field rifled muskets in large numbers and wear down the enemy forces at a distance with gunfire and artillery shells before they finally clashed. As such, he came to a decision and announced his plan to Linda. If we withdraw forces from our garrisons to increase our field army, the result would be an unmitigated disaster. Therefore, I will confront the Teutonic army in the field with as many men as we can muster. Though Linda feared this would be the option Berenger would take, deep down, she knew he would never hide behind Kufstein's walls while the Teutonic Order ravaged his land. She merely sighed as she listened to Berenger as he explained his plans. I will increase the conversion and production of 1417/18 rifled muskets, and will seek to draw the enemy forces to an area whose terrain gives me an advantage. With this, we have a much higher chance of defeating the enemy. Inform the spies to continue monitoring the Teutonic forces. I want to know about any potential growth as quickly as possible. Linda nodded her head in response and smiled. Of course, Master, anything for you. With that said, Linda was dismissed, and Berenger returned to the pile of work on his hands. After returning to a mountain of paperwork, he greatly missed the days of battle where he was free to act as he pleased. Nevertheless, accounts work was never finished, and Tyrol greatly needed agricultural, industrial, and economic reforms. As such, he quickly got back to signing executive orders that would one day transform Tyrol into the seat of power of the future German Empire. Chapter 144, 143. It is only natural for siblings to share in Graz. Adela currently sat at her desk reading a letter in her hands which Berenger wrote. As usual, it expressed his desire to meet up with his young fiancée, and of course, he boasted about his achievements in battle. The fact that Berenger had become a count greatly pleased the teenage youth. It meant that she would become a countess, much like her mother once she married Berenger. Though she knew Berenger was destined for great things, she had no idea that she would be empress of a unified German empire one day. As such, she was content with Berenger's gains and knew he was most likely dreadfully busy consolidating his power. Adela was not aware that the Teutonic Order was marching on Tyrol and had no worries about Berenger's immediate future. He was home, and he was safe, and that was all that mattered to the young girl. She had greatly desired to visit Kufstein, but in a time such as this that was filled with chaos and uncertainty, the roads to her fiancé's home would not be safe. Thus, despite her protests, she was locked away in the castle of Graz under her family's orders. As far as she was aware, her father, Count Otto, had marched with Duke Wilmar's forces onto Landshut after capturing Munich, which was the seat of the Duke of Bavaria's power. The war in Bavaria had entered a new stage of intensity as the Duke of Bavaria was outraged by the fact that his home had been seized. Luckily for him, his family had fled the city before it was fully captured and were staying with a loyal lord in a safer region of his territory. However, despite this, the Duke of Bavaria marched half of his forces from the north back into Bavaria to halt the advance of the Austrian host, which had invaded his lands. To Adela, the war was inconsequential as, aside from some fighting in Tyrol and Vienna, it had not yet spread to the borders of Austria. Even if it had, Berenger's mighty army was essentially the home defenders while the Duke was off fighting with his main army in Bavaria. If Graz were to ever come under siege, Berenger would surely come to her rescue. After thinking about her situation, Adela wrote a letter back to Berenger congratulating him on his gains and impressive victory. She also expressed her desire to see him again, but explained her current circumstances that prevented such a reunion. By the time she had finished writing it, the message was nothing more than a love letter that resembled that which was written by a young girl to her crush. However, shortly after finishing writing her love letter to her fiancé, Adela heard a knock on her door, which startled her, spilling her ink container all over the letter and thoroughly ruining it. She was greatly displeased by this event, but had no way of controlling it. As such, she rapidly cleaned up the mess before storming over to the door with a pouting expression on her face. After opening the door, Adela noticed her eldest sister standing in the doorway. She was roughly the age of Berenger and had long since been married to the son of another count within Austria. In fact, the young woman known as Eva von Salzburg had not been to her family's home in quite some time and was quite excited to see her youngest sister and how much she had grown. After all, she lived with her husband and 3 children in Salzburg, Austria, where she was married to the count's eldest son. Seeing how much Adela had grown over the years, the beautiful and busty woman that was Adela's older sister quickly grabbed a hold over the little girl and squeezed her tightly with a wide grin on her face. "Little Adela, you have grown so much." Adela struggled to get out of her eldest sister's grasp, but unfortunately, she could not break free from the tight grip that encompassed her and nearly suffocated as her tiny heart-shaped face was stuffed into Eva's massive cleavage. It was only after Adela ended her resistance to the hug that the tall and curvy woman finally released her grasp. Afterward, Adela backed away from her overly affectionate big sister and pouted, which quickly led to Eva noticing that something was going on in the background. She quickly deduced that there was an ink-stained sheet of paper, and when Eva noticed the look on Adela's face, she quickly smiled sinisterly and began to tease her little sister. "Adela, were you perhaps writing a love letter? I heard that you have gotten yourself quite the capable fiancé." Adela's cute face quickly flushed with embarrassment as she immediately denied the allegations in the most obvious attempt to cover up her actions. "Of course not. Why would I write such a thing?" Seeing her little sister acting so sheepishly, Eva licked her lips like a wolf gazing at its prey and advanced closer to Adela before whispering in her ear, "I heard he is really handsome. Do you mind if I have a taste?" Eva was not genuinely interested in Berenger as she was happily married. Her husband was decent-looking enough and came from a high noble family, whereas Berenger was merely an upstart. Despite this, Eva could not resist the urge to tease Adela and make her angry. Adela, of course, instantly fell into Eva's trap and behaved exactly as the sly woman had expected. She pushed Eva away and began yelling at her while throwing a little tantrum. "Absolutely not. You are disgusting. Why would you even suggest something like that?" Seeing that Adela had reacted so adorably to her joke, Eva went in for the kill. She just loved the cute expression on Adela's face when she was angry. Why not? We are siblings. After all, it is only natural for us to share. After all, I heard that fiancé of yours already has a mistress, so clearly, you are not against the idea of sharing your man. This touched on Adela's reverse scale. She was fine sharing Berenger with Linda since the two young women had come to some degree of an arrangement, but she absolutely would never allow her big sister to lay claim to her man. Of course, if Adela knew that Ava was teasing her, and in reality, looked down on her for marrying a man from a family of such low nobility, she would only be more infuriated, as such a response to Ava's provocation was far more civil than it could have been. Get out of my room, Ava. I have no interest in having this conversation with you and your filthy mind. Thus Adela struggled to push her eldest sister out of her room, which continued to tease Adela on her way out. Oh, come on. You are being unfair. Just one bite, and with that last remark, Ava was forced out of her room, and the door was slammed behind her. While Adela was fuming inside her quarters, sitting with her back to the door and her face resting on her knees, Ava was smiling in excitement on the opposite side of the thick wooden door. After all, her little sister was just too cute when provoked in such a manner. Chapter 145, 144, Construction of Monuments with a relatively stable peace encapsulating the mountainous region of Tyrol following Berenger's conquest. The young count took the time to establish the construction of several monuments since his return. Each monument was crafted for different aspects of propaganda. The first of these monuments to be constructed was intended to represent the personal glory and authority of Berenger von Kufstein. The monument was constructed on a similar scale and designed to that of the Hermannsdenkmal statue from Germany in Berenger's previous life. The monument was placed on a hill above the city of Kufstein, which overlooked its region as an eternal guardian. The large statue was meticulously crafted out of bronze to represent Berenger's figure perfectly. The statue itself was designed with Berenger mounted upon his trusty steed Erwin, though the horse itself lacked his barding, and Berenger was dressed in his exquisite three-quarters plate armor. With a pair of cavalry boots that went up to the knees of his Landsknecht-like attire, the statue was designed without Berenger's Waffenrock, his iron skull cap, and feathered cap. In one hand, Berenger held his 1417 heavy cavalry saber and pointed it in the direction of the city of Rome. The position of the statue, and especially that of its sword, was a twofold statement. First and foremost, brandishing his sword towards Rome represented the ancient Germanic people's struggle against the Roman Empire. The second meaning behind it was a sign of resistance towards the papacy and its corruption, as well as a provocation towards Berenger's personal enemy, being Pope Simeon II. Nearly a month had passed since Berenger returned from Tyrol, and during that time, the construction of this grand monument was finished. When it was finally complete, Berenger stood before the symbol and smiled. It was truly a magnificent piece of art and showed that the level of craftsmanship of his people was beginning to advance to the era of the Renaissance. After all, Berenger had inspired his people to take up the arts. However, he himself could never teach art as he was woefully inept at the subject. He could at least create a society that allowed artisans and craftsmen to explore the depths of their talent. The fact that the statue was so grand proved that he had made the right decision to spend a small portion of the treasury to subsidize artists and craftsmen with great potential. Standing next to Berenger gazing upon the magnificent display was Linda, who was holding her child in her hands. She gazed between the immaculate facial features of her lover and that of his statue and praised the work. "It looks exactly like you." Berenger's grin could not get any wider. For so long this medieval world was devoid of any form of advanced art. Since the collapse of the Roman Empire, the art of the European world had suffered greatly, regressing to a laughable point. And yet, for the first time in centuries, a grand creation had taken place in Europe that was on par with the major works of classical antiquity. He could not contain the excitement he had for the other monuments being constructed. If his personal statue turned out this well, then the others should be even more grandiose. After staring at his own statue, Berenger finally responded to Linda's claim with a nod. "It is marvelous. I did not expect it to turn out so well. Truly, the talent I have fostered over the past few months has been worth it." Berenger was not exaggerating about taking some degree of credit for the project. After all, it was his vision that had come into reality, and without his economic support, the artists of his territory would not be able to afford to improve their skills full-time. Though Berenger lacked the ability to create art itself, his mind was filled with creative ideas that could be expanded upon and turned into masterpieces when explained to a proper artisan. Berenger would never take full credit for the masterpiece. In his eyes, he supplied a basic outline of the project and the funding needed to achieve it, which he believed to be a minimal contribution. The credit of such a magnificent monument and the glory that came with it was left entirely in the hands of the artisans and craftsmen who brought it into this world. The lead designer of the statue walked over to Berenger and noticed the Count's wide grin. As such, he was greatly pleased to see that Berenger enjoyed the piece. However, he still felt like asking if it turned out as Berenger had wished. As such, he voiced his thoughts. "I hope it is to your liking, Your Excellency." Berenger immediately snapped back to reality after being entranced by the monument, went up to the project lead, and happily shook his hand. "Gerlach, you and your team have really outdone yourselves. It is truly inspiring. This monument will stand as a testament to the power of our people for centuries." Though the man named Gerlach knew that the statue was more related to Berenger's personal prestige and the authority of his dynasty, it was still great to hear such praise. In truth, this was not the only project Gerlach was working on. He was also overseeing the construction of the monument dedicated to those who had fallen in Schwarz, which was being constructed on the site of the ambush in which Berenger and his forces had suffered on that cold winter's night. As such, the man discussed the progress with the other monument with which he was tasked. "I am glad to hear that Your Excellency is pleased. I want to inform you that the monument to the fallen soldiers at Schwarz is fully under construction and will be finished in a few months." Due to the much larger scale of the monument in Schwarz, Berenger was pleased with the time frame. However, he did not have the time to enjoy the statue any longer. He was needed back in Kufstein. As such, the young count addressed the artisan before departing. "Excellent. Keep up the good work. I expect great things from you. However, I am needed elsewhere, so I am afraid we must save the rest of this conversation for another time. I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors." With that said, Berenger and Linda left the monument and enjoyed their stroll back to the castle in Kufstein. He had a lot of work to do when he returned, and as such, he enjoyed the brief time he had with his lover before he threw himself back into an endless pile of paperwork. The Teutonic Order was rapidly advancing onto Kufstein, and it would be within the borders of Tyrol shortly. At this point, Berenger had at most 2 months before they arrived, and preparations needed to be made. As such, Berenger would be extremely busy in the coming months. Chapter 146. 145. God Wills It. An army bearing the legendary white field with the black cross upon it marched through the town of Suhl. The Teutonic Order was close to the region of Bavaria. After making their stop in Suhl and resupplying, the army would advance forwards through the Bavarian Alps and into Tyrol, where they would raze Berenger's lands to the ground. Or at least that was the plan. Currently, the Teutonic Order was conscripting as many men from the town as possible into their army. Young or old, as long as they were capable of bearing arms, they were stripped from the towns the Teutonic army visited and placed into their ranks as levies. In the middle of the town, a scene displayed itself as a 13-year-old boy was dragged away from his mother's arms and lined up into the ranks of the new levies. The mother begged with tears to knights who had snatched her child, yet for all her effort, the woman was only rewarded with a swift kick to the stomach, dropping her to her knees as she bawled in misery. Across this town and every village, the Teutonic Order had come across similar scenes such as this had become the norm. The ruthlessness of the Teutonic army under Lambert's command knew no bounds, and they were even willing to slaughter the families of those who refused to join the service of their great crusade. Though this village was different than the others in which they previously passed. As the cruelty of the Teutonic Order was displayed for the villagers to see, some of them began to gather. The townsfolk quickly formed a mob that began to berate the Teutonic soldiers who had forcefully taken their sons and fathers away from them. What started as a peaceful protest quickly resulted in a full-scale riot. The townsfolk began to push and shove the soldiers of the Teutonic Order and throw produce and filth in their directions. Things were beginning to spiral out of control when Lambert arrived on horseback. Seeing the lowly peasants dare to defy his orders, Lambert got off of his horse and took off his great bassinet, revealing his charming face for all to see. The solution to this problem was simple. He would preach how it was the will of God for the men of this village to embark on a holy crusade to put down the heretics in Tyrol. Berenger's Reformation had already begun to spread rapidly. Words of Berenger's rapid conquest of Tyrol had spread quickly and had been taken as a sign of divine retribution against the traitor Lothar. However, Lambert was more concerned with bringing down his brother and ending his rise to power than he was with fulfilling the duties of his task to end the Berenger heresy in its entirety. As such, he took a diplomatic approach and approached the angry mob, attempting to placate them with a sermon. Citizens of Seoul, I understand your complaints, but our order is on a mission from the Pope himself. We require the assistance of every man and youth capable of bearing arms to bring down the wretched Berenger heresy which has begun to fester in these lands. Only by cutting off the head of the serpent known as Berenger the Accursed can the will of God be restored to these lands. Lambert did not know that many of the townsfolk were what would later become known as German reformists, and they held Berenger in high regard. As such, a courageous young man who appeared to be a wealthy merchant or the son of one stood before the crowd and began to defend Berenger in front of the Teutonic Order, who had been tasked with his elimination. Who are you to declare Berenger a heretic? I have read the Bible, which he has translated into our language, and given the ability for all men, regardless of their birth, the ability to comprehend the Word of God. Not a single one of his views, and that of the priest Ludolf, goes against the teachings of Christ as is written in the Scripture. If anything, it is the Pope who is the heretic, as many of the claims of the Catholic Church are not written in the word of the apostles or Christ himself. Berenger is a pious and enlightened man who acts against the corruption of the ecclesiarchy, and for that you all wish to silence him. Have you no guilt? As the man spoke, the entirety of the mob began to agree with him and further chastised the Teutonic Order for their actions. If anything, they were even more outraged now that they knew the intentions of this army and were unwilling to stand by and do nothing when such a large army was tasked with hunting down the head of their Reformation. Quickly things got out of hand, and Lambert was not handling it well. Hearing the villagers take Berenger's side enraged him to his very core. How could Berenger's influence reach so far that these filthy peasants were willing to defy the authority of the Teutonic Order and, by extension, the papacy? This was outrageous. As Lambert was fuming with anger, a small child threw a cow pie in his face and shouted at him, "Go away, you evil men!" With this action, something snapped in Lambert's mind, and he instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword where he quickly unsheathed the blade sword in a smooth chopping motion. He cut off the head of the child, who was no older than 8. The head of the child slowly rolled on the floor as blood sprayed onto Lambert's white tabard. A loud shriek filled the air, which belonged to the child's mother, who just witnessed her own son get decapitated before her eyes. Horrified and enraged by Lambert's actions, the mob quickly clashed with the soldiers of the Teutonic Order. They were no longer thinking rationally and had decided in the heat of the moment to enact justice on these heavily armed and well-trained soldiers. Seeing that the mob had taken up arms against him, Lambert sneered in disdain and gave the order above the crowd's shouts to the men under his command. "This village is filled with heretics. Kill them all and burn the town to ashes. God wills it." Despite witnessing their commanding officer murder a child in cold blood, not a single one of the fanatic soldiers of the Teutonic Order cared, for, in their minds, the little boy was a heretic and deserved his fate. Instead, they all raised their weapons and began to massacre the townsfolk. Their victims could see the fierce zealotry contained within their eyes as the Crusaders screamed their war chant over and over again. "God wills it." With that, the entire population of Seoul was massacred, their town was burned to the ground, and the perpetrators confiscated their grain and livestock. By morning there would not be a single soul left alive within the confines of the once proud town. Only blood and ash would remain. Chapter 147, 146. Grand ambitions. The snow on the ground began to melt as spring had begun to arrive. Throughout Berenger's winter campaign, he had dealt with many difficulties. But as the breath of life filled the air around him, he felt as if he was embarking upon a new world. In front of him was a small village within the borders of the Viscounty of Kufstein. It was one of the many small villages throughout his homeland. Around this village, which housed a few hundred people, were the steel-reinforced concrete brick walls in the formation of a star fortress similar to those surrounding Kufstein. Throughout his war for Tyrol, Linda did not disappoint Berenger. As the person responsible for maintaining Berenger's plans while he was away, she had overseen the construction of star fortresses around the Viscounty of Kufstein, and after many months nearly all of them were complete. The value of these mighty bastions and the cannons mounted upon them could not be underestimated. After all, they had played a critical role in the defense of Kufstein against Lothar's forces. Beside Berenger was one of the men in charge of these construction efforts, and he gazed at the structure with a proud gleam in his eyes. As such, he could not prevent himself from commenting on the powerful defenses of such a small and seemingly insignificant agricultural village. "Magnificent, is it not?" Berenger nodded with approval as he took in the sight of the structure. While the village itself was protected by the mighty Start Fortress, which a company of soldiers garrisoned, the agricultural fields were outside the walls, creating a beautiful scene of planted fields and fortification. Berenger's ambitions did not end with Kufstein. He intended to construct these mighty fortresses around every major inhabited region within Tyrol, forming the mountainous county into the heartland of his future German Empire. The expense would be great, but with the increase in territory he had gained and the plethora of natural resources, he could afford to build it. Berenger rode into the town on horseback surrounded by a group of cuirassiers who acted as his personal guard for the moment. It was a small agricultural town, yet its walls made it seem like an important fortress. The locals peacefully coexisted with the garrison tasked with defending them, oftentimes offering them food and water as they stood guard among the ramparts of the mighty concrete walls. When the local villagers noticed that the man riding through their village was the Count of Tyrol himself, they instantly cleared a path for him out of respect. Many young women began to gossip among themselves as they were able to witness the majestic appearance of the infamous Berenger firsthand. Among the population of the Viscounty of Kufstein, Berenger had become quite the legend. His rise to power and defiance of the corruption of the church had begun being spread by wandering minstrels. Though these bardic epics greatly exaggerated his achievements, they quickly captured the imagination of the common populace, acting as a source of inspiration in their daily lives. However, despite the good light in which he was depicted in these songs, few were bold enough to approach Berenger as he was a man of great importance and power, and to offend him would surely mean one's demise, or so they believed. Berenger noticed this trend and, for the first time, began to realize that a sense of respect for his character had been fostered among his people. Still, it existed alongside an intense feeling of fear towards his power and prestige. The two emotions coexisted perfectly to create a harmonious balance within the minds of his citizens. To be both feared and respected was a balance few had ever achieved in life, and yet that was what Berenger had begun to cultivate in the wake of his overwhelming victories. After reaching the town center, Berenger dismounted from his horse and looked around at the environment. Despite having a garrison of 120 infantry and an artillery battery, the walls were designed so that such a small force could easily defend the village long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Though it may take years, or possibly even decades to achieve, one day Tyrol would be filled with such fortifications, making it virtually impossible for the armies of this world to dethrone Berenger in his seat of power. Berenger knew that the more territory he conquered, the more he would have to spend time and effort introducing his reforms. In his lifetime, he would be lucky to industrialize the entirety of his future empire. In fact, the likelihood was that he would leave behind a legacy of industrialization for his successors to accomplish. Nevertheless, Berenger would make sure that in this life, he would unite the German-speaking regions into a single empire and conquer enough colonies overseas to secure German hegemony for centuries to come. As Berenger gazed upon this beautiful agricultural town, which was just one of many throughout Tyrol, it may not have seemed like it would play a key component in his plans, but the fortifications that surrounded this village and one day the majority of Tyrol would give him the internal stability needed to focus his efforts on conquest for years to come. After looking at the degree of security that allowed the people of this town to live in a happy and carefree environment, despite a massive war going on, Berenger realized that the expense of expanding this project to encompass all of the inhabited regions of Tyrol was well worth it. Without such a powerful defense network, these villagers who went about their daily tasks with a friendly smile might be subjected to the horrors of war. A reality in which Berenger thought was far too cruel for the good people of his realm. As such, Berenger looked over at the architect who had led the construction project for this town and instructed him to do the inconceivable. I want more villages like this, as many as you and the other architects can build. I want Tyrol to become a symbol of my power. I do not care the degree of funding and manpower you will need to accomplish this. Just make sure that you do not cut any corners in the process. The architect looked at Berenger as if he was a madman. The expense to build a star fortress like this was no minor sum. To build these across all of Tyrol would easily cost a fortune. Nevertheless, Berenger was adamant, and despite the expense, he knew he could pay for it. This war across Germany was bound to last for years, and where there is war, there is profit to be made. With the new industrial sector of Innsbruck nearing completion, Berenger would have double the industrial power and could supply all the factions of this war with arms and armor necessary to maintain their armies. After seeing the daring expression in Berenger's eyes that appeared as if he was challenging the heavens with his ambitions, the architect gulped the saliva which had accumulated in his mouth and bowed his head respectfully to the young count. "Your Excellency, I will do as you command." With this, Berenger's plans to transform the entirety of the county of Tyrol into an impenetrable mountainous enclave had begun. Though it would take years, possibly even decades to complete, by the end of this ambitious initiative, one day in the distant future, the people of Tyrol would live in the most secure region of the world. Chapter 148, 147. Contact with the Byzantines. A man with short dark hair in the form of a Caesar cut and emerald green eyes sat within the confines of his luxurious carriage. He was in his late 20s and quite handsome, so much so that he could give Berenger a run for his money. He had the regal features of a Roman patrician, and he wore lavish silk robes in the style that was common among the upper echelon of the aristocracy of the Byzantine Empire. Even though the German realm was currently in a state of total war, he had traveled across Europe for many months in an attempt to gain an audience with the man known as Berenger von Kufstein. Berenger had long since made use of the trade networks throughout Europe and the Mediterranean to acquire silk from the Byzantine Empire to fulfill the demands for his textile industry. However, his name did not carry much weight in the Eastern world. After all, even now as a count, he was not a significant figure in the world's affairs. His most well-known quality was being declared as a heretic by the Catholic Church. Though the Orthodox Church was a separate branch of Christianity from the Catholics, they were still quite amicable with their Western brothers in this timeline. As such, being declared a heretic by the Catholic Church practically carried over to the Eastern Orthodox Church. Yet, the man in the carriage did not care about such details. Instead, he had a business proposal for Berenger in which he believed the young count could not refuse. The man arriving in Kufstein shortly was a powerful nobleman who held the equivalent position of a duke in the Byzantine aristocracy. Supposedly, Aretha's maniacs could trace his lineage to one of the greatest Roman emperors of all time, Aurelian. A man who was so profound, he quite possibly could have prevented the collapse of the Roman Empire if the treacherous Praetorian Guard had not assassinated him before his work was finished. Aretha's was in his own right an exemplary statesman and general, having personally led the charge into Egypt in years prior. He secured a foothold in the war against the Mamluk Sultanate, which currently held control over the region. However, despite his impressive victories that had allowed the Byzantines to acquire their advantage in Egypt, he could not believe the rumors he had heard about Berenger. If Berenger knew a powerful strategos of the Byzantine Empire was coming to meet him, he would have prepared a feast. After all, such a position was far higher than he currently held. Yet, the man decided to show up unannounced to test Berenger and his character. A nobleman from another region coming into your territory unannounced was a sign of disrespect, and this was not unknown to Aretha's. However, when the man laid his eyes on the intricate defenses of the city of Kufstein, he could not help but be impressed. Such mighty walls were comparable to the Theodosian walls of Constantinople, no. They might even be superior in defensive capabilities. After arriving at the checkpoint of the city's gates, Aretha's noticed that the garrison was all wearing a degree of plate armor and carrying strange weapons slung across their backs. Though he did not know how these weapons functioned and were less impressed with them, his attention was drawn to the impressive armor the troops wore. Just how wealthy was Berenger to equip all of his troops in plate armor? Even if it only covered their torso, back, neck, thighs, and head. It was enough to protect the vital points of their bodies without limiting mobility. The garrison allowed him to pass after hearing the man was a powerful representative from the Byzantine Empire. As such, his carriage and escort quickly rode into the city of Kufstein, which was filled with tenements, homes, shops, and all kinds of wonders. It was no longer a small agricultural town, but a full-fledged city, though much of it was still undergoing construction. Despite being attracted by the nature of the city, which was much smaller than Constantinople, yet still was grand in its own right, the strategos made his way towards the castle, where the castle's guards abruptly stopped him. Aretha stepped out of the carriage and explained his reasoning for visiting. He spoke in German with a thick Greek accent, which did not go unnoticed by the sentries. I am Strategos Aretha's maniacs from the Byzantine Empire. I have come to discuss a business transition with the Count of this region. Confused with the man's identity, the guards did not react at first. However, the man seemed to be dressed in luxurious clothing and possibly have a high standing in the Byzantine Empire. As such, they decided to let him pass, but only after confiscating the weapons from him and his guard. Berenger had become quite cautious ever since he took a hold of Tyrol. He would not allow armed visitors in his presence in fear that they might try to assassinate him after all his reforms were becoming quite unpopular among the nobility within Tyrol. Aretha's quickly agreed to these demands and had his guards disarm themselves before entering the castle's gates. When Arethusa entered the castle, he was not overly impressed. After all, his palace was far more luxurious. Of course, he did not know that the castle was only temporary living for Berenger at this point, while his grand palace, which was loosely based on the Schönbrunn Palace from his previous life, was being constructed. After entering the Great Hall, Arethusa witnessed Berenger sitting upon his seat of power, with his head resting on his fist. The young count was currently dressed in luxurious velvet attire in his house's black and gold color scheme. The clothing was, of course, based on Tudor fashion, and he even had a fur-lined sleeveless cloak over his exquisite doublet. A pair of jewels hung from his neck where were made of gold and black garnet. While sitting upon his seat of power, Berenger exuded a sense of natural authority, so much so that even Arethusa, who held a far more prestigious position, could tell that Berenger was not a man to be trifled with. Before Arethusa could introduce himself to the fearsome count, Berenger noticed the man's approach into his great hall and gazed upon the man with a stoic expression while expressing his thoughts. "Who are you, and why should I care?" Berenger was quite perturbed that his rest had been interrupted by an unknown man from the east. Berenger had been hard at work all day long, and his seat of power was one of the few places he could just sit back and allow his mind a proper recovery. Despite his minor irritation, he could immediately tell by the fashion in which the man wore that he was someone of great importance, yet he had arrived within Berenger's territory, in his home, without announcing himself. The level of disrespect shown could not be understated. Seeing how Berenger reacted, Arethusa was quite shocked. The young count gazed upon him as if he was nothing of worth, and this was quite entertaining to the mighty Strategos. As such, he boldly proclaimed his position within his own society and his intention for arriving. "I am Strategos Arethusa Maniacs. I have traveled far from the borders of the Byzantine Emperor to seek an audience with your excellency. I have a business proposal that you may be interested in." Despite the rudeness in which the man had shown, Berenger was quite interested in two things. The man was essentially a duke within the mighty Byzantine Empire, and he had a business proposal for him. However, despite his interest, Berenger decided to return this man's kindness with an equally rude gesture. "I am intrigued. However, I am currently busy and will need some time to prepare. Come back in 3 days." Ultimately, Berenger decided to snub the man. For the time being, the level of disrespect he was shown had to be paid in kind before he could move forward. It was petty, but if he accepted this disrespect, it meant that any nobleman of higher birth could walk over him. As such, he decided to show his authority and sent the man back to the city below. In the meantime, Berenger had intended to verify this man's identity by inquiring about the so-called Strategos Arethusa Maniacs through his trade connections. Though Arethusa wanted to protest, the glaring sapphire eyes which belonged to the young count sent shivers down his spine. After all, he was disarmed and standing in his great hall, which was surrounded by a group of armed men. As such, Arethusa played it safe and decided to return to the city and rest for a few days before returning. On his way out of the castle, a wide grin appeared across the man's face as he expressed his thoughts aloud. Well played. Chapter 149. 148. Entertaining the Byzantines throughout the next couple of days, Arethusa spent his time going throughout the city of Kufstein and learning about its rapid progress. To think that less than a year ago, Kufstein could at most be considered an agricultural town. Though many regions of the city were still undergoing construction, the fact that the walls had been constructed and decent housing was provided for the area's citizens was astonishing to a man like Arethusa. The city's overall layout was constructed in a way that not only took security status in mind, but also made certain districts in place that allowed for organized living. By far, the industrial district was the largest of these districts, and yet the trade district was a close second. The greatest part of Kufstein's design is that the walls extended far beyond the currently inhabited regions of the city, allowing for the potential of tens of thousands of more inhabitants to dwell within the city in the future. Of course, another series of walls could always be constructed if the city grew beyond its current limits. Though the industrial district was largely closed off to visitors, seeing such a vast quantity of smoke in the air led Arethusa to believe that there was most definitely a massive industrial output created in the city. Though, of course, he would not believe the amount of steel produced every month in Kufstein if he were to hear the exact amount. Arethusa had initially come to Kufstein to secure an exclusive trade agreement with silk. After all, his personal territory grew vast quantities of the material, and he knew Berenger was expending a great sum to acquire it. However, seeing how well-equipped Berenger's garrison was, Arethusa believed he might be able to import a great deal of iron into the empire from Tyrol, which would greatly aid the forces of the empire. He had no way of knowing that the blackened half-plate armor in which Berenger's forces wore was actually made out of quenched and tempered steel. After 3 days, the Byzantine nobleman returned to Berenger's castle and once more stood before him in the great hall. Berenger was the first to make conversation. "I am Count Berenger von Kufstein. You're here in my territory and have arrived unannounced. Be grateful for my benevolence, for I've granted you an audience despite the disrespect you have shown me." Just because Arethusa was a man with a position similar to that of a duke did not mean that Berenger would back down. As such, he decided to emphasize that this meeting was solely due to his good nature and forgiveness. However, Arethusa did not seem fazed by Berenger's posturing and reintroduced himself with a great deal of confidence. "I am Strategos Arethusa Maniacs. I have traveled a great distance to establish trade with your region. I know that you have a great desire for silk, and I have a large supply of such a material that I am willing to trade. I promise you that if you make me your exclusive trading partner in this regard, I will give you a decent discount on the materials and will be able to fulfill your demand. I have even brought a large quantity of raw silk for you to browse and see if its quality is up to your standards." Berenger smiled upon hearing the news that the other party had a large amount of silk to sell. Acquiring silk for his ever-increasing textile industry's demands was becoming more difficult, incurring a rising expense and a lower profit margin. As such, he was more than happy to negotiate on a price with the man. Thus Berenger got up from his seat and walked down the steps from the platform where his seat of power was placed upon before standing in front of the man face to face. Berenger was quite a deal taller than Arethusa, and as such, he was able to look down upon the man with a smug expression on his face. After arriving before the man, Berenger began to negotiate as he paced around Arethusa. "Assuming you can fulfill your words and satisfy the ever-growing demand for silk, I will be willing to deal exclusively with you under the conditions that I receive a 15% discount. However, I would very much like to see your product before I come to any agreement." To Berenger, this was a reasonable request. After all, he would be buying in vast quantities and wanted a bulk discount, and such a discount was more than reasonable from the standards of his previous life. Of course, he was willing to negotiate a minimum of 10% off. However, what surprised him was that Arethusa immediately agreed to his terms. "Such terms are acceptable to me. If you would like to browse my wares, we can go to the trade district in your city where I have left my supplies under the protection of my house guard." Thus Berenger motioned for a group of his guards standing by to follow him and Arethusa into the city below, where they walked around for a bit, capturing the attention of the citizens who began to gossip about the scene. There were many rumors to be made about a lavishly dressed Eastern man conversing with Berenger, the Count of Tyrol. Berenger was well accustomed to such chatter. It was a common occurrence for the locals to gossip about him whenever he would take a stroll through the city, and as such, paid it no mind. Eventually, Arethusa and Berenger reached his carts, which contained a massive supply of raw silk cloth. Berenger carefully inspected the material to see any obvious flaws. After a lengthy period of time, He finally smiled and nodded his hand. If you can supply this quantity and quality of silk at regular intervals, I believe we can agree. Arethusa returned Berenger's smile and stated with confidence that he would be able to meet his demands. I can supply all of this and more every month. My merchant fleet can travel from Ionia to the Adriatic Sea, where they will then travel by caravan into Kufstein. As long as proper protection is provided for them when they enter through Austria, they will certainly arrive in Kufstein within that period of time. Berenger was instantly happy with this news. Finally, he could expand the trade of the more luxurious textiles and for a decent markup. His profit margins would increase with this deal, and he was pleased with it. After shaking the man's hand, Berenger invited Arethusa to share a meal with him in his castle. How about you stay in my castle for dinner tonight? I promise you that you will not regret the fine cuisine of Tyrol. After hearing the young count's offer, Arethusa nodded his head in agreement. After all, the more friendly he became with Berenger, the more likely he could get his hands on some of his iron. As such, the shipment of silk was brought to Berenger's textile factories, where it would be converted into velvet and designed into fashionable clothing. Gold exchanged hands between the strategos and the young count. Eventually, they returned to the castle to share a meal to celebrate the new lucrative trade between their two territories. Unknowingly, this trade agreement would have important effects on the future of this world and the relationship between the rising German Empire and the Byzantines to the east. Chapter 150-149, Entertaining the Byzantines to a small feast was thrown within the confines of the castle of Kufstein. Sitting at the head of the table was Berenger, and by his side was Linda. At the table near Linda's position was Henrietta. The only other people present at the table were Arethusa and a variety of Byzantine merchants and noblemen who traveled with his caravan. These men were allowed to dine at the table this night as a show of friendship to the Byzantines. Berenger was quite pleased that the Byzantine Empire maintained significant control over the Mediterranean in this timeline. In contrast, during his past life, they were on the brink of destruction at this point in history. This made establishing trade with the East much easier than dealing with a powerful Muslim empire. Even though the Byzantines were Orthodox, they were much more amicable in this world to the Catholics in the West than they were in their previous life, and as such, the two men were able to get along quite well. Especially because Berenger was secretly an atheist and had no plans to discriminate based upon what religion someone might adhere to. For the rest of the medieval world, this open-mindedness was uncommon, to say the least. Arethusa and the merchants were dining on a variety of German cuisine, which Berenger had long since introduced into Kufstein and by now had spread across Austria and into Bavaria. The Byzantines were far more culturally advanced than their Western counterparts due to them being the surviving remnant of the ancient Roman Empire. Because of this, they were quite shocked that such a high level of culinary talent was available in a remote region like Tyrol. Seeing the satisfied expression on Arethusa's face as he dug into the veal schnitzel, Berenger could not prevent himself from asking about the man's opinion. So, what do you think about Tyrolean cuisine? After being asked such a question, Arethusa slowly chewed on the food and savored its taste before washing it down with a Doppelbock beer. Since Berenger first established his breweries, the first batch of Doppelbock beer had recently been released. As a beer connoisseur, Berenger was quite pleased with the result. It was apparent by the look on the Byzantine nobleman's face that he was not the only one who enjoyed the hearty taste of the strong German beer. It was only after several moments had passed and Arethusa had time to enjoy the serving he had just devoured that he was able to answer Berenger's question. Truly, it is sublime. I have not had such a fantastic foreign meal in years. The last time I had such an exquisite dish from a foreign country was when I visited India. Growing up in a globalized world from his previous life, Berenger was quite accustomed to Eastern-style foods. He was a big fan of curry from various countries, including India, As such, his mouth salivated thinking about having a curried rice dish. Berenger had once experimented with eating curried rice with tortilla chips in his previous life, acting as if the rice dish was a dip. It turned out to be quite tasty, at least in his opinion. Of course, everyone else thought he was a weirdo for doing such a thing. Thinking about such memories, Berenger could not wait for the point where he acquired some coastal territory to build a great fleet that could sail across Asia and acquire the spices necessary to recreate some of his favorite dishes from the continent. However, he was stuck in a landlocked region for now, and unless he expanded through force or coercion, he would not be able to acquire such valuable territory. Both of those options took time to prepare for. Aretha's had his eyes on Linda for quite some time now. After all, she was an exceptional beauty, and as such, he could not stop himself from praising her. "Berenger, your wife is among the gorgeous women I have ever seen. You're a lucky man." Hearing herself be referred to as Berenger's wife, Linda began to blush as she shifted her attention to the food on the table. Berenger chuckled at Aretha's comment. However, he did not intend to spoil Linda's fun, and as such, did not clarify that she was, in fact, his lover, not his wife. "Linda is the mother of my child and the companion of my heart. As you say, I am truly a lucky man to have her by my side." Seeing as how Berenger did not correct Aretha's, Linda decided to play the part of a dutiful wife and made her stance clear. "Berenger is the only man I will ever love. It is I who am grateful to be afforded the privilege to live by his side." Seeing the genuine expression on the exquisite young woman's face, Aretha's mistook them for a happy newlywed couple and decided to shift the topic to something more important. "Berenger, I do not intend to be rude, so forgive me if I am out of place, but I noticed a great deal of smoke rising from your industrial sector. I have also noticed your men are all equipped in plate armor. If you could humor my curiosity, just how much iron is produced in this city?" With this question being raised, Berenger chuckled once more, though this time it was a bit more noticeable, and as such, Aretha's frowned before asking Berenger, "What is so funny?" A proud smile appeared on Berenger's face as he began to correct the man. "It is not iron in which my army is equipped with, but steel. My industrial sector produces a massive output of steel every month. The exact amount would shock you. Let's just say that I have more steel than I know what to do with at the moment." This was not an exaggeration in the slightest. With the new territory gained in his conquests and the city of Innsbruck being industrialized, Berenger was producing thousands of tons of steel every month. And despite using the steel in his many construction projects, which ranged from building fortifications, sewage treatment centers, roads, etc., as well as its extensive use in his arms industry, which supplied not only his own forces with the advanced equipment they wielded, but also the medieval arms and armor of his allies, Berenger still had quite the surplus, albeit the more ambitious his plans became, the more the surplus dwindled. Hearing this information, Aretha's instantly became excited by the news. Though he could not fathom how, if Berenger truly possessed the ability to create such a terrifying amount of steel, then clearly he could buy some of the raw materials for his own armies. As such, he began to ponder about the feasibility of such a deal. "Is it possible for me to purchase some of your surplus?" A smirk spread across Berenger's lips as he heard those words. Not only could he produce arms and armor for the factions fighting for Germany, but with this opportunity, he could partially supply the Byzantine armies who were fighting in Egypt. If negotiated properly, he could increase the business of his arms trade without putting his own position in danger. After all, no matter what type of armor he produced for the Byzantines, it would never stop his muskets, especially not the rifled muskets that utilized mini balls. Thus Berenger had no fear of trading arms and armor to the east. Seeing that Berenger was talking about business at the dinner table, the other merchants instantly became enlightened by the idea of purchasing some steel to be brought back to the empire for resale. As such, Berenger found himself bombarded with offers. However, before it could get too chaotic, he raised his hand, signaling the men to behave themselves. "We're enjoying a meal right now. There will be plenty of time to discuss business opportunities in the upcoming days. Take this time to savor the dishes on the table and think about what offers you wish to present me." What Berenger said was true. They had gotten ahead of themselves after the excitement they felt upon hearing that Berenger had a vast surplus of steel. After all, it was a tough material to make in this era, and only ever in small quantities. If Berenger truly posseed such a stockpile of the valuable material, they would be willing to go to great lengths to secure a trade agreement with the young count. As such, the remainder of the dinner was spent discussing less important matters and the ongoing events of the world. For a region embroiled in warfare, Tyrol was remarkably secure for the moment. Thus, while the rest of Germany suffered through the hardships of war, Berenger entertained a host of Byzantine merchants and noblemen from the east. Chapter 151, 150, Marvels of Industry. After the feast was over, Berenger saw his guests off to the quarters they were staying in a city. He had made quite an impression on these Byzantine noblemen and merchants, and in the following days would make sure to negotiate proper trade agreements with every one of them. The more contacts he made in the East, the better his business would become. After reclaiming much of their lost territory since the Crusades had begun, the Byzantine Empire was wealthy, far more than a region like Germany. After all, they were in the center of trade between the West and the East. Though the Byzantines had to repel Saracen invasions a couple of times a decade, for the most part, their power was stable, and Berenger saw an opportunity in building relations with them. As such, he made sure to take care of his guests during this feast. After sending the men off, he returned to his castle, where he sat down and had a glass of wine alongside his beautiful young lover. The wine was a gift from the Byzantine Empire and was of significant quality, thus Berenger wanted to have a taste of it. After swirling the wine around in his chalice and inhaling the thick aroma, Berenger sipped upon the fine alcohol before nodding his head in approval. The Byzantines sure know how to make a good wine. On the other hand, Linda had some questions on her mind and was not afraid to speak of them. As such, she quickly asked Berenger about his intentions. "You sure seem to be treating these men from the East quite well. Do you intend to establish an arms trade with the Byzantines?" Berenger smiled and nodded his head before explaining his plans. The eastern half of the Roman Empire was always its wealthiest region. With much of their lands reclaimed, the Byzantines have amassed quite a fortune over the previous centuries. Due to being near the Saracens, they are constantly under threat of invasion and spend a large amount of wealth on their military. Now that they know I have a substantial supply of steel, when they return to the east and spread the news of this, the generals of the Byzantine armies will be begging me to supply their forces with high-quality equipment. Berenger estimated that the Byzantines would most likely be victorious in their ongoing war with Egypt and reap great spoils from the region, further increasing their wealth. As such, he intended to get on their good side and make as much money from their wars as possible. Wars were a profitable business to those who had the means to take advantage of them. Linda carefully observed Berenger's estimation before nodding her head in agreement. What Berenger said was most likely true, and getting in the good graces of the Byzantine Empire provided substantial benefits. As such, she complimented him on his schemes. "You really think everything through, don't you?" Berenger chuckled as he took a swig from his glass of wine before responding. "Not everything, but I try to be a few steps ahead of my potential rivals. Make no mistake, in the future, when I have united my German Empire, the Byzantines will be a rival for global hegemony. At the rate they are expanding, they could become a threat if relations are not properly maintained." Luckily for Berenger, he knew about the New World and the resource-rich regions of Africa, most of which were sparsely populated and posed no major threat to an advanced army like his own. After unifying his empire, he would take advantage of his knowledge and lay claim to the best regions in the world for colonization. By the time the Byzantine Empire and the other powers realized the value of these regions, the critical areas would already be under German sovereignty. Linda saw the proud expression on Berenger's face, but could not read his mind, and as such, did not know what he was smirking about. However, she knew when it came to Berenger and his ambitions that it was best not to overstep her bounds, and as such, she decided to switch the topic. So, will you be showing the merchants your steel stockpile? Snapping back to reality from Linda's words, Berenger quickly nodded his head in response and smiled once more. Of course. They need to know just how much I can produce so that they can brag to the Empire about my steel surplus. The greater the surplus, the larger the interest the Empire will have for my steel. I will show them the extent of my people's labor tomorrow. It will be sure to leave a lasting impression on these merchants and noblemen from the East. With that said, the two lovers quickly finished their wine before returning to their bedchambers, where they embraced each other passionately for many hours into the long night. After the sun rose in the morning, Berenger got up and began his daily routine. It was well past noon when he finally met with Arethusa and the others in the city below. After meeting up with Arethusa, Berenger patted the man on the back with a wide grin on his face. Come, let me show you the extent of my industry. Hearing these words, a flash of greed filled the eyes of the merchants from the east who surrounded Berenger like a flock of hungry buzzards. Berenger knew what they were thinking about from the gleam in their pupils. Unfortunately for them, he would not allow them to see the machinery used to create such a massive stockpile of steel, only the results of production. As such, Berenger led the men through the industrial district of Kufstein, whose secrets were heavily guarded by the garrison. Only properly authorized personnel was allowed through the gates, but since these men traveled with Berenger, they were easily able to pass by the strict security. After all, Berenger owned this entire city. Berenger made sure to give the men a tour of the industrial district outside of the critical areas of development. As such, the armories and arms factories were the first he showed. Of course, he showed the factories which explicitly produced equipment for export, not the manufacture of his own supplies. Seeing such a large warehouse filled with hundreds of employees working in well-organized assembly lines to create sets of brigandine and plate armor, the Byzantine merchants were shocked by the size of the operation. Berenger smiled smugly at the expressions on their faces before introducing the area. This is the armory, where we manufacture brigandine and plate armor for export to our customers. Of course, if you desire a different armor style, we could also manufacture that for you. From my understanding, the Byzantine army uses a mixture of mail and mirror pattern armor, and I would be more than happy to craft such equipment if an agreement can be reached. Mirror pattern armor was a style of armor used by Eastern forces. It consisted of a group of interlocking iron plates, usually in the form of circles and squares which protected the torso. These plates were grouped together by rivet mail rings. Generally speaking, the mirror pattern armor was worn over a mail hauberk. Berenger produced very little mail armor because it was a time-consuming practice, far more so than brigandine and plate. He would honestly prefer to introduce this Western style of equipment to the Byzantine forces, but that was not his decision to make. Seeing the grand scale of equipment production, Arethusa felt the need to ask about where such supplies would be sold off to. Just who is your customer for such a large supply of equipment? Berenger smiled and did not hide that this equipment was custom-ordered and paid for by the Duke of Austria and his vassals. My largest customer at the moment is Count Otto of Steiermark. However, Duke Wilmar has recently begun placing orders for his personal armies as well. Luckily for him, he came into a large supply of weapons and armor from the late Count Lothar and his armies. Due to the size and speed of my industry, he has given me the task of repairing and outfitting the equipment for his purposes. However, a lot of this is also new production. As the war goes on, the demand for more equipment expands. The sight of the armory left a lasting impression on Arethusa, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Of course, when the Byzantine noblemen and merchants arrived at their next destination, they would be equally shocked by the scale of industry in which Berenger had fostered in Kufstein. If the mighty strategos knew that Kufstadion was just one of Berenger's industrial cities and that Innsbruck had been developing its own industrial sector, he would truly lose his mind in astonishment. Chapter 152, 151, Marvels of Industry 2. After showing the Byzantine noblemen and merchants the armory, Berenger quickly walked into the next area of the industrial sector, which housed the arms factory. There were two of such facilities in Kufstein. Much like the armories, they had been split into production for local forces and production of arms for export. The export arms factory was also manned by many workers who utilized trip hammers and other water-powered machinery to pound the steel ingots into the shapes of swords, spears, war hammers, pole arms, arrowheads, etc. Arethusa witnessed the final process of creating a halberd in the hands of one of the workers. It was stacked neatly onto a pallet filled with hundreds of other halberds, which would later be inspected for quality control. And only after the shipment was fully inspected and tested would they be shipped out to their customers. Berenger knew the importance of quality control, and as such, he did his best to maintain the quality of his equipment. Each piece of equipment approved for export was given a proof mark shaped like the letter K, symbolizing that it had been manufactured and received approval for shipment within the factories of Kufstein. This process, of course, was also used on the equipment for his own forces, but that was not important at the moment. Berenger began to introduce the facility to the merchants as if he was a standard tour guide who had repeated this phrase 100 times before. This is the arms factory used to produce weapons from the steel manufactured in the city. Each piece of equipment, much like the armor in our armories, is inspected for quality before it is shipped out to our customers. If it fails to meet our standards, it is recycled into the steel plants and manufactured into something new. I have stringent guidelines about quality control to ensure that each piece of equipment manufactured in our factories is truly fit for the stresses of battle. The idea of strict quality control was something Berenger had taken from his previous life and was not generally used in this timeline, at least not to the degree to which he had implemented it. Seeing such a massive stockpile of weapons being loaded onto wooden pallets, the Byzantine merchants and noblemen were practically salivating at sight. They all wanted to get their hands on the arms in front of them, where they could be sold in the empire for a large profit or used to outfit their own troops. Berenger had yet to show the actual warehouse which housed his steel surplus, but he had already captured the interests of the men from the east. From the looks in their eyes, he could tell they would spread this news across the empire, and Berenger would gain various new customers. Arethusa, in particular, could not wait to return home and inform the department in charge of procuring equipment for the army about such a massive opportunity. After all, the Byzantine Empire was a highly complex imperial bureaucracy. A general could not just outfit his troops with new equipment out of nowhere. It first had to be approved by the bureaucrats in charge of logistics. After showing off the armory and arms factory, Berenger finally dragged the men over to the warehouse which housed the steel surplus. After opening it up and displaying the full might of his industrial capacity, the merchants and noblemen were absolutely shocked. The warehouse was roughly 5,000 sq feet and contained piles of steel ingots stacked to the roof. The amount of steel in this facility was in the thousands of tons. This was the surplus that had been gathered after months of production from the Bessemer converters. Seeing the sight before him, Arethusa's eyes nearly fell out of his sockets. His jaw dropped to the point where it nearly unhinged itself. He could not fathom so much steel in one place. Steel was a scarce commodity, and yet Berenger had produced such a vast quantity of it. He could not understand why so much steel was needed. After all, the idea of using steel in structures was not something that had been invented outside of Berenger's domain. The steel ingots themselves were sorted into different areas based upon their composition and purpose. Structural steel, armor steel, weapon steels, tool steels, and galvanized steel ingots were properly organized in their own sections. If one were not familiar with this organization, one would think that all the steel was the same. After confirming that they were looking at reality, the Byzantine merchants and noblemen recovered their senses and instantly began thinking about taking advantage of this. The merchants, in particular, wanted to resell the steel for an exorbitant price and instantly began making offers to Berengar. One fat and bald man, in particular, approached Berengar with a smile on his face as if the young count was his benefactor. "Count Berengar, what would it take for me to acquire a small amount of the steel to bring back with me to the Empire?" Seeing the way the man was looking at him made Berengar uncomfortable. However, he knew the value of the steel and the man's plans. As such, he made a figure he felt was appropriate. "I will accept 1 pound of silver for every ton of steel you wish to buy." This number was quite high, considering 150,000